The martial arts prodigy Wang Mang never imagined that after a worldwide time travel event, he would become the only human on this giant beast-infested deserted island. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue on Wang Mang's handsome face. Once full of vigor and ambition, he now found himself huddled in the crevices of the rocks, his clothes in tatters and his appearance disheveled. His once pristine white t-shirt was now stained and dirty, and his hair had become a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest. Ever since that nightmarish evening a week ago, Wang Mang's life had turned upside down. The comfort of his home, the bright lights and bustling life of the city, had all vanished, replaced by the cold, unyielding rocks of the island. For 7 days, he hadn't bathed, brushed his teeth, or even had a decent meal. The most frustrating part was having no toilet paper when he needed it. He had to use his hands, staring at his yellowing fingernails in despair. As a child, at least he could use leaves. But on this island, there wasn't even a decent shrub. All he could see were towering trees. Even the coconuts were larger than houses. The weeds by the rocks stood several meters tall and were sturdier than steel. It was as if the world had magnified while he had shrunk to the size of an insignificant ant, constantly at risk of being crushed. As Wang Mang wallowed in self-pity, the massive rock above him began to shake violently, as if the earth itself was splitting apart. He looked up hurriedly, and through the gap in the rocks, he saw a giant blue crab, as tall as a 2-story building, walking past. Its sharp claws and metallic sheen were a testament to the bizarre nature of this world. Over the past week, Wang Mang had encountered countless otherworldly giant creatures. Compared to them, human frailty seemed insignificant. As the shadow of the crab's claw receded, Wang Mang's heart remained unsettled. Was he really destined to become like that old man, stranded on an island, staring at the sea day after day until his hair turned white? No, he was not resigned to that fate. I will survive. I will escape this wretched place. Wang Mang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. A tribute panel. At his command, a translucent interface appeared before him. Character: Wang Mang. Innate talent: no cold stacking. Level: LV 10/100.
Physique, 7.
Spirit: 6. Energy: 15. Skills: Skill 1. Basic muscle enhancement. Consumes 5 energy points to increase muscle strength by 20% for 60 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Note: muscle enhancement is a type of physique augmentation that simultaneously increases the overall strength of the body, including bones and internal organs, to match the muscle enhancement level. Rating: 1 star. Skill 2: none. Skill 3: none. Seeing the all-too-familiar panel, Wang Mang felt even more burdened. He had thought this was his unique cheat, but it turned out all the time travelers had it. The number of Earthlings in this world was unknown, but the chat group he joined alone had a staggering 10,000 members. On the first day, the group was bustling with activity as everyone shared their experiences. But within just an hour, tragedies began to unfold. The forums were flooded with cries for help and pictures of monsters. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 people had been reduced by 3,000, and the shadow of death loomed over every survivor. By the second day, another 1,000 avatars dimmed. By the third day, only 5,000 remained alive. At this rate, everyone will be doomed within a week. The fear of survival gnawed at each person constantly. Yet on the fourth day, Wang Mang was met with even greater despair. Overnight, all the survivors had vanished. Their avatars now displayed the word offline, leaving the once bustling group chat with only him. Hey, where is everyone? Has everyone logged off? Why am I still here? Please, someone tell me what's going on. Wang Mang shouted frantically into the chat, but no matter how he pleaded, there was no response. It was as if, overnight, he had become the last living person in the world. For days had passed, and the feeling of hopelessness grew stronger. He stared intently at his attribute panel, his gaze falling on the dazzling talent. No cooldown. It was a passive skill that allowed abilities to be used without any cooldown period and had effects that could stack continuously. Rated 6 stars, beyond the demon god level. It was a god-tier skill, a bug-level ability that was practically unheard of among the 100,000 crossers. Even 4-star skills were rare, and 5-star ones were almost legendary. He had thought he was the protagonist blessed with an overpowered ability, but now, it seemed this very power might have condemned him to be forever trapped on this deserted island. If crossing dimensions was a state, perhaps others had simply returned to their original worlds when the state ended. But his skill had no cooldown, meaning he might never escape his current predicament. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted a fiery red. Yet, he couldn't even muster the mood to appreciate the view. Wang Mang looked up blankly at the darkening sky, a terrifying thought rising in his mind. Is this where my life ends? Will I spend the rest of my days alone on this desolate island? Darkness enveloped everything. As the last sliver of light vanished, the surroundings suddenly came alive with activity. Wang Mang hurriedly moved several large stones, sealing the gaps around him tightly. During the day, the towering beasts, several meters tall, paid him no mind. But at night, it was the myriad insects and small creatures that posed the real threat. Some were as large as his palm, and one misstep could make him their next meal. Through the cracks, he could hear the incessant chirping and croaking in the distance. Suddenly, the pile of stones at his feet began to tremble, as if something was approaching. Accompanied by rhythmic thuds, the excited chirping of insects grew louder. Staring at the precarious stone pile, Wong Mang gritted his teeth. "It's you again?" Spring had arrived, signaling the season of mating. Wong Mang hid within the crevice of a rock, peering out at the world through the narrow gap. He saw two enormous black-armored beasts tightly entwined, resembling the mating stance of frogs described in books. Furious, Wong Mang silently cursed. "How can you be so shameless? Here I am, Wong Mang, reduced to a lonely, starving wretch, forced to live in this stone cave. And you dare to engage in such indecency right at my doorstep? It's utterly disgraceful." Night enveloped the land, and Wong Mang yearned for sleep, but the commotion from the black-armored creatures kept him restless. The day before, he had endured their antics, but now it was unbearable. They had even left droppings at his door. Today, they were brazenly mating right in front of his home, showing no fear of damaging his entrance. Gripping his long axe tightly, Wong Mang retreated into the darkness, pressing himself against the stone wall. This axe was his initial weapon upon arriving in this place. He watched the vibrating rock pile intently, heart pounding with tension. Despite being the lowest creatures on the island, these black-armored beasts were huge and covered in tough shells. Wong Mang had previously attempted to deal with them but found his axe could barely scratch their defenses. Suddenly, the rock pile collapsed with a thud, and the heads of two monstrous ants squeezed through the gap, just meters away from Wong Mang. He swallowed nervously, cold sweat dripping from his palms. Their massive mandibles, like sharp shears, could easily slice a person in half. Trapped in a dilemma, Wong Mang weighed his options. Face them head-on with little chance of victory, or do nothing and risk being their next meal. Time ticked by, and the black-armored beasts remained engrossed in their mating, their chirping echoing painfully in the confined space. Wong Mang's fear gradually turned to anger. These insects were too much, treating him as if he didn't exist. Gritting his teeth, he vowed silently to kill them today, or he would never be at peace. Thanks to the system-granted abilities, Wong Mang's muscles swelled, transforming him into a hulking figure. Clutching his long axe, he stealthily approached the mating black-armored beasts, aiming for their joints, and struck with a deadly blow. With a squelch, the two grotesque ant heads fell to the ground, and the chirping stopped abruptly, restoring peace to the world. At that moment, a phantom white treasure chest appeared out of thin air. Wong Mang was ecstatic, knowing it meant a reward was at hand. Opening the chest, he found an ancient bronze ring inside. He quickly put it on, and his energy capacity increased by 5 points. This world was eerily similar to a game, where killing monsters yielded loot and experience points surged. Clearing his mind, Wong Mang knew his immediate priority was survival. After some thought, he decided to leave the insect corpses blocking the entrance for now, waiting for the outside swarm to disperse before making further plans. Exhausted but unable to sleep, he sat against the wall, constantly alert to any sounds from the entrance. Only at dawn, when the insect noises outside finally faded, did Wong Mang feel a wave of relief. He quickly approached the corpses and muttered a command to decompose them. The insect bodies dissolved into streams of light, leaving behind several shell fragments and pieces of meat. He then hurriedly moved stones to reseal the entrance. Only then did he truly feel he had survived another ordeal. On this vast, deserted island, he still had to continue exploring the unknown and seek the path to survival. Dawn broke over the beach, now tranquil and still. The black-armored beasts had long since burrowed deep into the sand, hiding from their predators. Wong Mang, concealed in a crevice, retrieved a lighter from his starter kit and ignited a campfire. From his backpack, he produced a shell the size of a wash basin and propped it over the flames with some rocks. Instantly, he had a natural frying pan. To his own surprise, Wong Mang pulled out a large piece of insect meat from his pack, sliced off a chunk, and tossed it into the shell. The aroma that filled the air was mouth-watering, making him salivate. When the meat was golden on both sides, he eagerly grabbed it and devoured it ravenously. Despite the lack of seasoning, it tasted delicious. Over the past week, aside from the first day, this was his most satisfying meal. Previously, he had survived by scavenging shells, each weighing at least 10 pounds, and rationing them out over several days. The taste of the shells was far from pleasant, and every trip to the sea to forage was fraught with danger. Once, he had spotted a colossal blue crab, 7 or 8 meters tall, and barely escaped by hiding in a crevice. Back on Blue Star, he had been a famous beachcomber, with many a giant crab falling prey to his skills. Now, almost being killed by a crab monster felt like karmic retribution. Wong Mang sighed as he feasted, feeling warm and clear-headed after his meal. From the moment he arrived on this island, he had eyed the calf-sized black-armored beasts. Compared to the island's monstrous creatures, some of which were tens or even hundreds of meters tall, these beasts seemed manageable. However, reality was harsh. Even when Wong Mang managed to corner a solitary black-armored beast, stacking his skills and delivering a triple-powered axe strike, he couldn't break through its defenses. Worse still, he was almost killed in the process. Since then, he had approached these beasts with extreme caution. Through careful observation, he discovered their only weakness, the joints. Anyone with basic biology knowledge knows that joints are the most vulnerable part of an exoskeleton. Realistically speaking, expecting a student to solo such a massive, armored creature and precisely target weak joints is as challenging as asking him to play basketball, rap, and train to be an idol all at once. Even a legendary figure might struggle with that. Fortunately, his first kill last night was a resounding success, boosting his confidence. It seemed that these black-armored beasts, reincarnated as careless as teddy bears, let their guard down during mating. Tonight, he planned to capitalize on this vulnerability. If things went as anticipated, he would have a reliable source of meat. Even more exciting, killing monsters yielded experience points, just like in a game. Each level up significantly enhanced his strength. Hunting, leveling up, and increasing his combat power might be his only way to survive on this island of giant beasts. Wang Mang vowed that no matter how perilous the journey, he would carve a bloody path and return to Blue Star someday. As the sun set and night fell, he prepared for another hunt. The once desolate beach had come alive with noise. Black-armored creatures crawled out from the sand, some foraging along the shore, others pairing up and mating with abandon. The air was filled with the cheerful chirping of insects. Meanwhile, Wang Mang cautiously peeked out from the shadows of his hideout. He dared not venture far and targeted only the solitary couples. Even the most cautious creatures let down their guard in moments of extreme excitement. It was an instinctual behavior. True to form, the mating black-armored beasts were oblivious to the looming threat. They were so consumed by their pleasure that nothing else registered in their minds. In that instant, Wang Mang silently closed in on them. He raised his long axe high, its sharp blade glinting coldly in the night. The next second, the axe fell with a heavy thud. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, the joyful chirping abruptly ceased. Blood splattered, and severed limbs scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Wang Mang quickly retrieved the two insect corpses and muttered a disintegration spell. The bodies dissolved into points of light and vanished, leaving behind several chunks of black armor and meat. All night long, he scoured the beach for suitable targets. By the time dawn broke, he had slain 8 black-armored beasts, acquiring 8 pieces of armor, 26 chunks of meat, and a whopping 40 experience points. However, he also realized that not all mating black-armored beasts were easy prey. Only those completely lost in their pleasure abandoned all resistance. Despite his numerous kills, not a single equipment chest had dropped. The drop rate is just too stingy. Wong Mang couldn't help but grumble, but he felt more joy than frustration. After all, he had taken his first step in monster hunting and found the courage to face his fears. At this rate, leveling up was just a matter of time. These once terrifying insects now seemed less formidable to him. Back on Blue Star, he was known as a game-grinding master, always focused on leveling up. Who would have thought that he could gain experience points by killing monsters in real life? It felt like a dream. He vowed to grind this game to the max. By then, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. After a night of revelry, the black-armored beasts reluctantly buried themselves back in the sand. The beach returned to its usual tranquility. After a night of fierce battle, Wang Mang was both hungry and exhausted. He took out a large pot from his backpack, cut off a big chunk of insect meat, and roasted it over a fire, eating heartily. With a supply of fresh meat, he no longer had to worry about food and drink. Satisfied, he crawled into a crevice in the rocks where a giant shell lay. The shell was pressed against the rock wall, with cool spring water dripping from the cracks above and collecting inside. This fresh water seeped from the rock crevices, and it was precisely why he had chosen this spot as his refuge. Wang Mang remembered watching survival shows about living on deserted islands, which always emphasized the importance of finding fresh water. Fresh water was often hidden in low-lying rock crevices. Now, the knowledge from those shows was proving invaluable. He boiled some of the spring water and, after eating and drinking his fill, curled up in the depths of the rock crevice to rest. After last night's intense battle, he definitely needed to recharge and prepare for the night's slaughter. Before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The once silent beach was lively again. This time, Wang Mang moved more skillfully. He gripped his long axe tightly and silently slipped out from the crevice in the rocks. To his surprise, as soon as he peeked out, he saw a pair of bugs mating right at his doorstep. Outrageous. Even with Wang Mang's good temper, he couldn't tolerate this. With a swift motion, his axe came down, and with a dull thud, the two bugs were dead. The system notification chimed in. Ding, experience points +8. Obtained 4 units of bug meat, 2 shells. As Wang Mang's bug kill count increased, so did his courage. Whenever these bugs were in a frenzy of mating, it was as if they were offering themselves up. What position are these two in? Wow, a threesome? They must be pros. Why don't they go to the woods instead of messing around at my doorstep? They're done for. By the end of the night, Wong Mang had impressive results. Before dawn, he had taken down 13 black armored beasts. When the last bug fell, his body began to glow faintly, and the system notifications kept coming. Ding, experience points +4, player level up to LV2. Ding, level up, received 5 free attribute points. Ding, player first to level up in the group, rewarded with a blue quality random equipment chest ×1. Wong Mang was ecstatic. His eyes lit up at the sight of the blue chest that appeared out of thin air. This was a genuine artifact. Who would have thought that on this isolated island, he could obtain such a treasure? Even a lower grade blue item would be a great help to him now. With it, returning to Blue Star was within reach. After painstakingly killing over 20 black armor beasts and not getting a single treasure chest, Wong Mang was surprised to find a blue quality chest upon leveling up. Suspicious, he wondered if monsters really didn't drop equipment, but he couldn't be sure since he had only been killing the lowest level bugs. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He quickly stashed the chest and hurried back to his hideout to examine it. After disintegrating the bug corpses on the ground, Wong Mang swiftly retreated into a crevice for shelter. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly pulled out the coveted blue chest. A beautifully crafted wooden box with iron trimmings lay before him, surrounded by a faint blue aura that made his heart race with anticipation. With a soft click, Wong Mang lifted the lid. A blinding light burst forth, momentarily blinding him. When the light faded, several items appeared before his eyes. A crystal-clear small bottle, an iron shovel head, a bag of mysterious seeds, and a few dark red ores. It was like manna from heaven. Overjoyed, Wong Mang began inspecting each item. Item: small magic bottle. Type: trinket. Quality: blue, excellent. Attribute: energy +5. Skill: the small magic bottle can store 100 points of energy, which can be used to replenish oneself at any time. Once depleted, it can absorb ambient energy to recharge. The stronger the surrounding energy, the faster the recovery. Rating: Wong Mang's eyes lit up. This little bottle was practically tailor-made for him. Although his innate ability, no cooldown stacking, was powerful, it had 2 major drawbacks: limited energy reserves and restricted stacking times. With the small magic bottle, he now had an extra 100 points of energy storage. In theory, he could stack his primary muscle enhancement up to 25 layers, boosting his muscle strength by 500%. With such power, he could easily kill a bull with his bare hands. Moreover, no cooldown stacking had a minor drawback: the skill's inherent casting delay. For example, the primary muscle enhancement required 1 second to cast and lasted only 60 seconds, capping at 60 layers. To completely resolve these issues, Wong Mang needed to collect more equipment that increased energy capacity, shortened casting time, and extended duration. As for the shovel, he glanced at it disdainfully. What use could this junk possibly have? Item: shovel. Type: offhand weapon. Quality: white, common. Attack: 1-3.
Attribute, Constitution +2.
Effect: slightly increases digging efficiency. Rating: in contrast, the dark red ores looked somewhat familiar. Indeed, in the game, these were used for forging and upgrading equipment. Material: red iron ore. Quality: white, common. Effect: can be used for forging and weapon upgrades. Refining yields higher quality or materials. Finally, Wong Mang carefully examined the bag of mysterious seeds. Item: fast-growing watermelon seeds. Quality: white, common. Effect: quickly flowers and bears fruit, producing 3 to 5 fruits in a short time. The plant reverts to seeds upon death and can be replanted. Monster corpses and flesh can accelerate growth. Rating: tears welled up in Wong Mang's eyes. Since being transported here, he hadn't had a decent meal in 10 days. His mouth was practically watering at the thought. And now, watermelon freedom is within reach. Even the rind has its uses. After eating, you can use it to cool off. From start to finish, every aspect of this system's setup screams that this is just a game. Yet, looking around, everything feels incredibly real, leaving him bewildered. What kind of world is this? Who cares? The immediate priority is to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Wong Mang immediately picked up the small magic bottle and drank it all in one go. He felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his depleted energy was instantly replenished. He carefully examined the shovel and the ore, storing them in his backpack, and then took out a watermelon seed. In the shelter, he meticulously chose a spot and gently planted the seed in the soil, keeping the remaining 2 seeds for future use. Why not plant them outside? Because of those black armored beasts reincarnated as teddy bears. If they suddenly went wild and dug holes in his watermelons, would he still want to eat them? Just thinking about it made him uneasy. After organizing his equipment, Wang Mang opened his attribute panel and stared at the 5 free attribute points, lost in thought. After a while, he made up his mind to invest all of them into his constitution. Although energy was also important, his natural constitution was too weak. Running even 1,000 meters would be a struggle for him. To survive on this island governed by the law of the jungle, he needed to focus on his physical strength in the early stages for maximum benefit. As the free attribute points were allocated, Wang Mang's frail body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The shackles on his body suddenly broke, and his muscles swelled at a visible rate, making him look tall and imposing. Even his annoying nearsightedness was instantly cured. Lifting his shirt, he saw 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, a far cry from his previously thin physique. Character: Wang Mang. Innate talent: no cold stacking. Level: LV2. Experience: 2 out of 200.
Constitution, 14.
Spirit: 12. Energy: 25/25. Free attributes: 0. Skills: 1. Basic muscle enhancement. Consumes 5 points of energy, muscle strength plus 20%, lasts 60 seconds, rated 1 star. 2. None. 3. None. Wang Mang compared his current attributes and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. If the attribute panel was accurate, his constitution now probably surpassed the top athletes on Earth. Even more terrifying was the thought that if he maxed out his state and stacked the basic muscle enhancement to 25 layers, wouldn't he just take off? He'd practically be a bioengineered monster reborn. Wang Mang closed the attribute panel with satisfaction, trying to calm his excitement. He knew that at this critical moment, he couldn't afford to rush things. He needed to be cautious and meticulous during the early development phase. Peering through the cracks in the rock, he could still hear the cheerful chirping of insects. His heart surged with emotion. He was no longer the person he used to be. Since killing monsters could make him stronger quickly, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Armed with a long axe and carrying a shovel on his back, he crouched low and stealthily left his refuge. Always making a racket outside my home. Today, I'll make sure you all die, he thought. The night was filled with the cries of black-armored beasts as Wang Mang fought until dawn, returning to the rock crevice utterly exhausted. He sealed the crevice with a large stone, watered the watermelon seedlings with spring water, and curled up in a corner to sleep. After a series of fierce battles, he was completely worn out. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Wang Mang finally woke up. The beach was quiet, and the watermelon seedlings had already sprouted, looking lush under the sunlight. Remembering the growth-accelerating method mentioned in the seed description, he took a large piece of insect meat from his backpack, cut it into small pieces, and buried them around the roots. He set up a shell pot to cook the insect meat and enjoyed another delicious meal. Just a couple of days ago, he had been so hungry that his stomach touched his back, forcing him to risk his life to find food. But now, he had barely achieved the freedom to eat meat. After a hearty meal, he looked at the peaceful beach and felt a sudden urge to explore. With his strength growing day by day, he was filled with confidence about the future. It was time to venture out. He couldn't stay hidden forever. Just as he was about to set off, a sudden tremor shook the entire crevice. Then, an enormous claw suddenly thrust into the sand at the entrance. Wang Mang broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide with fear, unable to move. The single crab leg was thicker than his waist. Peering through the crevice, he saw a giant green crab, several meters tall, leisurely walking by. Faced with this colossal creature, Wang Mang felt as insignificant as a tiny snack. His newfound confidence was instantly swallowed by fear as he pressed himself against the rock wall, hardly daring to breathe. The green crab searched the crevice but found no prey. It then rummaged through the sand pile, soon capturing an unlucky black-armored beast. With a crunch, the beast's hard shell shattered effortlessly. After a satisfying meal, the green crab continued to search the area for a while before finally leaving, content. It took Wang Mang another hour before he dared to peek out, cursing under his breath, "Damn, this beast is even bigger than the last one. What kind of hellhole is this?" Shaking his head, he realized there was no point in venturing out with his current strength. Roaming around during the perilous daytime would be suicidal. Reluctantly, he settled back into the crevice, gazing out at the endless sandy sea, feeling a mix of emotions. He opened the chat group, looking at the dim avatars, and felt a surge of loneliness. "Brothers, when will you be online? It's so tough and tiring being here alone," he murmured, staring at the distant horizon. "You must be living comfortably now." Meanwhile, in a police station in Blue Star's Heisher City, A middle-aged officer sternly stared at the young man across from him, holding a cup of goji berry tea. Young man, come clean. If you keep resisting, you'll face the consequences. I'm giving you one more chance. You're still young with a bright future ahead of you. Don't throw it all away. In the interrogation room, the university student anxiously defended himself. Officer Zhou, I'm not lying. I really traveled through time. With a loud bang, the teacup slammed onto the table. Officer Zhou, furious, retorted, then show me right now. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is serious. 1 million people have gone missing nationwide, and the internet is in an uproar. The state is taking this very seriously and has dispatched a special investigation team. You better tell me the truth. After taking a sip of tea, his tone softened slightly. Can't do it? I can help you if you can't. The student looked utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. Officer, I'm not lying. I really traveled through time and even awakened superpowers. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was knocked on, and a few sharply dressed officers strode in. Comrade Zhou, this case is special. We'll take this student into our special investigation team. Officer Zhou was taken aback, looking at their uniforms, wondering what kind of trouble this kid had gotten into. He glanced back at the student, who was quickly taken away. Scenes like this were playing out in police stations across the country. Meanwhile, in a secret base somewhere in China, codenamed 826, a group of top hackers, AI experts, and psychologists had gathered. This was the Bureau of Strategic Deception, or Strat Deception Bureau for short. Although most netizens treated it as a joke, it was indeed China's most secretive and powerful intelligence agency. At this moment, the head of 826 was frowning, examining the investigation report in his hand. 10 days ago, a sudden mass disappearance of 1 million people nationwide shocked the entire country. As the top intelligence department, the Strat Deception Bureau detected the anomaly immediately and launched a secret investigation. Yet, after several days, they had found nothing. The missing individuals seemed to have vanished into thin air. 3 days later, the missing started to reappear. Over a week had passed, and they had already found more than 50,000 people. After compiling and analyzing the data, 3 key pieces of information emerged before the director. 1. Everyone claimed to have traveled to an unknown game world and acquired player identities. 2. Everyone had awakened a special ability. 3. Those still missing were likely dead in that other world. The director adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. If the evidence wasn't irrefutable, he would never believe such a bizarre event could occur. Prepare the car. We're heading to the capital immediately. Looking at the hundreds of pages of investigation reports on the table, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. This world was about to change dramatically. At the highest conference center in Huagua, a somber atmosphere pervaded the room as leaders sat with grave expressions. The entire hall was enveloped in silence, a heavy weight pressing on everyone's hearts. On a massive screen, horrifying images flashed continuously. Millions vanishing overnight, monsters rampaging across the blue planet, and self-proclaimed players with superpowers appearing en masse. Doomsday prophecies were rampant, and panic was spreading rapidly around the globe. Could this world really be heading towards an apocalypse? According to the latest statistics from authoritative institutions, an astounding 1.4 million people had disappeared nationwide, averaging 100,000 disappearances per 100 million people. Even more frightening, this bizarre phenomenon was erupting globally. 3 days after their disappearance, a large number of survivors miraculously returned, all having awakened extraordinary superpowers. As for the unfortunate ones who never returned, it seemed likely they had perished in an alternate world. Adding to the horror, every time someone died in that other world, a giant monster would cross over to the blue planet. Was this a distortion of human nature, or a cruel joke by the gods? The Secretary General repeatedly confirmed these shocking reports, his face ashen. If he hadn't seen the irrefutable evidence with his own eyes, he would have never believed such absurdities. The assembled leaders all felt deeply troubled, at a loss for solutions. The elder at the head of the table sat with his eyes closed, silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes and uttered 2 words. The situation? The Secretary General sighed heavily and responded, it's a disaster. The entire Western world, led by the Lighthouse Nation, is in chaos. With superpowers backing them, the populace has become even more unruly, scoffing at government directives. Concepts like freedom, democracy, and human rights have all turned into shields for anti-government actions. Superpowered heroes are banding together to defy law enforcement. Protests are widespread. Racial tensions are escalating, and crime rates are soaring. Public intellectuals are fanning the flames, spreading doomsday rhetoric, and inciting panic among the ignorant masses. Social order has completely fractured. The elder's brow furrowed deeply. In these times, the collapse of a major country could trigger a world war, and now the entire Western world is teetering on the brink. The military must go on high alert. Although Huagua is currently prosperous, we must remain vigilant in times of peace. Complacency is not an option. He slammed the table and asked, "What about our own situation?" The Secretary General quickly sorted through his documents and replied, "We've managed to hold the final line of defense. On the day 1 million people disappeared, Unit 826 immediately took control of the internet and public opinion. As of yesterday, most of the players have been apprehended, and the majority of the monsters have been eliminated. The remaining ones are hiding in remote wilderness areas, and we are conducting a full-scale search. However, we still face two major issues: the superpowered individuals and the rampant monsters. While domestic information has been tightly controlled, the international internet is full of leaks. Even if we cut off our own network, public opinion is hard to contain. This matter won't stay hidden for long." The attendees exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale with dread. Superheroes? Ancient beasts? How did the world turn upside down in just a few days? Once this news breaks, won't it cause an uproar? Inflation, stock market crashes, and a housing market collapse would soon follow, leading to social unrest and chaos. Everyone was silent, filled with anxiety, as if even their breathing had stopped. After a long pause, the highest leader finally broke the silence. "We can't keep this a secret any longer. It's time to come clean and let the entire nation know the truth." His words caused a stir among those present. The Minister of Economic Affairs was visibly shaken. "Sir, this is something we need to deliberate on carefully. If we reveal the existence of superhumans, won't everything fall apart? Prices will soar, panic buying will ensue, and social order will crumble in an instant. We won't even have a stable environment, let alone face an apocalypse." Several respected sociologists shook their heads in agreement. "Indeed, we don't have a plan for this. We should keep it under wraps for as long as possible to avoid endless trouble." But the highest leader had already made up his mind. His gaze was sharp and contemplative. "Do you think I haven't considered your concerns? But we are in troubled times, and hiding the truth is not a solution. The longer we delay, the greater the disaster will be. Time travel? Superpowers? And those monsters running amok everywhere. These unbelievable events can't be concealed for even 3 seconds. It's better to take the initiative and lay everything out in the open, preparing for the worst." Everyone fell silent, filled with unease. They felt that this approach might work, but were also worried about the unpredictable consequences. Director 826 broke the deadlock. "I support the leader's decision. Everything happening now is beyond our imagination. We must mobilize the entire nation's strength, united as one, to turn danger into safety. Besides, with monsters running rampant in the streets, what's the point of hiding?" He pulled out a few best-selling books from his briefcase. "As for the superhumans, why not change the narrative? Novels like Awakening of the Masses, I Have Level 5 Powers, Millionfold Counterattack, and Selling Potions in the Apocalypse have long been popular online. This incident aligns with the saying, art closely mirrors reality. Instead of letting people speculate wildly, we should go with the flow and make use of the situation. Let's announce that our scientists have discovered that an alternate world is about to merge with Earth. During this process, some lucky individuals will be chosen to receive extraordinary powers and explore unknown territories. To the outside world, we can say that we've formed an interdimensional expeditionary force, ready to unveil the secrets of the multiverse and usher in a new era of human civilization. This way, we can avoid panic and ignite patriotic fervor, achieving multiple goals at once." As Director 826 finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a moment, a strange sense of excitement began to rise within everyone. Yes, perhaps this was the best solution. The highest leader glanced around at the faces, some shocked, some thoughtful, and some filled with ambition, a slight smile forming on his lips. He knew that in this rapidly changing era, only those who dared to lead and innovate could stand at the forefront and triumph over the storms. The world was turning a new page. An era full of opportunities and challenges had arrived. The head of Bureau 826 finished speaking and looked around the room. The attendees, all wise individuals, immediately grasped the deeper meaning. If the existence of superpowered players were to be announced directly, the unknown would breed fear, and fear would inevitably lead to chaos. On the contrary, if the news were tactfully packaged, assuring the public that everything was under control, that this was not the end times but rather the dawn of a new era, a prelude to the resurgence of spiritual energy, it would make a world of difference. At that moment, countless people would be filled with hope, yearning to become the chosen ones, as this would be their only chance to gain extraordinary powers. The elderly man at the head of the table nodded slightly, a rare smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. "Xiaozhong, you young folks always have a way. According to your suggestion, draft a detailed response plan as soon as possible and implement it nationwide immediately." This time, no one raised any objections. It seems to be the best solution for now. With the topic settled, the Secretary General began reporting the second key piece of information. According to the latest statistics, about 1.4 million people nationwide were chosen. However, fewer than 700,000 have returned, including some military personnel and government officials. As for those still unaccounted for, they are likely lost in another world. He pointed to the large screen with a grave expression, his tone growing heavier. What's even more unsettling is that the number of invading monsters seems to correlate with the number of fallen players. On the screen, a giant mantis, standing over 6 meters tall, appeared faintly. With a casual swipe of its massive pincers, it could easily snap a tree as thick as a person. A dozen fully armed Special Forces soldiers surrounded the behemoth, their black gun barrels all trained on it. Yet, even the most battle-hardened soldiers dared not act rashly. Suddenly, the giant mantis took flight, diving down in an instant. Gunfire erupted, and flames danced. Despite its incredible defenses, the monster could not withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry and was quickly reduced to a bloody mess, collapsing to the ground. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they witnessed the mantis's body rapidly regenerating before their very eyes. In a matter of moments, it stood up again, completely unscathed. Eyes widened in shock. Resurrection? This defied all their understanding. What kind of monster was this that it couldn't be killed? Retreat. The captain waved his hand, and the team retreated in unison while continuing to fire. A heavy tank rumbled forward from behind, and with a thunderous explosion, blew the mantis to pieces once more. However, within mere breaths, its body reassembled itself. This creature was truly indestructible. The conference room fell into a dead silence. No one dared speak. If just one of these creatures was this troublesome, they had let loose tens of thousands of such terrifying entities. The Secretary General shook his head helplessly and said earnestly, according to current data analysis, these monsters possess immense individual combat power and cannot be destroyed by conventional weapons. They seem to be protected by some kind of rule. Someone asked, what about cold weapons? We've sent top experts to try various cold weapons, and multiple successful cases have confirmed that they too cannot kill these creatures. The entire room was stunned. Does this mean that every time a voter dies in another world, an immortal creature crosses over? And these creatures are protected by some mysterious law, making them impossible to kill? Oh heavens, if a large number of players emerge and accidentally die, won't these immortal demons take over Earth? This is a truly despairing piece of news. At that moment, Director 826 spoke up, no, these creatures can actually be killed. He pulled out a video and started playing it while explaining. During the process of containing players, there have been instances where players fought these creatures. In fact, several people have successfully slain them, and they did not come back to life afterward. I suspect that to completely eradicate them, players must do it themselves, using weapons from the other world. As soon as he finished speaking, the room buzzed with discussion. It turned out these monsters weren't invincible. They could be killed. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the world wouldn't head toward doomsday. After a long while, an elder at the head of the table knocked on it, and the chatter immediately ceased. He gave Director 826 a meaningful look and said with satisfaction, Xiao Zhang, what are your thoughts on the current situation? The director stood up respectfully and bowed deeply to the leaders in the room. All of you are my seniors and leaders. I dare to share a few heartfelt words. First, we need to establish specialized schools for superhumans. We should manage all voters centrally, train them uniformly, and do everything we can to increase their survival rate. After all, for every one of them that dies, we gain another formidable enemy. Second, we need to guide the entire nation to form the correct understanding. Not all players have been identified. A small number have slipped through the cracks. They possess extraordinary powers and are prone to going astray, making them an unstable factor we must be particularly vigilant about. Third, we need to grasp the secret of becoming a voter. From the current situation, players have become strategic resources for various countries. Only by controlling more and stronger superhumans can we remain invincible and lead the era. This is not only about national destiny, but also the key move for us to surpass the West. The secret meeting continued late into the night, with everyone reaching a consensus after repeated discussions and making a series of major decisions that were destined to change the world's landscape. Meanwhile, deep underground somewhere in Daxia, countless researchers in white lab coats were working tirelessly. A huge black-armored beast was confined in a specially made glass chamber, with lasers continuously cutting its body. Snippets of conversation floated out from the lab. The latest data shows that no matter how we decompose or isolate them, these creatures will ultimately revive from their main body. The severed parts disappear within a minute and return to the source. What about the burning experiments? Useless. Even if reduced to ashes, these creatures can still come back to life. We've exhausted almost all methods, from physical to chemical, biological to nuclear, but they remain immortal. This infinite regeneration ability is like an endless bug, but we must not give up. Continue to increase investment, and explore other areas of research. Perhaps the key to destroying these creatures lies within the players. This is a world full of uncertainties, and no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Xiao Longzhang was bouncing along in a military truck, the rough ride making every moment uncomfortable. Coming from a family of butchers, his ancestors had been in the pig slaughtering business since the Qing dynasty. This craft, honed and perfected over generations, now faced obsolescence with the advent of modern technology. Electric stunning was becoming the norm, and his exceptional skills were at risk of becoming a relic of the past. Just as Xiaolong contemplated a career change, a sudden crackling sound echoed, and he found himself inexplicably transported to another world. After narrowly escaping death, he was visited by government officials the next day, who took him away without explanation. Initially reluctant, he was swayed when they promised him a coveted civil servant position, complete with food, housing, and a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Such an irresistible offer left him no choice but to accept. The pickup truck rumbled eastward, driving into desolate mountains. Xiaolong had no idea where he was headed, but trusted his country wouldn't abandon him. He glanced at his wrist, where a countdown timer was nearing zero. It seemed his return to the other world was imminent. Honestly, none of the perks mattered to him. His sole desire now was to survive. After 7 or 8 hours on winding, rugged roads, night had fallen, but the area ahead was brightly lit. Countless soldiers were bustling about. Welcome, welcome. Another batch of new students, greeted Principal Chun, a kindly man with round glasses. Xiaolong, filled with questions, shook his hand reluctantly. Excuse me, but what exactly is going on? He asked. Don't worry, young man. There's no need to be anxious. The government has long prepared for your situation, Principal Chun reassured him, holding his hand firmly. You are a chosen one, selected to be part of the vanguard exploring the mysterious otherworld. As they walked and talked, they entered the base, which was already teeming with thousands of so-called superhumans, gathered in groups, chattering away. Whoa, Dogsy, you crossed over too? Someone exclaimed. Zhuge, didn't expect to see you here. Did our entire class cross over? Why has the government gathered us all? Are they going to dissect us for research? Probably not. I heard they're going to train us for survival. If a player dies, the monsters from the game might cross over into our world. No way, that's terrifying. Do you know how I survived over there? I was so hungry I wanted to eat my own. Never mind. Get lost. That's disgusting. I'd rather drink my own urine. Damn, I can't wait. I have 20 hours before I cross over again. I need to learn some survival skills from the class monitor. Last time I tried starting a fire by rubbing sticks together, I nearly got blisters and didn't even get a spark. Let's go together. I need to practice combat and escape skills. The monsters over there are insanely tough. Oh man, I've been single for decades and I'm still a virgin. Couldn't the government do me a favor and set me up with a one-night stand or something? As more people arrived, the base quickly filled with the nation's top talents. Biologists, plant experts, psychology authorities, seasoned adventurers, survival experts, and combat specialists from the military. These big shots transformed into teachers, working tirelessly day and night to impart their knowledge, fearing to waste even a second. With only 20 hours left until the next time travel, they had to teach the essentials of survival as best as they could. Principal Chin looked at the bustling scene before him, feeling a mix of emotions. As the head of a prestigious institution, he had been secretly assigned to lead this superpower high school. It was said that there were hundreds of similar schools across the country. He never imagined that something as fantastical as time travel could be real. Even with all he had seen in his life, this was eye-opening. But time was extremely tight. Less than 24 hours, and no one knew how much they could actually learn. 10 hours flew by, and the intense training left everyone exhausted. At this moment, all the players gathered together, each holding a special potion, looking utterly worn out. Principal Chun stood on a high platform and slowly spoke. This is the latest sleep aid developed by our military. It will help you fall asleep quickly. Over the next 9 hours, you must ensure you get enough rest. 1 hour before the time travel, I will wake everyone up, and we will provide ample food and water to prepare you for the upcoming adventure. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Following our country is the smartest move ever. They even thought about insomnia. China is awesome. We've learned so much today. I feel confident I can survive the next time travel. I heard we each get a gun, grenades, and ammo before we leave. I wonder if we can bring them along. Seriously? That's so cool. I just learned how to aim. I'd rather pack more food and water. If we can last 3 days, we can come straight back. I don't want to face those monsters head on. Imagine if we could take a tank with us. That would be epic. Hell yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Principal Chun clapped his hands gently, signaling everyone to rest. Another 10 hours passed, and thousands of players were fully armed, carrying heavy backpacks, ready to go. Physical conditions varied, with most people only equipped with a handgun. Some were anxious, some excited, and others were busy making final calls to their families. As the countdown on their wristbands quickly reached 0, there was a crisp snap, and everyone vanished in the blink of an eye. Principal Chun was left speechless, staring in astonishment. Even though he had been prepared, witnessing such a miraculous sight firsthand was still unbelievable. "It seems the world is truly about to change," he murmured, looking up at the vast starry sky. Once, he viewed the night as a beautiful canvas. But now, he felt as if divine beings were watching from the endless heavens, observing humanity. The appearance of the players must have a reason. My hometown is right here in this village, and I was born and raised in this very place. On the endless sandy beach, Wang Mang huddled in a crevice between the rocks, stirring the insect meat in his shell pot while humming a countryside tune. Life had been pretty good lately. Ever since he figured out the weak point of the black armored beasts, nightfall became his time to shine. After days of relentless effort, he had leveled up to LV3. This time, he allocated all his free attribute points to his constitution, raising it to an astounding 19 points, almost twice the limit of an average person. If he were back on Blue Star, he might immediately break most of the world records in the Olympics. Unfortunately, returning home was not an option for now. As his strength grew day by day, hunting black armored beasts became increasingly easier. However, despite countless kills, he hadn't managed to get a single treasure chest. How exactly could he obtain the ultimate treasures of this other world? Could it be that monsters don't drop equipment at all? Wong Mang shook his head, hesitant to draw any conclusions. After all, he had only been beating up the lowest level creatures so far. He stood up and checked the watermelon seedlings he had planted. To his surprise, in just a few days, several watermelons, each weighing over 10 kilograms, had appeared on the vines. These miraculous seeds from a treasure chest grew at an astonishing speed, almost completing a cycle every 2 days. Unfortunately, the final watermelons were not as enormous as he had imagined. Just a daydream. Nonetheless, munching on watermelons by day and devouring roasted meat by night, he finally managed to live a somewhat decent life. Staring out at the boundless sea, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. He wondered when his fellow countrymen would come online. The deserted island was incredibly lonely, without even a single person to talk to. More troubling was the recent behavior of the black armored beasts. They seemed to have become more alert. Had he been on a killing spree lately? Or did these creatures have a breeding season, which was now nearing its end? After much contemplation, Wang Mang decided to speed up his hunting efforts. If these bugs indeed had a specific mating season, once it passed, he might lose this comfortable period for growth. He needed to level up quickly. Once he reached level 5, he would explore the surroundings of the island. Being cooped up in this tiny rock crevice all the time was driving him crazy. After finishing his food in a few bites, Wang Mang picked up his long axe and sneaked out quietly. Having spent so much time on this beach, he had learned quite a few tricks. Dawn and dusk were the most dangerous times of the day, as large monsters occasionally came out to forage. In the afternoon, perhaps due to the scorching sun, even the bugs were too lazy to move, making it the safest time. Right now, the sun was blazing. Wang Mang stealthily approached a sandy area where he had marked a spot last night. A plump black armored beast was hidden underneath. He took off the shovel from his back, rubbed his hands together, and got ready. A mere black armored beast was no match for him now. After all, he was no longer the rookie he once was. Digging tirelessly, the shovel rose and fell, and in less than half an hour, a large pit with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters and a depth of 3 meters was formed. To increase efficiency, he had activated Muscle Enhancement twice during the process. Suddenly, as the shovel struck the sand once more, a clear metallic clang echoed. The black armored beast in the hole seemed to sense the danger and burst out of the sand, turning to snap ferociously. Unfortunately for it, a razor-sharp axe awaited. Ding, you have killed a black armored beast, experience +3. Ding, you have obtained black armored beast shell X1, insect meat X4. Wang Mang swiftly collected his spoils and couldn't help but sigh. As his level increased, the experience points from these minor creatures seemed to decrease. It appeared that the path to leveling up would only get tougher. He climbed out of the sandpit and moved to another spot where a black armored beast was hiding, beginning the excavation process once more. After 2 hours of hard work, Wang Mang had hunted a total of 4 black armored beasts. Exhausted, he dragged himself back to the shelter. Recently, the difficulty of nighttime hunting had increased significantly, and with the sharp decline in experience points, leveling up had become exceedingly challenging. This was the main reason he chose to hunt during the day. Of course, his daring daytime ventures were thanks to the little magic bottle and his extraordinary 6-star talent. With these, Wang Mang dared to be so audacious. Returning to his hideout, he crawled to the deepest part. A few large, dry leaves were laid out as his bed in this other world. Lying down, Wang Mang routinely opened the chat interface. As expected, it was still dead silent. Sighing, he began his daily monologue. Brothers, why aren't you online yet? I'm almost a god here. Took down 17 black armored beasts today. They're just trash in front of me. When you guys log in, remember to bring me some paper. Using bark every day has my butt all swollen. By the way, do you return to Earth when you log out? Can you tell my parents I'm doing fine here? After venting his frustrations, Wong Mang contentedly collapsed onto his bed. This had become his daily routine and his only form of entertainment aside from hunting monsters. After scrolling through the chat room, he opened the auction house, which was as empty as his wallet. He had long noticed that equipment from the starter chest couldn't be traded, but materials from monsters could be bought and sold. After some thought, Wang Mang put up 3 pieces of insect shell and 10 pieces of insect meat, each marked at a high price of 1 gold coin. To be honest, the game's auction house was incredibly rudimentary, serving only 2 purposes: converting materials from monsters into money and trading with the 10,000 people in the chat room. Wang Mang wasn't planning to get rich from it. He just wanted to see if there were any other players in this world. However, after half a day, none of his items had sold. It seemed he really was the only one left in this world. Sighing, Wang Mang lay back down, closed his eyes, and waited for nightfall. Soon, the sun set and the stars began to rise. He ruffled his messy hair and checked his gear one last time. Outside, the once quiet beach had come alive again. However, compared to the earlier cacophony of insect noises, the current sounds were much more subdued. Wang Mang pondered silently. With his current strength, he could definitely take on a lone black armored beast. These insects, after all, weren't human. They lacked intelligence and didn't understand the concept of teamwork. If he could find a solitary one, he could easily take it down with a single axe strike. Yes, that's the plan. Tonight, he would target the loners. With this thought, Wang Mang eagerly armed himself to the teeth and stealthily slipped out of his hideout. The scene reminded him of his childhood adventures by the sea, never knowing what unexpected treasures he might find. But as soon as he poked his head out, he cautiously pulled back. Lying low in the crevice of a rock, he widened his eyes and stared intently outside. Under the pitch-black night sky, countless shadowy figures were densely gathered together. Under the dim starlight outside, Wang Mang saw a colossal shadow, nearly 100 meters tall, lying across the beach. Swarms of dark shapes surrounded it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an enormous fish head. Its menacing appearance resembled a grouper, stretching 100 meters long, with jagged teeth and a terrifying visage.
Wang Mang Gunpit.
In his 20-odd years of life, he had never seen such a gigantic creature. The sheer size of the fish head alone, standing at 100 meters, left him speechless with awe. By now, the area around the giant grouper's carcass was bustling. Giant crabs, ranging from a few meters to several dozen meters tall, had surrounded it, feasting voraciously. Occasionally, scraps would fall, causing the eagerly waiting black-armored beasts to rush in. Despite the late hour, the beach was alive with chaos. For these ferocious predators, tonight's feast was a rare event. Watching the frenzied scene from afar, Wang Mang shook his head and sighed, knowing it was best not to act rashly tonight. Just as the crabs were reveling, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Boom! 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 Wang Mang's eyes widened in terror. What new monstrosity was this? The footsteps alone were so exaggerated, like a series of small earthquakes, making his heart race. As he stood there in fear, a giant foot descended from the sky, followed by the appearance of a 100-meter-tall black ape at the edge of his vision. The giant ape had bulging muscles and a powerful build, moving with surprising speed despite its seemingly leisurely pace, covering kilometers in mere moments. The moment the giant ape appeared, the crabs on the beach scattered like frightened dogs. Clearly, this colossal creature was the undisputed ruler of the area. Its mere presence sent the crabs fleeing in panic, not daring to stay a moment longer. Hiding in a crevice, Wang Mang swallowed hard. What kind of world have I traveled to? The 100-meter-tall ape approached the grouper's carcass, casually tore the fish head in half, and sat down on the beach to feast. The scene was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Countless crabs dared not approach but watched from a distance, while the smaller, bolder black-armored beasts scavenged for leftovers at the giant ape's feet. The giant ape, however, paid no attention to these tiny creatures. After its meal, the 100-meter-tall ape stretched, shook itself awake, and prepared to leave. As it walked away, the black-armored beasts underfoot had no time to escape, and dozens were crushed instantly, their bodies obliterated. The giant ape remained indifferent. To such a massive creature, crushing a few bugs was no different from us stepping on ants. In no time, its silhouette disappeared at the edge of the beach. As soon as the giant ape left, countless crabs swarmed back. Clearly, the grouper's carcass held immense allure for them. Even with only scraps left, they were unwilling to let go. Wang Mang watched intently for a long time, noticing that all the crabs and black-armored beasts were drawn to the grouper's flesh, as if it contained some irresistible temptation. In contrast, the dozens of black-armored beasts crushed by the giant ape were completely ignored. Hours passed without any more powerful creatures appearing. It wasn't until dawn that the feast finally came to an end. The sun rose in the east, casting a golden glow across the sky. 100-meter-long stone-striped carcass lay picked clean, leaving only a skeleton of bleached bones resting on the beach. Satisfied, the crabs scurried away while the black-armored beasts slowly burrowed back into the sand. Wong Mang crouched in a crevice, memorizing the positions where the black-armored beasts had hidden. He had come up empty-handed last night, but today he was determined to make up for it. Gazing at the calm, serene beach, he made a bold decision. Reflecting on the previous night's events, he concluded that the black-armored beasts and green crabs had gorged themselves and wouldn't be hungry anytime soon, significantly reducing their aggression. Although this world had elements of a game, it leaned more towards reality. Besides, after last night's feast, these ferocious creatures probably wouldn't be interested in someone as scrawny as him. His eyes fell on the massive skeleton and its razor-sharp teeth in the distance. If he could use his decomposition skill to break down the entire skeleton, what kind of rewards might he gain? This stone-striped creature must have been high level. It might even grant him a significant amount of experience, widening the gap between him and ordinary players. With this thought, his excitement grew uncontrollable. So what if those creatures stuffed themselves yesterday? They wouldn't care about a tiny shrimp like him. Moreover, his magic bottle was fully charged with 100 points of energy. If danger arose, he could amplify his muscle strength by 25 times and sprint back to his cave in no time. With this plan, his chances of success seemed higher. Eagerly, Wang Mang packed his gear and even took off his pants to run faster. After all, no one was around to see him streaking on this deserted island. Emerging from the crevice, Wang Mang crouched low and quickly dashed towards the skeleton. As expected, the journey was uneventful. The surrounding creatures were in deep slumber, oblivious to his presence. Soon, he stood before the enormous skeleton. He looked up, seeing that just the fish head bone alone stood 100 meters high. The gaping mouth was lined with teeth that felt cold and metallic to the touch. Encountering such a monster in the oceans of Blue Star would likely mean even a nuclear submarine would be bitten in half. Circling the fish head, Wang Mang gulped, feeling the terror of this alien world anew. This vast ocean was perilous. Even such formidable beings couldn't escape becoming prey. He glanced back at the endless horizon, feeling a strange unease. Beneath the waves, there must be even more terrifying apex predators lurking. Steeling himself, Wang Mang reminded himself not to underestimate his abilities. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the giant fish bone. Decompose. As soon as he spoke, the enormous skeleton began to emit a faint glow. Normally, decomposing a black-armored beast took just a moment, but this time, the process was incredibly slow. It took a full half-hour for the 100-meter-long skeleton to turn into specks of light and completely disappear. Ding, ding, ding. As the decomposition completed, system notifications rang out incessantly, but Wang Mang had no time to pay attention. Just as the remains of the grouper vanished, 3 enormous crabs, each about 5 or 6 meters tall, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started advancing towards him. These colossal creatures had shells as hard as iron and claws sharp enough to slice through a car with just a snip. It turned out they had taken advantage of the darkness to make a home inside the grouper's skull. Now, with the skull disintegrating, they were furious and directed all their anger towards the unexpected intruder, Wong Mang. 3 enormous crabs slowly rose and stretched their stiff joints. The sudden disappearance of the grouper's remains left them momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. Wong Mang was already paralyzed with fear, staring wide-eyed at the 3 colossal creatures before him. They were absurdly large, each standing 5 to 6 meters tall. He couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat dripping down his back. What the hell is this place? This is a sick joke? You guys actually live inside that disgusting fish head? Before he could finish his thoughts, he bolted, sprinting dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. As he ran for his life, he frantically began stacking his skills. The 3 giant crabs watched his fleeing figure with suspicion. Where did this kid come from? But soon, their long-dormant appetite was awakened. Although they had no idea what this moving treat was, instinct told them that fleeing prey was the most delicious. Besides, they were just waking up and starving. Why not have a hearty breakfast? With that thought, their 8 sturdy legs began to move rapidly, kicking up clouds of sand. Crabs are naturally fast crawlers, and these 5 to 6 meter giants were no exception. As Wong Mang's pace slowed, the crabs closed the distance with terrifying speed. Despite Wong Mang's head start and his speed that surpassed even the fastest human sprinters, the gap between them was visibly shrinking. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these damned crabs caught him. Damn, damn, damn. Wong Mang cursed as he ran, effortlessly stringing together a profusion of expletives. Who would have thought he'd have such bad luck today? He couldn't die here. He mustn't die here. With a roar of determination, he heard the system notifications ringing incessantly. Basic muscle enhancement. Basic muscle enhancement. Basic muscle enhancement. It was clear that this was the most perilous moment since his transmigration. With each activation of the enhancement, his body visibly swelled, as if injected with adrenaline. Basic muscle enhancement times 5. Muscle strength increased by 100%. Wong Mang's once lean body rapidly expanded, revealing the faint outline of an 8-pack. Basic muscle enhancement times 10. Muscle strength increased by 200%. His frame grew even more, his muscles bulging through his clothes, transforming him into a veritable muscle-bound Hulk. Basic muscle enhancement times 25. Muscle strength increased by 500%. By now, his shirt had shredded to pieces, and his chest, abdomen, and arms were covered in iron-like muscles, his body swelling several times over. With each stride, his grotesquely muscular frame contracted violently, unleashing unimaginable power. If he were to appear in the bodybuilding world of Earth at this moment, he would undoubtedly attract adoration and admiration. This was the pinnacle of human strength. Even the giant crabs were left far behind in his dust. But they were the rulers of this sea. Even though Wang Mang had pushed human limits to the extreme, he had only managed to create a slight gap. In just a few minutes, they would catch up to this overconfident ant and tear him apart. The leading giant crab was now only a few meters away. It was surprised to find that the stick of spicy snack had suddenly thickened, looking even more delicious. No matter. The bigger, the better. Greed flickered in its vertical eyes, and its massive claws rose high, sweeping forward like bulldozers, stirring up a storm of yellow sand. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart tightened. With his muscles enhanced 25 times and a physical constitution of 19 points, his strength had likely surpassed human limits by more than tenfold. Yet, in the face of this terrifying giant beast, he was still as insignificant as an ant. The sea wind howled in his ears, and his muscles were filled with endless power. His heart thundered in his chest, and his blood roared through his veins. This unprecedented feeling of strength made his blood boil, and his adrenaline surged to its peak. Excitement. The will to fight burned fiercely in his mind. In truth, Wang Mang wasn't his original name. Because he was naturally timid and bullied since childhood, his father had changed his name. Even now, his father's teachings echoed in his ears. Son, don't be afraid of life. You're not wrong. You're just too kind. If anyone dares to bully you, repay them twice over. As long as you are fierce enough, no one will dare to bully you. As long as I am fierce enough, no one will dare to bully me. As long as I am fierce enough, no one will dare to bully me. As long as I am fierce. Suddenly, a furious roar broke through the air. Wang Mang's gaze became resolute. His towering body came to a sudden halt. He lowered his waist, turned around, and his fist was poised to strike, like an arrow released from a bow. His muscles tightened to the extreme, ready to burst at any moment. D. A thunderous boom echoed through the sky. In a flash, Wang Mang not only dodged the giant crab's claw attack, but also countered with a ferocious punch. The punch created a deep dent in the crab's abdomen, forcing its several-ton body to retreat. But Wang Mang wasn't about to stop there. Seizing the moment when his opponent was gravely injured, he grabbed an axe in his left hand and a shovel in his right, leaping forward. D. With the power of tenfold strength, the sharp axe easily pierced through the crab's thick shell, embedding deeply into its head. With a forceful pull, the entire head split in two. In just a few breaths, the once arrogant giant crab lay dead under his axe. Wang Mang triumphantly jumped onto its back, lifting the shovel high and smashing it down. Crack! With a crisp sound, the sharp blade of the shovel embedded into the shell, and with a strong pull, the entire back shell shattered, spilling crab roe everywhere. At this moment, Wang Mang was like a god descended from the heavens, reigning supreme. The other two giant crabs, seeing this, were startled and quickly halted. In truth, they weren't really hungry. Last night's feast had already satisfied them. Now, witnessing their comrades' brutal demise, they were filled with fear and decided to retreat and flee. After all, their status on this island was negligible at best. They were nothing more than low-level predators. Watching his enemies flee in panic, Wang Mang let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He knew that the 25-fold muscle enhancement could only last for a few seconds, and if he had to take on 3 giant crabs at once, his chances of winning were less than half. He leaped off the crab shell, quickly disassembled the corpse, grabbed his weapon, and fled without looking back. With his energy depleted and his magic bottle empty, he had no trump cards left. Dragging his weary body, Wang Mang finally made it back to his stone hut. He hastily moved several large rocks to block the door, fearing the crabs might come back for revenge. Once everything was secure, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, and grabbed a watermelon to eat. Today, he had truly been reckless. He had almost lost his life. Thinking back, he realized it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, he had been watching that skeleton for over 10 hours. Who could have guessed that the crabs would be hiding inside the skull? However, when Wang Mang opened the panel, he grinned like a fool. This adventure had made him rich overnight. He opened the panel and smiled like an idiot. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. Lying in bed, Wang Mang found a comfortable position and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Instantly, a flurry of information popped up. Ding! You have obtained 1086 dragon-spotted fish teeth. Material: dragon-spotted fish tooth. Quality: purple rare. Effect: can be used for forging, weapon upgrades, potion making, etc. Rating: 3 stars. Ding! You have obtained 58 portions of dragon-spotted fish marrow. Material: dragon-spotted fish marrow. Quality: purple rare. Effect: direct consumption quickly restores energy and slightly increases base attributes. Can be used for potion making, food preparation, etc. Rating: 3 stars. Ding! You have obtained 1 dragon-spotted fish skull. Material: dragon-spotted fish skull. Quality: purple rare. Effect: can be used for armor crafting, building reinforcement, etc. Rating: 3 stars. Ding! You have obtained 362 dragon-spotted fish bone spikes. Material: dragon-spotted fish bone spike. Quality: blue excellent. Effect: can be used for weapons, arrows, equipment enhancement, etc. Rating: 2 stars. Ding! You have obtained 6 pieces of dragon-spotted fish meat. Material: dragon-spotted fish meat. Quality: blue excellent. Effect: can be used for food preparation, potion making, etc. Rating: 2 stars. Ding! You have killed a small green crab. Experience plus 15. Ding! You have obtained 1 small green crab shell. Ding! You have obtained 10 pieces of crab meat. Ding! You have obtained 2 portions of crab roe. Ding! You have obtained 1 pair of green crab claws. Wang Mang opened his inventory space and looked at these invaluable materials, grinning like a fool. Risking his life to go to the beach had turned out to be a wise decision. He took out a fish spike from his backpack and gently stroked it. It felt cold and smooth like jade, with elasticity comparable to metal. This 2-meter-long sharp spike could easily pierce a large hole in the stone wall with just a light thrust. Wow, this thing could serve as a spear. Recently, he had been using the decomposition skill like crazy and was gradually figuring out its intricacies. The decomposed material shrank significantly in size. For instance, the giant crab's original 10-ton body immediately reduced to less than a ton of materials. However, the quality of these materials was greatly enhanced, as if all the useless parts were removed, leaving only the essence. Although this fish spike was much smaller than before, its performance had improved several times over. Sigh. It's a pity there's no guide in this world. He had no idea how to craft equipment from these rare materials. Wong Mang shook his head and took out a portion of dragon-spotted fish marrow. The snow-white marrow was stored in a glass bottle, and as soon as he opened the lid, a rich milky aroma mixed with a slight fishy smell wafted out, making his mouth water. After a fierce battle, Wong Mang was utterly exhausted, with almost no energy left. He immediately downed the bottle of marrow in one gulp, feeling a warm current flow through his body, revitalizing him. Checking his attribute panel, he saw that his energy was fully restored, and even the energy recovery speed of his small magic bottle had improved. What thrilled him even more was that his physical attribute had permanently increased by a full point. Character: Wong Mang.
Innate talent, no stacking.
Level: LV3. Experience: 158 out of 400.
Constitution, 20.
Spirit: 18. Energy: 25/25. Skills: 1. Basic muscle enhancement. Consumes 5 energy points, increases muscle strength by 20%, lasts 60 seconds, 5-minute cooldown, 1-star rating. 2. None. 3. None. Staring at the remaining 57 bottles of dragon fish marrow, Wong Mang couldn't help but smile broadly. He eagerly downed another bottle, feeling a surge of warmth explode in his stomach, making his face flush and his head spin. Wow, this stuff really packs a punch. He felt as if he had just chugged a liter of strong liquor, his entire body radiating heat, his mind in a fog. It took over an hour for the effects to wear off. Checking his attribute panel again, he noted that his constitution had only increased by 0.8 points. Clearly, this stuff couldn't be consumed in large quantities, and the effect on basic attributes diminished with each use. However, the marrow was excellent for energy recovery, almost like having 56 small magic potions, though slightly less effective. With this realization, Wang Mang had an idea. Today's feat of slaying the little green crabs had boosted his confidence immensely. Without realizing it, he had become a different person. He was fed up with eating disgusting bug meat every day. Starting tomorrow, he vowed to eat crab roe daily and use dragon bones as chopsticks. Hands on hips, he laughed triumphantly. One day, this island would bow to his iron rule. The former little prince of the sea was ready to make a grand comeback and rule the world. Just as he was daydreaming in bed, the chat group icon in the lower left corner of his attribute panel started blinking. The players were finally online. The next morning, Wang Mang woke up early, ruffled his messy hair in an attempt to look more handsome, and then went to the shellwater pool. He luxuriously scooped a handful of fresh water to wash his face clean. During yesterday's fierce battle, his only t-shirt had been ruined. Left with no choice, he had hastily woven some leaves into a makeshift garment. Next time he fought, he would make sure to take off his pants first, or he'd end up running around the island naked. Humming a slightly off-key tune, he sat on the edge of his bed. Today was a big day for him because his beloved comrades were finally online. Excited, he opened his attribute panel. The once lifeless chat group was now bustling with activity, with thousands of messages scrolling by like a barrage. His previous plea for help had long been buried in the flood of information. Brothers, are you all still alive? Damn, handguns can't kill these monsters. You need in-game equipment to hurt them. Called it. That's why I stockpiled compressed biscuits and water. I'm going to hunker down and survive until the end of time. Bunch of cowards. This is a chance to transcend. I awakened a 3-star talent. Today is the day Emperor Zhang Tian rises. The accompanying photo was a dashing shot of him in Special Forces combat gear. Not afraid of death, huh? 3 stars are nothing. I've got 4 stars and I'm still digging around in the mud. This game is insanely difficult. It's like hell mode. By the way, where's Zhang Tiandi? Why isn't he saying anything? Damn, did he really go solo? He's probably dead by now. Zhang Tiandi, are you there? Come out, bro. We've got your back. Wah, those monsters outside are terrifying. Someone, please protect me. Sobs. The whiny guy upstairs can buzz off. I just want to know if anyone is selling gear. If not, the equipment from the newbie chest can't be listed in the marketplace. I just checked, and there's some big shots selling insect meat. That's impressive. Did he kill 3 monsters right off the bat? Holy crap, he actually did. Are people this hardcore now? Watching the lively chat room, Wong Mang's eyes welled up with tears. Stranded alone on a deserted island with no one to talk to, he was incredibly lonely. Rubbing his hands together, he quickly posted a message in the group. Guys, did anyone bring toilet paper? The chat instantly exploded with question marks. Dude, we're on the brink of death. Who cares about toilet paper? Just tough it out for 3 days. Wipe with whatever's handy. Who needs TP? I didn't bring any paper, just my paper waifu and a photo album. If I'm going to die, it's going to be in my goddess's arms. Along with a picture of a barely dressed girl in white stockings. Hey, let's be friends. Don't mind him, he just wants to sleep with your waifu. Be friends with me, I love you for who you are, not for your waifu. Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh out loud, chatting and joking with the group. Indeed, bantering with online friends was the greatest joy in life. After more than 2 hours of idle chatter, he reluctantly left the chat room. After all, others could log out and return to reality anytime, maybe even bringing some supplies. But he was stuck in this alternate world forever. Recently, with his growing strength, Wang Mang had solved his food and water issues. But living alone on a deserted island was still incredibly tough. He desperately needed to improve his living conditions. Unfortunately, the chat group was full of unreliable folks, so he couldn't count on them. He opened the forum in the bottom left corner. Compared to the chat room, the forum had a much more serious atmosphere. It was bustling with activity, with thousands of new posts since players started logging in yesterday. Posts ranged from survival tips and hunting strategies to trap-making guides and collections of monster illustrations, material uses, and crafting methods for everyday tools. Wang Mang clicked on the collection section and posted, offering monster materials in exchange for essentials like toothpaste, toothbrushes, clothes, shoes, spices, and especially toilet paper. As a local big shot now, he couldn't let his dignity suffer any longer. After posting, he browsed the forum and quickly found some pleasant surprises. So, making weapons requires blueprints, huh? Someone got lucky right at the start. Are they gambling with their lifespan? This is cool, a handmade soap guide. And this one's even more intense, a recipe for homemade explosives. Wait, you want to teach me how to build a generator? What the heck? A guide to raising pigs in this alternate world? Postpartum care for sows? After browsing for a while, Wang Mang felt enriched and opened the auction house. With more players logging in, the previously empty page now had quite a few items listed, but they were all low-level monster materials, not a single weapon blueprint in sight. Wang Mang shook his head in disappointment, but quickly came to terms with it. The monsters in this world were incredibly tough. Even if everyone had cheats, only a rare few could manage a first kill. The current scarcity of goods was understandable. However, he firmly believed that as players continued to grow, the auction house's functionality would become increasingly powerful, and the range of goods would become more diverse. After browsing for a while, he traded the shell of a black armor beast and some insect meat for 500 gold coins, then purchased an item dropped by a monster and left. Back at his place, Wong Mang took out the loot and examined it closely. The material was a slime membrane, common white quality. Its effect was that the membrane left behind after the slime's death had strong flexibility and elasticity, making it suitable for equipment crafting and enhancement. It was rated 1 star. The translucent, light green membrane felt slippery to the touch and could stretch several times its original size, much like rubber. He had just seen a crafting guide for making clothes on the forum and decided on a whim to buy this material. He knew that when he fought at full power, his muscles would swell rapidly, causing regular clothes to rip into pieces. With this membrane, he might be able to make a stretchy bodysuit, so he wouldn't have to parade around naked after every battle. Following the steps in the guide, Wang Mang fumbled for a while and finally managed to make a wrinkled piece of clothing, with the leftover scraps barely enough to make a pair of underwear. Then, he took out the shell of the small green crab from his backpack. After some disassembly and refining, the shell shrank to the size of a car door, weighing only 50 or 60 pounds. Using the equipment crafting guide from the forum as a reference, he managed to make a shield. It was impressive how these forum users had become so skilled, even providing tutorials for shield making. Feeling more confident about the upcoming hunt, Wang Mang put on his homemade underwear, slung the green crab shield on his back, and checked his weapons and gear once more. He then stealthily slipped out from between the rocks. First, he dug up and took down 7 or 8 black armor beasts at the location he marked yesterday. Then he eagerly ran to a pile of rocks and crouched low to observe his surroundings. About 100 meters away, a 5 to 6 meters tall small green crab was foraging in the crevice. After watching for over half an hour and confirming it was alone, Wang Mang slowly took off the shield from his back. He quietly approached under the cover of the rocks, quickly maneuvering behind the green crab. However, creatures living in such harsh environments were highly vigilant. Before Wang Mang could even launch his sneak attack, the towering beast sensed something was amiss. It raised its eyes and scanned the area, quickly spotting the intruder. Its 8 legs moved swiftly over the rocky ground, and in an instant, it charged at Wang Mang. But Wang Mang was prepared. He immediately entered combat mode, his muscles swelling rapidly, transforming him into a hulking muscular giant. The green crab's massive pincers came crashing down, but Wang Mang stood his ground, raising his shield to deflect the terrifying impact. Despite his enhanced physique, which was 10 times stronger than an average person, he was still at a disadvantage against this tank-like creature. With a roar, Wang Mang mustered all his strength, pushing the pincers aside. In that split second, a 2-meter-long weapon appeared in his hand. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Wang Mang leapt into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. His waist bent like a bow, revealing 8-pack abs as solid as steel, brimming with explosive power. He drove the fishbone spear in his hand forcefully downward, producing a piercing screech that echoed through the sky. The spear struck with lightning speed, impaling the massive creature from below and firmly pinning it to the ground. The giant crab let out a few pained cries before collapsing. As Wang Mang's kill count increased, his combat skills became more refined. Soon, his towering figure gradually shrank back to that of an ordinary teenager. Glancing down at his crotch, Wang Mang smiled with satisfaction. With these slime underwear, wardrobe malfunctions were a thing of the past. After dismantling the small crab's corpse, he shouldered his gear and set off in search of his next prey. Just days ago, he had been an innocent boy who had never even killed a chicken, reduced to tears at the sight of monsters. Now, in just a few days, he had become an adept monster hunter. By evening, Wang Mang returned to his rocky hideout, exhausted. After savoring some delicious crab sticks and watermelon, he opened the chat group to entertain himself. On this deserted island, chatting was his only form of amusement. Hey everyone, check this out. I just took down a massive beast. Isn't that awesome? He posted a picture of the monster's corpse, eliciting a flurry of amazement. No way, you're too strong. Zhangtiandi, you're still alive? You really went monster hunting? That thing is disgusting, like a giant cockroach. I can't even bear to look at it through the screen. You guys are so brave. I'm so envious. My talent is a useless 1-star disassembly, totally worthless. Mine is singing, dancing, and rapping, but I never became a trainee. Such a waste. I have a 2-star fishing talent, but there's not even a lake here, so it's completely useless. I have a 3-star talent for seducing housewives. It worked wonders back on Blue Star. Ugh. I'm so jealous. Hey, is it fun? You shameless scoundrel, I'll never forgive you. Seeing the lively chat, Wang Mang laughed heartily. He quickly posted a handsome photo of himself. In the picture, he held a long axe and carried a massive shield, 1 foot planted on the head of a 5 or 6 meter tall giant crab, exuding an imposing presence. The chat group exploded with excitement. Wow, 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 wow. That crab is bigger than a tank, and it's a crustacean? A human took it down barehanded? Amazing. Please accept my respect. Since when did everyone in the group become so powerful? I feel so inadequate. Can you share some tips? What's your talent level? Facing the barrage of questions from his chatmates, Wang Mang replied, my talent is just average, merely muscle enhancement. No real tips, just work hard and get a bit lucky. If you have the will to fight and conquer your fears, you can do it too. In truth, he wasn't being entirely honest. With an ordinary person's physical capabilities, breaking through the giant crab's defenses would be impossible. His success was due to his superhuman strength, 10 times that of a normal person. To avoid discouraging his friends, he chose to downplay his talent level. Thanks to his impressive photo, many group members soon reached out, offering various supplies in exchange for his assistance. Unfortunately, most people hadn't thought to bring essentials like toilet paper when they crossed over. Eventually, he managed to trade a crab stick for 5 packs of instant noodles. Looking at the bowl of pickled mustard instant noodles in front of him, Wong Mang couldn't help but sigh deeply as saliva gathered on his tongue. Through the bragging photos from his group members, he realized most of them had already aligned themselves with the state, donning Special Forces combat uniforms, well-stocked with supplies, and highly skilled. Today, someone even posted a guide on how to handcraft missiles on the forum. It turned out that his friends had long been cozying up to the state, learning all sorts of survival skills. In contrast, he was still struggling to survive on a deserted island, completely isolated. He glanced down at his awkwardly made slime underwear and then at his shanty-like shelter and felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He had once scoffed at instant noodles, claiming not even dogs would eat them. Now, he was almost moved to tears over a few packs. When can I go back? I can't stand this wretched island any longer. I want to rely on the state too. He tossed and turned on his leaf bed, growing more frustrated by the minute. Finally, he grabbed a 2-meter-long fishbone and stormed out. The night was dark with few stars, and on a vast beach, a few black-shelled beasts were frolicking joyfully. Every few seconds, they paused to warily scan their surroundings. Recently, a creepy pervert had been lurking on the beach, ambushing them at their peak moments. Many of their kind had already fallen victim to this predator. Suddenly, the female black-shelled beast beneath him flicked her tail in dissatisfaction. Just as this insectoid couple was indulging in their ultimate pleasure, a sharp fishbone descended from the sky, pinning them together forever. Although the black-armored beast couple had been extremely cautious in their secret rendezvous, they ultimately couldn't escape their grim fate. As each monster fell, Wong Mang's level steadily increased. Ding! Black-armored beast experience, 3 points. Ding! Black-armored beast experience, 2 points. In the blink of an eye, he reached level 4. With his level up, his frustration and anxiety dissipated completely. Grinding for levels is truly the most satisfying way to lift one's spirits. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to Constitution. With 25 points in Constitution, he was now 2.5 times stronger than the world's top athletes. If he could further enhance his muscles with small potion bottles and dragon-scale fishbone marrow, he would transcend human limitations. The thought excited Wong Mang immensely. Ah, good thing I didn't follow the others back to Blue Star. They have to abide by the 3 days in the otherworld and 7 days of rest rule, but I can stay here and grind continuously. My development time is multiple times theirs. It's practically like having a cheat. Now, I'm the highest level and best equipped player in the entire server. How impressive. But the euphoria didn't last long. He suddenly remembered the 100-meter-tall giant ape he had encountered on the beach. No matter how powerful a gun is, could it ever take down a Gundam? A mere ant-like existence is still no match against absolute power. This thought quickly deflated his inflated ego. At best, he was just a big ant on this desolate island. To survive, he needed to be cautious and not reckless. After dealing with his spoils, Wong Mang packed his backpack and hurried back to his old stone crevice home. He shared a few hunting photos with his buddies in the group chat and bragged a bit before diving into the forums to study hard. Over the past couple of days, he had discovered numerous technical posts scattered across the forum, each one filled with invaluable tips. Since he couldn't return to Blue Star for supplies, many survival techniques were incredibly precious to him. Tips on building shelters, making traps, and crafting furniture from stones and wood were all vital. But when he came across a post specifically about constructing a coastal shelter on a deserted island, his brow furrowed. In this bizarre world, there were no tides. So, his current stone crevice home was barely adequate. But if, as the post suggested, a sudden rainstorm hit, he'd be doomed. Initially, he chose this spot for its freshwater resources and concealment. But now, with his increased strength, he no longer needed to be confined to one place. The area was too low-lying and would need to be replaced sooner or later. After much contemplation, he decided to find a higher, more spacious stone cave. After an all-night study session lasting over 3 hours, Wong Mang collapsed exhausted onto his leaf bed. Who would have thought that crossing into another world would require such relentless studying? He probably hadn't worked this hard even during his school days. The next morning, he packed up and crawled out of the stone crevice, starting his search for a new home. Along the way, he picked up stones as suggested by the posts, planning to use them as building materials later. He also encountered a few large green crabs, which he casually dispatched and took back as a bonus. At this moment, he was crouched behind a massive rock, carefully observing the area ahead. Several hundred meters away, at a higher elevation, a few boulder-sized rocks were stacked together. The altitude here is not only impressive, but it's also far from the coastline, surrounded by towering trees that serve as a natural barrier. It's truly an ideal spot for a base. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Such a prime location is already claimed. A colossal blue crab, standing over 10 meters tall, is nestled deep in a crevice, sleeping soundly. This creature is more than twice the size of a regular blue crab, with a shell covered in jagged ridges, making it incredibly intimidating. It's definitely not something to be trifled with, Wong Mang muttered to himself. He had never faced such a massive beast alone and had no confidence in doing so. Although this world had elements of a game, it leaned more towards reality. If he got injured during a fight, the risk of infection was high. On this deserted island, where medical supplies were scarce, his life would be in serious danger. After much hesitation, he decided to avoid the confrontation for now. After all, there was no need to rush into danger. Returning to his old shelter, he set up a cooking pot, picked a watermelon, and leisurely browsed the forums while enjoying his rare moment of relaxation. But when he was about to lie down on his leaf bed, he found it soaked. Could it be rising damp? He vaguely remembered his grandmother mentioning this term years ago. When he was young, they lived on the ground floor, and before a heavy rain, the floor would mysteriously become damp. It was a natural phenomenon indicating an impending storm, just like ants moving their nests before rain. That night, he tossed and turned in the damp cave, unable to sleep. At dawn, he got up to check the situation outside. As expected, the sky was dark and overcast, with ominous clouds gathering, clearly signaling a change in weather. In this bizarre world, everything was extraordinarily large and strange. He had never seen what a storm on this deserted island looked like. If the raindrops followed the same magnification rule, the scene would be unimaginable. If each drop were as big as a car, falling densely from the sky, wouldn't it flatten him on the spot? Looking at his rickety shack, he realized that facing such a monstrous storm, he'd either be crushed or drowned, with no third option in sight. He needed to move out immediately. Wong Mang quickly packed his belongings. The leaf bed? Leave it. He'd figure it out later. The shell pot? Forget it. The watermelon vines? He yanked them out without hesitation. Surveying his surroundings, he sighed, realizing he had nothing left. Fine, he thought, I've had enough of this place anyway. Rushing out, he returned to the spot he had scouted the previous day. Gripping his fishbone spear tightly, his eyes shone with determination. To evade the storm, he had no choice but to take a risk. Fortunately, he was now familiar with the surroundings. After circling the area a few times, he had a clear understanding of the terrain. With the layout in mind, he stealthily approached the giant crab's lair. Given his small stature, he stood no chance against such a behemoth in a direct confrontation. But on the flip side, being small and agile was also an advantage. If he could lure it to the right spot and restrict its movements, he might just be able to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind. Lure it out, wait for the right moment, and strike decisively to end this giant's reign. At that moment, the giant blue crab was out foraging, leaving its nest completely empty. Wong Mang stealthily climbed onto a massive boulder, lying motionless atop it. An hour passed, and the sky grew increasingly gloomy, thick with clouds that seemed to press down on the entire island. Finally, a colossal figure slowly came into view. It was a giant blue crab, towering 10 meters high, with claws as large as small cars, constantly waving. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Wong Mang lay on the boulder, his eyes fixed on the terrifying creature below him. He instinctively swallowed hard, the proximity making the monster appear even more horrifying. But beyond the primal fear, his adrenaline was surging. The thought of slaying this behemoth with his own hands filled him with exhilaration. He gripped his 2-meter-long fishbone spear tightly, his entire body trembling with excitement. Activate. Muscle Enhancement. Muscle Enhancement. Muscle Enhancement. With each low growl, Wong Mang's body began to swell rapidly, inflating like a balloon. This was thanks to his unique ability, 0 cooldown stacking. On one hand, his skill cooldowns were reduced to 0, and on the other, his buffs could stack infinitely. It was the latter that gave him the courage and confidence to face the giant beast. With his muscles enhanced 25 times, his strength surged by 500%. In the blink of an eye, Wong Mang had transformed into a 2-meter-tall muscular behemoth. His head seemed disproportionately small compared to his grotesquely bulging muscles, making him look terrifyingly massive. Seeing his transformation was complete, he quickly downed a vial of dragon-scale fish marrow, instantly restoring his stamina to its peak. Continue. Muscle enhancement. Muscle enhancement. Muscle enhancement. Wong Mang gritted his teeth, relentlessly stacking his skills. With his muscles enhanced 30 times, his strength skyrocketed by 600%. His body swelled even further, muscles writhing under his skin like countless worms. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded furiously in his chest, like an engine roaring at full throttle. His skin took on a strange, crimson hue, steaming with heat, blood coursing rapidly through his veins. At that moment, Wong Mang had entered his Flame Muscle King state, with his body's functions fully unleashed. He let out a long howl, exhaling a puff of white mist that sent the dust around him flying. The sensation was so exhilarating it made him want to laugh out loud. He gripped his fishbone spear tightly. Any hesitation he had before was now gone, his inflated muscles filling him with a sense of invincibility. Boom! The decisive moment had arrived. Wong Mang leaped from the boulder, launching himself at the giant crab. He gripped the spear with both hands, channeling his strength through his arms, his body arched like a bow, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am invincible! Die, all of you!" This strike was like a deity descending, the massive shockwave rippling through the air, distorting the light. With a single blow, he smashed the 10-meter-tall blue crab into the ground, sending dust flying. The 2-meter-long fishbone spear pierced precisely into the crab's vertical eye, driving straight into its brain. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The giant blue crab thrashed wildly, flinging Wong Mang off its back. It shook its head in agony, the fatal blow not only blinding it, but also caving in half of its skull. Its remaining eye glared furiously at the tiny human before it, burning with rage. A lowly insect dared to injure it. What an insult!
Billy.
The giant crab roared in fury, sound waves rippling from its mouth. But Wong Mang was prepared. The moment he was flung away, he skillfully twisted midair and quickly retreated. The sneak attack had been unexpectedly effective, weakening his opponent and giving him a chance to catch his breath. "I'll deal with you later," Wong Mang thought to himself, grinning as he ran. But his relief was short-lived. A sharp whistling sound from behind made his hair stand on end. Damn it! His instinct screamed danger. He turned his head just in time to see a water column, as thick as a barrel, hurtling towards him, sweeping everything in its path. Wong Mang tried to leap aside, but he was a split second too slow. The water column grazed his body, sending him flying like a cannonball into a stone wall. Coughing up blood, Wong Mang shook his dizzy head and struggled to his feet. What's with this beast? Can't win, so it resorts to spraying water? He glanced at his bronze shield on his back. It was deeply dented, and that was just from a graze. A direct hit would have killed him on the spot. Looking ahead, he saw the giant crab's mouth ripple again. It was preparing another water blast. Cursing under his breath, Wong Mang turned and sprinted away. This is insane. Can someone tell me why this thing knows magic? But the reality was as bizarre as it seemed. As he darted through the crevices of the rocks, massive water bombs the size of houses whizzed past, leaving devastation in their wake. The water bombs were not only enormous but also impossibly fast, making them nearly impossible to dodge. Wong Mang could only twist and turn like a nimble snake, praying he could hold out a bit longer. Meanwhile, the giant crab was fuming with rage. This detestable insect was running faster than a rabbit. Even its devastating water blasts couldn't hit him. How embarrassing! Seeing its prey about to escape, the crab could no longer contain its anger. It let out an earth-shattering roar. "Stop right there. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I won't be called a crab," it cursed, vowing to crush this insect with its own claws and devour it whole. With that, it charged forward like a rampaging bulldozer, its 8 massive legs pounding the ground. And so, a desperate chase unfolded among the beach rocks. The giant crab was relentless. While Wong Mang faced danger at every turn, the distance between them rapidly closing. At this critical moment, Wong Mang calmly pulled out a bottle of dragonfish bone marrow and downed it in one gulp. Given his current physical condition, taking 2 bottles was already his limit. He began to frantically stack his muscle enhancement skill. Muscle enhancement. Muscle enhancement. Muscle enhancement. This basic enhancement skill lasted only 60 seconds, requiring constant stacking to maintain, which was his secret weapon. The finish line is just ahead. Hang in there. He saw two massive boulders up ahead, creating a narrow natural gap between them. For Wong Mang, this gap was spacious enough for him to slip through easily. For the massive blue crab, entering the crevice was like walking into a dead end. It would be impossible to turn around. This was exactly the battleground Wong Mang had carefully chosen. He glanced back at the relentless blue crab, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Perfect timing, watch me. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off with his legs, darting into the crevice like an arrow from a bowstring. By now, the giant blue crab was blinded by rage. No prey had ever dared to provoke it like this, and none had ever escaped its claws. As a top predator, it couldn't believe that a tiny insect could pose any threat. It was like a cat never taking a mouse seriously. With a thunderous crash, the enormous creature wedged itself into the narrow crevice. Though the surrounding stone walls hindered its movement, what did that matter? The wretched prey was right in front of it. It extended its claws, grinning menacingly as it reached forward. The giant crab's claws, as massive as a truck, were raised high and then came crashing down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Despite the terrifying force of the blow, Wong Mang effortlessly dodged it. In the narrow crevice, their roles had reversed. Now, this was Wong Mang's domain. With a nimble step back, Wong Mang reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out a giant fishbone. He squatted, tensed his waist, leaned back, and assumed a perfect throwing stance. Whoosh! The fishbone whistled through the air like a javelin, aiming straight for the giant crab's face. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The giant crab never imagined that this small creature could wield such formidable means. Before it could react, another volley of fishbones flew at it, embedding themselves in its face. Screams of pain and rage filled the air. Enraged by the agony, the giant crab went berserk, wildly swinging its claws, determined to crush the pesky human into paste. However, Wong Mang was even more agile. He retreated while continuously hurling fishbones, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This creature's defense is insane. Most of the attacks were deflected by its shell, with only the ones hitting its face and abdomen causing any harm. As its injuries worsened, the giant crab grew wiser. It used its massive claws to shield itself, gradually retreating as if planning to give up on revenge.
Wang Mang snơ.
You think you can escape after falling into this trap? No way. With his muscle enhancement nearing its limit, he knew he had to end this quickly. Drawing his giant axe from his back, he no longer retreated, but instead pounced toward the crab like a leopard. In an instant, he was at the crab's abdomen. Targeting the weak spot near its vent, he yelled, "Die, you monster crab!" His arm muscles bulged as he thrust the giant axe downwards, aiming to disembowel the beast. At that moment, the giant crab was still searching for Wong Mang. Suddenly, an intense sense of unease surged through it, a primal instinctive warning. But in the narrow crevice, it couldn't even turn around. In its panic, its remaining eye widened in disbelief, staring at the source of its agony. The excruciating pain emanated from its rear. The scream that followed was heart-wrenching, utterly different from its previous roars of rage. It struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Its body was gradually losing sensation. Ultimately, the giant crab managed to escape the crevice. Its survival instinct unleashed an incredible burst of strength, finally breaking free from Wong Mang's grasp. But it was severely wounded, with countless fishbones piercing its body and a long gash running from its rear to its chest, oozing bodily fluids that stained the ground red. Stumbling and dragging its broken body, the giant crab fled towards its lair. From a distance, Wong Mang watched intently, like a lone wolf stalking its prey. The monster was gravely injured. Unless it had some extraordinary healing ability, it wouldn't last long before succumbing to exhaustion. But a cornered beast is most dangerous, and he didn't want to drive it to desperation. Better to play the long game, letting it weaken and die on its own. Furthermore, with his own buffs and stamina already depleted, there was no point in fighting recklessly now. So, Wong Mang trailed the giant crab unhurriedly, all the way to its lair. Like a greedy vulture, he perched high above, staring menacingly at his prey. The giant crab lay exhausted in a crevice, feeling increasingly weak, as if life were slipping away bit by bit. It turned its one remaining eye towards Wong Mang's direction. It had noticed the human tailing it earlier, but was too weak to do anything about it. The crab knew this detestable guy was just waiting for it to die, to devour its corpse. Time passed slowly, with the hunter and the hunted staring silently at each other. One awaited the fruits of victory, the other awaited the arrival of death. The giant crab lay in the crevice, while Wong Mang hid behind a boulder, both pairs of eyes glinting with a strange light. The sky grew darker with thickening clouds, the air humid and oppressive. Suddenly, a deafening boom. A raindrop the size of a truck hurtled down, crashing onto the ground between Wong Mang and the crab. The splash even reached them. The rainy season had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the chat group was in an uproar. Damn, guys. It's raining here. I've never seen rain this heavy in my life. I got hit just now, and I've been coughing up blood. I might be dying. As the message was sent, another avatar dimmed. Hey, you okay up there? Brother, are you still with us? For a moment, the group went silent. This supergroup of 50,000 people, usually bustling, was now eerily quiet. Everyone must be busy seeking shelter from the rain. As the torrential downpour continued, more and more avatars turned gray, leaving this world forever. This sudden rainstorm in the alien world had caused massive losses to the Blue Star colony. Humans were as insignificant as ants, vulnerable and easily crushed. A mere rainstorm spelled disaster. In the crevice, Wong Mang sat by a campfire. He had ultimately won. When the rainstorm hit, the giant crab could no longer hold on and closed its eyes forever. Besides various rare materials, Wong Mang was thrilled to receive his first blue treasure chest. Ding! You have slain the elite monster, the giant crab, earning a blue treasure chest. The chest is of random blue quality, a gift from the NC to the strong. Rating: 1 star. Wong Mang opened his backpack and took out the chest, glowing with a faint blue light. Killing powerful monsters really did drop loot. Those he had encountered before must have been too weak, not qualifying for any drops. He muttered thoughtfully and eagerly opened the treasure chest. A dazzling light flashed, revealing 3 items inside. Ding! You have obtained a hunter's medal, blue quality. Attributes: Constitution +2, Spirit +2, Energy +5. Wearing it will make you more perceptive during hunts. Rating: 2 stars. Ding! You have obtained a giant crab egg, white quality. Effect: a crab living in beach crevices, it will hatch given the right temperature. Rating: 1.5 stars. Ding! You have obtained 3 level 1 experience books, white quality. Using them grants 100 experience points instantly. Rating: 1 star. Though the rewards were ordinary, they were a significant encouragement for a novice like Wang Mang. Gripping his hard-earned trophy, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement and anticipation. Stronger monsters and tougher opponents awaited him, ready to be conquered and surpassed. Gazing at the hunter's badge, gleaming with an enticing luster, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. Today, he had shed his novice status once and for all, officially embarking on the relentless path of a monster hunter. Wong Mang picked up the hunter's medal and put it on. The attributes of this thing were pretty good, just what he needed. He then lifted the basketball-sized crab egg, puzzled. Crabs lay eggs? In his understanding, crabs were always caught and eaten. He'd never seen one laying eggs. But then again, this was another world, so it wasn't that surprising. Lastly, he picked up 3 experience books. These were all too familiar to him. Back in the day, he had ground so hard in a gacha game that he almost wore out his liver. Use, he commanded. As soon as he spoke, the pages turned into streams of light and flowed into his body. Ding! Experience points plus 300. Not bad at all. This hunt for the giant blue crab had yielded great rewards. Not only did he get a rare chest, but his experience points also shot up. At this rate, leveling up was just around the corner. The thought of hearing that ding and transforming once more made Wong Mang's whole body heat up with excitement. What could be more addictive than grinding for levels? But looking out the window, he saw the island was shrouded in dark clouds, with torrential rain pouring down. If it were just ordinary rain, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when each raindrop was as big as a car, it was a real apocalyptic disaster. This wasn't just rain. It was like a deity was pouring a flood from the heavens. Judging by the intensity of the downpour, his plans for leveling up were likely to be dashed. Fortunately, he had chosen his new home wisely. It was on high ground, so the rainwater flowed off the rocks, leaving the crevices relatively dry. Wong Mang set up a makeshift stone bed in a corner and lay down, opening the chat group. As soon as he entered, he was overwhelmed by cries for help. Someone save me. The rain is too heavy. I'm about to drown. The shelter I just dug got ruined, boo-hoo. Good thing I found a high spot ahead of time. Whoa, there are monsters taking shelter here too?
I'm doomed.
Mom, I want to go home. Someone save me. I'm really pretty. I'll do anything. Quick, climb a tree. Find a hollow to hide in. The usually cheerful chatroom had turned into a scene of widespread panic. Only then did Wong Mang realize that the torrential rain was affecting not just him, but all the Blue Star immigrants were in danger. He furrowed his brow, countless thoughts racing through his mind. What was going on in this world? Everyone had landed in different locations with vastly different environments, yet they were all being hit by the same torrential rain. Could it be that all 100,000 of them were actually on one giant island, forced to scatter due to its vastness and the monsters inhabiting it? If that were true, Wong Mang's heart skipped a beat as if struck by lightning. Looking out at the raging storm, he silently vowed that once the rain stopped, he would rush to level 5, and then leave this damned beach for good. He was done with fighting alone. It was time to find his fellow islanders. But seeing the endless cries for help in the chat group, he felt utterly powerless. He couldn't even protect himself right now, let alone help anyone else. He exited the chat and opened the forum, which was a sea of survival tips. Countless people were sharing and exchanging advice, learning from each other. But Wong Mang wasn't interested in that. His goals were clear: learn to swim, build a shelter, and set traps. Since the heavy rain made hunting trips impossible, staying home and hitting the books seemed like the only option. Preparing thoroughly for the future was the top priority. The rain poured relentlessly for a full day and night, and the chat room's population dwindled from 50,000 to a mere 40,000. Some fell prey to monster attacks while seeking shelter, some were killed by massive raindrops, and many were swept away by floods, forever lost in the silt. Wang Mang felt a heavy heart as he observed the somber atmosphere in the group. He had no desire to speak, only to return to the hunting grounds as soon as possible. Fully geared up, he was ready to go. As someone who had once been a small-time beach king, he knew that after every storm, the beach would be full of unexpected treasures. Armed with a harpoon, carrying a crab shield, and equipped with an axe and a shovel, Wang Mang stealthily made his way to the beach. The closer he got to the shoreline, the more frequent the monster sightings became. The beach was bustling. Even the nocturnal black-armored beasts emerged from the sand, roaming under the sunlight. The rain had washed a vast number of benthic creatures ashore, turning the beach into an unprecedented feast. Anyone who knew their value rushed to indulge. The sight was astonishing. Hundreds to thousands of meters of giant seaweed sprawled across the sand. House-sized shells scattered around. Dead fish, dozens of meters long, lay in groups. Enormous snails and sea stars, densely packed and shocking to behold. Amidst this seafood bounty, black-armored beasts and crabs scurried about, creating a fascinating scene. Wang Mang's eyes lit up with excitement, itching to dive in and join the frenzy. He saw a 50-meter-long octopus, a house-sized abalone, and a bright red lobster bigger than a tank. Letting these delicacies fall into the stomachs of wild beasts would be a real waste. However, he knew better than to act rashly. If he rushed in and ended up as monster food without gaining anything, it would be a huge loss. After an hour of careful observation, Wang Mang found a relatively quiet mudflat. Taking advantage of a few black-armored beasts engrossed in their meal, he swiftly threw several sharp harpoons. With a few hissing sounds, the unlucky creatures were pinned to the ground before they could react. Ding! Killed black-armored beast *3, experience points +9. What used to be formidable opponents were now easy prey. Wang Mang jogged over and quickly collected both the seafood and the insect carcasses. Repeating this process, he harvested over 40 black-armored beasts by the end of the morning, gathering a wealth of monster materials and gaining over 120 experience points. Sigh, leveling up is really tough. Wang Mang couldn't help but complain. In this bizarre world, killing a monster not only didn't trigger a respawn but would attract an even stronger boss. Moreover, due to his frequent slaughter of black-armored beasts, these creatures now fled at the sight of him, becoming extremely cautious. But regardless, today had turned out to be a lucky day. Perhaps there was an abundance of food on the beach, making the black-armored beasts and crabs less aggressive. This was the perfect opportunity to grind hard. No lunch for me today, level 5. Here I come. Resolute, Wang Mang gritted his teeth and pressed on, continuing his battles on the tidal flats. Hunting until dusk, Wang Mang managed to bag over 40 black-armored beasts and 7 or 8 small blue crabs, boosting his experience points by more than 160. By now, he had stopped hunting and was hiding behind a large rock. In the distance, a giant blue crab over 10 meters long was dragging its damaged body away from the shore. For some unknown reason, it had lost 1 claw and 4 legs, and a huge hole was visible on its back, likely from a fight with its own kind while foraging. Wang Mang's eyes narrowed as he lay on the rock. In the past, he would have avoided such a colossal creature at all costs, fearing to become its meal. But after experiencing the thrill of taking down a boss monster yesterday, he was now fascinated by these elite beasts. Looting materials was one thing, but what he truly craved were the rare treasure chests. With a quick decision, he drew his fishbone spear and charged forward like a leopard. Compared to the beast he had faced yesterday, this injured blue crab was much less formidable. Wang Mang dashed with full speed, sliding under the crab's belly in a swift move. He thrust his axe into the crab's underbelly and slashed it horizontally. In an instant, the crab's belly was a mess of blood and guts, red and white fluids gushing out. He quickly distanced himself and threw a series of sharp fishbones, turning the crab into a pincushion in no time. Ding! Elite giant blue crab killed, gained 35 experience points, and a white treasure chest. As the crab collapsed with a thud, a pristine white chest floated above its body. Awesome! Another treasure chest. Wang Mang couldn't contain his excitement. The thrill was even better than pulling an SSR in a game. He eagerly opened the chest, only to find a few level 1 experience books and some ores inside. It seemed not all white chests contained legendary gear. He dismantled the crab's body and left the battlefield without looking back. This time, he didn't return to the beach but headed straight towards his new home. His small bottles and energy bars were depleted, making the tidal flats too dangerous without his trump cards. Wong Mang leaped nimbly between rocks, carrying an oyster the size of a wash basin, returning to his lair with great excitement. He had eaten plenty of oysters before, but never seen one so enormous. Back at his new abode, he moved several large rocks to securely block the entrance. Compared to his previous shabby shelter, this new place was much more spacious, about the size of a basketball court. The best part was a natural round window in the ceiling, letting in a faint light. Wang Mang built a fire pit with stones and lit it with dry branches. Once the fire was roaring, he placed the giant oyster on it to roast. Soon, the cave was filled with a tantalizing aroma, making his mouth water. After days of eating bugs and crabs, a change in diet was most welcome. Carefully, he took out a cherished pack of pickled mustard instant noodles from a crevice in the rock. It was a lifesaver he had traded for in a group chat last time. He tore open the seasoning packet and poured it into a bowl, carefully saving the other packet for later. On this food-scarce island, even instant noodle seasoning had to be used sparingly. Squatting in a corner, one hand holding the pickled mustard noodles and the other grasping the giant oyster, Wong Mang ate heartily. Unconsciously, his eyes welled up with tears. He felt like slapping himself. He used to argue with his parents over trivial matters and even complained about their cooking skills. After being stranded on this deserted island for over 10 days, I finally realized how blissful my previous life was.
No.
As a man, I can't afford to cry. I must be resilient and rely on myself. He fiercely wiped away his tears, his gaze as steely as iron. Someday, I will rule this island. Even if I have to swim back, I will conquer this vast ocean. His solitary shout echoed through the empty cave. While slurping instant noodles, the young man made a solemn vow. He spoke of grand ambitions and also poured out his longing for his loved ones. The next morning, players once again faced a peak logout period. Despite being prepared, a night of torrential rain had disrupted everyone's plans. In just one night, tens of thousands of players perished in the other world. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star in the real world, a disaster was quietly unfolding. On the sports field of a high school in City A, 3 enormous black-armored beasts, each the size of a calf, appeared out of nowhere. Their metallic shells glistened in the sunlight, and their sharp mandibles could easily tear through steel. They waved their 2 pairs of antennae, constantly sniffing this unfamiliar world. What the hell is that? Holy crap! Giant ants! A few high school boys, drenched in sweat from playing basketball, exclaimed in shock. The scent of their evaporating sweat wafted into the nostrils of the black-armored beasts, instantly triggering their appetite. Squeaking in excitement, the insect-like monsters began to stir. They raised their forelimbs and charged at the crowd with a roar. Run! Although the athletic high school boys reacted quickly, they were no match for the swift giants. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered, and a few heads rolled to the ground. 3 young lives were abruptly cut short. In the bustling commercial street of City B, a boy and girl were waiting in line for bubble tea when the sun was suddenly obscured by something massive. The boy instinctively turned around to see a giant crab, 5 to 6 meters tall. Its enormous compound eyes gleamed, and its massive claws were raised high. The eerie sound of its clicking mandibles sent chills down their spines. Monster! Before the boy could finish his sentence, he was cut in half by the crab's claw, his guts spilling everywhere. The bubble tea spilled, and blood splattered across the girl's face, terrifying her out of her wits. As the giant crab devoured the boy's corpse, it casually swung its claw again, slicing the girl in half as well. Amidst the sound of chewing and screams, blood spread across the pavement. The commercial street erupted into chaos as people scrambled to escape. The bubble tea shop staff leaped over the counter to flee, causing a series of stampedes with severe casualties. The giant crab trembled with excitement as it chased after the fleeing crowd. Its primal instincts, honed over millions of years, drove it to hunt its prey with fervor. Its 8 sturdy legs moved swiftly, and its massive claws swung wildly, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Amidst the rampage, an inconspicuous figure watched from a distance. It was Wong Mang. Unbeknownst to anyone, his power had grown immensely. Once, he had to cautiously avoid these colossal creatures, fearing he would become their meal. But now, a mere elite beast was no longer a challenge for him. The green crab that he toyed with in the other world is now rampaging through reality, leaving devastation in its wake. At this very moment, in a secret base thousands of miles away, countless screens flicker incessantly. Satellite images vividly display the carnage across various locations. 48 instances of monster invasions in City A, 56 in City B, and 18 beast attacks in the Huanglong Mountains. A barrage of horrifying data floods into the command center. How is this possible? Commander Li Yong furrows his brows. Despite extensive survival training for the players, why are invasion incidents still rampant? This doesn't look like the work of well-trained individuals. The string of baffling disasters plunges the entire command center into an eerie silence. What's happening with the players? They've undergone professional survival training, yet the casualties are staggering. Li Yong, furious, issued a series of commands. Everyone, immediately contact local police and special forces. Prepare for civilian evacuation. Tell them there's no need to panic. We'll soon dispatch professionals to contain these monsters. Also, get in touch with the publicity department to manage online public opinion and prevent widespread panic. Yes, and contact the relevant authorities to crack down on hoarding. We won't tolerate those who profit from national disasters. With that, Li Yong's expression turned stern. Get me the principals of all major superhuman academies. I need to understand what's going on with the players. At that moment, in the distant Xian Mountain Superhuman Academy, Principal Chen was deep in thought. After 3 days, the players had finally returned to reality. However, out of the school's 3,521 students, only around 2,700 had survived. Among them, over 1,000 were injured, with a casualty rate of 50% and a death rate exceeding 20%. In just 3 days, so many lives had been lost. The dangers of the other world were far beyond imagination. And this was just data from Xian Mountain Academy. Across the country's hundreds of superhuman academies, who knows how many more students had perished? Ring, ring. The office phone suddenly rang, and Principal Chun quickly answered. Hello, Major General Wang. Principal Chun, the situation is dire. Major General Wang got straight to the point. Preliminary statistics show that over 100,000 exotic beasts have suddenly appeared nationwide, causing tens of thousands of casualties, and the numbers are still rising. These monsters appeared randomly. While some are in uninhabited areas, countless more have wreaked havoc in urban centers. The Qianlong plan has now been officially launched. I need you to prepare the list of participants as soon as possible. Understood. We will fully cooperate, replied Principal Chun, his expression grave as he hung up the phone. In just a few days, the situation had deteriorated to this extent. More frighteningly, the newly appeared beasts were even more ferocious than before. Some of the larger ones were now impervious to small firearms. The Qianlong plan. It seems the higher-ups are determined to create gods. Principal Chun was deeply troubled. Once this plan is fully implemented, the entire world order would undergo a seismic shift. He quickly left his office and headed straight for the players' training room. A bloody storm was likely on the horizon. In the busiest commercial street of City a giant blue crab, 5 to 6 meters tall, was rampaging, flipping over police cars left and right. Over 100 police officers aimed their guns and fired a barrage of bullets. Yet, against its impenetrable shell, their firepower was utterly ineffective. Moreover, the game's rules granted the crab endless life, with its wounds healing visibly. A few rookie officers trembled as they pulled the trigger, filled with fear and helplessness. Their usual duties involved mediating disputes, finding lost phones, or searching for pets. They had never faced anything like this. Today, they were expected to engage a monster in direct combat. This was too surreal. They were just police officers, not Ultraman. The machine guns roared, sparks flying. And while the giant crab remained relatively unscathed, the impact of the bullets did limit its movements. At that critical moment, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the sky. Several fully armed Special Forces soldiers rappelled down from the helicopter, unleashing a barrage of machine gun and rocket fire, instantly blasting the massive crab into pieces. Everyone fall back. We'll take over from here, the Special Ops team shouted. The police officers, feeling a wave of relief, began to evacuate the onlookers while retreating swiftly themselves. What are you staring at? Run. Posting on social media isn't worth dying for. Just as the crowd dispersed, the shattered pieces of the crab miraculously reassembled. The game rules had granted it eternal life. It was indestructible in this world. The Special Forces soldiers readied themselves, aiming their heavy machine guns at the crab's legs, while snipers focused on destroying its vision. 2 gunshots rang out, shattering the giant crab's compound eyes, and a hail of bullets soon severed its 8 legs. As it let out a wail, a massive iron cage dropped from the helicopter, trapping it securely. Moments later, a large military truck rumbled down the street. From inside the truck came the sound of violent thrashing as the crab struggled to escape its mobile prison. Its future seemed destined for the dissection table. Principal Chen arrived at the training room for the superhuman players. The vast space was filled with severely injured individuals, and the air was heavy with a sense of gloom. Zhang Xiaolong lay on a bed, staring blankly. He had nearly died in the strange storm yesterday. The other world was incredibly dangerous, and although he had survived this time, who could guarantee such luck again? At that moment, Principal Chun stepped onto the stage and began his speech. Thank you all for your hard work. Welcome back safely. He paused and looked around, seeing the weary eyes of everyone on him. I am your principal and I understand the difficulties you face. But now, I must announce an important decision, he said, clearing his throat. Just moments ago, I received a notification from our superiors. As of now, the Qianlong plan has officially commenced. According to our intelligence, when a player dies in the other world, a monster appears in our reality to take their place. Our nation is currently being ravaged by these creatures, causing widespread devastation. As a special group, only we have the power to turn the tide. Principal Chin's passionate speech was meant to inspire the players to rise and fight for their country. However, the response was lukewarm. Having endured the trials of the other world, they knew all too well how terrifying those monsters were. With their own survival in question, how could they think of saving others? Yet, there are always those with a burning sense of duty and courage. Zhang Xiaolong shakily raised his hand. Despite his humble origins, he aspired to achieve something monumental. Rather than waiting to die in despair, he chose to make a final stand. Following his lead, dozens of others gradually raised their hands. Principal Chun smiled with relief. Although the number was small, it exceeded his expectations. He quickly led the volunteers of the Qianlong clan down the long hallway, disappearing into the shadows. His glasses glinted coldly, hiding the true emotions in his eyes. In reality, he had concealed much of the truth. As one of the nation's most critical projects, the Qianlong plan was far from simple. There were undoubtedly greater conspiracies waiting to be unveiled. Unfortunately, the players present were completely unaware. At that moment, their minds were consumed by a single thought: to become stronger and survive. Only by doing so could they hope to endure the countless perils of this other world and eventually witness a time of peace and prosperity. In his view, the Qianlong project seemed like a monumental endeavor to create gods. Monsters from the game world suddenly invaded reality, and the arrival of superpowered players signaled that the future of the world had become unpredictable. When players first returned, over 700,000 monster invasion incidents had already occurred nationwide. Although the government responded swiftly, containing the monsters on a large scale and actively guiding public opinion online, panic had already spread across the country. People lost faith in the future. Against this backdrop, someone proposed the Qianlong project. It involved selecting highly potential players from across the nation and focusing resources on their intensive training. Currently, Huagua has contained hundreds of thousands of otherworldly monsters, which are imprisoned in secret bases scattered throughout the country. These captive creatures now serve as sources of experience, much like in the game. Players joining the Qianlong project receive special attention, helping them quickly master monster hunting techniques and rapidly level up. As these players grow stronger in the real world, their chances of survival in the game's otherworld increase, indirectly reducing the frequency of monster appearances. Principal Qian adjusted his glasses, a deliberate gesture as he stood at the podium. The selection criteria for the Qianlong project prioritized character over the awakening of talents. This approach was understandable. The nation feared investing vast resources only to cultivate a group of selfish traitors. The goal of the Qianlong project was to nurture a group of powerful human guardians, not deities who would lord over ordinary people. Principal Chen glanced back at the superpowered players behind him. Though they volunteered to serve humanity with pure hearts, human nature is fickle. As they grow stronger and acquire godlike powers, will they be able to hold on to their original beliefs? This question, even he could not answer, leaving it to the future to reveal. Soon, Principal Qian led a group to the underground secret base. After presenting their credentials, heavily armed soldiers stepped aside, and the heavy metal doors slowly opened. The group descended into a massive bunker. The underground space was brightly lit, with countless otherworldly monsters roaring deafeningly from their cages. Daxia soldiers patrolled with guns. These elite troops were Huagua's finest, veterans of countless battles. Principal Chun. The unit commanders saluted in unison. Principal Chun smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I believe you have received instructions from higher authorities, and we will need your continued support." He shook hands with several team leaders who would assist the players in slaying monsters, executing the first step of the Qianlong project. Zhang Xiaolong, it's your turn. I've heard you have over a decade of experience hunting pigs, so I believe you have a unique talent for dealing with monsters, Principal Chun said, patting Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder, his eyes full of trust. Zhang Xiaolong looked up, staring at the enormous green crab, which stood 5 or 6 meters tall, inside the iron cage. He swallowed slightly, puzzled. Did the principal make a mistake? How could this creature be compared to a pig? Just as he was about to refuse, the principal and the others stepped back, leaving him alone. Principal, do you really think I can take this thing down barehanded? Before he could finish, the iron cage made a clattering sound and slowly opened. The giant green crab, already impatient, waved its massive claws like door panels, clashing against the iron bars and sparking fiercely. Principal Chun watched Zhang Xiaolong intently. This was a test. If he lacked the courage to face a formidable enemy, he would be eliminated from the Qinlong program. Show your bravery, Zhang Xiaolong. Captain Li and his team will provide fire support. But inside, Zhang Xiaolong was raging with anger, trembling all over. He turned around shakily and took out his novice weapon, a butcher's knife. The giant shadow loomed over him, with its 5 or 6 meters tall body, armor as hard as steel, and claws capable of cutting through a car. Could anyone really defeat such a monster? You must be joking. A figure leaped high and then came crashing down. The massive green crab was pierced through and instantly killed. Wong Mang stood on the crab's back, twisting his neck out of boredom. This giant crab was too weak, and the lack of treasure chests made it even more dull. He jumped off the crab's back, turned around, and watched as the crab's body dissipated into particles of light. He sighed. Other players had logged off, enjoying family time, while he was stuck on this desolate island, struggling to survive. He longed for Hadaleo hot pot, hairy crabs, but after eating giant green crabs every day, he was almost sick of it. He dreamed of Hadaleo, of sugary drinks, of spontaneous trips with cute girls, doing whatever he wanted. As he was lost in his thoughts, another giant green crab charged at him. He frowned, thinking, "Can't you see I'm reminiscing about good times?" He muttered, "Basic muscle strengthening, basic muscle strengthening, basic muscle strengthening," and his body began to swell with compounded skills. His shoulders broadened exaggeratedly, his waist thickened with muscle, and with a slight lift of his arm, it was as thick as a cow's leg. Veins crawled over his body like earthworms. He hated being interrupted while deep in thought. With a powerful leap, he soared over 10 meters high, eclipsing the sun. He clasped his fists together, his body arched like a bow. With a single punch, the giant crab's several-ton body was slammed into the sand. Its hard shell deformed, and crab roe splattered everywhere. One hit was all it took to kill it. He thought confidently to himself. He definitely had the strength. He rubbed his fists, snorted coldly, realizing he had grown even stronger. The ancient martial arts manuals, combat techniques, and force exertion skills on the forum were all real. Just now, he had only stacked 10 times basic muscle strengthening, increasing his muscle strength by 200%. With a powerful punch, brimming with the protagonist's full strength, it seemed to rival his mightiest strike. He scrutinized the colossal green crab towering 4 to 5 meters high before him, its back now deeply dented from the blow. The sheer force was awe-inspiring. What kind of devastating impact would his punch have if he were at full power? Perhaps even an elite green crab, standing over 10 meters tall, wouldn't survive. Has the protagonist truly grown this powerful? This extraordinary strength ignited a fervor within him. Yet, a lingering trace of doubt still wove through his mind. However, he glanced at his blood-stained fist and frowned slightly. The application of force often comes with an equal and opposite reaction. Despite his immense strength, his body was still made of flesh and blood. While basic muscle enhancement could increase his body's strength and resilience, unleashing explosive power still caused minor injuries due to the strong recoil. Recently, he had also discovered a lack of methods to heal his wounds. This world seemed like a game, and there should be items and skills to restore health. With this thought, he sighed. The monsters in this other world were incredibly powerful. Despite all players awakening special abilities, only a rare few could defeat monsters on their own. This resulted in a monotonous auction house, filled with useless monster materials. But this was understandable, as only elite monsters might drop treasure chests with equipment. Imagine those giant crabs, towering over 10 meters high, as tall as a 3-story building. Most people wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of one, let alone hunt it. And he still lacked a suitable weapon. Despite slaying so many monsters, he was still using a beginner's weapon. But there was nothing he could do about it. The drop rate in this game world was just too low. From his recent observations, only over-level kills had a higher drop rate. Besides the first kill chests, the chance of finding equipment in other chests was very low, mostly containing materials. The corpse of the giant crab in front of him disappeared in a flash of light. Wang Mang picked up a fishbone and started looking for a new hunting target. He was about to level up to 5 and needed to be more diligent. It was late afternoon when he finally returned to his small hut. The newly planted watermelon seedlings had grown tall, with several fist-sized watermelons hanging green on the vines, expected to ripen by evening. He left behind a bathtub-sized oyster shell, cleaned it slightly, and turned it into a large steamer. As his level increased, his physical fitness improved, and so did his appetite. When hungry, he could devour 10 pounds of crab meat in one go. Besides solving his food problem, he had recently learned many survival techniques from forums. He built a bed with tree branches, a hearth for cooking and warmth, and oil lamps made from monster fat. Today, he even ventured to the seaside to bring back a few car-sized shells to use as water reservoirs, solving his daily water needs. Gradually, Wong Mang had fully adapted to life on the deserted island. His days were very productive, either resting or hunting on the beach to gain experience points for leveling up. He threw a few logs into the hearth and set up the pot to cook dinner. Ever since other players came online, his quality of life had drastically improved, thanks mainly to survival posts from tech-savvy players on the forums. On the deserted island, Wang Mang mastered numerous survival skills, enriching his life significantly. He learned to light torches, make oil lamps, produce coarse salt from seawater, and even create simple engines. These skills made his life on the island much more convenient. Currently, he is relishing the joy of stir-frying crab meat and watermelon rind over an open flame, sprinkling them with his homemade coarse salt and pickled vegetable seasoning. Sitting at his doorstep, he savors the delicious dishes and sips fresh watermelon juice, feeling a touch of civilization. After days of effort, he can finally enjoy the taste of stir-fried food, which brings him immense satisfaction and happiness. Gazing at the vast ocean, Wang Mang decided to accelerate his progress. He plans to reach level 5 and bravely explore further beaches. This mysterious island holds many secrets, and he must venture forward courageously to find traces of other humans. Only by doing so can he discover the way home. Additionally, he is preparing to challenge elite-level monsters, as only they might drop treasure chests containing crucial equipment and items to strengthen him. To become more powerful and find his way home, he must battle these formidable creatures. There is no avoiding it. Every day, Wang Mang diligently studies ancient Chinese martial arts techniques. He discovered that these ancient martial arts manuals contain immense power, capable of unlocking hidden potential within the human body. In this game world, these ancient martial arts exhibit formidable combat abilities, making him feel limitless possibilities. Therefore, he resolved to practice these ancient martial arts techniques tirelessly every day to enhance his strength. Besides survival skills and combat prowess, Wang Mang has another wish: to experience love. He has never been in a relationship and has always saved his first precious love for someone special in the future. Although he cannot fulfill this wish on the deserted island, he remains hopeful and eager for love. On this desolate island, Wang Mang displays strength, courage, and a longing for love, which is truly moving. In hindsight, it turns out that first loves are just fleeting moments. All one really needs is to find someone they genuinely like. Wang Mang, who had gone through a turbulent romantic experience, realized he was just one of many options for a girl who was playing the field. Heartbroken, he spent a lonely 6 months playing the role of a devoted admirer. However, this period of his life helped him grow emotionally, making him realize that women were not an indispensable part of his existence, nor should they affect his gaming performance and speed. Since then, he hasn't found a suitable partner, losing even his status as a backup option, and has drifted alone in the sea of people. Recently, he found himself stranded on a desolate island for over 10 days, lost in thought. He gradually came to understand that the idea of a girlfriend and past romantic experiences were nothing but fleeting illusions. On this island, he couldn't even find a single sow. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. Suddenly, he heard an excited chirping sound coming from a crack near his doorstep. Wang Mang's eyes widened in surprise, veins popping on his forehead. It turned out to be a pair of black beetles, a couple, joyfully engaging in their activities in the corner. Recently, a mysterious pervert had been appearing on the beach, attacking them during their happy moments at night, so they had resorted to coming out during the day. Despite the danger, they still enjoyed their moments of bliss. Just as the beetle couple was in high spirits, a furious shout rang out, "Get out!" A giant fish spine descended from the sky, skewering the two beetles together. At last, they were together forever. As night fell, the beach's black-armored beast couples were once again disturbed by a certain lone wanderer, causing the beach to remain eerily quiet for several nights. The next morning, Wang Mang felt invigorated and ready for action as he hurriedly left his home. Today, he was set to advance to level 5. Hunt, hunt, hunt. By noon, when the last giant blue crab fell at his feet, a radiant light enveloped Wang Mang. The system notification sounded: "Killed blue crab, gained 7 experience points, leveled up to LV5. Eager to enhance his abilities, Wang Mang immediately allocated all 5 free attribute points to his constitution. Opening his character panel, he saw his constitution had reached an impressive 32. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. His physical prowess now approached 3 times the human limit. With skill stacking, he could amplify his muscle strength up to 38 times, achieving a staggering 760% increase. In this state, he temporarily possessed a physique surpassing human limits by 27 times. The comprehensive boost from the basic muscle enhancement skill carried no side effects, only strengthening his body in every aspect. Combined with ancient Chinese martial arts techniques, his power would skyrocket, potentially delivering punches with nearly 100-fold critical hit, capable of even piercing through tanks. Wang Mang let out a triumphant roar, feeling a thrill far beyond that of playing video games. Gazing at the distant beach and ocean, his eyes were resolute. It was time to explore this deserted island. After disposing of the blue crab's carcass, he geared up and cautiously ventured into the unknown. The beach stretched endlessly. When Wang Mang first arrived, he almost thought he was in a desert. He carefully trekked for over an hour, surrounded by nothing but vast sand. Finally, after climbing over a massive boulder, a vast expanse of rocky outcrops came into view. In the distance, large blue crabs scuttled across the rocks. Compared to the territory of the black armored beasts, the blue crabs here were much larger, mostly of elite status. Among the crevices, giant sea roaches could be seen crawling back and forth. In the crevices of these reefs, lush, seaweed-like plants grow abundantly, adding a touch of green to the ocean. Occasionally, the massive bodies of sea monsters float by and get stranded among the rocks, becoming a feast for the sea roaches. This place is practically a paradise for monsters. Standing on a huge rock, Wang Mang looked down and noticed the enormous size of these sea roaches. Their bodies, as large as vans, stood out in this otherworldly environment. They resembled pill bugs, but had incredible crawling speed and tough exoskeletons. On Blue Star, they were just the size of seeds, but here, each one was as big as a car. Although Wang Mang wasn't particularly interested in these sea roaches, their sheer numbers offered a rare chance to gain valuable experience. In the distance, a giant green crab, standing over 10 meters tall, slowly crawled among the rocks. With a single snap of its massive claws, a sea roach vanished into its mouth, making a sizzling sound. Besides the giant green crab, Wang Mang also noticed another creature appearing intermittently among the reefs: long-legged fish. Their fins had evolved into leg-like structures, their eyes perched high, and their mouths filled with shark-like sharp teeth. Compared to the giant green crab, these fish were slightly smaller, about 8 to 9 meters tall, but they were remarkably agile. Each leap could reach tens of meters in height. These long-legged fish also seemed to feed on sea roaches, as he occasionally saw them gnawing on the roach's remains. Wang Mang found these long-legged fish more challenging to deal with than the giant green crab because of their speed and their knack for coordinated attacks, always appearing in groups of 3 or 5. Wang Mang lay on a large rock, observing until dusk before hurriedly leaving. This reef area was teeming with monsters, and he decided to return the next day to challenge them, find suitable targets, and seek treasure chests. He returned to his stone dwelling as the sun set. After eating and drinking his fill, he went to an open area, assumed a stance, and began practicing martial arts. On this desolate island, especially when other players logged off, Wang Mang could only continuously practice ancient Chinese martial techniques. However, over time, he began to enjoy the feeling of sweating profusely. It was like working out. Once you got used to it, the sense of comfort and satisfaction would immerse you. But he also knew that his recent overindulgence in giant oysters made him unusually energetic. Every morning, his body felt stiff all over. Without some exercise, he feared he might suffocate from inactivity. So, he kept punching until late at night, collapsing from exhaustion. The next morning, he woke up refreshed and ready for a new journey. Running on the beach, kicking up a trail of dust, he felt a longing for the unknown world. Once, he hid in the crevices of rocks, living a monotonous life. But now he felt the entire world was unfolding before him, vast and boundless. Before long, he arrived at an area with fewer monsters, cautiously moving along the crevices of the rocks. As they drew closer to their target, a few sea roaches occasionally scurried out from the crevices in the rocks, moving at an astonishing speed. Wang Mang halted, resembling a patient hunter with the poise of a cat. Activating his basic muscle enhancement skill, his arms swelled with newfound strength. Taking a wide stance, he twisted his torso and assumed the perfect javelin-throwing position. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, a 2-meter-long fish bone shot through the air, pinning a massive sea roach to the reef. However, a single fish bone wasn't enough to kill it. The sea roach struggled desperately against the restraint. Whoosh! 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 Several more giant fish bones followed, finally securing the creature firmly to the reef. Ding! The sea cockroach was defeated, earning Wang Mang 4 experience points and a piece of the sea cockroach's carapace, along with 6 portions of insect meat. Wang Mang nodded slightly, satisfied with the experience points. However, he had no interest in the sea cockroach meat, as his backpack was already filled with various monster meats. Without hesitation, he tossed the insect meat into the auction house to exchange for gold coins. Speaking of the auction house, Wang Mang had thoroughly studied it before. He discovered it had only 2 main functions. One allowed players to trade items with each other, but only with those in the chat group. The other function was recycling, where players could recycle materials obtained from monsters in exchange for gold coins. Even miscellaneous items like stones and branches could be recycled, though breaking them down required extra gold coins, and the materials gained had no real value, mostly for personal use. Currently, gold coins were only useful for facilitating trades between players, and their specific purpose was still unknown. However, Wang Mang speculated that gold coins might have a similar role to those in other online games he had played. After pulling out the fishbone from the rock wall, Wang Mang continued to search for his next target. This time, he decided not to hunt the smaller monsters. He looked ahead, squinting his eyes slightly. A 10-meter-tall giant green crab was desperately digging into the crevices of the reef, trying to extract a hiding sea cockroach. Eyeing the elite giant green crab in the distance, Wang Mang bent down and began to maneuver through the cluster of reefs. He climbed to a higher vantage point, looking down at the giant crab below with a greedy and excited expression. Having successfully hunted 2 giant green crabs before, he had gained valuable experience. Recently, he had leveled up and begun to master the force techniques of ancient Chinese martial arts, making himself even stronger. His body began to undergo muscle enhancement. With each passing second, Wang Mang's body gradually expanded. He had already removed his only pair of jeans to prevent them from bursting due to his sudden increase in size. Now, transformed into a muscular giant over 2 meters tall, he crouched on the reef. His legs bent like a frog's, kneeling on the ground, and his hands stretched forward in a hunting stance, his entire body's muscles taut like bowstrings. This explosive posture was derived from the Wuxingmen, 5 elements sect, of ancient Chinese martial arts. It concentrated the strength of hundreds of muscles throughout the body, mimicking a tiger's hunting style, pushing the human body's potential to the extreme, enabling a burst of 200% or even 300% of absolute strength in an instant. Wang Mang's body was as tense as a drawn bowstring, his muscles coiled and ready to spring. Under such immense power, the reef beneath his feet shattered, forming web-like cracks. He unleashed the secret technique of ancient Chinese martial arts, the Xingyi tiger descending from the mountain from the Wuxingmen. His body seemed to manifest a giant black tiger phantom, roaring ferociously, and he lunged at the giant green crab's vertical eye. This time, Wang Mang was well prepared. He employed the same old method, first blinding one of the crab's eyes, then targeting its vital points, and finally dragging it to its death. Wang Mang was completely unprepared for the immense power of the ancient martial arts secrets of Huaxia. This skill not only tripled his physical capabilities, but also amplified his strength dozens of times on top of basic muscle enhancement. When he unleashed the tiger descends the mountain technique, it felt as if the entire world trembled. The sheer force created a powerful wind pressure, and the massive elite-level blue crab was slammed into the ground, shattering the rocks and crushing its head instantly. The system notified him that he had defeated the elite blue crab, earning experience points and a white random treasure chest. Wang Mang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Had he really become this powerful? A surge of excitement and pride welled up inside him. The ancient martial arts power was truly astonishing. He quickly disassembled the elite blue crab's body into disappearing light and then hurried away, realizing his small magic bottle was empty and he needed to lay low for a while. However, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he found a hidden corner to enjoy the crab meat sticks he had prepared earlier. He was acutely aware of the unique properties of energy attributes. In a state of hunger, he could barely recover on his own, but once he started eating, his energy recovery rate would significantly increase. The marrow of the dragon-spotted fish was his top-tier ingredient, capable of fully restoring his energy with just one bottle, and any excess energy would help speed up the recovery of his small magic bottle. But with only 30 bottles of marrow left, he decided to save them for emergencies. He had also obtained monster meat and elite-level crab meat sticks from the beach, which were currently his best food sources. Thanks to his superhuman physique, he could easily digest large amounts of food. Eating 3 10-pound crab meat sticks at a time could restore 30 energy points within 2 hours. Although the recovery rate was somewhat slow, it was one of his fastest methods available. Additionally, he wore a bronze ring that restored 1 energy point every 10 minutes, making it quite useful for beginner-level equipment. The recovery of the small magic bottle also became simpler. By crushing monster meat, the energy would quickly overflow, fully recharging the bottle in about 3 hours. With plenty of time in the morning, he placed the small magic bottle into a bag made from slime skin, filled it with chopped crab meat, and resumed hunting the nearby sea roaches. Several hours later, he ambushed another elite-level blue crab. Though he didn't get a treasure chest this time, Wang Mang was confident in his abilities and skills, ready to face even more challenges. After several hours of intense battle, Wang Mang successfully hunted down a few resilient sea cockroaches. Once he had regained his strength, he discovered a massive elite blue crab. This creature was even larger than the ones before, measuring at least 13 meters in length. However, it ultimately couldn't withstand Wang Mang's ambush and fell, leaving behind a treasure chest that glowed with a white light. This cycle repeated itself until nightfall, when Wang Mang finally returned home, exhausted. Throughout the entire day, he had defeated at least hundreds of sea cockroaches and 4 elite blue crabs. His hunting skills had become increasingly proficient, and his mastery of ancient Chinese martial arts had also deepened through real combat. Now, dealing with sea cockroaches didn't even require him to use any skills. A casual throw could instantly take down a monster larger than a car. Today, he also unexpectedly obtained 2 treasure chests and gained some experience, though he was still a ways off from leveling up. Upon arriving home, he blocked the entrance with a few large stones and then sat on his bed, elated. In mobile games, nothing is more thrilling than drawing cards, and during monster hunting, nothing is more exciting than opening treasure chests. And now, it was time to open those chests. Wong Mang clenched his fists in excitement as he eyed the 2 pristine treasure chests before him. When he opened them, 2 dazzling beams of light flashed, revealing several items inside. With a click, a large pair of pincers appeared before him. Crafted from the claws of a giant blue crab, this sharp weapon had average attack power and effects, but its shape felt very comfortable in his hands. Next, he found a blue spear, also made from the legs of a giant blue crab. Though its attributes were nothing special, it was a handy weapon nonetheless. Following that, he obtained 3 fast-growing green pepper seeds, which could sprout and bear fruit in a short time, much to his delight. Additionally, there was a level 1 experience book, which granted 100 experience points upon use, making his eyes light up. Lastly, he got a blue pill skill book that taught the life skill, blue pill. Despite its peculiar name, it was a novel item. Wong Mang inspected these items with satisfaction. Although their attributes were average, they were all useful, with nothing wasted. He tried out the 2 weapons, finding them to be quite handy, much better than his axe. He immediately used the experience book, quickly boosting his experience points. Picking up the fast-growing green pepper seeds, he was moved to tears with excitement. Carefully, he planted the seeds in a sunny little patch of land, sprinkling some crab meat alongside, eagerly anticipating a meal of stir-fried green peppers with meat the next day. This made him happier than hunting the giant blue crab. Humming a tune, he picked up the blue pill skill book and curiously examined it. Despite finding the name somewhat improper, he decided to learn it since it was the first skill book he had obtained from a treasure chest. After clicking to use it, the system prompted that it required 1,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he sold materials from his backpack at the auction house to gather enough coins. What he initially thought was a useless blue pill skill book became something he decided to learn, considering that on this deserted island, he didn't even have a virtual girlfriend, let alone anything else. A streak of light flashed across the sky, and the skill book dissolved into sparkling stardust, infusing itself into Wong Mang's body. Buzz. The skill book successfully activated, bestowing upon him a new life skill, blue pill. This life skill required monster meat as its primary ingredient. By consuming a certain amount of monster meat and coins, Wong Mang could produce a corresponding number of blue pills. When ingested, these pills could gradually restore a certain amount of energy. However, the moment Wong Mang read the skill description, his eyes widened in astonishment. This blue pill was nothing like he had imagined. "Is this a mana potion?" he exclaimed, his heart suddenly brimming with joy. This was exactly what he needed. Without hesitation, he took out a piece of monster meat and began using his new skill to craft blue pills. Buzz. The crafting was successful, 20 coins spent, and he obtained 2 blue pills. These white, common quality pills could restore 10 points of energy over 60 seconds, and their effects could stack up to 3 times. Though they were only 1-star rated, for Wong Mang, the mana restoring effect was already quite impressive. He opened his inventory and converted most of his monster meat into blue pills, leaving a few pieces as backup ingredients. Holding over 100 blue pills in his hand, Wong Mang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Awesome. Let's go. Ha ha ha." He laughed, exhilarated, as night fell. Early the next morning, Wong Mang woke up fully armed and headed to the rocky reefs. Last night, he discovered another use for the blue pills. They could be directly placed into his small magic bottle, and just a few pills could fully recharge it within minutes. This significantly enhanced his sustainability. With his energy recovery problem solved, he lost interest in the sea roaches and set his sights on elite-level monsters. Standing among the rocky formations, he quickly spotted his target. A 10-meter-tall elite blue crab foraging, completely unaware that it had become his prey. Kill monsters, sleep. Kill monsters, sleep. Kill monsters, sleep. 3 days passed, and Wong Mang finally leveled up to 6. A colossal blue crab, over 10 meters high and weighing several tons, slowly toppled over, kicking up a cloud of dust. A white treasure chest floated in the air, but Wong Mang remained unmoved. The relentless high-intensity battles had left him somewhat numb. Even a white-quality treasure chest no longer excited him as it once did. After organizing his items, he set off on his journey back before noon. Despite the game-like system of levels and experience, this world felt more real than anything else. In the game, if players fall in battle, they cannot be revived. Injuries will also affect their combat effectiveness, and prolonged fighting will drain their stamina. The same goes for the monsters. They don't respawn infinitely. If they are killed frequently, they may even feel fear and start to deliberately avoid the player's attacks. This is the main reason why players have recently found their leveling up to be slower. Additionally, once players reach higher levels, the experience gained from hunting lower-level monsters will significantly decrease. Returning home, Wang Mang contentedly prepared himself a delicious meal and squeezed a refreshing glass of watermelon juice. He sat on the rooftop, overlooking the vast ocean, savoring the taste of stir-fried pork with green peppers while deep in thought. Recently, he had been not only hunting elite monsters in the game, but also exploring the unknown territories around him. To the right along the coastline were rocky formations where sea cockroaches thrived. To the left, towering boulders blocked his path, and moving towards the center of the island lay a vast, primordial forest. The enormous trees there blocked out the sunlight, and their intertwined roots created a dark and mysterious scene. Every time he contemplated entering the forest from a distance, his heart would race, and his hairs would stand on end. There was undoubtedly great danger hidden within that giant forest. He didn't dare to venture in and only observed from afar before turning back. Compared to that mysterious forest, his current strength was far from sufficient. After finishing his dinner, he jumped down from the boulder and strolled back to his small hut. After several days of hunting, his treasure chest was filled with plenty of loot, and he had recently acquired some fast-growing seeds. The small plot inside his room had expanded significantly, with various vegetables and fruits growing vigorously. He left a large cucumber in the garden and hurriedly lay down on his bed. Opening the chat panel, he saw that all his friends' avatars had dimmed. They were either offline or had returned to the real world. In 3 days, they should be back online again. He couldn't help but worry if his friend would indeed relay his message to his parents as promised. Zhang Xiang, whom he had met in the chat, had agreed to help contact his family. Despite the firm promise, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. After all, that blue-quality fishbone from the giant monster was an extremely precious treasure. Lying in bed, he munched on the cucumber while browsing the forums, trying to learn various survival skills. On this desolate island, all alone, he, once an underachiever, had no choice but to fend for himself. If his parents knew, they might be moved to tears and even go to a temple to give thanks. Sigh, he wondered if they had received the letter he wrote. Meanwhile, in the real world on Blue Star, in the remote mountainous area, at Shinshan High School for Superhumans, Principal Chun sat in his office, holding a large stone tablet. He adjusted his glasses, incredulously confirming, "You mean to say there's a player trapped in the game world? Could this be the letter sent to his parents?" Zhang Xiang nodded, rubbing his chubby hands, and replied, "Yes. I didn't believe it at first either, but when I dialed the number on the tablet, it was indeed his parents who answered." At this, Zhang Xiang couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a sense of pity for the perilous game world. He managed to survive there for 3 days and could return to the real world for a week's rest. Moreover, the Huaxia government would provide them with special training, abundant supplies, and assistance in leveling up. But Wang Mang was truly unlucky, trapped on a terrifying deserted island. By now, he might be starving, surviving only by drinking his own urine. Poor thing. He deceived me, promising to give me blue-quality materials. Clearly, he was worried I wouldn't contact his parents, so he lied to me. Next time I return, even if he's still alive, I won't ask him for any reward and will consider it an act of kindness. Zhang Xiang sighed, feeling relatively fortunate in comparison. Principal Qian stared at the information on the stone tablet, his expression turning serious. Unlike the young, his years of experience made him less easily deceived. The sudden intrusion of the game world into reality surely hinted at a significant conspiracy. Although the tablet might indeed have been written by a player, it could also be a trap set by monsters, or bait left by a creature that consumed a player. Principal Chun picked up the phone next to him and dialed a number. "Major General Wang, there's a special situation here that may require your assistance." Soon, a message reached the 826 secret base. Li Yong and a group of experts gathered around. Information about Wang Mang and his ancestors from 18 generations was displayed on the big screen. Based on the current information, it seemed very likely that a player was indeed trapped in the game world. A renowned domestic psychologist spoke slowly. After reading Wang Mang's essays and diaries from childhood, he could confidently say that the content on the stone tablet was indeed written by him. Li Yong nodded in agreement. Judging by the handwriting and content on the tablet, it was highly possible that a player was trapped in the game world. Another expert spoke slowly. "Although we've confirmed that a player is trapped, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has been parasitized by some rare monster. After all, anyone who crosses over usually returns after 3 days. The fact that he hasn't returned might mean he has turned into a monster. However, his situation is quite unique, so I believe it's necessary to form a team to closely monitor his condition. Agreed, several voices echoed. However, the game world is extremely dangerous, and without support from the real world, he likely won't last long. This statement left everyone silent. This young man was just a child, who should be enjoying the sweetness of love on campus. But now, he was alone on a monster-infested island, facing various dangers. It was truly heartbreaking. A female expert sighed. This child is about the same age as my son. He must be hiding in some dark corner, lacking food and water, starving. Just like the little match girl, he curls up helplessly in the corner, eyes filled with a plea, with only a faint glimmer of hope, longing for someone to take him home. This child must be very scared right now. A blue spear sliced through the air. Its speed nearly reached the speed of sound. With a dull thud, a 5 to 6 meter tall blue crab was pierced by the spear, dying instantly. Their eyes widened in terror as they stared ahead, their faces etched with fear and panic. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously, as if heralding the arrival of something dreadful. An indescribable fear surged within them, for the terrifying two-legged monster had appeared once more. Boom, 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 boom. As the footsteps drew closer, their hearts pounded faster, almost leaping out of their chests. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread left them gasping for breath, unable to do anything but await the arrival of the horrifying creature. Wong Mang sprinted at top speed. Unfortunately for the giant crabs, their reaction was too slow. Huge fish bones rained down from the sky, pinning them instantly to the ground. The crabs were terrified, utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. Nearby, a few sea cockroaches witnessed the event, their antennae spinning wildly in fear and agitation. Despite his small size, this two-legged creature exhibited unimaginable strength, striking fear into the hearts of all nearby creatures. A wave of terror surged through the sea cockroaches, triggering a frantic escape. Wong Mang's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he began to dismember the bodies of the giant crabs. Over the past few days of relentless hunting, it seemed that the surrounding monsters had developed a fear of him. Whenever he appeared, they scattered like frightened rabbits. Even the elite giant crabs now took a wide berth around him, a stark contrast to the past when they would chase him through the streets. Glancing at the sky, he noticed the sun was about to set. He gathered his gear and set off for home. As he reached his doorstep, a small creature darted out from a crack. A baby blue crab, about the size of a crab shell, scuttled towards him, its body swaying joyfully and emitting happy bubbles. Wang Mang felt a surge of joy at the sight of the lively little crab. He retrieved a piece of bug meat from his space backpack and said with a grin, "Seala, you've grown so fast. It looks like you've bulked up a bit in just half a day." The little crab scurried over, eagerly grabbing the bug meat and happily munching away. This baby blue crab was the result of his first hunt of an elite giant crab, obtained from its egg. After several days of incubation, it finally hatched last night. Living alone on a deserted island often left Wang Mang feeling lonely. After some thought, he decided to keep the little guy, much like having a pet dog. With his growing strength, feeding it wouldn't be an issue. Back at home, he looked over his garden, where various vegetables and fruits hung abundantly from the branches. These were valuable treasures to him, rare tastes of home in this otherworldly place. He picked some vegetables and began cooking. As he busied himself, the little crab followed closely, never leaving his side. Its eyes stood tall, curiously surveying the surroundings. For dinner, he prepared stir-fried crab meat with green peppers and tomato oyster soup, and picked a large watermelon from the garden. He served the food in 2 large shell bowls, dividing it equally. Then Wang Mang and Seala sat at the doorstep, savoring the rare delicacies while gazing at the vast ocean. Memories of his parents surfaced. Did they receive news about him? If they knew their beloved son was stranded on a deserted island, unable to return home, they might cry tears of joy, perhaps even adding a few more siblings for him. His quirky younger sister would probably shout excitedly, "Loser brother, I finally don't have to take care of you anymore." Although his past relationship with his family wasn't great, the prolonged isolation on the island made him start to miss them. Rubbing his eyes reddened by the sea breeze, he made a silent vow. He would reach the pinnacle in this game world, defeat his enemies, and then return to reality to shock them all. At that time, he would ride a colossal beast, donning radiant armor, and look down upon them, saying, Wang Mang's days on the deserted island became remarkably routine. He would wake up automatically at the crack of dawn. Miraculously, his nearsightedness vanished, and his body grew strong and muscular, with well-defined abs showcasing his fit physique. Unlike typical fitness enthusiasts, his muscles were harmoniously balanced, exuding immense explosive power. This was just his normal state. After breakfast, Wang Mang began planning his day's hunt. Due to frequent encounters with elite-level giant crabs, these crabs had become more cautious and rarely appeared near the rocks. Therefore, he decided to change his target to the bipedal fish lurking among the rocks. These amphibious creatures excelled both on land and in water. Although they lacked the hard shells of the giant crabs, their heightened senses and speed made them formidable. Yesterday's attempt, though ultimately successful, had been resource-intensive and inefficient. Thus, today he resolved to try a new hunting method. Amid the rocky formations, a massive bipedal fish suddenly emerged. Its body was huge, covered in thick black scales, with large, bulging eyes. It leapt out of the water and grabbed a sea roach, devouring it. Surprisingly, the sea roach offered no resistance, which puzzled the bipedal fish. After finishing its meal, it noticed another plump sea roach lying quietly behind a rock. Greedily eyeing the potential meal, it decided to enjoy this feast alone, without sharing with its companions. Just as it was about to take a bite, a sharp spear pierced its jaw, and its agonized cries echoed through the rocky area. It turned out that a strange-looking figure had appeared, wielding a giant fish spear, successfully subduing the bipedal fish. Wong Mang smiled triumphantly, exuding confidence. With a gentle breeze blowing, a ray of sunlight danced on the lake's surface, making it shimmer. Arthur, a young boy, stood at the water's edge, holding a long spear, his gaze fixed intently on the water below. Suddenly, with all his might, he hurled the spear like a javelin. In an instant, it struck a massive fish in the lake, making it look like a pincushion. A surge of triumph filled Arthur's heart as his courage and skill were perfectly displayed. In that moment, he felt a deep connection with nature and experienced the joy and sense of accomplishment that comes with success. Ding! Wong Mang successfully defeated the elite bipedal fish, earning a generous reward of 130 experience points and a gleaming white treasure chest. He collected 108 portions of fish meat and 21 units of fish oil, and unexpectedly obtained another treasure chest. Quickly securing the chest, Wong Mang realized he needed to leave immediately, as these bipedal fish often travel in packs, and more enemies could arrive at any moment. As dusk fell, Wong Mang continued his hunt, successfully taking down 8 more bipedal fish and numerous sea cockroaches. Exhausted, he decided to leave the reef area. Back home, he sorted through the day's spoils, finding he had acquired a total of 3 white treasure chests, along with a substantial amount of fish meat and fish oil. Although the rewards in the chest were not particularly impressive, mostly common equipment, experience books, and mineral materials, the fish meat and oil brought Wong Mang a sense of satisfaction, as it had been a long time since he last enjoyed such delicious fish. The fish oil could also be used to make oil lamps, or to cook tasty dishes. After eating his fill, Wong Mang began his daily training. The ancient martial arts manuals were presented in video format, detailed and easy to understand, demonstrated by masters from various schools. These videos seemed pre-prepared and deliberately posted on forums, which puzzled Wong Mang. Standing in an open area, he practiced his stances and punches. A small green crab curiously circled around him, seemingly mimicking his movements, bringing Wong Mang an inexplicable joy. As the sun set and night fell, Wong Mang and the small green crab were drenched in sweat from their training. Meanwhile, an important meeting was underway at the 826 secret base in Huaxia. The conference hall was packed, with over 100 attendees. Nationwide, 112 academies for superhumans had been established, and most players had been settled. The Qianlong plan had been launched, selecting 16,861 participants, of whom 6 had reached level 3, 582 had reached level 2, and over 60% of players had completed their first kill mission. However, a portion of players were still stuck at the initial step, unable to successfully kill a monster, causing concern among the attendees. Statistics showed that players with a 5-star talent were the highest, with 1,322 having awakened a 4-star talent, and only 18 having a 5-star talent. These high-talent players were given increased attention and resource support to help them grow quickly. Additionally, most of the settled players had joined the military and were undergoing semi-military management. With the worsening international situation, the government decided to close the borders and enter a state of maximum alert. Halfway through the meeting, someone inquired about the containment of otherworldly monsters. Statistics indicated that about 70% of the otherworldly monsters had been contained so far. The countdown has just 2 days left, and players are about to re-enter the game world. To ensure their survival, the pace of survival training must be accelerated. We can't afford to let them die so easily anymore. This proposal received unanimous approval, especially from the Superpowered Academy at Xuanwu Mountain, deep in the mountains. In the training room, Zhang Xiaolong was drenched in sweat, tightly gripping a butcher knife and swinging it with determination. With the assistance of the Qianlong plan, his level had risen to LV2, and his strength had significantly improved. Yesterday, with the help of the special forces, he fought for over an hour and successfully killed a giant blue crab that stood 5 to 6 meters tall. This victory filled him with confidence and greatly reduced his fear of monsters. Recently, he had been diligently practicing ancient Chinese martial arts, hoping to master an advanced blade technique to enhance his strength. Given that his awakened talent was a 3-star sensory enhancement, ancient Chinese martial arts were particularly suitable for him. This talent not only enhanced his sensory abilities, but also helped him quickly grasp the martial arts techniques. In actual combat, sensory enhancement could unleash astonishing potential. It could be said that if he could make good use of this ability in combination with ancient Chinese martial arts, he might even rival those with 4-star talents. Principal Chun watched Zhang Xiaolong's persistent blade swings with satisfaction, nodding confidently. Zhang Xiaolong, just 26 years old, had been learning butchery from his father since he was 16, accumulating 10 years of experience. He had been to the police station twice, once for being falsely accused while helping an old lady cross the street, and another time for exposing a corrupt processing plant, which led to a lawsuit. His upright character, combined with the immense potential of his sensory enhancement talent, made him the ideal candidate for the Qianlong plan. Principal Chen adjusted his glasses, holding great expectations for Zhang Xiaolong. Only someone with such a strong sense of justice could choose to fight for ordinary people after gaining extraordinary powers. He then turned to Zhang Xiang, who was daydreaming nearby, and shook his head. Zhang Xiang, 18, had a 2-star talent, energy fat. Although his talent was decent, his personal qualities needed improvement. He was timid and lazy, spending his days staring at anime posters and talking to himself, appearing utterly useless. Once a handsome young man, he had become a 200-pound fatty due to his talent. Normally, he wouldn't have qualified for the Qianlong plan, but he was specially admitted because he brought back a peculiar stone tablet. Principal Chun took out the stone tablet again, carefully examining its contents. A player trapped in the game world. This was an interesting subject for research. What level had Wang Mang reached? How strong was he now? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. You have killed an elite level 2-legged fish, gaining 129 experience points and a white treasure chest. Your level has increased to LV7. Wong Mang looked at the treasure chest in front of him. His heart as calm as water. Recently, he had opened so many of these chests that they had lost their initial excitement. Perhaps only higher-level chests could rekindle his joy of opening them. He opened his attribute panel and, after careful consideration, allocated all 5 free attribute points to his constitution. Energy can be restored through various items, but increasing one's physical constitution is a much more singular process. Therefore, early on, he decided to invest all his attributes into constitution to rapidly enhance his strength. After breaking down the monster's corpse and organizing his gear, Wang Mang prepared to find his next target. Suddenly, the entire reef began to shake violently, accompanied by a thunderous crash and shockwaves coming from a distance. Wang Mang frowned, quickly leaping to a higher vantage point to get a better view. Several kilometers away, 2 colossal beasts, each towering over 100 meters, were locked in a fierce battle, a truly astonishing sight. Did Wang Mang really find himself in a world of monsters? The mere thought made his heart race, as if Ultraman could appear at any moment. He stared in amazement at the scene before him, feeling the terrifying destructive power of 2 giant beasts from a distance. One was a 100-meter-tall black gorilla he had seen before, and the other was an equally massive golden pangolin. They clashed like mountains, sending rocks flying and causing the ground to tremble. Towering trees, hundreds of meters tall, fell one after another, and smaller monsters in the forest scattered in all directions. Soon, a wave of monsters surged in all directions, racing along the beach. Trees swayed and the commotion grew more intense. Wang Mang felt a tightness in his chest and a sudden sense of foreboding. He leaped down from a boulder and activated his triple muscle enhancement, sprinting like a cheetah. The monsters in the forest were far more dangerous than those on the beach. He rushed home at top speed, activated his 10-fold muscle enhancement, and moved giant rocks to firmly barricade the entrance. Then, he climbed onto the roof, peering through a gap and keeping a close watch on everything outside. Before long, the monsters indeed swarmed toward the shore. Beasts 10, 15, 20, and even 30 meters tall charged out of the forest. The beach quickly became a scene of chaos. Unlike the forest, where giant trees provided cover, the beach left all the monsters exposed. Suddenly, a few 30-meter-tall beasts pounced on their nearby kin, tearing and devouring them. It was like setting off a powder keg. The slaughter began swiftly. The larger monsters devoured the smaller ones, while the smaller ones attacked even smaller prey. Blood stained the beach red. The previously rampant giant crabs had all disappeared, and Wang Mang even noticed a few trembling around his house. The massacre lasted for over 2 hours. After the top predators had their fill, they began marking their territory by urinating around. Some of the weaker monsters were devoured, while others fled to the edge of the forest, hiding among the trees. Wang Mang's home was claimed as territory by a beast over 20 meters tall. It lay on the boulders, warily scanning its surroundings after a hearty meal. Lacking the cover of the forest, this beast, accustomed to living among the trees, was extremely uneasy. In the distance, the clash of the 100-meter giants continued. These two titans had incredible stamina. Despite hours of fighting, they showed no sign of stopping and only grew more ferocious. The surrounding forest seemed to be turned upside down, with trees falling and rocks shattering. Wong Mang watched this terrifying scene with a sense of relief. Luckily, the two giants hadn't moved in their direction. Otherwise, he would have been crushed under their feet like an ant. As the sun slowly set, darkness descended. The battle raged on in the distance, promising a dramatic night ahead. Wong Mang hid in his home, even harvesting his vegetable garden early to return the crops to seed form. He curled up in the gap on the roof, wide awake and ready to flee at a moment's notice. In this perilous moment, Wong Mang suddenly felt a sense of relief, as he was merely a man standing just over 6 feet tall. Amid the presence of colossal beasts outside, his slight stature likely wouldn't even qualify him as a snack, nor would he attract their interest. As night fell, the beach erupted with an array of roars, shattering the previously serene evening. In the darkness, the slaughter began once more. The air was filled with the sounds of countless giant beasts roaring, interspersed with cries of pain, excitement, and the splatter of blood. This continued until the break of dawn. As the sun began to rise, its golden rays illuminated the beach, now stained a dark red. Scattered remains of broken bodies and viscera were discarded in corners. The fierce battle between two towering beasts, each over 100 meters tall, had finally ended, leaving the distant forest severely damaged. Wong Mang had no idea who the ultimate victor was, but it was not something he could concern himself with. At this moment, he lay on a large rock atop his house, his eyes greedily fixed ahead. The giant beast near his doorstep, towering nearly 20 meters, was injured. Last night, a fierce battle had erupted right outside his home, lasting over 2 hours. Although this beast had emerged victorious, it had sustained serious injuries. A gash ran from its neck to its chest, one of its legs was broken, and it moved with great difficulty. Now, it leaned against a massive rock, incessantly licking its wounds. With the forest battle concluded, the beasts on the beach began to return to the forest. However, this particular beast had stayed behind, its injuries too severe to risk becoming prey to other beasts if it returned. It planned to remain on the beach, feasting on yesterday's spoils, and recuperate before heading back. The beach soon regained its tranquility, as large blue crabs emerged from corners, beginning to clean up the remnants like a team of diligent janitors. Whenever these crabs neared Wong Mang's house, they would cautiously retreat. Despite the 20-meter-tall beast being injured, its terrifying presence was enough to deter the crabs. The crabs might retreat, but Wong Mang was undaunted. He was tired of simply opening white treasure chests every day. He yearned to challenge stronger monsters and obtain rare equipment, even though there seemed to be no women on this desolate island. But women would only slow him down. Battling monsters and scoring loot was his true joy. Wong Mang's eyes grew resolute. Although confronting a 20-meter-tall beast head-on was no easy feat, the beast was injured now, and he was confident he could take it down for good. He watched the beast devour its spoils, its wounds healing rapidly. In a day or two, it might fully recover. There was no time to waste. He decided to act now. Adventurer Arthur stood before the monstrous creature, a burning desire for victory igniting within him. He knew that defeating this monster would grant him a wealth of treasures, making him even stronger. With unwavering determination, he gripped his weapon tightly, eyes fixed on his formidable foe. In this life-or-death battle, Arthur's heart was filled with hope for the future and the courage to face challenges. He believed that he would undoubtedly conquer the monster and claim the spoils of victory. Wong Mang lowered his head and slowly retreated, his figure gradually blending into the shadows of the rock crevices. The hunting moment had arrived. Before him stood a monstrous creature, 20 meters long, resembling an enormous frog with eyes that were unusually large and constantly swiveling like a lizard's. Its body was covered in thick keratin, with several sharp horns protruding from its head. Its legs were extraordinarily muscular, capable of leaping hundreds of meters in a single bound. Unlike a regular frog, its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth that could easily gnaw through solid rock. It seemed as though even steel beams would be effortlessly torn apart in its maw. At this moment, it was feasting on a massive carcass, the spoils of last night's hunt. As the beast indulged in its meal, a tiny figure silently climbed onto a large rock, slowly approaching its head. Wong Mang was fully armed, advancing cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. He planned to use the same strategy he employed to kill the elite giant crabs. Start with a sneak attack on the head, ideally blinding one of the monster's eyes before launching a full assault. After several minutes of slow crawling, Wang Mang finally reached the rock above the giant frog's head. Just as he was about to peer over, a slight noise alerted the beast. Its senses were sharper than anticipated. The enormous eyes spun quickly, locking onto Wang Mang's position. The massive head turned slowly, revealing rows of sharp teeth right in front of Wang Mang. Wang Mang's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This creature was far more powerful than the elite giant crabs. Although only twice the size of the elite crabs, the oppressive aura it emitted was almost tangible, nearly suffocating Wang Mang. They stared at each other for a moment before the giant frog tilted its head, showing complete disdain for the tiny human, perhaps viewing him as nothing more than a speck of dust. The frog lowered its head and continued devouring the carcass, utterly ignoring Wang Mang. With the monster's gaze averted, Wang Mang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He was panting heavily, his body trembling as if paralyzed by fear. The thrill was overwhelming. Wang Mang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Adrenaline surged through his veins, and a flush of exhilaration spread across his face. This reminded him of the excitement he felt when defeating the final bosses in games or achieving a pentakill in competitive matches. With his accumulated gaming experience, he had long missed this kind of intense thrill. The pressure from the giant frog did not deter him. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He was Wang Mang. As long as he was bold enough, there was nothing to fear. Basic muscle enhancement, basic muscle enhancement, basic muscle enhancement. Wang Mang's body swelled rapidly, muscles inflating like balloons. He used the small magic bottle, the stonefish marrow, and the blue pill. Basic muscle enhancement multiplied 46 times, increasing his muscle mass by 920%. At this moment, Wang Mang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, an extraordinary sensation that consumed him entirely. Although this state only lasted for a few seconds, the exhilaration was indescribable. And this wasn't even his limit. His body curled up, muscles bulging and intertwining, creating a unique spectacle, especially his back, where the muscles fanned out like wings, making him resemble a tattooed tiger. His physique, surpassing human limits, combined with the exquisite display of ancient Chinese martial arts, had now reached its peak. Flying? A muscular tiger roaring? He let out a deafening roar, his mouth emitting a thunderous growl, like a giant tiger ready to pounce. He had perfected the descending tiger technique from the Five Elements sect of ancient Chinese martial arts, making him appear like a terrifying giant tiger descending from the heavens. The sudden burst of power left the colossal frog below stunned, unable to evade. Boom! The massive collision echoed through the air, followed by a terrifying shockwave. This strike drove the giant frog's head into its body, with blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The 20-meter-tall beast was slain, earning 1156 experience points. Defeating the elite-level Big Mouth Frog yielded a blue-quality random treasure chest, along with 310 portions of frog meat, 2 sturdy tendons, 15 Big Mouth Frog teeth, and 2 Big Mouth Frog eyeballs. The blue chest floated gently in the air, emitting an enticing blue glow. Wang Mang gazed at the chest with excitement, relishing the thrill of his recent strike. The sense of accomplishment from slaying such a terrifying beast far surpassed the satisfaction of an all-night gaming session. Conquering a giant beast was the true romance for a real man. As the colossal monster slowly fell, he savored the exquisite taste of conquest and slaughter. Opening the chest, a dazzling light revealed several items. He obtained blue equipment, the Big Mouth Frog's shoes. Equipment type, frog shoes. Quality, blue, excellent. Attributes, Constitution +8, Energy +5. Effect 1. Increases jumping ability by 20% when worn. Effect 2. Stores a charge jump every 10 minutes, boosting the next jump by 50%, up to 3 charges. Rating, 2.5 stars. In a mysterious realm, the protagonist stumbled upon 5 basic experience books. Although these books were of ordinary quality, using them instantly granted the protagonist 100 experience points, providing a slight boost in strength and a glimmer of hope. This filled the protagonist with excitement and satisfaction, and a sense of accomplishment surged within. At that moment, the protagonist also acquired a blue, high-quality blood spirit fruit seed. This seed could be planted to grow a blood spirit tree, which, when mature, would produce 3 to 5 fruits each cycle. Consuming a blood spirit fruit could restore a small amount of the protagonist's life force and heal injuries. Even if the blood spirit tree died, it would revert back to a seed, allowing for replanting. The protagonist also discovered that the corpses of monsters could accelerate the growth and fruit production of the blood spirit tree. These gains brought the protagonist joy and contentment, affirming that their efforts had not been in vain. Each exploration held unexpected surprises. Filled with confidence for the future, the protagonist prepared to continue exploring this enigmatic realm, growing and advancing with each step. Wang Mang rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at the skill book in his hand. The blue chest had indeed surprised him with its excellent loot. Without hesitation, he used 5 level 1 experience books, and his experience bar instantly saw a significant boost. The blue, high-quality frog shoes also delighted him, earning a rating of 2.5 stars. This was the second piece of blue-quality equipment he had, aside from his small magic bottle. After putting on the new shoes, he picked up a glowing seed. He had opened many white chests before, which contained seeds, but they were all common vegetables and fruits with no special functions. However, this blood spirit tree seed was different. Its description mentioned that its fruit could restore health, which was incredibly important to him. Having hunted on the deserted island for so long, he had always been very cautious, as getting injured could be life-threatening. Cradling the seed carefully, Wong Mang ran back to his small garden, elated. He cleared out a spot with the best sunlight and planted the blood spirit tree seed with great care. Then, he took some large blue crab meat, cut it into small pieces, and buried them around the soil. After watering it, he picked up the skill book, Small Fireball, and hesitated slightly. When he first arrived on the island, he would have learned this skill without a second thought because he was so weak back then and needed to quickly boost his strength. But now, learning this skill would offer him only a marginal improvement. His innate talent was no cooldown stacking, meaning he could cast skills without cooldowns, and their effects could stack. The Small Fireball skill wasn't very useful to him. Even if he could cast it infinitely, it wouldn't be enough to defeat powerful enemies. It was like a bullet that couldn't penetrate a tank. Even firing 100 bullets in succession wouldn't help. So, he decided to store the Small Fireball skill book in his inventory for now. It seemed that the drop rate for skill books was indeed very low, probably only appearing in blue chests. With only 3 skill slots available, he chose to keep it, thinking he might be able to trade it with other players in the future for a skill that suited him better. However, Wong Mang wasn't worried. He believed his strength was enough to tackle any challenge, and it was only a matter of time before he got his hands on the blue treasure chest. Glancing at his experience bar, he couldn't help but sigh. Leveling up in this world was incredibly tough. Despite his efforts, progress was slow. Unlike the online games and mobile games he had played, gaining significant experience here required defeating monsters much stronger than himself. Battling enemies of the same level yielded minimal experience, and defeating lower-level creatures resulted in drastically reduced rewards. It was as if this world encouraged players to face tougher opponents. Those who couldn't rise to the challenge would find the path to leveling up fraught with difficulty and setbacks. Lost in thought, Wang Mang rubbed his grumbling stomach. The intense battle had drained all his energy, and now his stomach was roaring with hunger. He lit the stove, cut up some meat, picked fresh vegetables from the garden, and started preparing lunch. A little blue crab happily followed him, making gurgling sounds. Wang Mang looked at the crab and chuckled. Seala, it's been a while. How did you get even chubbier? He cut off a large chunk of meat and tossed it in front of the crab, then pointed towards the garden. See that garden? From now on, you guard it and protect our crops, especially that blood spirit tree in the middle. If even one leaf is missing, I'll steam you. Seala's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Their master-servant bond allowed the crab to understand Wang Mang's intentions perfectly. It quickly grabbed the meat and scurried to the garden, patrolling with its head held high. Although just a little creature, it had no intention of becoming a steamed crab dish. After finishing his lunch, Wang Mang geared up and headed out. He arrived at the rocky reefs, now a scene of devastation. Yesterday, a horde of forest beasts had attacked, causing significant casualties. Many sea cockroaches, large blue crabs, and 2-legged fish had been savagely devoured, leaving bloodstains all over the rocks. However, some monster corpses remained, serving as a feast for other marine creatures. Wang Mang searched through the reef, dismantling the massive monster bodies for materials. After disassembling a 20-meter giant, he quickly moved on to the next target. Once he left, the sea cockroaches emerged from their hiding spots, eyes glinting with anger. It was unfair that even the leftovers were taken by these 2-legged creatures. Unfazed, Wang Mang hummed a tune as he collected materials. Any monster that crossed his path was dealt with swiftly. By the end of the afternoon, his backpack was brimming with loot. He exchanged all the low-tier materials and monster meat for gold coins, keeping only the blue-quality materials and above. This expedition yielded 3 purple materials and over 1,000 blue materials. His gold count surpassed the 200,000 mark, making it his most successful outing since encountering the dragon-striped fish. After ensuring no other monster corpses were nearby, Wang Mang continued his hunting and leveling journey. In this land littered with monster corpses, Wang Mang felt a tinge of regret. Every time he scavenged the bodies, he never found any treasure chests, missing out on unexpected surprises. However, he wasn't discouraged. Shaking his head, he resolutely decided to hunt a few more elite-level giant crabs before calling it a day. With his ever-growing strength, He could now face these formidable beasts head-on without needing to resort to ambushes. His unmatched combat skills allowed him to defeat them with ease. That day, Wang Mang had a bountiful haul. As dusk began to settle, he hummed a tune, slung his long spear over his shoulder, and slowly made his way home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Seala, like a loyal little dog, sprang out from the crack and bounced around him. Wang Mang looked at the crab and felt a touch of happiness. Though it was just a crab, having a companion waiting for his return filled him with warmth and comfort. This stone abode finally felt like home. In a remote mountainous area, within the Supernatural Academy of Xuanwu Mountain, Principal Chan sat in his office, gripping a report with a furrowed brow. Several officers from the Huaxia military stood before him, earnestly reporting recent events. Principal, some players have expressed a desire to leave the academy, which has caused quite a stir. Please take a look at these reports. Principal Chan nodded. Although he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the reasons listed in the report. Do they really want to leave the academy just to experience life outside? He asked. His subordinates looked a bit awkward, but answered firmly. Principal, the reports are accurate. The pressure of the otherworldly challenges is immense, and most players are between 16 and 30 years old, the prime age for exploring the world. Despite our psychologists' efforts to provide comfort, many still choose to leave. They long to reunite with their families and fulfill personal regrets. Principal Chun sighed. He understood the players' feelings, but couldn't allow them to leave the academy easily. These players possessed extraordinary powers and were often on the brink of life and death. Their actions in their final moments could be unpredictable. Allowing them to leave freely could have a significant impact on society. Make arrangements for those who wish to leave. Grant them a vacation, but assign someone to accompany them. Under no circumstances should they fail to return to the academy 24 hours before crossing over. His subordinates nodded in agreement and quickly left to carry out his orders. Soon, military pickup trucks began to stream out of the academy, heading to various locations. Zhang Xiang was also in one of the trucks, beginning his journey home. He hadn't returned to his hometown since crossing over. The vehicle sped eastward towards Yunhai City. Sitting by the window, Zhang Xiang observed the familiar yet distant scenery. The once bustling Yunhai City had become desolate, with few cars and pedestrians on the streets. The truck stopped at the entrance of a vegetable market, in front of a stall selling hairy crabs. Suddenly, a military vehicle drove up, attracting the attention of the local residents. Zhang Xiang stepped out, dressed in a military uniform, followed by several Huaxia soldiers, exuding an imposing presence that sparked whispers among the onlookers. A woman selling crabs looked at the tall figure before her, hardly daring to believe her eyes. Is that Xiaoxiang? She asked hesitantly. Mom. Zhang Xiang rushed towards his mother, tears streaming down his face. He handed her a large box. Mom, let's talk at home. Back at home, Zhang Xiang's mother opened the box, which was filled with cash worth millions. Mom, take this money. It's from the government. Zhang Xiang and his mother sat together as he recounted his recent experiences. After hearing his story, his mother was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, tears flowing freely. Mom, don't be sad. I'm still alive. Zhang Xiang comforted her, but his words only made her cry harder. Patting her shoulder, he continued, Mom, don't be upset. I'm now a legitimate government employee, and I have superpowers. Despite his roly-poly figure, packed with layers of energy-storing fat, he could actually survive a month without eating. He vowed that in this other world, all he wanted was to lie still, go nowhere, and just wait for the next chance to return alive. After making this declaration, he and his mother quickly ate dinner and hurried out the door. He took all his paper cutout waifus from the room, but upon returning home, he realized he couldn't bring himself to die. He and his mother depended on each other. If he died, what would become of her? He resolved not to perish in that game world. Absolutely not. So, he decided to return to school immediately and face the monsters trapped in iron cages. Due to the existence of the Hidden Dragon Project, the government provided monsters to test players' abilities to hunt them alone and to select warriors worth nurturing. Therefore, he had to use melee weapons from the game to duel the monsters. In case of deadly danger, he might receive some long-range fire support, but that was all. The pickup truck slowly drove through the city streets, with broadcasts occasionally heard from outside. Please do not panic. The government has contained all the monsters. Hoarding supplies is prohibited, and violators will be severely punished. This afternoon, there will be a nationwide survival drill. Please make sure to participate on time. According to the latest reports, over 10,000 monsters have gone out of control in Sakura country, causing millions of casualties. Our country's situation remains under control. After not seeing it for over 10 days, the city he had lived in for over a decade suddenly felt unfamiliar. Had the apocalypse arrived? Helicopters flew across the sky, and faint sounds of gunfire could be heard in the distance. Zhang Xiang gazed out at the city, feeling a sense of reluctance. He wasn't sure if he would ever see this scene again. Calling, calling. A new monster has been spotted, designated as Type 087. Currently being suppressed with artillery. Everything is normal. Upon receiving the response, the Special Forces immediately deployed support. Several helicopters flew over, and 6 figures descended from the sky. This was a special team. Zhang Xiaolong had just disembarked from the helicopter, still feeling a rush of adrenaline. It was his first time on a helicopter, and the experience was exhilarating. Li Ming nervously asked, "Captain, are you confident?" They were all players selected to participate in the Hidden Dragon project. The principal had given them a special mission, to slay a monster that had invaded the game world. This was their team's first operation, said to be of great significance. Zhang Xiaolong sighed, looked around, and noticed the cameras already trained on them. The principal had revealed that this operation would be recorded in full and broadcast live. The monster invasion had greatly impacted the entire nation, making society extremely unstable. The country had to rely on players to stabilize the public. He said, "There are 6 of us with 3-star talents, and we can't take down a single monster? Just cooperate like we do at school." Saying this, he drew a butcher's knife from his waist and strode forward. Surrounded by live-streaming cameras, he knew he had to display confidence. At this moment, in Haitian Park of Yunxian City, a group of high-level players has gathered. They have undergone numerous private practice sessions, and this time, during the live broadcast, they are determined to showcase their perfect coordination and swiftly defeat the massive 5.6-meter blue crab. Despite the monster's imposing size and strength, the team of 6 experts is confident in their synergy and certain of their victory. In the hospital, nurses and patients gather around the public screen, watching intently with anticipation. Factory workers on their breaks also pull out their phones to focus on the live stream. At school, teachers lead their students in watching the projected images with keen interest. Everyone is filled with excitement because this is a nationwide live-streamed monster battle extravaganza. It is now 3:15 p.m., and the superpowered task force has arrived at Haitian Park. They are about to face the towering 6-meter giant monster. The screen announces they are about to launch their attack and are certain to bring down this monster. Citizens, rest assured, everything is under their control. This scene has viewers on the edge of their seats, confident that the superpowered task force will complete their mission and bring them the thrill of victory. In the underground secret base of Division 826, the command room was aglow with countless flickering lights on the screens. Hundreds of operators, wearing headsets and with serious expressions, were busily working. A report on player upgrade data had just been compiled. According to the latest estimates, for a player with a 2-star talent, if they successfully hunt 10 monsters of the same level each day, they could reach level 10 in about a year. Based on the experience point growth curve, reaching level 30 would take approximately 20 to 30 years. These are just preliminary estimates. Li Yong nodded, turned around, and stared at the giant screen in front of him, continuously issuing commands to his subordinates. Today was a crucial part of the Hidden Dragon project. An online monster hunting livestream was about to commence. This was not only to prepare the players for their official entry into the public eye, but also to boost public confidence through the large-scale monster hunts by the players. The era of superpowered players was about to dawn. What's the current status of the data? Any new players detected? Li Yong asked as he scrutinized the large screen. None so far. Since the appearance of these 1.4 million players nationwide, no new players have emerged, a subordinate reported. Li Yong's brow furrowed slightly. What did the emergence of these players signify? What does the think tank make of this? He inquired. The think tank has 3 main theories. One group believes this batch of players is merely a precursor to a game world invasion, and soon the entire globe will enter a game world, ushering in an era of universal gaming. Another group thinks this is a fusion of the gaming otherworld and Earth. They suggest that only when players die do monsters from the otherworld appear, which could be an energy interaction conforming to the law of conservation of energy. They suspect that perhaps only after all current players die will a new batch of players appear. The third group believes this might be a game orchestrated by a higher alien civilization, selecting the finest humans. We must excel in this game, the subordinate explained.
Li Yong's brow furrowed dape.
These theories were increasingly bizarre. In that case, have everyone focus on their tasks without overthinking. The priority now is to prepare for the monster hunting livestream, stabilize public morale, and cultivate our own guardians for the Huaxia nation. Li Yong gestured for his subordinate to leave and picked up another report, reading it intently. This report detailed the life of an ordinary boy, from birth, schooling, and romance to becoming a backup plan. Every aspect was meticulously recorded. The boy seemed unremarkable. However, he was currently the only player in the world who had not returned from the game world. Li Yong gazed at the report and murmured, "Wang Mang, as the only player who has fully crossed over to the other world, what does your appearance signify?" On a vast beach, Wong Mang faced the sea, gripping a sturdy stick, his body moving rhythmically. Ah, ah, Seala, take it easy.
Wang Mang clean.
Seala immediately paused.
Billy.
Seala, can you be steadier? With you bouncing up and down like this, I'm about to throw up last night's dinner. Recently, Seala's growth has been astonishing. In just a few days, it has undergone 2 molts, growing from the size of a Tibetan Mastiff to over 2 meters tall, now as massive as a car. Consequently, Wong Mang decided to make Seala his mount. In the game world, not having a rideable beast just feels lacking. Under Wong Mang's guidance, Seala's riding skills have improved significantly. Soon, Seala was galloping across the beach with Wong Mang, kicking up a storm of sand. Riding on Seala's broad back, the sea breeze on his face brought a thrilling sensation akin to racing. Before long, Wong Mang and Seala reached the rocky outcrops, ready to embark on their adventure for the day. As soon as they entered the area, the surrounding sea cockroaches seemed startled and scattered in all directions. Battle. Sea cockroaches? Easily one-shot. Elite giant blue crabs? Engage, one punch to defeat. Elite two-legged fish? Set bait, engage, one punch to defeat. In no time, a day had passed. He defeated 12 elite monsters, hundreds of sea cockroaches, and acquired several white treasure chests, a pile of materials, and over 1,000 experience points. As the sun set, they leapt onto Seala's back. They resembled a pair of busy fishermen, ending a fulfilling day and heading home. Lately, the increasingly difficult elite monsters have made him famous. All monsters flee at the sight of him, as if facing their nemesis. Tomorrow, explore somewhere new? This thought crossed Wong Mang's mind, filling him with anticipation. Tomorrow, players will return. Maybe he'll run into some familiar faces. With the decision made, he resolved to explore further afield before the players' return, to uncover more unknown territories. The thought of his companions returning to the game made him excited, eager to reconnect with his comrades. His friends are all exceptionally talented, their conversations brimming with wisdom. He wondered if Zhang Xiang had already conveyed his greetings to his parents. Back home, he prepared to cook meat. His culinary skills had improved significantly, learning various life hacks from forums. The stone cave was furnished with wooden tables, chairs, a bed, and cabinets. The central field was lush with various vegetables and fruits, and a small blood-red tree had grown over a meter tall, thriving with vitality. Soon, the blood spirit tree would bear fruit. As his strength increased, so did his appetite, easily consuming dozens of pounds of meat in one go. Similarly, Seala's appetite was also considerable. Thus, he now used a bathtub-sized oyster shell to cook meat, making a large pot at a time, enough for a day or two. While stirring the ingredients in the pot, he added various vegetables. Seala eagerly watched from the side, waiting for its dinner time. Once the food was ready, Wong Mang and Seala each took a basin-sized shell filled with meat. They climbed onto the roof, enjoying their dinner in the sea breeze. After the meal, he returned to the stone cave to begin his martial arts training for the day. Life on this isolated island seemed unchanging, and Wong Mang often felt incredibly lonely. However, he knew that idleness would only amplify his homesickness. As the morning sun began to bathe the land, Wong Mang was already geared up, ready to embark on a new adventure. He turned to his companion and said, Seala, I'm counting on you to guard our home today. I might be back late. If you get hungry, find something to eat yourself. Remember, don't act rashly and make sure to protect our farmland. With these words, Wong Mang confidently set off on his journey into the unknown. Boss Xie swung his enormous pincers, making a bubbling sound, Billy Billy, Billy Billy. Wong Mang nodded slightly, as if there was an unspoken understanding between them, making their communication unusually simple. Despite Boss Xie's somewhat silly demeanor, he was more obedient than a dog and never caused trouble. Patting Boss Xie's head, Wong Mang turned and left with his gear. Today, he wasn't planning to hunt, but to expand the map and explore more unknown territories. He expected other players to come online in the afternoon and was eager to find like-minded companions. Walking across the vast beach, he climbed over layers of rocks. Continuing along the coastline, he arrived at another enormous beach. This one was even more expansive, stretching endlessly even after an hour of walking. As he ventured further, the beach was densely populated with numerous sand spikes, almost 2 meters high, with occasional tentacles of soft-bodied creatures protruding, resembling slowly blooming flowers. The entire beach was covered with these tentacle flowers, creating a nauseating sight, as if he was in a mysterious forest of tentacles, making his skin crawl. Moreover, the beach was eerily devoid of big blue crabs or any other creatures. This place was indeed peculiar. Wong Mang stopped. Despite his considerable strength, he was still reluctant to venture into unknown territory. After some hesitation, he returned to the rocks and caught a sea cockroach. Brother cockroach, though you may die, you will not be forgotten. You go scout, and if you return safely, I swear I will never harm you again. With that, His muscles bulged as he flung the sea cockroach several hundred meters away. The cockroach's antennae spun rapidly, curling up in terror like a bowling ball rolling through the sand. It hadn't rolled far when the tentacles, like hunting dogs finding prey, extended tens of meters in an instant, all emerging from their holes. The tentacles swiftly and sharply struck the cockroach, tearing it into pieces. The tentacle flowers spread out, filling the air with a bloody scent, leaving no trace of flesh behind. Wong Mang stood at a distance, swallowing hard. The scene was too brutal. Farewell, brother cockroach. He glanced at the dense, forest-like tentacle flowers on the beach and turned away without hesitation. These monsters were too disgusting, numerous, and capable of long-range attacks, not opponents he could currently defeat. He decided to return and strengthen himself before challenging this area again. Back at the rocks, watching the crawling sea cockroaches and the friendly big blue crabs, he felt this was his true refuge. I should level up first. In most games, reaching level 10 is a qualitative leap, and I'm not far from level 10. He pondered his next plan while hunting monsters. Along the coastline, both sides were blocked. He needed to find a new path. Facing the vast ocean, Wang Mang felt a twinge of fear. The occasional sight of massive monster corpses drifting in these waters signified the immense dangers lurking beneath. Venturing into the sea would put his life at great risk. Thus, he had no choice but to consider the forest ahead as his only escape route. Many in his chat group had mentioned the dense forests surrounding the area, which made Wang Mang hesitate. Should he venture into this mysterious woodland? The coastline stretched endlessly, and nothing escaped his vigilant eyes. However, once inside the primordial forest, dangers would lurk in the shadows, hidden among the dense trees, ready to strike at any moment. On one hand, he had no survival experience in such a forest. On the other, he lacked the means to fend off sudden attacks. Therefore, he decided to wait for the blood spirit tree to bear fruit, giving him a means to restore his health before embarking on his forest adventure. Despite Wang Mang's increased strength, the dangers of the deserted island were still formidable. He had to remain cautious and avoid impulsive actions, for life was precious and irreplaceable. After hunting in the reef area for over an hour, his experience points had increased significantly. Just then, a notification sounded on his interface. The players were finally back online. Wang Mang quickly stowed his spear and ran home with excitement. His companions had finally returned. He swiftly blocked the entrance with several large stones and opened the group chat, where messages were flooding in. Instead of joining the chaotic chat, he directly clicked on a player's avatar and initiated a private conversation. Xianggu, are you there? Soon, Zhang Xiang replied, yes, I'm here. Rest assured, I delivered your message to your parents. I even got them to record a video for you. Wang Mang was overjoyed. A video too? Zhang Xiang continued, item trading can only be done in the auction mall. I'll list a phone there, and you can bid for it directly. Wang Mang gratefully replied, Xianggu, you're amazing. But before he could finish, Zhang Xiang interrupted, hey, I know it's tough for you. Stuck on that deserted island and unable to go home. Don't worry about the payment. Keep it for yourself. Wang Mang stood there, tears welling up in his eyes. How long has it been? How long? Finally, someone understood his plight. On this lonely island, he had no one to talk to, and his feelings were hard to express. Although he managed to live comfortably, deep inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, passing time by fighting small monsters to ease his loneliness. He never expected Xianggu to be so generous, even refusing any reward. Xianggu is truly a good person, Wang Mang thought, holding the blue fishbone in his hand, deeply moved. Since Xianggu had been so generous, Wang Mang couldn't be stingy either. He took a long axe and a shield from his inventory. Though they were just common items, they could still boost some basic attributes and were quite practical. He listed these items in the auction mall and sent Xianggu a private message. After leaving the chat interface, he eagerly rushed to the auction mall. Immediately, he noticed a smartphone, several power banks, and 2 solar charging panels on display. Each item was tagged with a special requirement. A correct password was needed to make a purchase, ensuring that other players couldn't easily snatch them up. Once the transaction was complete, he carefully cradled the smartphone in his hands, tears unknowingly welling up in his eyes. It had been over 20 days since he last went home. Although his relationship with his family was not particularly close at that moment, he had an overwhelming desire to return home and savor a meal cooked by his parents. He turned on the phone and browsed the photo gallery, only to find a video over an hour long. As soon as the video started, his mother appeared on the screen, furiously scolding him. She berated him for being obsessed with video games all day, now even getting stuck in one. Serves him right. She accused him of only knowing how to play games, and then burst into tears as she spoke. She asked about his recent life and whether he had encountered any dangers, urging him to be cautious in that world and to just survive. She also reminded him not to always listen to his father and not to fight back easily. as it could be dangerous. She lamented that he would bring them a lovely grandchild once he grew up, but now he only made them worry. After saying this, she couldn't stop crying, and his father took her place on the screen. His father echoed his mother's words, advising him to stay cautious in that monster-filled world. He mentioned hearing that the monsters there could devour humans like they were munching on snacks, but also reminded him not to shy away when bravery was needed. Before he could finish, someone yanked him away by the ear. His voice was drowned out by threats, and the screen shook before a girl around 11 or 12 appeared. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Big brother, have you awakened your superpowers yet? How strong are they? I heard some people can breathe fire or fly. What about you?" She teased that he might awaken the superpower of picking his nose, and then burst into laughter. In the background, a middle-aged couple was arguing, forming a stark contrast. Wong Mang had been in this world for many days, facing life and death trials multiple times without shedding a tear. But now, he smiled through his tears. He told the little girl not to underestimate him. How could he awaken a nose-picking superpower? He was very powerful now. As night fell, Wang Mang didn't go out hunting. Instead, he sat in the stone cave, replaying the video over and over. Even late into the night, he fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning, Wang Mang woke up on time. He was deeply moved by Zhang Xiang's thoughtfulness. Not only had he brought a charging cable, but he also carried 3 massive power banks. After testing them, Wang Mang found that one power bank could last 10 days and even had a solar charging feature, extending its use further. Wang Mang marveled at Zhang Xiang's thoroughness, thinking he was a good person. He decided to give Zhang Xiang some good things next time. Wang Mang deeply appreciated that good people still existed in this world. He opened the panel and entered the forum. As other players came online, the number of posts increased significantly, especially those about monster hunting techniques, which detailed the monster's weaknesses and tactical guidance. Wang Mang glanced at them but lost interest, thinking, "Do you really need to dig a trap to kill a black-armored beast? Isn't it easy to deal with such a monster?" He browsed some technical posts, bookmarked a few, and then entered the chat group to find Zhang Xiang. Yesterday's gratitude made Wang Mang feel deeply appreciative. Zhang Xiang quickly replied to his message, which warmed Wang Mang's heart. Although it was a small gesture, Wang Mang was genuinely thankful for Zhang Xiang's thoughtfulness and care. What touched Wang Mang even more was that Zhang Xiang had saved some personal resources on his phone, files that Wang Mang had collected on his old computer, amounting to several dozen gigabytes. This gesture made Wang Mang feel incredibly fortunate to have such a friend. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiang is truly a good person." When Zhang Xiang misunderstood his intentions, Wang Mang laughed and explained that he wasn't that kind of person. This lighthearted and humorous exchange made the atmosphere even more relaxed and enjoyable. When Zhang Xiang mentioned there was a password, Wang Mang was initially surprised but then amused by Zhang Xiang's humor. Wang Mang felt lucky to have a witty friend like Zhang Xiang, which brightened his mood significantly. Wang Mang and Zhang Xiang continued chatting for a while. Finally, Wang Mang took out a blue-grade fishbone and some fast-growing seeds to give to Zhang Xiang as a small token of his appreciation. After giving the gifts, Wang Mang excitedly grabbed his phone and ran to his bed to check its contents. Sure enough, the phone's memory contained several folders. One folder required a password, while another contained not only videos but also a large number of other files. Curiously, Wang Mang opened a video, which featured a middle-aged man wearing glasses who introduced himself as Chen Yunjun, the principal of Xinshan Academy for Superhumans. Chen Yunjun briefed Wang Mang on the National Special Forces and expressed hope that Wang Mang could cooperate and help explore other worlds. This left Wang Mang both surprised and excited, as his unique situation had garnered significant national attention, making him feel incredibly proud and honored. Wang Mang opened the other folders and found an abundance of ancient Chinese martial arts secrets, as well as detailed methods for creating various daily necessities and technological products. The richness and detail of this knowledge amazed and delighted Wang Mang, making it a precious gift for him. After careful consideration, Wang Mang decided to accept Principal Chen Yunjuan's proposal. Although he was skeptical about returning to his homeland, he believed that cooperating with the nation was an opportunity worth trying. After all, his family was still on Blue Star, and this world might have some mysterious powers that could help him return home. Since he couldn't go back now, Wang Mang thought that cooperating with the nation was a good choice. Following the information from the video on his phone, Wang Mang found a person with an avatar of Li Jun in the chat group and initiated a private chat. Li Jun was a 32-year-old Special Forces soldier from Huaxia, who joined the Anti-Narcotics Squad 7 years ago and was later transferred to the External Information Exchange Department. This piqued Wang Mang's curiosity and anticipation, as he looked forward to collaborating with this Special Forces soldier, adding a sense of mystery and excitement to his journey of exploring other worlds. Not long ago, he unexpectedly found himself transported into a game world filled with monsters, becoming the only player to successfully cross over. This all happened just over 20 days ago. In this world teeming with unknowns and challenges, he had to face various powerful creatures, with each battle being a life and death struggle. Despite the perilous circumstances, he bravely fought the monsters, constantly pushing his limits. In this dangerous and adventurous game world, he displayed unwavering determination and courage, never giving up on his desire to survive. Through numerous trials and tribulations, he gradually grew stronger. In this challenging realm, he was not just an ordinary player but a fearless warrior, fighting for survival and striving for victory. With each battle, he demonstrated extraordinary bravery and perseverance, becoming a role model in the eyes of other players. His legendary story spread throughout the monster-filled game world, becoming a tale of inspiration for many. After enduring 3 days of grueling challenges as a player, he returned to Blue Star and immediately reported all the information to Bureau 826. Following his second journey, the Huaxia government assigned him numerous tasks, including sharing various survival techniques and ancient martial arts secrets, encapsulating the essence of all traditional martial arts schools in the nation. His superiors issued a strict order to disseminate this knowledge freely to ensure player survival rates. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but a sudden, torrential storm disrupted all plans, resulting in massive player casualties. Consequently, he received another series of tasks from his superiors, one of which involved contacting a young boy trapped in the game world, unable to return. Suddenly, a private chat notification popped up. Was it Li Jun? After an awkward conversation to confirm identities, Li Jun checked the profile picture in the chat group and was certain. He then listed a set of equipment in the auction marketplace. Li Jun expressed his gratitude to Wang Mang for his support of the country in a highly respectful tone, emphasizing that Wang Mang's contributions would be celebrated by the people. The equipment listed in the auction had to be secured. Li Jun, possibly with a military background or deeper intelligence, was extremely respectful, leaving Wang Mang somewhat taken aback. After the conversation, Wang Mang decisively bid on the equipment in the auction marketplace. It turned out to be a set of high-tech video recording gear, complete with a portable head-mounted camera, solar-powered batteries, and 5 drone cameras. Wang Mang marveled at the government's thoughtful arrangement. Was it meant for documenting his life on the deserted island? After some contemplation, he decided to record his life, perhaps as a way to cultivate his mind. However, he realized he had more pressing tasks to complete today. He cautiously confirmed that no one was around before grabbing his phone and sneaking into bed. With over 20 gigabytes of resources on his phone, wasn't he worried about running out of storage? He chuckled mischievously, sharing a moment of male camaraderie. As soon as he turned on the phone, the screen's light caught the attention of Seala. Curiosity piqued, Seala leaned over the bed, eyes wide with wonder. Wang Mang shot him a glare and kicked him away. Seala, you've only been born a few days. Do you even understand this stuff? Get out and guard the door. Seala, feeling a bit hurt, reluctantly got up and left. As he reached the door, he glanced back, as if sneaking a peek. Wang Mang warned, Seala, still spying? Next time, I'll burn you. Terrified, Seala shrank back, deciding not to spy anymore. But really, was it necessary to be so harsh? Night fell, and the dark sky was dotted with stars. Lonely, Seala lay by the door, feeling dejected. Ever since his master acquired that glowing stone, he had been ignored. Beep, beep, beep. Time flies, and it's another new day. Today, Wang Mang indulged in a rare sleep-in. It wasn't until noon that he gingerly crawled out of bed, dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. Last night, he stayed up late trying to learn new skills on his phone. No, it should be new knowledge. He accidentally overslept. After washing his face with cold water, he realized he couldn't continue to indulge himself. He had to work hard to level up and enhance his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he have a chance to return to his homeland and apply the new knowledge he had acquired. Come on, let's do this, he thought. First, a high-protein breakfast to fill his stomach, then it was time to level up. After getting out of bed, Wang Mang prepared a sumptuous breakfast for himself. After eating, he put on the camera gear gifted by Li Jun and stepped out of his house. With the camera mounted on his head, Wang Mang began his survival journey on the deserted island. He arrived at a cluster of reefs and immediately spotted an elite-level giant blue crab. Perhaps it was because of the new knowledge he had acquired last night, but today he was in excellent condition, feeling cheerful and energetic. With just a flick of his muscle-enhancing ability, he easily subdued the giant blue crab, which stood over 10 meters tall. After disassembling the crab's body, he began searching for his next target. At that moment, an unexpected guest appeared among the reefs. Screech! A massive shadow crossed the sky. Its beak was like a golden sword, and its claws were like sharp steel blades. It was a giant bird with a golden beak, measuring 20 meters in length and nearly 50 meters in wingspan. Its fierce eyes were intimidating, making it hard to look directly at them. The giant bird circled in the air, scanning for its next prey. Suddenly, it dove at an incredible speed, leaving only a blur in its wake. The wind whipped around, and even from a distance, Wang Mang felt a sting on his cheeks. With just one swoop, the giant bird snatched up a 10-meter-tall, elite-level blue crab. The bird's claws were exceptionally sharp, easily piercing the crab's hard shell. Although the captured crab struggled to clamp onto the bird's leg, it posed no threat to the giant bird. The bird carried the crab up to a height of 1,000 meters and then mercilessly dropped it. The impact echoed far and wide, and the elite-level blue crab was smashed into pieces, with crab meat and roe scattering everywhere. Wang Mang hid at a distance, keeping a close eye on the giant bird. It was the first time he had seen such a colossal flying beast on the island. From its performance earlier, it was clear that the elite-level blue crab was no match for it. Although the bird appeared majestic with its wings spread, it was only about 10 meters in size when its wings were folded. This was merely a rare elite monster. How about some bird meat for dinner? Wang Mang thought as he lay on the rocks, licking his lips with a greedy gleam in his eyes. If the giant bird stayed in the air, he would be helpless against it. Wang Mang stumbled upon a massive green crab struggling on the ground in the wilderness. The sight pained him, as he thought the crab might have fallen while searching for food. However, after observing it closely for a while, his gaze became resolute. Drawing on his gaming experience, he knew that such rare creatures often dropped valuable items, and this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Without hesitation, Wang Mang decided to capture the green crab. He gripped his spear tightly, bent his body slightly, and stealthily approached the giant crab. A colossal beastly bird stood majestically on a towering rock, exuding both power and intelligence. It was far from foolish. After defeating a massive blue crab, it placed the carcass on a high perch. From this vantage point, it could survey its surroundings, staying vigilant against any potential monster attacks aiming to steal its prize. Yet, it appeared relatively unconcerned about the environment. This rocky area was a frequent haunt for the bird, and there were no formidable creatures around to pose a threat, only insignificant morsels that were not worth mentioning. The bird was indulging in its feast, oblivious to the fact that a small figure was stealthily approaching. The distance between them had shrunk to less than 200 meters. Perhaps due to its size, the bird didn't pay any attention to the seemingly insignificant little creature. Or maybe it was simply too relaxed. Wang Mang gazed at the giant bird before him, his heart brimming with excitement. The distance was close enough. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he muttered to himself, "Primary muscle enhancement, primary muscle enhancement, primary muscle enhancement." With each layer of skill activation, Wang Mang's body began to swell rapidly. The terrifying muscle beast made its reappearance. With the primary muscle enhancement stacked 46 times, the muscle amplification reached 920%, combined with his extraordinary physique. At this moment, Wang Mang's stature approached 3 meters, resembling a giant brimming with muscles. No, his muscles were even denser than a giant's, his physique more balanced and perfect. He was like a Bruce Lee version of a giant, a perfect blend of strength and speed. His shoulders broadened with dense muscles, making his lower body appear slender. From a distance, his entire body resembled an exaggerated, inverted triangle. As his body tensed, his muscles coiled like tightly wound springs. His blood boiled, and veins snaked across his body like black serpents. With a stride and a twist of his waist, all his strength converged in his wrist, causing his right arm to swell once more. Wang Mang assumed a flawless throwing stance, like a work of art. Whoosh! His thick arm swung, tracing a perfect arc, the afterimage vanishing in an instant. It was too fast, too fast. The spear shot out, and only then did the surrounding air react, with a powerful shockwave spreading to both sides. From a distance, Wang Mang's spear seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. The distant giant bird had already sensed something amiss. As Wang Mang assumed his throwing stance, the sheer force of his presence heightened the bird's alertness. This seemingly insignificant creature was extremely dangerous. It was destined to fall. Without hesitation, the bird flapped its wings frantically, trying to take off immediately. However, a black shadow streaked by, and a 1-meter-wide hole was instantly torn open in the bird's chest. Its organs were shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Despite the excruciating pain, the beastly bird, still unwilling to give up, flapped its wings desperately, attempting to escape. However, after flying just a few dozen meters, an overwhelming sense of weakness overcame it, forcing it to crash to the ground. A monstrous bird with a wingspan of 50 meters was instantly killed by Wang Mang in one swift move. The system notification chimed. Successfully killed the elite monster, the golden beak bird. Gained 1386 experience points and a blue random treasure chest. Wang Mang then proceeded to dismantle the bird's remains, obtaining 116 portions of blue quality poultry meat, 1 blue quality bird beak, a pair of blue quality bird claws, and 386 blue quality feathers. The giant bird's form gradually faded into the starlight, leaving behind a blue glowing treasure chest floating quietly in place. Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, thinking that the rare beast's loot would surely be rewarding. Eagerly, he collected the chest and found a safe spot to open it, wondering what surprises awaited him. His excitement made him let out a few low growls of anticipation. As the chest slowly opened, light burst forth, and several items fell to the ground. The system notification sounded again. You have obtained a blue skill book, skill quality upgrade scroll. Using this scroll can enhance the quality of a general skill up to blue quality, rated at 2.5 stars. Additionally, you've received 6 white grade 1 experience books, each granting 100 experience points upon use, rated at 1 star. You also obtained a white ordinary strawberry quickgrow seed, which can rapidly blossom and bear fruit, producing 15 to 25 berries. After the plant dies, it can revert to a seed for replanting, and monster corpses can accelerate its growth, rated at 1 star. Finally, you received a blueprint for crafting a blue excellent quality starfang ring. Using it will teach you how to craft the blue quality starfang ring, rated at 2 stars. Wong Mang picked up all the items and looked at the skill quality upgrade scroll in his hand with excitement, marveling at its value. After all this time and countless monster kills, he had only ever gotten a small fireball skill book of white quality, illustrating just how rare skill books were. Out of his 3 skill slots, only one was occupied, which was a constant source of frustration for him. He couldn't help but feel sorry for other players who might be even worse off, perhaps never having seen a skill book. But today, he had obtained a scroll that could enhance his skill quality. Without hesitation, Wang Mang shouted, "Use!" As he spoke, the skill quality upgrade scroll dissolved into light and merged into his body. The system notification chimed once more, "Skill upgrade successful. Basic muscle enhancement has advanced to intermediate muscle enhancement. Using it will consume 10 energy points, increasing overall muscle strength by 40% for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Muscle enhancement will not only increase muscle strength, but also comprehensively enhance all physical attributes to match the muscle boost." Wang Mang gazed at his upgraded muscle enhancement skill, feeling a surge of joy and excitement. The improvement seemed unremarkable at first glance, but for someone like him, endowed with innate talent and no cooldown accumulation, it was incredibly significant. He kept replaying the scene in his mind, meticulously analyzing every detail. Soon, Wang Mang reached a conclusion. Firstly, his energy consumption and muscle strength both doubled. For him, this meant a 1-second delay every time he used his skills. Previously, to achieve 200% muscle enhancement, he needed to use his skill 10 times, which required 10 seconds of casting time. Now, with the increased multiplier, he only needed to cast the skill 5 times, reducing the time to just 5 seconds. Although it seemed like the skill had no cooldown, in reality, the casting time had been halved, making him more efficient under the same level of enhancement. Secondly, the skill duration had significantly extended, effectively raising his upper limit. With a 1-second casting delay, he could theoretically stack up to 60 times the initial muscle enhancement, reaching a maximum muscle boost of 1,200%. Now, with the skill duration increased to 120 seconds, he could theoretically stack up to 120 times the intermediate muscle enhancement, boosting his muscle strength to an astounding 4,800%. In short, a single skill quality upgrade scroll had increased his upper limit by an incredible 4 times, having the time to reach his strongest state. As his level continued to rise, his base attributes would become increasingly extraordinary. If he activated the 4,800% muscle enhancement and then performed the ancient martial arts techniques of Huaxia, what a magnificent sight that would be. Wang Mang clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Perhaps one day, he could unleash a truly nuclear punch. However, he realized that the only thing he currently lacked was energy. He urgently needed more ways to increase his energy limit, or equipment like small mana potions that could instantly restore energy. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh. The drop rate in this world was too low. With just his own strength, who knew when he would be able to gather a full set of god-tier equipment? So much time had passed, and there were still so many players in the group. Perhaps some of them had obtained rare items? This thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes sparkled with hope. Individual strength might be insignificant, but he had thousands of group members behind him. Overcome with excitement, he decisively opened the auction house, ready to purchase some equipment that could increase his energy limit. However, he was soon disappointed. What kind of junk were these items? Damn it! Why was the auction house filled with such trash? Discarded white quality swords? No thanks. White quality useless armor with only a slight boost to constitution. What good was that? He spent half an hour browsing the auction house, only to find that the entire marketplace was flooded with worthless items. Even the best ones were just a handful of white quality equipment. These were of no use to Wang Mang, as his inventory was already filled with such junk, merely gathering dust. Perhaps he had set his expectations too high, hoping for something valuable from a group of idle chatters. Haha, forget it. He would rely on himself. After coming to this realization, he picked up the blueprint for the Starfang ring again. It was the first blue-quality equipment blueprint he had ever obtained, and upon using it, a new category, Craft Starfang Ring, appeared in his life skills. Opening his inventory, he saw that he had recently defeated many monsters and opened numerous chests, yielding a considerable amount of materials, all of which he had in abundance. Wang Mang gazed at the ring in his hand, its surface gleaming like polished jade. He was thrilled to discover it was a relic capable of restoring energy and increasing his energy cap. Opening his spatial backpack, he saw it brimming with materials, and an idea struck him. 10 fingers, 10 rings. Why not? Excitedly, he hurried home to begin crafting. After a long wait, he finally completed 10 Starfang rings. However, upon wearing all 10, he felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was still acceptable. The 10 rings increased his spirit by 30 points and his energy cap by 100 points, but the skill effects didn't stack. Killing ordinary monsters still only restored 1 point of energy. A bit of a letdown, but he was still pleased overall. As he acquired more gear, he realized that the equipment in this world differed from online games. It was more akin to items in the competitive game, Honor of Kings, providing special bonuses when worn. Even blue-quality gear could be integrated into the body, functioning without hindering movement. Each piece of equipment had weight, and players needed to balance their load based on strength and level. At level 3, one could wear up to 3 white-quality items, increasing to 10 items at level 10. Different types of equipment varied in weight, with weapons being the heaviest and rings among the lightest, allowing multiple rings to be worn. He opened his interface and clicked on the forging function, where equipment crafting and refining were unlocked. Refining allowed him to merge identical equipment to enhance skill effects, but equipment enhancement was still restricted. After a moment's hesitation, he took out 5 Starfang rings and began refining. As he did, the 5 rings merged into a single, radiant silver ring. The refined ring's skill effects were significantly improved, allowing him to recover more energy upon killing monsters. Wang Mang put on all his rings again and reviewed his attribute panel, a sense of joy filling his heart. Wang Mang was born with extraordinary talent, without any additional level boosts. His physical stats reached 71,008 points, mental value soared to 5,844,536, and his energy hit 36,630. These numbers far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. He glanced over his skill panel and felt extremely satisfied. Even without using any skills, his physical attributes were nearly 6 times the human average, and his mental attributes were 3 times higher. Moreover, for some reason, after putting on that ring, he felt a newfound sense of calm and happiness, as if all the negativity in his mind had been swept away. This feeling of comfort and joy was immensely satisfying. Satisfied, he closed the panel and, in high spirits, opened the chat group to share a photo of himself defeating a giant bird. As soon as the photo was posted, the entire chat group erupted. Some members playfully commented, "While I'm still playing in the dirt, the boss has gone on a rampage. Boss, do you need an accessory? I can be a super useful one. I heard I look like Wu Yinzu from Yun City. Want me to send you some spicy photos and teach me how to fight monsters? Boss, seriously, how do you kill this thing? Any tips?" Wang Mang squatted down, laughing as he read the chat. Living alone on this deserted island had made him feel increasingly isolated and a bit mentally unstable. His only joy came from showing off in the group. The chat members were all witty and charming, and their sweet words made him feel happy. However, he didn't post the photo purely to boast. He had other motives. In the midst of the lively group chat, he couldn't wait to send a few messages. He felt a sense of secret joy. He understood the unspoken sentiments, perhaps due to his natural talent in martial arts, which had allowed him to master ancient Chinese martial techniques. He encouraged everyone to give it a try, as it would greatly enhance their skills. After saying this, he added that he had many rare materials and quite a few blue-quality items. He suggested that if anyone had valuable items, they could trade. He was particularly eager to collect items that restored energy or increased its maximum limit, followed by various skill books. As for prices, he guaranteed they would be satisfactory. After this, he posted the attributes of all the items he had obtained in the group chat. As soon as he sent the message, the chat group exploded with excitement once again. "Oh my god, are we playing the same game? Yesterday, I spent over 3 hours setting traps and barely managed to hunt a small monster. And here you are with so many blue-quality items and materials from purple monsters. The attributes on that Starfang ring are incredible. My lord, how many monsters have you killed? What's your current level? I'm only level 1. How many star talents have you awakened? Are you cheating behind our backs? I get it now. You must have awakened a system, just like in the novels. Oh my, big brother, I have a voluptuous figure. Can you come save me? If you do, I'll make sure you're satisfied." along with a photo of a bunny girl in a suggestive outfit. Hey, you pervert, get lost. Don't tarnish our hero's eyes. Try posting that again and see what happens. As the messages kept rolling in, Wang Mang happily started responding to everyone. He had to admit, chatting with his group mates felt great. After boasting and chatting for over an hour, he finally logged off and started his daily training. Punch, punch, punch. Practicing ancient Chinese martial arts was an essential part of his routine. He needed to continually grow stronger to be prepared for exploring the forest. Humans are social creatures, and he needed to integrate into human society. Otherwise, he feared he might truly become a wild man if he stayed isolated for too long. On this deserted island, his current strength had solved most of his survival problems. But as time passed, he noticed his mental state becoming increasingly unstable. He was prone to impulsiveness and depression. It was better when other players were online, as he could relieve his mental stress in the group chat. But when they logged off, loneliness would overwhelm him. He looked up at the island, shrouded in the darkness of night. This deserted island always gave him an ominous feeling, as if some invisible force was constantly affecting his mental state. He hadn't noticed it before, but today, after putting on 10 Starfang rings, his mental strength had significantly increased. With this boost, he suddenly felt much clearer-headed, as if he had broken free from an invisible shackle. He became more rational. While punching, he kept thinking. Although he had moments of recklessness in the past, he usually acted after careful consideration. Recently, however, he found himself becoming more impulsive, just like today, when he hunted that giant bird. Normally, he wouldn't have attacked such an unknown creature so hastily. Last night, after Zhang Xiang got access to the resources, he spent the entire night playing on his phone. Despite being in good physical health, he had never indulged himself like this before. Moreover, being on a deserted island, excessive indulgence could be life-threatening. Over time, he seemed to be subtly influenced by some negative force. Reflecting on all this, he couldn't help but shiver. If he lets this state continue, his carelessness will surely lead to his demise. Could mental attributes have such an effect? They not only help increase spell damage but also stabilize emotions and enhance mental resistance. Wang Mang paused his punches and gazed out at the darkened island. Regaining his composure, he looked at the island before him and felt like it was a terrifying beast devouring everything around it. He realized he must seize every moment to become stronger. Stopping meant facing death at any moment. As this thought became clear in his mind, he suddenly felt enlightened. Punch, punch, punch. There was nothing to fear. As long as his strength was sufficient, all demons and monsters would be crushed by his fists. At this moment, in the underground secret base 826 Bureau, a few soldiers hurried into the office, holding reports. Report. We have a significant situation. Li Yong took the report handed to him and read it carefully. Monster magnetic fields? Mental contamination?
Li frowned.
The domestic situation had just started to stabilize, and now this. The report indicated that hundreds of monster containment sites across the country had recently descended into chaos. Incidents of suicide, self-harm, depression, and violence were becoming frequent. These containment sites were guarded by the nation's elite troops. In terms of physical fitness and mental resilience, they were top-notch soldiers. However, now not only had the rate of depression among them increased, but there had also been several suicide incidents. This was highly abnormal. The nation's top scientists analyzed the phenomenon and found that these monsters from the game world emitted a special energy field. The effect of a single monster's energy field was minimal, but when many monsters gathered, it caused a significant change. Prolonged exposure to these monsters gradually led to extreme emotional states, ultimately resulting in mental breakdowns. The report concluded that if this special energy field became too strong, it could even alter the surrounding environment. Li Yong silently looked at the report on the table. After a moment, he spoke. Implement a rotation system for the guard troops to hold out for now. The higher-ups have decided to initiate a nationwide conscription. Follow the report's recommendations for other matters. Yes, sir. The subordinates saluted respectfully and left. With the emergence of monsters and game players, the world had undergone drastic changes. Food prices continued to soar, urban housing prices kept falling, and the international financial system had completely collapsed. Some people were gripped by doomsday panic, while others were fascinated by the appearance of superhumans. The entire world has plunged into chaos, yet China remains the last bastion of stability. In this turbulent environment, people are weighed down by uncertainty, unsure of what the future holds. However, the Chinese people have shown remarkable resilience, supporting one another and facing challenges together. During this time, Xiao Ming, an ordinary Chinese citizen, also sensed the changes around him. He noticed the tense expressions on people's faces on the streets, but they hadn't lost hope. A strong sense of determination rose within him, and he decided to contribute to his country in any way he could. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming threw himself into volunteer work, helping those in need. Through his interactions with them, he deeply felt the emotional bonds between people. Their unity and mutual support only strengthened his resolve. Although the world is in disarray, on this stable land of China, people maintain an optimistic attitude. They believe that the hardships will eventually pass and a brighter future awaits. Xiao Ming shares this belief and is willing to contribute his efforts for his country and its people because he deeply loves this land and the warmth it exudes. On the streets, official propaganda vehicles occasionally passed by, broadcasting various announcements. Attention, attention. The National College entrance examination is undergoing a comprehensive reform. All liberal arts subjects will be significantly reduced, and the English subject has been cancelled. The nation has established a massive force of superhumans who will become the protectors of the people. 6 more monsters have been discovered in the Changbai Mountains. The military has already dispatched troops. Containment operations will begin soon. Please rest assured. Scientists in Huaxia have used monster cells to cultivate supercrops and are currently studying their edibility. Wang Yong rode his electric scooter, watching the propaganda vehicle slowly pass by, and sighed. As a food delivery worker, his business was usually quite good. However, ever since the monster invasion, the whole world seemed to have become shrouded in mystery. Gamers with supernatural abilities started to appear, even making it onto television shows to demonstrate their monster fighting skills. Giant crabs, 5 or 6 meters tall, and as destructive as tanks, began to appear in cities, causing havoc. Business had been getting worse and worse lately. Forget it. I'll head back to my hometown tomorrow and farm those 10 acres of land. As long as there's land to till, I won't starve. With that, he rode away slowly on his scooter. What would become of this world in the end? On a desolate island, amidst a vast primordial forest, Zhang Xiang was hiding in a tree hollow. This was his 3rd time entering the monster game world. However, to date, he had never ventured out of the tree hollow, let alone hunted any monsters. Relying on his innate abilities and energy fat, he could easily survive 3 days each time. At this moment, he was curled up in the tree hollow, clutching a body pillow of a 2D anime girl, surrounded by his paper waifus. Despite the monsters outside, he felt a deep sense of happiness in the cramped tree hollow with his waifus by his side. As he rubbed the body pillow, he suddenly heard a rustling sound outside the tree hollow. 2 enormous eyes peered in, along with a slimy, nauseatingly soft body. A giant snail, 2 to 3 meters tall, slowly extended its head inside. It opened its maw, revealing sharp teeth within. This snail was clearly not to be trifled with. Zhang Xiang retreated continuously, his body fat trembling like an electric current. Oh no, the monster had found him, and this time he might not escape. Driven by fear, he instinctively opened the chat group, frantically sending messages. I've encountered a monster. Someone save me. Someone save me. Someone save me. Although many people responded to his messages, he was too terrified to read them. The giant snail had already crawled into the tree hollow. Instead of immediately attacking him, it turned its attention to Zhang Xiang's paper waifus. No, don't. Not my AI-chan. Not my Hannah. No. Damn it. His obese body trembled, anger flaring in his eyes. You can eat me, but why harm my waifus? With a roar of rage, courage welled up within him. The long knife flashed, and with a swift movement, the giant snail's massive head slowly slid off. Sometimes, it's not the monsters that are terrifying, but the cowardice to face them. Although Zhang Xiang eventually mustered the courage to confront and defeat the giant snail, he lost all his cherished wives in the process. This left him deeply aware of his own weakness. In comparison, people like Wong Mang never went through such struggles. Oh, how he longed for a relationship. Alone for years, still a virgin. Standing on the endless beach, Wang Mang shouted at the setting sun. Despite Zhang Xiang providing him with numerous computer resources that might help him release his physical frustrations, they couldn't fill the void in his heart. The more he watched them, the more he yearned for a genuine relationship. He couldn't help but wonder, is this how his life would be? Shaking his head, he resolved not to give up. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed under the sunset. No, he wouldn't surrender. He had to be strong and self-reliant. He had to save himself. He was determined to find his other half and not remain lonely forever. He picked up a long spear and stood resolutely from the beach. He realized he had been too lazy and not working hard enough. From today onwards, he decided to double his hunting and martial arts training time. He swore to become the strongest. Then, he would marry the one he loved and write a passionate, romantic love story. With a roar, he charged forward. Soon, the distant rocks echoed with the cries of various monsters. The black-armored beasts lay deep in the sand, afraid to make a sound. Sea cockroaches huddled in the crevices, trembling. This terrifying bipedal creature had returned. Why did it persistently come back? The bipedal fish had long since hidden in the deep sea. They were naturally marine creatures, so living in the sea made perfect sense, didn't it? The only ones to pity were the giant green crabs, who usually strutted proudly on the beach with their hard shells, but now they became the most miserable victims. In the end, they could only follow the bipedal fish and sink into the sea. As night fell, Wang Mang returned fully loaded. After dining with boss Seala, he tirelessly practiced, continuously punching and training in ancient Chinese martial arts. The next morning, as dawn broke, the young figure was already on the beach, sweating profusely. Day after day, night after night. Hunting monsters, punching non-stop. Hunting monsters, punching non-stop. Ding. Defeated a giant green crab, gained 8 experience points, leveled up to LV8. Hunting monsters, punching non-stop. Hunting monsters, punching non-stop. Ding. Defeated a sea cockroach, gained 3 experience points, leveled up to LV9. A few days later, wearing a straw hat and hemp clothes, Wong Mang had been tanned by the sun, looking like a farmer just back from the fields. These clothes and hat were all handwoven by him using grass leaves and vines. Not only could he make clothes and furniture, but he was also skilled in pottery and blacksmithing. If he returned to Blue Star now, he might become a wilderness survival show host. Unfortunately, he could never go back. He looked down at his perfect physique, 8-pack abs, and bronze skin. If he returned to Blue Star, he would undoubtedly become the target of wealthy women. Who knows how many years of hard work it would take to reach this level? Sigh. Those wealthy women would surely feel lonely and helpless without him. Wong Mang shook his head self-mockingly, pushing those thoughts aside. With his frantic hunting over the past few days, his level had skyrocketed to 9. Since realizing the importance of mental attributes a few days ago, he didn't use all the 10 attribute points he gained this time to boost his physical strength. Instead, he evenly distributed half of them. Although he's addicted to the thrill of leveling up, he understands clearly that this world is different from a game. The monsters here don't respawn infinitely. They possess their own intelligence. As a result, with his recent frenzy of hunting, the number of monsters around him has gradually decreased, making leveling up increasingly difficult. After much contemplation last night, he finally made up his mind. Today, he's ready to embark on a journey into the deep forest. Although venturing into the forest for hunting was fraught with danger, Wang Mang resolutely decided to take that step. Recently, he had accumulated a wealth of survival techniques for tropical rainforests through information on his phone. While these skills might not be entirely applicable to the island's forest, they were still worth referencing. This time, he wasn't going for an in-depth expedition, but rather a survey of the forest's periphery. Soon, he arrived at the forest's edge, where massive trees soared skyward. Each leaf was the size of a mattress, and the trunks were akin to towering buildings. The enormous, intertwined roots nearly blocked out the sky. Hidden among these roots were countless crevices, occasionally revealing small insects wriggling within. Wang Mang stepped cautiously into the forest, treading on a gigantic root. This root was immensely wide, extending like an elevated bridge into the distance. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. He sighed in amazement, and suddenly, a rustling sound came from between the roots. Dozens of beetles, resembling spiders, scurried towards him. These creatures stood 3 to 4 meters tall, their bodies covered in bark-like shells, moving with astonishing speed and ease on the tree trunks. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mang didn't feel fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Recently, he had made a name for himself among the reef clusters, where every monster fled in terror at his sight. It had been a while since any creature dared to charge at him so boldly. "You are indeed brave," he exclaimed. His muscles slightly bulged, gripping his spear, and with a powerful push of his legs, he lunged forward like a cheetah. In moments, he had slain the dozen or so beetles with his spear. The system notified him. Successfully killed 12 tree spiders, gained 60 experience points. Obtained 36 portions of bug meat and 12 tree spider shells. After defeating the enemies, Wang Mang felt a tinge of disappointment. The rare new monsters hadn't dropped any treasure chests. Nevertheless, the experience points were useful to him. Reaching level 10 in any game was a significant hurdle. He eagerly anticipated what changes reaching level 10 would bring. Perhaps, at level 10, a teleportation function would appear, allowing him to return home. The thought of the game's return mechanism filled Wang Mang with determination. He raised his spear and began cautiously searching for prey in the forest. After a morning of hunting, having taken down hundreds of ordinary monsters, Wang Mang decided to leave early. Today was the day for players to regroup, and he needed to return early to handle various matters. Once home, he opened the chat interface and contacted Zhang Xiang. "Xianggu, are you there?" After a long wait, Zhang Xiang slowly replied, his mood seemingly low. "Oh, it's you, Wang Mang. What's up?" "Xianggu, I recorded a video that I want to send to my family. Could you help me pass it on? I also prepared a small gift for you as thanks for all your help. Zhang Xiang glanced at the chat log, his interest waning. Since his wife had been attacked by monsters, the whole world had turned bleak for him. All right, no problem. Watching the chat window, Wang Mang felt a wave of emotion. Brother Xiang is truly a kind-hearted person. As he looked at Brother Xiang, he noticed that he seemed a bit down. Concerned, he asked, Brother Xiang, what's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? Do you need my help? Zhang Xiang shook his head and sighed. Just a couple of days ago, my wife was taken away by a monster. We've been together for so many years, and I really love them. As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhang Xiang's face. Wang Mang's heart ached upon hearing this, and he didn't know how to comfort Brother Xiang, who had just lost his beloved. Being single himself, he couldn't fully comprehend the pain of losing a partner. He gently consoled him, Brother Xiang, don't be too sad. The departed are gone and cannot be brought back. Wang Mang felt a sense of helplessness, unable to find the right words to describe the pain of losing a loved one. He quickly handed Brother Xiang a blue-quality starfang ring as a token of his appreciation for Brother Xiang's help recently. After saying a few awkward words of comfort, he hurriedly left, not knowing how to handle such a situation. After bidding farewell to Brother Xiang, Li Jun quickly found Wang Mang. Li Jun said, Wang Mang, we're about to go offline soon. Are the recording devices ready? Wang Mang smiled and replied, don't worry, I've packed all the recording devices and put them up for auction. The password is set. You can just go and bid on them. Li Jun nodded, pleasantly surprised by Wang Mang's level of cooperation. This mission was turning out to be a success. Gratefully, Li Jun said, thank you, Wang Mang. The people will remember your contributions, and the country won't forget everything you've done. Wang Mang hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Jun, I already consider myself part of the country. I heard that once you join, there's a chance to become a civil servant. I can't go back now, but could you reserve that spot for my parents and sister? Wang Mang's decision was not made on a whim, but was well thought out. From conversations with his group members, he had a general understanding of the situation on Blue Star. Monsters from the game could invade the real world, and conventional weapons were ineffective against them. People around the world were talking about spiritual energy revival, or the end of the world. In such chaotic times, his family, being ordinary people, could only rely on the country for protection. Unable to return, this was the only thing he could do for his family.
Without hesitation, Li Yun replied, all right.
I will report your request to the leadership. I believe the country will give you a satisfactory response. Living alone on a deserted island is not easy. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help you. Wang Mang was overjoyed to hear this. Indeed, relying on the country had its perks. Soon after, Wang Mang listed a long string of requests, giving Li Jun a headache. Li Jun said, Wang Mang, I'll pass on some essential supply requests for you. But things like anime body pillows, the latest episode of One Piece, and that hidden folder on your computer's D drive with over 60 gigabytes of content, those things don't need to be brought over. Wang Mang gave an embarrassed smile, feeling a bit disappointed. Those were resources he had accumulated for a long time. He sighed, forget it then. Check with Brother Xiang. He has mostly Western stuff, not much from Japan. After several confirmations, Li Jun finally won Wang Mang's package at the auction house. 10 minutes later, the once lively chat group returned to silence as everyone went offline. Wang Mang stood alone in an unfamiliar world, gazing at the chat group with a heart full of loneliness and confusion. He silently pondered for a moment, then mustered his courage, patted his cheeks, and encouraged himself to stay strong. Resolutely, he picked up his spear and without hesitation, stepped once again into the dense forest. Despite being solitary at this moment, his belief was unwavering and bright. Wang Mang knew deep down that no matter how many hardships he faced or how many unknowns lay ahead, he would ultimately return to his homeland. This was his unshakable conviction. In the underground secret base of Unit 826, over 100 personnel were gathered in a conference room. As monsters from the game world began to invade reality, more and more superpowered players emerged, highlighting the increasing importance of Unit 826. The unit's database even contained information on all superpowered individuals nationwide. At this moment, a young man lay quietly on a rock, while in the distance, a giant bird nearly 20 meters tall stood majestically. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, a violent gust of wind swept through, and the giant bird's chest was pierced, killing it instantly. The screen froze, and Li Yong slowly spoke. Everyone just witnessed it. This special player, codenamed Zero. That shadow was actually a long spear, and according to computer simulations, the spear reached an astonishing speed of 800 meters per second, comparable to that of a heavy sniper rifle. But this was not an ordinary bullet. It was a spear weighing dozens of pounds, containing terrifying kinetic energy. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, no one would believe a human could achieve such a feat. Based on current intelligence, Even the world's top-tier 5-star talent players can't match such incredible power. Zero is likely the most extraordinary player we've ever encountered. As Li Yong finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone present was filled with awe. They had once thought that superpowered players, although much stronger than ordinary people, were still vulnerable to a bullet. But now, it was clear they had been overconfident. Compared to Zero, they seemed incredibly weak. Zero's display of strength left everyone feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, an elderly general sitting in the front row spoke slowly. Where is this Zero player now? Such a powerful superpowered individual must be under national control. Li Yong picked up a document and replied, he is currently in Africa, not even on Earth. He is a unique player, the only one we know of who cannot return. He remains in the monster game world. Li Yong rubbed his eyes gently and continued, after discussions with the think tank, we have two hypotheses about Zero. The first hypothesis is that Zero might be an anomaly. His abilities are exceptionally unique and have broken some kind of limit. If he returns to Earth, he could disrupt the current human order, violating the game rules and preventing his return. The second hypothesis is that Zero might be a pioneer. According to some speculative novels, the invasion of the game world could lead to a mass human crossover, and this crossover would go through a process, much like a beta test in a game. All current players are essentially participating in this beta test. But Zero is different. For reasons unknown, he might have already officially entered the game, becoming a pioneer and obtaining crucial information about the monster world for humanity. After Li Yong finished speaking, the screen resumed playing. The footage, from Wang Mang's perspective, showcased his impressive feats of hunting various monsters. For Wong Mang, the colossal creatures rampaging across Earth were as easy to crush as an infant in his hand. After a moment of silence, the elder seated at the head of the table slowly spoke. From now on, all information about Zero will be classified as top secret. No one is allowed to disclose anything without my permission. His gaze grew sharp as he scanned everyone present. Then, he turned to Li Yong and said, Li Yong, from this moment on, you are fully responsible for all matters concerning Zero. Li Yong stood up respectfully, saluted the elder, and immediately, Bureau 826 dispatched a secret unit to erase all traces of Wang Mang's existence. His student records, online footprints, gaming accounts, everything was wiped clean. Apart from his family and former classmates and friends, no one could find any information about Wang Mang. In a highly classified archive, the identity of the Zero player was sealed in the deepest recesses. A pickup truck slowly pulled up, and Zhang Xiang once again successfully returned to reality from the game world. However, all his beloved virtual wives had been devoured by monsters. As soon as he got home, his mother hurried out to greet him. Xiao Xiang, I'm just glad you're safe, just glad you're safe. Seeing the somewhat dejected look on her son's face, Zhang Xiang's mother gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Son, surviving is enough. I used to push you too hard, but I won't pressure you to go on blind dates anymore. I may not fully understand your love for the virtual world, but I've come to terms with it. Let it be your sanctuary. I support you. With that, she brought out a large box filled with exquisite anime figurines. Son, I spent a year's salary on these, just hoping you'd come home safe. Zhang Xiang looked at the box, filled with his beloved characters, and tears welled up in his eyes. His mother, who had always opposed his hobby, had understood him so well. Touched, Zhang Xiang said, Mom, I promise I'll come back safe and take good care of you. The middle-aged woman smiled, hoping her only son could truly fulfill his wishes. At Shin Mountain Supernatural High School, Zhang Xiaolong relentlessly swung his sword in the training room. He had reached level 3, ranking among the top-tier supernatural players in the country. This time, his journey into the game world had made him even stronger, successfully achieving his first solo kill. Previously, he needed the support of special forces to hunt monsters, but now he had become a formidable warrior on his own. This morning, Principal Chun found him and informed him that he had passed the assessment and that the Qianlong plan would be fully implemented. After 3 days in the game world, he would have 7 days of rest, during which he would grow even stronger. The Huaxia Nation had arranged for him to face hundreds of monsters during this period, aiming to elevate him to level 4 and make him one of the nation's top supernatural players. In the game world, the monster invasions posed a significant threat to the real world, causing countless people to live in constant fear and turmoil. In that hidden corner, some were devoured by monsters, and others seized the chance to commit various crimes. However, violence and slaughter could not save the nation. Thus, Zhang Xiaolong decided to change his fate. With a long knife in hand, his gaze grew more resolute. He knew deep down that this country needed him to save and protect it. In the monster game, the initial rating system ranges from 1 to 5 stars. A 1-star rating signifies ordinary supernatural abilities with some special traits. A 2-star rating indicates superior supernatural qualities, including special effects and attribute skills. A 3-star rating denotes rare supernatural powers with exceptionally strong attributes and characteristics. 4 stars represent legendary supernatural items, each capable of influencing the rise and fall of entire races. 5 stars are world-class supernatural items. As for the 6-star level, that's beyond the established settings, reaching the demonic god tier. But the secrets of this level will only be revealed later. In a sprawling forest, a small figure leisurely emerged. Wang Mang stretched and yawned. He had hunted down over 400 monsters today, gaining more than 2,000 experience points. The forest teemed with a diverse array of monsters. However, recently, he had grown weary of the relentless slaughter. He opened his status panel to check his progress. Wang Mang's inherent talent set him beyond the limits of ordinary humans, but his path to leveling up was fraught with difficulty. Seeing that his experience bar was only 1/3 full, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. The higher his level, the more experience points were required for each upgrade, and the experience gained from killing ordinary monsters was dwindling. He knew his journey to level up would be increasingly arduous. It might take until the next player returned for him to reach level 10, which felt painfully slow. Shaking his head, Wang Mang slung his long spear over his shoulder and headed home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Seala greeted him enthusiastically. The recent bounty of food had caused Seala to grow rapidly. Now over 3 meters tall, it was no longer the cute little crab it once was. Seala lay down beside Wang Mang, indicating with its eyes that he should ride on its back. Wang Mang chuckled, patting Seala's head, and with a swift motion, he mounted. Seala had become accustomed to its role as a mount, but given that it was a crab, the riding posture looked somewhat comical and endearing. The enormous crab crawled slowly, with Wang Mang lounging on its back, gazing at the setting sun, feeling content. Back inside his house, he tossed a few logs into the fire pit, deciding to enjoy some barbecue tonight. The forest's myriad monsters included not only numerous bugs and snails, but also a peculiar species called mushroom men. These creatures were the forest's low-tier inhabitants, not very strong but quite tasty. Today, he had also successfully hunted a special elite monster, a tree pig. This tree pig stood 10 meters tall, resembling a cross between a rat and a pig, with formidable defense and considerable strength. It was the first mammalian monster he had hunted since arriving on the deserted island, and it was unusually fat. This fat was incredibly valuable, not only for extracting cooking oil but also for making lighting tools like oil lamps and torches. After days of eating seafood, bugs, and mushrooms, he was thoroughly tired of them. Today, Wang Mang decided to change things up and treat himself to a roasted pork feast. He picked fresh vegetables and fruits from his garden, cut the meat of mushroom monsters and pork into small pieces, and skewered them together. After more than an hour of hard work, Wang Mang finally kicked off his first barbecue feast on the deserted island. Sitting by the bonfire, he and Seala indulged in the grilled meat, washed down with fruit juice. However, the lack of cumin and chili left the taste slightly lacking. As Wang Mang savored the barbecue, he fell into deep thought. Recently, he had been frantically hunting the surrounding monsters, resulting in a significant decline in their numbers. Especially around his home, which had become a forbidden zone on the beach, all monsters now avoided it, consequently slowing down his leveling progress. Although he had gained some experience hunting in the forest recently, most of the creatures were low level, making the effort inefficient. Wang Mang hesitated, but decided to explore further tomorrow. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. While killing ordinary monsters posed low risk, the rewards were not guaranteed, and low-level monster materials were not very useful. He preferred hunting giant monsters. Whether it was the thrill of the loot dropped by the beasts or the adrenaline rush during the battles, he found it all incredibly captivating. In games, he always sought to challenge powerful boss monsters, which was the source of his gaming joy. However, reality was different from games. There were no do-overs. Therefore, he needed to be cautious and well-prepared. After enjoying the delicious barbecue, Wang Mang went to his garden. In the center stood a 3-meter-tall red tree, its crown adorned with 4 shiny, bright red fruits, resembling apples. This was the blood spirit tree he had planted earlier, and under his meticulous care, it had finally borne fruit. He carefully picked the 4 blood spirit fruits and immediately received a notification. It stated, obtained 4 blood spirit fruits, quality, blue, excellent. Effect, fruits from the blood condensing tree, possessing certain life activity. Consuming it restores 15 points of constitution within 3 seconds. Can also be used in food and potion crafting. Rating, 2 stars. Wang Mang was pleased as he stored the 4 blood spirit fruits in his spatial backpack. As he had suspected, the blood spirit fruits could indeed be used for wound recovery. Although this world had certain attributes, it lacked specific stats like HP, strength, agility, luck, and intelligence. In this monster world, everything related to the body was tied to constitution. This setting made sense, as the world leaned more towards realism. To increase speed, attributes like agility, constitution, and strength were all indispensable. Strength and constitution were closely linked, and speed was similarly tied to strength. In this world, constitution influenced physical power, while spirit affected soul power. Higher constitution led to increased speed, strength, reaction time, and vitality. When injured, constitution temporarily decreased, affecting vitality, strength, speed, and more. The blood spirit fruit, although known for its ability to heal damaged bodies, is essentially a treasure capable of reshaping life itself. For Wong Mang, this was absolutely crucial. It was the blood spirit fruit that gave him the courage to venture deep into the forest. After carefully placing the fruit into his spatial backpack, Wong Mang resumed his daily martial arts training. He glanced at the phone lying on his bed, hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head.
No.
I'm just a weakling right now. How can I afford to waste time playing on my phone? I need to keep training. I need to keep improving. When I reach level 10, then I'll enjoy the company of those beauties on my phone. Yes, that's right. Wong Mang slapped his face to refocus and started throwing punches with renewed vigor. Beside him, Boss Xia crawled over and stood behind Wong Mang, seriously waving its massive claws. The constant sound of pa-pa filled the air. It too yearned to train, to become a mighty crab. While guarding his home, Seala encountered a captivating female crab. Her beautiful eyes and elegant claws left him mesmerized. However, as he approached, the female crab gave him a disdainful glance and even mocked him as useless. She then swayed her alluring claws and left, while the surrounding big green crabs pointed and laughed at his audacity. This unexpected blow left Seala feeling heavy-hearted. But who would have thought that today would mark the beginning of his comeback? He vowed to make those who looked down on him eat their words and regret underestimating him. Thus, in a dimly lit cave, a fierce battle between a young man and a giant crab ensued, marking the start of his path to conquest. Early the next morning, Wong Mang embarked on a journey into the forest. He decided to venture deeper, ready to face stronger challenges. As he followed the tree roots, the light around him gradually dimmed. Through days of battling forest monsters, he had gained some understanding of this vast forest. He discovered that the forest was divided into 3 layers. The lowest layer housed small beasts, ranging from 2 to 5 meters in size and relatively weak in strength. The middle layer, which was more expansive and located 10 to 200 meters above the ground, had a greater variety of monsters that were significantly larger. And the top layer, above the canopy, was said to be home to many rare flying beasts. Wong Mang moved through the roots, easily defeating some insignificant bugs until he encountered an elite monster, a 20-meter-tall bigmouth frog. The bigmouth frog was busy devouring its prey, completely unaware of Wong Mang's approach. Hiding behind a massive tree trunk, Wong Mang began to climb stealthily, gradually getting closer to the frog's head. This time, he knew the bigmouth frog was uninjured and in good condition. After climbing for about 10 minutes, Wong Mang stopped on a branch, directly facing the frog's head. As he continuously activated his intermediate muscle enhancement skill, his body began to swell rapidly, veins bulging, and muscles exploding with astonishing power. Soon, the once skinny Wong Mang transformed into a 3-meter-tall muscular giant, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the bigmouth frog. His heart pounded like a fierce drumbeat, thumping rhythmically and filling the air with a palpable tension. His entire body surged with fiery red blood, creating a sensation of burning intensity. Exhaling slowly, a dramatic plume of white vapor escaped his mouth and nostrils, slicing through the air like a sharp blade. The effects of his intermediate muscle enhancement were beyond his wildest expectations, making his blood boil with excitement. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the overwhelming power bursting from his muscles. All his previous caution had vanished. He was ready to confront the 20-meter-tall beast head-on. Meanwhile, the giant-mouthed frog perched on the tree trunk sensed something amiss. Wong Mang's terrifying heartbeat echoed through the forest, sending chills down the frog's spine. The frog began to gather its strength, its body slowly swelling. It opened its massive mouth, its sharp teeth glinting, and let out a low croak, hoping to intimidate Wong Mang and force him to retreat. However, such warnings were meaningless to Wong Mang. Instead, the frog's provocation only fueled his excitement. Each time he transformed into a muscle giant, he was filled with exhilaration, as if he had already defeated 4 enemies and was on the verge of a 5th kill, his passion uncontainable. Hundreds of meters away, the terrifying muscle giant and the towering 20-meter forest frog faced off, both preparing for a lethal strike. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the giant frog leaped into the air, its gaping maw lunging towards Wong Mang. Unable to suppress its inner urge, the frog saw Wong Mang as nothing more than a tiny insect, with the outcome already decided. Wong Mang crouched low, gripping his massive blade. Channeling all his strength into his right hand, he summoned a fearsome aura and unleashed a secret ancient martial technique from Huaxia. As the giant frog lunged at him, Wong Mang's blade flashed, his superhumanly enhanced body surging with muscle growth of 1,120%, concentrating all his power into the blade's tip and striking in an instant. The blade's arc was swift, slicing the 20-meter-tall frog cleanly in half. Blood rained down like a storm, and every branch within the blade's reach was severed. With a single strike, he had slain the enormous beast, an unstoppable force. The system notification chimed. Elite monster giant mouth frog defeated beyond level, gained 1180 experience points, and a blue chest. Wang Mang swiftly stored the chest and disposed of the frog's corpse, hurrying away. The forest was fraught with danger, and the scent of blood might attract other predators. He needed to leave quickly. After running a distance, he found a hollow in a tree and took cover. After swallowing a few small pills that glowed with a blue light, Alan felt his energy quickly replenishing. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Lifting his gaze, his eyes fell upon the once mighty long sword in his hand. That recent all-out strike had secured his victory but had also taken a tremendous toll on the weapon. The blade was now covered in cracks, and a glance at its attribute panel confirmed that the longsword was beyond repair. A sense of helplessness washed over Alan. He knew this sword had been with him through countless life and death battles, and now, it had met its end in this fight. Wong Mang had his reservations about the quality of white-grade weapons. He worried whether the treasure chest he was about to open would yield a more superior weapon. With a deep sigh, he realized that even in this world, weapons had durability issues. Although the durability wasn't displayed on the weapon's interface, excessive use could still lead to damage. Once a weapon was damaged, Wong Mang had to repair it using various ores in the crafting interface. However, as his strength grew, white-grade weapons could no longer meet his needs. Every powerful strike would quickly damage his white-grade weapon, sometimes beyond repair. Fortunately, he had defeated many elite monsters and obtained a large stockpile of weapons from white treasure chests, filling his inventory to the brim. Wong Mang always believed that blue-grade weapons should be more durable, but he had yet to encounter any. Now, he wiped his hands and looked eagerly at the blue treasure chest floating before him, filled with anticipation. It was time to open the chest. As it opened, starlight burst forth, leaving several items inside. Ding! He obtained a blue-grade frog spear, a long spear of excellent blue quality with attributes of Constitution plus 12 and Energy plus 25. It had a Sharpness Enhancement level 1 effect and an active skill called Frog's Breath. Activating Frog's Breath consumed 15 energy points and increased muscle strength by 20% and jumping ability by 30% for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Its rating was 2.5 stars. Ding! He also acquired 5 blue-grade black crystalline materials, which could be used to craft, repair, and enhance equipment. The rating was 2 stars. Ding! Additionally, he found a blue-grade level 2 experience book, which provided 1,000 experience points upon use. The rating was 2 stars. Wong Mang felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the items he had obtained. He grabbed the long spear from the ground, a joyful expression spreading across his face. After such a long wait, he finally had his first blue-grade weapon. Holding the frog spear, he noticed its massive size, with a length of 2 meters and weighing at least 100 pounds. Yet, for Wong Mang, this weight was just right. He carefully examined the frog spear's attribute panel, finding that not only did it have higher base attributes, but it also boasted 2 remarkable effects. The active skill, in particular, could significantly boost muscle strength and jumping ability. As he focused on the skill, Frog's Breath on the panel, a sudden inspiration struck him. His innate ability allowed for no cooldown and effect stacking. Could this weapon skill be considered an innate ability? With excitement, he gripped the spear tightly and activated Frog's Breath without hesitation. Ding! Frog's Breath skill activated, increasing muscle strength by 20% and jumping ability by 30% for 60 seconds. He moved his body slightly, feeling the significant boost in strength and jumping ability. He then whispered, "Activate Frog's Breath again." The spear in his hand glowed, and Frog's Breath activated once more. Ding! Frog's Breath skill activated again, increasing muscle strength by another 20% and jumping ability by another 30% for 60 seconds. Wong Mang stared at the flickering data on the screen, a joyful expression spreading across his face. His heart was racing as he realized that his unique abilities could indeed influence the skills of weapons. After a moment of contemplation, he finally calmed down. He pocketed the mind ore, then used a blue-quality experience book, causing his experience bar to rise significantly. With these tasks completed, he began to wander the lowest level of the dungeon again. As he eliminated low-level monsters, he slowly accumulated energy while searching for his next target. The small monsters within a 10-meter radius no longer interested him. He yearned for a more formidable challenge and more valuable loot. Thus, Wong Mang continued to battle through the forest. As dusk fell, he slowly emerged from the forest. Throughout the day, he had vanquished over 300 small monsters and 4 giant toad beasts. Along with abundant experience and resources, he also acquired 2 blue chests and 12 white chests, making for a bountiful haul. Carrying his 2-meter-long spear, Wang Mang hummed a tune lightly on the beach. He knew well that the beginning is always the hardest. The once daunting forest now seemed much less intimidating. Moreover, fighting in the forest significantly boosted his experience gain, and he believed he would reach level 10 in no time. This thought filled him with joy. As he strolled back to his home, he was surprised to find that Seala had not come to greet him. Feeling puzzled, he opened the door to see Seala curled up by the bed, making bubbling sounds. Wong Mang hurried over and asked with concern. Stranded alone on the deserted island, his only companion was this crab, and over time, he had grown attached to it. He couldn't bear to see it in distress. Seala made a few more bubbling sounds, seemingly expressing its disappointment with life. Wong Mang was taken aback. Could it be that even a crab could feel such despair? Here he was, striving to survive on a deserted island, and yet this little crab was ready to give up? Wong Mang squinted his eyes, his tone turning cold. He threatened, Seala, if you find life so boring, I might as well cook you tonight. After raising you for so long, it would be a shame if you just died for nothing. Seala trembled at his words, immediately standing up and making a series of bubbling sounds as if to assert its will to live. Despite its love for braised pork, it had no desire to become part of the dish. Wong Mang glanced at Seala, smiling without saying another word. He retrieved an elite-grade giant crab claw from his space backpack, lit a bonfire, and started grilling. Seala cowered by the vegetable garden, trembling and worried whether its owner would carry out his threat. An hour later, Wong Mang and Seala were savoring the giant crab claw together, exchanging thoughts. Thanks to their mental connection, Wong Mang quickly understood Seala's troubles. Over the past few days, Wong Mang had frequently ventured into the forest to hunt, leaving Seala at home to guard and protect the vegetable patch in the stone cave. Recently, Laodicea met some adorable crabs on the beach. Their shells displayed a variety of colors and patterns, which filled him with delight and excitement. Playing with these little creatures, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood. The crabs scurried back and forth across the sand, with the setting sun casting a golden glow on their shimmering shells, creating a breathtaking scene. Laodicea experienced a profound sense of harmony with nature, realizing how precious and beautiful it is to connect with these small forms of life. In this special moment, he felt deeply moved and happy by the simple joys and beauty that life has to offer. Friends? The word stirred something within Wong Mang, sending him into deep thought. Back on Blue Planet, he had a few close companions who stood by each other through thick and thin. But now, it seemed unlikely that he would ever see them again. Feeling a pang of sadness, Wong Mang gave Seala a firm pat on the shoulder and said resolutely, Seala, it's rare to find true friends. Tomorrow, I'll help you make sure they never dare to bully you again. Seala's eyes sparkled with unwavering trust in Wong Mang's promise. The next day arrived swiftly with the changing of the sun and moon. Early in the morning, Seala left home to find his crab friends, while Wong Mang headed to the rocky reef. The reef, which had been deserted for days due to his presence, had regained its usual bustling activity. Standing on a high vantage point, Wong Mang gazed into the distance with a determined look in his eyes and spotted a towering 10-meter-tall elite blue crab. His body swelled with power as he raised his spear high. With a swift motion, the spear struck the elite blue crab like lightning, felling it instantly. When he first arrived on this desolate island, such colossal creatures had filled him with fear. Yet, in just a few short days, he had grown capable of easily slaying these enormous beasts, leaving him with a mix of emotions. After storing the elite blue crab's corpse in his spatial backpack, Wong Mang returned home. From afar, he saw Seala with a few crab friends. Seala followed them around like a loyal dog, but received no response. Perhaps it was because he had become Wong Mang's pet, or maybe because of his small size, the wild blue crabs paid him no attention. Seeing this, Wong Mang sighed inwardly, understanding the feeling all too well. He pulled out the elite blue crab from his spatial backpack and signaled for Seala's friends to come closer. As the large blue crabs approached, Wong Mang displayed a gesture of goodwill by laying the elite blue crab's corpse before them. Through a mix of incentives and intimidation, Seala soon found himself getting along with his friends. Watching from a distance, Wong Mang saw the joy on Seala's face and smiled with the affection of a father. Seala had found his kind and made friends. But where were his own kind? Gazing toward the forest, Wong Mang knew that some people had crossed over and ended up in that dense woodland. He understood that in this lawless world, his kind could be even more dangerous and terrifying. Yet, he had to go, driven by his profound loneliness and the desire to find others like him. With his spear on his back, the young man stepped resolutely into the forest. As he walked away, a gentle breeze rose from the sea, and countless waves lapped against the shore. The beach, the reef, the sea, the sun, and the forest. Wang Mang longed to find his kind. But deep within the forest, would he really find other humans? In the depths of the forest, in the dense forest, towering trees reached for the sky as Wang Mang lay quietly on a high branch. He was practicing the invisibility techniques he had learned at the forum, blending seamlessly into the tree trunk with bark strapped to his body. He gazed at the massive frog on the ground below, a beast towering over 20 meters tall. Though it no longer posed a threat, he remained cautious. Opposite the frog, a deep black spider, about 7 or 8 meters long, turned slowly, making him even more tense. Despite the frog's much larger size, it had no intention of fighting. It trembled and retreated, clearly intimidated by the black spider. The spider, though not large, shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its powerful hind legs emitted a clicking sound, poised like springs ready to unleash. Its front legs were razor-sharp, resembling the blades of a mantis, making it a formidable predator in the forest. Even creatures of similar size struggled against it, and the massive frog was on its hunting list. Suddenly, the black spider struck with blinding speed, leaving only a blur in Wang Mang's vision. The frog attempted to escape but was swiftly incapacitated by the spider's deadly attack, losing a leg and its ability to resist. Wang Mang held his breath, eyes narrowed, watching the black spider feast on its prey. This spider was undoubtedly a rare monster, much like the giant bird he had previously defeated. After that victory, he had gained a skill book, significantly boosting his abilities. He wondered what unexpected rewards awaited him if he could defeat the black spider. With his focus locked on the spider, a fighting spirit ignited within him. He utilized intermediate muscle enhancement, a small magic vial, and dragonfish marrow, pushing his muscle enhancement to its limit. At that moment, Wang Mang transformed into a muscular powerhouse, his body flushed and his blood boiling. Yet, this wasn't his peak form. He activated his newly acquired weapon skill, Frog's Breath, further amplifying his muscle enhancement. Under the influence of Frog's Breath, his figure swelled once more, his leg muscles becoming even more robust, resembling a giant muscular frog. Wang Mang stood under the shade of a tree, his muscular legs slightly bent. The force of his stance had pressed the tree trunk beneath him into a deep pit several meters wide. With his legs coiled and ready to spring, his left hand bracing the ground, and his right hand gripping a long spear, he resembled a fierce beast poised to leap, ready to execute a perfect power jump. In a distant land, a rare black spider discovered Wang Mang. Its 8 dark eyes fixed intently on him, instantly entering a state of high alert. Although it didn't know Wang Mang's identity, it instinctively sensed the potential danger he posed. This keen intuition, born from its beastly nature, had never failed it. In the tranquil forest, the sound of a heartbeat, as powerful as an engine, echoed continuously. Veins bulged, muscles swelled, and blood rushed through Wang Mang's body, turning it into a furnace of boiling energy. Every time he released his full form, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, making his ambushes more difficult. But that no longer mattered. Only the weak needed to resort to sneak attacks. The strong could face their foes head-on. That was the true romance of being a man. Can you feel it? Wang Mang sneered, slowly addressing the distant black spider. We are both predators, but I am stronger than you, and this is far from my full power. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his muscles began to tremble with excitement. He crouched down, and the frog shoes on his feet started to glow faintly. The frog shoes could accumulate power for a leap every 10 minutes, doubling his jumping ability the next time he used them. As he unleashed the charged leap, Wang Mang's leg muscles swelled to twice their size, causing the 10-meter-thick branch beneath him to snap instantly. Holding his spear like a dragon, he crouched like a frog, all his power focused on his legs. This was a secret technique from the ancient Chinese martial arts, the crowning move of the dragon and tiger gate. Boom! A red dragon flashed by, and a terrifying shockwave swept through. The speed was incredible. In the air, only a red streak of a dragon remained. Unlike his previous hunt of the great-mouthed frog, which was just a regular burst of power, this was his all-out, ultimate strike. D. His roar shook the heavens, and the giant trees shattered wherever the red dragon passed. Boom! With a loud crash, branches several meters thick fell from the sky, causing countless terrified small creatures to scatter in all directions. The display of power was too frightening. A path was carved through the dense forest. Despite their similar sizes, why was this bipedal creature so terrifying? A few small creatures turned back, staring in fear at the muscular man and the black spider as their battle continued. Suspended in mid-air after his terrifying strike, Wang Mang planted his spear into a tree trunk, hanging like a massive ape. The black spider wasn't dead yet. In that critical moment, it had managed to evade the fatal blow. Hanging upside down on a distant branch, the black crystal spider had lost its left scythe hand, and several legs were missing. Looking at its injured body, the black crystal spider tensed with rage. Having roamed this forest for years, it had never suffered such severe wounds. Unforgivable. Hiss. A sharp screech pierced the air, forming a tangible sound wave, and the black crystal spider vanished instantly. Countless shadows flickered rapidly as the black crystal spider leaped between tree trunks, each jump increasing its speed. Soon, numerous black phantoms darted through the trees, creating a dizzying spectacle. Wong Mang pressed himself against the tree trunk, his eyes filled with determination. The strength of the black spider before him far exceeded his expectations, managing to evade his lethal strike. Yet, this very challenge excited him even more. As the enemy leapt, so did he. With a powerful push of his legs, he agilely bounded between the trees. He was at his peak, and by his calculations, he could maintain this state for at least another half-minute. The black spider was already injured. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Soon, black and red figures clashed repeatedly in the forest, whipping up fierce winds, breaking branches, and scattering leaves. Moments later, a spear shot out like a dragon, pinning the massive black spider to the tree trunk. There is no such thing as a miraculous comeback. Everything was meticulously planned. The black crystal spider, heavily wounded, had its injuries reopened during the fierce exchanges, slowing it down significantly and quickly putting it at a disadvantage. In a battle between experts, such a flaw is fatal. Watching the black spider struggle, Wong Mang leaped back to maintain distance. The death throes of a beast can be extremely dangerous, and he had to stay vigilant. He pulled out several 2-meter-long fish spines and hurled them from a distance, one after another, until the system prompt sounded. Ding! Successfully killed the rare monster black crystal spider, gaining 2,872 experience points and obtaining a rare purple treasure chest. Seeing the floating purple chest, Wong Mang quickly dashed over, stowed it in his spatial backpack, and then swiftly dismantled the spider's corpse before hastily leaving the area. The commotion from the battle had been too loud. He needed to leave this area quickly. After walking a considerable distance, he found a tree hollow and finally stopped. His muscular physique gradually returned to that of a lean youth. He was covered in wounds, with a deep gash on his left arm that exposed the bone. Once he deactivated his muscle state, blood began to flow profusely, and he nearly collapsed, gasping for breath. He opened his status panel. His health showed 46 of 63, indicating he was lightly injured and bleeding continuously. How absurd. With his left arm nearly severed, how could that be considered a light injury? Shaking his head, he retrieved a blood spirit fruit from his spatial backpack and swallowed it. The wound began to heal rapidly. After a minute of light activity, he was mostly recovered. Without the blood spirit fruit, he wouldn't have been able to bring down the black crystal spider with a single strike and continue fighting. After all, engaging such a powerful monster head-on inevitably led to injuries. On this monster-infested island, being wounded was far from wise. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized he had been too impulsive. However, this was in line with his character. As a child, he was timid and often bullied by classmates. But after changing his name, he became a different person. Those who bullied him would face tenfold retribution, like a furious beast. Although this impulsiveness made teachers and classmates dislike him even more, no one dared to underestimate him afterward. Wong Mang lived his life embodying the spirit of Mang, recklessness. Despite his usual caution and meticulous planning, he was always ready for a bold charge. Deep within him lies a heart yearning for adventure. Especially when he taps into his inner strength and feels the tension in his muscles, the sheer power makes it impossible for him to suppress his impulses. He constantly seeks new challenges. Despite feeling a surge of excitement, Wong Mang had no regrets about his impulsive actions. In a world teeming with monsters, lacking tenacity meant no chance of survival, let alone becoming strong. He quickly gathered his thoughts and retrieved a shimmering purple treasure chest from his spatial backpack. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at it. It was his first time obtaining a purple-quality chest. With a rush of excitement, he opened it. A burst of purple light flashed, revealing several items before him. With a click, he obtained a black crystal spider egg, a rare purple pet egg. Black crystal spiders were of noble and rare quality, and under the right conditions, the egg could hatch into a precious spider rated 3.5 stars. Another click, and he got 3 level 2 experience books, high-quality blue books that granted 1,000 experience points each upon use, rated 2 stars. A third click yielded 12 pieces of blue-quality black crystal ore, excellent for crafting, repairing, and enhancing equipment, rated 2 stars. Finally, with a fourth click, he acquired a spirit rice tree seed, a high-quality blue seed. When planted, it could grow into a spirit rice tree that produced 3 to 5 kilograms of spirit rice per cycle. Consuming the rice could quickly restore energy, and after death, the tree would revert to a seed, ready to be planted again. Monster corpses could accelerate its growth and yield, rated 2.5 stars overall. Looking at the pile of items before him, Wang Mang felt a twinge of disappointment. It would have been great to get a powerful skill book, but luck wasn't on his side. He picked up the spirit rice tree seed and the spider pet egg. These were the best of the lot. Having a pet was a nice bonus, especially a rare purple quality one. This black crystal spider egg had to be far superior to Boss Seala. After hunting so many monsters and opening countless chests on the deserted island, this was only the second pet he had ever obtained, the first being Boss Seala. Satisfied, he put the black crystal spider egg back into his spatial backpack and picked up the spirit rice tree seed. The blue quality seed could restore energy, which was exactly what he needed. Despite his formidable innate talents, his energy had always been a limiting factor. Therefore, any item that could restore or increase his energy capacity was a valuable asset. He couldn't help but wonder how effective the spirit rice was. If it could restore energy as instantly as dragon scale fish marrow, it would be perfect. After securing the spirit rice tree seed and stowing the other items in his backpack, Wong Mang left the forest. Today's hunt was sufficient, and the recent battle had left him feeling a bit weary. He sprinted all the way home and quickly reached his doorstep. Boss Seala didn't come out to greet him today. He was probably off playing with his little friends. Wang Mang shook his head, thinking that he needed to discipline the little guy. He spent all day playing and didn't even tend to the garden. Just as he stepped inside, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Boss Seala. Wang Mang's voice boomed across the entire beach like a thunderclap, causing two crabs to scuttle apart in fright. Even though it wasn't mating season, Boss Seala had somehow managed to engage in something unbelievable with a female crab. And this was on Wang Mang's turf. The elegant female crab quickly scurried away, disappearing into the distance, while Boss Seala nervously crawled over to Wang Mang, his innocent eyes pleading, as if to say, "I messed up," like a child caught in wrongdoing. As night fell, Wang Mang sat by his bed, while Boss Seala huddled helplessly in a corner by the door. Wang Mang glanced at him, filled with disappointment. "Boss Seala, I raised you with my own hands. How could you do such a thing and make me so angry? You brought a female crab here to mess around while I was away. Do you know I've always cherished my purity and have never even held a girl's hand?" The more Wang Mang spoke, the heavier his heart felt, as if even a crab had more experience than he did. "Boss Seala, I really misjudged you. I thought you were being bullied by other crabs, so I stepped in to help. I didn't realize you wanted me to help you flirt. You've let me down so much." Wang Mang finished speaking, buried his head deeply under the covers, feeling utterly disheartened. Even a crab had a love life, while he remained single. Sigh. The next day, Wang Mang, unusually, did not go out hunting. He planted the seeds of the spirit rice tree in his garden and then found a suitable spot to carefully incubate the black crystal spider eggs. Boss Seala's recent behavior had left him deeply disappointed, prompting him to hatch a second batch of eggs immediately. Sensing something was up, Boss Seala anxiously crawled around the garden. When did the master bring back eggs? Is he planning to hatch a female crab? Wang Mang glanced at him and kicked him to the ground. "You rascal, you really let me down yesterday. From now on, you must guard our home diligently and never bring another crab here again." Pointing at the garden and the black crystal spider eggs, he warned, "If anything happens to these eggs or the garden, I'll cook you into spicy crab when I get back." Boss Seala trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. After tidying up the home, Wang Mang walked to the entrance, transformed into his muscular form, and moved a giant boulder to seal the doorway completely. The black crystal spider eggs needed time to hatch, and he couldn't always be there to guard them. So he had to completely seal the entrance whenever he went out hunting. It wasn't jealousy over Boss Seala having a girlfriend. It was about being cautious with their home. Satisfied that Boss Seala couldn't get out, Wang Mang nodded approvingly and sprinted toward the forest. Hunt, hunt, hunt. On the deserted island, Wang Mang's life was simple and unadorned. For several days, he spent his time hunting. His combat skills grew increasingly refined, and his efficiency in killing monsters improved significantly. At this moment, in the forest, flashes of white light streaked through, and the rampaging beast insects were all pinned to tree trunks by his thrown spears. Among all the hunting methods, Wang Mang loved spear throwing the most. Not only was it powerful, but it was also highly efficient. When he activated his muscle form, it was as if he unleashed an irresistible force. The javelin he casually threw traveled faster than a missile, striking fear into anyone who witnessed it. After defeating the monster in front of him, Wang Mang pressed the button to deactivate his muscle form and then opened his attribute panel, focusing intently on the experience points section. His level was LV92345625600, needing just under 2,000 experience points to reach level 10. Before continuing the battle, he decided to find some more monsters to farm experience points and prepare for his advancement. As evening set in and the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Mang realized that he wouldn't be able to complete his planned tasks for the day. Hastily gathering his belongings, he quickly left the forest and returned to his home. Ever since the last incident, Seala had become much more obedient, silently guarding the vegetable garden every day. Meanwhile, his girlfriend would come to the gate daily, calling out and showing her unwavering affection. Wang Mang walked over to the garden, feeling a surge of irritation at the sight of Seala. He kicked him to the ground and scolded, with such a cowardly demeanor. How do you have a female interested in you? It doesn't make sense. Wang Mang, confident in his own good looks and charm, was still single. He glanced down at his toned abs and then at his little brother between his legs, sighing with a mix of pride and frustration. Despite its prime condition, there was no place to showcase its talents. Shaking off these thoughts to avoid unnecessary agitation, he turned his attention to managing the garden. The spirit rice tree had grown to a meter tall, lush and green, and was expected to bear fruit soon. The blood spirit tree was laden with 4 fruits, and new varieties of melons and fruits had appeared in the garden. Beneath the blood spirit tree, the black crystal spider eggs were occasionally trembling, with the frequency increasing, indicating they were about to hatch. Wang Mang took out some beast meat from his spatial backpack, chopped it into small pieces, and scattered them in the garden. These pieces of meat could provide energy to the plants, promoting their growth, and also seemed to aid the hatching of the black crystal spider eggs. After finishing these tasks, he started preparing dinner. He cleaned and cut a frog leg as large as a car, placing it into a massive oyster pot along with green peppers, tomatoes, potatoes, and homemade bean paste. He simmered it on high heat for 2 hours, then added cucumbers and cilantro, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. He served a bowl for himself and Seala, ready to enjoy their meal, when a crisp sound broke the tranquility. Wang Mang turned his head, his face lighting up with joy. The black crystal spiders had finally hatched. He dropped his bowl and hurried to the garden. Sure enough, beneath the blood spirit tree, a translucent jade-like spider was climbing up the trunk. This newly hatched spider was already the size of a wash basin, its entire body glistening like white jade, and its 8 jet-black eyes sparkled like gemstones, incredibly beautiful. Wang Mang marveled at how such a stunning spider could exist. As he approached, the black crystal spider flipped gracefully and landed on his shoulder, radiating a sense of joy. Its speed was astonishing, clearly marking it as a rare creature. Wang Mang sighed in awe and quickly checked the spider's attribute panel. Pet, black crystal spider. Mutation growth. Juvenile quality, purple rare grade. Level, 11 out of 100.
Astérisque astérisque constitution, 12 astérisque astérisque.
Spirit, 10. Energy, 50. Talents asterisk. Rapid speed asterisk permanently increases movement and reaction speed by 30%. Super jump asterisk permanently boosts jumping ability by 50%. Super strength asterisk permanently enhances constitution and defense by 40%. Skills asterisk. 1. Black spider vision asterisk permanent night vision. Consumes energy to gain thermal and dynamic vision. 2. Charge jump asterisk consumes energy to boost the next jump by 150%, with a 10-second cooldown. 3. Crystallization asterisk consumes energy to enhance body strength by 60%, increasing defense and resilience by 40% for 120 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. The black crystal spider, mutated from millions of ordinary black spiders, holds immense potential and could possibly evolve into a lord-level creature. Rated at 3.5 stars, Wang Mang gazed at the sparkling black crystal spider in front of him, feeling a deep affection. The rare purple quality pet was indeed extraordinary, making him think that Seala was nothing but trash. Casting a disdainful glance at Seala, who was sneaking a peek, Wang Mang let out a cold snort. He said to Seala, "From the moment you ruined everything, you lost my favor." Cradling the black crystal spider, Wang Mang picked up Seala's food tray. With his beloved pet now born, the carefully prepared meal no longer belonged to Seala. The black crystal spider had a huge appetite and quickly devoured tens of pounds of Seala's food. After finishing, it still seemed unsatisfied and even ate its own eggshell clean. After the hearty meal, its body began to change rapidly. The once crystal-clear body turned into a small, pitch-black lump. This sudden transformation left Wang Mang bewildered. How had his cherished spider turned into a lump of coal? The change was too dramatic. Was it now a cheap knockoff version of a spider? Holding the small black lump, Wang Mang began to question his life choices. If it evolved into a spider girl, would it become a dark-skinned one? Oh, he definitely didn't want that. As night fell, the stone cave welcomed a new companion. The next day, Wang Mang packed his belongings and sprinted across the beach. Behind him, a small black spider joyfully followed. Tomorrow, players would start logging in, and today he was on the verge of reaching level 10. He had to seize the moment to level up before the players arrived. Based on his gaming experience, Level 10 was often a significant milestone, bringing a substantial boost in strength. Only with increased power could he explore more of the forest and possibly find other players on the deserted island. Entering the forest, he resumed hunting. But this time, he had the black spider by his side. As he hunted beasts, Wang Mang also taught the small spider hunting techniques. Hunt, 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 until the sun began to set and the last beast fell at his feet. A radiant light shone as Wang Mang finally reached level 10. The attribute panel chimed repeatedly. Ding. Defeated mushroom bug, gained 6 points of experience, level up to LV10. Ding. Congratulations on being the first player in the group to reach level 10. Rewarded with a purple quality random chest. Ding. Congratulations on being the first player globally to reach level 10. Rewarded with a gold quality random chest. Ding. World channel announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully reached level 10, ending the Monster World MMORPG beta. The global public test will officially begin in 24 hours. Ding. World channel announcement. Please note, the global public test will officially begin in 24 hours. Staring at the notifications on the attribute panel, Wang Mang's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to examine the purple and gold chests mentioned. The beta testing has ended? In just 24 hours, the game will launch globally? The protagonist's heart swells with conflicting emotions. Initially, he just wanted to level up in the game, never expecting such a significant turn of events. What changes will the global launch bring? Will all the inhabitants of Blue Star flood into this mysterious world filled with monstrous creatures? The protagonist is filled with unease and curiosity. He has no idea what the future holds, but he can't help but feel a thrill of excitement and adventure. Players around the world received an important announcement on their screens, revealing that a lucky player had reached level 10, signaling the imminent end of the beta phase for the Monster World online game. This news quickly spread among the gaming community, sparking fervent discussions and anticipation. Within an hour, chaos erupted globally. Riots, protests, and criminal activities surged, pushing societal order to the brink of collapse. Humanity seemed to be tearing itself apart, as if on the eve of an apocalypse. Remarkably, the only relatively stable nation was Huaxia, thanks to its early efforts to unite most of the superpowered players, effectively controlling the source of the chaos. Nevertheless, even within Huaxia, incidents of looting and hoarding emerged, adding layers of complexity to the situation. In the highest conference hall of Huaxia, attendees wore grim expressions. Why did a level 10 player suddenly appear? Wasn't the highest global level just 4? Our preparations have barely begun, and many aspects are far from ready. What does the game's public release truly mean? Will it really lead to a mass transmigration of humanity? If so, how will infants and the elderly survive? The representative from America just called, persistently inquiring about the level 10 player, suspecting we might be hiding something. The room buzzed with anxious discussions. Usually cautious in their speech, the attendees now showed signs of unease. Recently, influenced by the player incidents, they had been reading various fictional novels online, exploring themes of mass transmigration and the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Each had read at least 100 books. However, the challenges they faced in reality seemed far more daunting than any fiction. An elder seated at the head of the table shook his head, his eyes fixed on the screen showing a young boy hunting. Currently, the strongest superpowered player in Huaxia was only level 4, a far cry from level 10. If there truly was a level 10 player, it could only be the ordinary-looking boy on the screen, the sole player fully integrated into the game world. The elder tapped the table, and the room fell silent. Stop arguing. The situation is upon us, and we must face it bravely. From now on, initiate Project Spark. Even if the apocalypse descends, we, the people of Huaxia, must endure to the end. With the elder's words, the room grew quiet. He turned back to the screen, focusing on the boy, the zero player, the world's only level 10, and a unique anomaly. Could he be the hope of humanity? The scene shifted to the world's only level 10 player, the legendary Zero. At this moment, he crouched on the ground, rubbing his palms together, a smug smile on his lips. His eyes were fixed on the treasure chest before him, his expression brimming with excitement. Purple quality treasure chests are rare, but they always bring surprises whenever opened. The golden quality chests are even more legendary treasures, yet Wong Mang had never had the fortune to see one. However, this time, as he opened a golden chest, a dazzling golden light caught his eye. It was a full profession change card, a reward from the end of the sea, containing rich legacies. The card's effect made Wong Mang ecstatic. He could freely choose from all available and hidden professions, provided he met the prerequisites. Gazing at the shining card in his hand, Wong Mang decided to use it immediately. With a flash of golden light, he found himself in a mental space, as if he were among the stars. Countless twinkling lights represented different professional legacies, leaving him dazzled. After searching, he discovered over 1,000 professional legacies in this starry expanse, categorized into basic, hidden, and unique professions. Basic professions had low initial requirements but immense development potential, offering various branches and advanced professions. Hidden professions had higher requirements but significantly boosted strength upon transition, needing corresponding legacy books to succeed. Unique professions were the rarest and most precious, selectable only through the full profession change card and would disappear forever once chosen. Faced with this sea of stars, Wang Mang did not hesitate and directly chose one of the unique professions. He knew that his rapid growth and formidable strength came not only from his hard work but also from his unique talent, which allowed him to cast skills without cooldown and stack status effects continuously, giving him a distinct advantage in battle. This exceptionally talented young individual possesses an extraordinary gift, almost comparable to a game-breaking glitch. As a result, when it comes to choosing a future career path, he must carefully select a profession that aligns with his unique abilities. This career should not only demonstrate outstanding performance in terms of energy, but also feature powerful skill enhancements. Faced with an array of enticing career options, he feels a surge of excitement and hesitation, finding it difficult to make a choice. Each profession is so powerful that he wishes he could have them all. Very quickly, Wang Mang reviewed all 24 unique professions. To be thorough, he spent several more hours going through all the hidden professions. A few of them caught his eye, making him hesitate. After much deliberation, he made up his mind. Among all the professions, the unique profession was undoubtedly the most special. He had a precious all-profession transfer card and didn't want to miss the opportunity to choose the unique profession. Nervously, he picked up the golden all-profession selection card and spoke slowly. Transfer to Spirit Infusion? Fusion? Summoner. As soon as he uttered these words, the golden card shattered instantly, enveloping him in countless rays of light. The profession: Spirit Infusion? Fusion? Summoner. Requirements for transfer: 100 purple materials, 100,000 gold coins, and a pet. The simplified requirements of the all-profession transfer card. Description: Summoners in the supreme divine realm can infuse spirits into all things, enhancing and strengthening themselves. Ding. 100 purple materials and 100,000 gold coins consumed. Transfer successful. Ding. Congratulations on becoming a Spirit Infusion? Fusion? Summoner. As the golden card's light gradually faded, Wang Mang felt an incredible sense of well-being. He could feel his physique and spirit had been significantly enhanced, and he was brimming with energy. Excitedly, he opened his attribute panel, and the data had dramatically changed. Wang Mang's inherent talent was the no cooldown stacking passive skill, which meant no cooldown when releasing skills, and skill effects could stack continuously. His rating reached 6 stars, surpassing the demon god level, with a level of LV 102/51200. His physique was 967,521, spirit 632,835, and energy 315,165, far exceeding the human limit of 10 points. His profession skills included 1. Holy Spirit Infusion. Consumes a large amount of materials and gold coins to permanently enhance the potential of summoned beasts, with a cooldown time of Ultimate Tide. 2. Space Summoning House. The Spirit Infusion Summoner can create space summoning houses for summoned beasts. When a summoned beast dies, it automatically returns to the house and enters cooldown. Once the cooldown ends, it can be summoned again. The life and energy recovery rate of summoned beasts in the summoning house increases by 200%. Up to 3 space summoning houses can be created, with a resurrection cooldown of 24 hours. 3. Sharing. The summoner can draw life and energy from all summoned beasts at any time for replenishment. 4. Super Spirit Infusion. Consumes 200 energy points, increasing all attributes of both the summoner and their summoned beasts by 30%. Physical resistance, elemental resistance, toughness, and mental resistance also increase by 30%, with 1% of physique and energy recovered per second for 60 seconds. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. 5. Summon? Fusion? Spirit Infusion ***. Summoned beasts in the summoning house can undergo spirit infusion, merging, and gaining the traits and skills of the summoned beast. This lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Wang Mang was invigorated. He eagerly examined his newfound abilities and the significant boost in his attributes, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. After inheriting the legacy of a junior spirit summoner, Wang Mang received the blessing of the source of the world, allowing him to advance his profession and gain more legacies. He acquired a universal skill called Intermediate Muscle Enhancement, which consumes 10 energy points to increase his muscle strength by 40% for 120 minutes, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. This skill made him feel very satisfied, and as he looked at the changes on his status panel, his heart was filled with contentment. Wang Mang was thrilled with the boost to all his basic attributes. He had chosen this profession for 2 main reasons. First was the talent skill of the spirit summoner. Among many professions, only two had their talent skill cooldowns described as end-tied. Although he didn't understand what this term meant, he believed it must be incredibly powerful. The second reason was that all three skills of the spirit summoner were related to energy recovery, especially the super spirit skill. Since awakening his talent, he hadn't been able to fully utilize it due to a constant lack of energy. However, the spirit summoner was one of the few professions that could restore energy by percentage. The combination of the first and second skills allowed him to draw energy from summoned beasts, like carrying several large mana potions. Additionally, he gained a 600% energy recovery speed. As he advanced in his profession, he could even create more summoning houses to further enhance his energy recovery. Most importantly, the third skill was one of the few that could restore energy by percentage. Although it only restored 1% energy per second and had a long cooldown, with his talent, this enhancement skill could stack up to 60 times. Recovering 60% energy per second, along with various attribute boosts and percentage increases in overall resistance, perfectly matched his talent. After closing the panel, Wang Mang excitedly looked at the little spider and boss Seala in front of him. Having just transitioned to the summoner profession, he decided to immediately try out the newly acquired talent skill, Divine Spirit Infusion. This skill sounded incredibly powerful. Its description stated that it could enhance the innate potential of pets. He was eager to test if his inherent talent could activate this skill. If it could, his pets might gain countless divine-level talents. Just thinking about it made him excited. Looking at boss Seala, Wang Mang shook his head, deciding not to use him. He turned his gaze to the little spider, his eyes shining with excitement. Divine Spirit Infusion. Ding. Consuming 100 purple materials and 100,000 gold coins, the skill was successfully activated. Wang Mang raised his chin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pointed forward with what he thought was his coolest pose. A white light gathered at his fingertip and instantly flew towards the little spider. The white light turned into threads, wrapping the little spider into a white cocoon. After an hour, the little spider broke free from the cocoon. Wang Mang circled around it, feeling that there wasn't much change, except it seemed to have turned even darker. Wang Mang opened the panel for the little spider, only to find that the black crystal spider had undergone a mutation. He sighed, his eyes revealing disappointment as the anticipated spider girl did not appear. However, as he read the details on the panel more closely, his disappointment gradually turned into delight. This juvenile black crystal spider was of rare quality, marked with a purple grade. Its physique reached LV5, with a mental value of 36 and energy of 21, and it possessed 135 points of talent. During its potential evolution, it permanently increased its speed and movement by 40%, and its reaction speed saw a significant boost. Additionally, the Super Leap skill enhanced its jumping ability by 60%, while the Super Strength skill permanently increased its physique and defense by 50%. In terms of skills, the Black Spider Vision granted it permanent night vision and the ability to use thermal and dynamic vision when energy was consumed. The Charge Jump skill allowed it to increase its next jump's capacity by 150% at the cost of some energy, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The Crystallization skill enhanced its body strength by 60%, along with a 40% boost in defense and toughness, lasting for 120 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Lastly, its Black Silk skill enabled it to produce Black Spider Silk of exceptional toughness. This black crystal spider had mutated from millions of black spiders, possessing immense potential and a significant chance to evolve into a Lord-level creature. With an overall rating of 4 stars, Wang Mang's expectations for it soared even higher. Wang Mang stared at the panel of the little spider, astonished to find that all its attributes had been enhanced. Its talent skills had also increased, and it had even gained a new skill called Black Silk. The rating had skyrocketed to 4 stars. Most excitingly, the likelihood of it advancing to the Lord level, which had been slim, now seemed almost certain. Even though he didn't fully understand what the Lord level entailed, he knew it was something extraordinary. He opened his own panel and reviewed his professional talent skills. As expected, none of his skills were on cooldown. His talent skill, Divine Spirit Attachment, had been infinitely refreshed. Wang Mang lowered his head, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible, he laughed. With this skill, he could cultivate numerous pets with god-level talents. This deserted island would be nothing to him. His maniacal laughter echoed through the stone cave, his excitement palpable. However, as the laughter faded, he quickly fell into a state of dejection, like a deflated balloon, slumping onto the bed. What did invincibility matter on this deserted island? He couldn't even put on a show. When he awakened his inherent talent, his success was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. But invincibility didn't change the fact that he still had to light fires and cook meals manually. He was still living like a caveman. Reflecting on this, he quickly calmed down. What did invincibility change? Life went on. After some busy work, dinner was finally ready. Tonight's dishes were stir-fried tomatoes with crab and braised frog meat. Recently, he had avoided eating oysters. Too many had given him a rough night. Even in his invincible state, he dared not overindulge in oysters, fearing he might wreck the house one morning. Sighing, he wondered what would happen after the game's open beta tomorrow, when players would start logging in. Would everyone on Blue Star cross over into the game? Staring into the night, Wang Mang felt a heavy weight on his heart. He felt a pang of guilt. If a global crossing did occur, many would likely perish, making him the unwitting cause of it all. Don't blame me, he thought. I'm just an ordinary person trying to survive. If you want to blame someone, blame those behind the game. Gazing into the night, his feelings were complex but devoid of regret. Even if he didn't reach level 10, someone else would. The inevitable would come. The sea breeze stirred, unsettling the young man's thoughts. Tonight, Wong Mang would be sleepless. Meanwhile, there were 18 hours left until the open beta. On Blue Star, radio stations were continuously broadcasting updates. According to the latest reports, black zones had started appearing globally 6 hours ago. 14 had already appeared in the country, and residents were urged to evacuate immediately. Top scientific teams and elite special forces, along with superpowered players, were being deployed to explore these black zones. Citizens were advised to stay calm and trust in science, and to refrain from spreading rumors. The era of spiritual awakening is upon us, and a world-altering event is imminent. Urgent notice. All residents must prepare for survival and head to the government-designated shelters within the next 18 hours, ensuring they have the necessary supplies. Hello, everyone. I am your survival instructor, and today I will once again share various wilderness survival techniques. Please pay close attention. During these brief 6 hours, survival information is being disseminated across all media platforms in the entire Huaxia nation. Social media, live broadcasts, short videos, and radio stations are all reporting. The sudden change has turned this world mysterious and full of magic. Many people have started to gather their belongings and head to the designated assembly points, while others choose to stay home, clinging to a sliver of hope. After receiving a call from her son, Zhang Xiang's mother hurriedly prepared to head to the nearby official shelter. As soon as she stepped out, neighbors surrounded her, holding various packages in their hands. Zhang Xiang's mother, what's going on? Your son is a superhuman, isn't he? You must know something, one of them asked. Faced with years of acquaintanceship, Zhang Xiang's mother sighed and began to explain. Xiao Xiang just called me, talking about things like crossing dimensions and other worlds. I don't quite understand it myself. However, there will be a nationwide live broadcast in 3 hours, where everyone will learn the details. For now, the government can only speculate about what will happen in 18 hours. No one knows for sure. I suggest everyone head to the shelters as soon as possible. With that, she hurried away. Meanwhile, at Secret Base 826, a series of critical messages arrived. Reports indicated that monsters hidden in rivers and uninhabited areas across the country had suddenly emerged and were converging on the black zones. The special magnetic fields of these zones were intensifying, and all the drones we dispatched have gone missing. Another report stated that the exploration team in Black Zone number 3 had all disappeared. The lab has just reported detecting a special substance in the air near the black zones, capable of rapidly accelerating the evolution of various organisms. Additionally, a large-scale incident involving superhumans injuring people has occurred in City B, and assistance is requested. Li Yong looked at the overwhelming amount of information in front of him, each piece critically important. He rubbed his temples, feeling lost. The world was changing too quickly, and he struggled to keep up. He picked up the latest analysis report from the think tank, knowing he had to explain it to the nation in a live broadcast in 3 hours. The content seemed like a bizarre science fiction novel, almost unbelievable. What would happen to humanity in the next several hours? 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yong stood before a massive screen, dressed in his beloved military uniform adorned with numerous medals, symbols of his honor and achievements. As a soldier, even on the brink of the apocalypse, he would stand his ground and vow to defend to the death. He stood tall and solemn, saluting the screen before beginning to speak. Hello, everyone. I am Li Yong, a major general of the Huaxia nation. I understand you are all confused about the current situation, and I am here to unveil the mystery. Today, let me guide you through this world filled with the unknown. Just 9 hours ago, top gamers received a mysterious message that got everyone's adrenaline pumping. According to our foremost think tank, there is a 40% chance that in just a few hours, we might collectively find ourselves transported to another enigmatic world. Even more concerning, there is a 50% possibility that ferocious beasts from this alternate realm will invade our blue planet. Or worse, it could be an alien invasion. Either way, the outlook is grim and danger lurks around every corner. At this moment, humanity is teetering on the brink of life and death. The author hopes that the great sons and daughters of China will successfully navigate through this crisis and emerge stronger. Please make your way to the designated gathering points within the next few hours and do everything in your power to ensure the safety of yourself and your loved ones. Let's all hope for good news. Meanwhile, only 15 hours remain until the public beta of the game, and the moment of intense excitement is almost upon us. Principal Chun stood at the gate of Xinshan Supernatural Academy, watching as several pickup trucks slowly drove away. The supernatural players on those trucks had chosen to spend their last few hours with their families, a decision that Chun thought might be risky. In his view, even if they returned to the real world, nothing significant would change. Staying here and pooling their strengths might be more effective in resisting the invasion of otherworldly monsters and saving more lives. Nonetheless, Principal Chun respected their decision, understanding that not everyone could sacrifice their personal lives for the greater good. As he looked at the players who chose to stay, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. These kids were the true warriors. In the training room, the players had all stopped their exercises and gathered to chat. Li Ming asked, Zhang Xiaolong, why didn't you go home? Zhang Xiaolong replied calmly, there's no one left at home for me. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Other players began sharing their own family situations, each revealing their own loneliness and helplessness. Silence filled the room, and everyone felt a pang of homesickness. However, one player had a different perspective. He said, I think it's great here. I always dreamed of being a soldier, making friends with like-minded brothers, and living a life full of excitement. I never thought it would become a reality. Li Ming smiled wryly and shook his head. He longed for a simple life and considered all this fighting and danger too much. He then checked his phone and noticed that online discussions had shifted away from anime, mobile game heroes, or pop idols. People were now focused on what might happen after the game's public release, speculating whether it would be a monster invasion or a mass crossover into another world. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of 14 black zones in Huaxia, large military forces began to gather. Armed forces set up minefields and trenches around the perimeters, and various heavy weapons, missile trucks, heavy armored vehicles, and tanks were deployed. Expert think tanks leaned towards the theory of an invasion by otherworldly monsters, believing that the sudden appearance of the black zones had to have a cause. Although conventional weapons might not completely eliminate the monsters from the game world, they decided to try anyway, as the game's rules could change after the public release. Even if they couldn't succeed, they aimed to buy time for more people to survive. Huaxia had also prepared numerous long-range missiles, ready to be launched at any moment. With only 3 hours left until the game's public release, everyone was anxiously waiting, filled with a mix of anticipation and fear of the unknown. The beach stretched endlessly to the horizon, and Wang Mang sat alone on a large boulder in front of his door. He hadn't slept a wink the previous night, eagerly awaiting the public beta launch of his favorite game. Seala, his loyal companion, quietly climbed up next to him, eyes filled with concern. Seala had noticed his master's unusual behavior since the day before. Could it still be because of the conflict with Mimi? Perhaps sharing Mimi with his master would be a good idea, and Mimi wouldn't mind. Seala hurried back home, picking a ripe watermelon from the garden and happily brought it to Wang Mang. His master loved fruits, and enjoying this treat would surely lift his spirits. A small spider crawled into Wang Mang's lap, nuzzling against him. They shared a deep bond, and the spider could sense Wang Mang's unease. Wang Mang smiled faintly and began to savor the watermelon Seala had brought him. Despite the sweet taste, his heart was heavy with worry. The upcoming game beta promised significant changes to the rules. Would these changes allow him to return to Blue Star? He had been stranded on this deserted island for what felt like an eternity, though it had only been a month. The longer he stayed, the more he felt something was off. The island seemed tainted by some malevolent force. He could feel his emotions becoming more unstable. He was increasingly melancholic, irritable, even prone to fits of rage. If the game beta didn't provide a way back to Blue Star, he might be trapped in this game world forever. He could only pray that the beta would introduce some kind of return mechanism. Otherwise, time slipped away like water through his fingers. Only a few seconds remained until the beta launch. Suddenly, the interface chimed with a series of notifications. Ding! Game update complete. Monster Game Public Beta is now live. Ding! 81 game dungeons have been launched globally, marking the beginning of the era of universal gaming. Ding! The job system has been unlocked, with job change points set up in global dungeons. Ding! As each notification sounded, Wang Mang's hope dwindled. No, no, no. All the updates were related to Blue Star, but none mentioned any changes to the interface. No return mechanism, no clues on how to get back to Blue Star. He opened the interface, and everything was as it had been. It seemed all the changes were designed for Blue Star, as if he had been forgotten by everyone. He would never return to Blue Star, never reunite with his family and friends. He would be trapped on this island forever, until his dying day. The sea breeze whispered, and a deep sense of loneliness washed over the young man. The air around him grew dense like the ocean, threatening to swallow him and drag him into the abyss. Seala and the little spider watched Wang Mang anxiously. At that moment, a black mist began to emanate from his body. The dark fog spread in ripples, like countless spirits whispering, crying, and lamenting, eerie and corrupting. Wang Mang felt the world around him gradually being shrouded in darkness. If he couldn't return, what was the point of surviving alone on this island? He might as well end it all. The darkness began to consume him, creeping up his legs, arms, and torso. Countless shadowy blocks swarmed over his body like a horde of insects. Slowly, darkness enveloped Wang Mang's eyes, leaving him in complete blackness. Suddenly, his last eye, not yet consumed by the void, snapped open. Before him appeared the gentle smile of his father. Son, remember, your name is Wang Mang. No matter what challenges you face, be strong, move forward with courage, and always uphold the dignity and pride of Wang Mang. Yes, I am Wang Mang. I am Wang Mang. I will be braver and stronger than anyone else. I am Wang Mang, and I am invincible. A surge of confidence and pride welled up inside him as he repeatedly chanted in his mind, transcend the soul, transcend the soul, transcend the soul. The power of the enchanted bottle, the spirit of the pill, the essence of dragon-finned fish marrow. Super infusion. As the small pill dissolved in his mouth, Wang Mang felt a warm current flow through his body. The effects of the super infusion began to accumulate, greatly enhancing all his attributes while fortifying his body and mind. Gradually, his vision cleared, but cold sweat drenched his back. He knelt on the ground, hands trembling, gasping for breath. He had narrowly escaped death just moments ago. Panting heavily, memories of his experiences on the deserted island flashed through his mind. Fragmented recollections sped by until he recalled a crucial moment. When he first acquired the Star Tooth Ring, wearing all 10 rings suddenly increased his mental attribute by 30 points. This unexpected boost had calmed his emotional turmoil at the time. It was then that he realized the importance of mental attributes and noticed the island's eerie nature. The dangers weren't just from monsters. Opening his attribute panel, he saw his mental value displayed as 9/189, indicating severe depression. Even with a tenfold super infusion, his mental attribute barely recovered to single digits. As his overall attributes and resistance improved, his mental state began to slowly stabilize. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on how to leave the island for now. He turned to his phone on the bedside table and opened a folder without hesitation. Soon, familiar music played, and the teacher's singing lifted his spirits. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the bed, and it shook violently. Seala, hiding in the corner, stared wide-eyed. He realized his master needed some entertainment and relaxation, or he might go mad. The next morning, Wang Mang felt refreshed and in high spirits. Instead of hunting, he went out to chop branches, planning to build a sturdy wooden bed for himself. As he worked on the bed, he reflected on the harrowing experiences of the previous day. He began to sense that the island harbored a mysterious force. The longer he stayed, the more it affected his mental state. Low spirits would lead to a decline in mental attributes and might attract some eerie presence. Yesterday's ordeal made him realize that the black mist was no illusion but something real emerging from within him. After finishing the bed, Wang Mang repeatedly used super infusion to strengthen himself, especially enhancing his mental resistance. He decided to maintain a long-term use of super infusion to guard against unforeseen dangers. Moving the wooden bed back to its place, he opened the chat group. However, the group was eerily silent. All the players who should have been there had mysteriously vanished. After the game's open beta launched yesterday, not a single player logged in again. Wang Mang sent out a request but received no response. The chat group was silent, and the forums were deserted. Wang Mang realized that the other players had likely moved to the new server, leaving him stranded on the beta server. This sudden sense of isolation hit him hard, and his mood plummeted. To avoid being consumed by darkness, he quickly closed the chat group and turned to his phone for solace. Determined to pull himself together, Wang Mang decided to leave this place and search for the other players. He believed that as the open beta progressed, more people would join the game world. With this conviction, he set his sights on an adventure to explore the deserted island and find his way back. Resolutely, Wang Mang packed his belongings, ready to depart. He gathered all the items he could carry into his backpack, leaving behind only a smoldering campfire. Sealing the crevices of his cave, he prepared to leave, seeking his true home. Wearing a straw hat and gripping a spear, he stood before a massive rock, gazing into the distance. Behind him, Seala and a group of companions followed, all setting out on the journey home together. This was a young man's quest to find his way back, firmly believing that one day he would succeed. Finally, Wang Mang bid farewell to this place and embarked on his journey. Why did this happen? Wang Mang was just a scumbag. Yet this mother crab waited for him and raised their child alone. He couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't find a good girl himself. It felt so unfair. Wang Mang turned around and kicked Seala to the ground with all his might. You scumbag, he spat out angrily, then resolutely walked towards the forest, with the little spider following closely behind. Soon, Seala struggled to his feet and hurried to catch up with the group, and so, the first volume of Monster Games comes to an end. This volume contains many foreshadowing elements such as the Black Mosaic, the Sea of Endings, the Final Tide, the Lord, the Polluted Island, and various professions. The protagonist is an unstoppable brute and will continue to maintain this image, eventually becoming a figure akin to One Punch Man, or even stronger. Regarding the power system, basic attributes, star levels, and professions are just the beginning. There will be new power systems and plot developments in the future. In the next chapter, world levels will be introduced, followed by the appearance of the world force. Although I don't want to spoil too much, I know many of you are eagerly waiting, so here's a little hint. As the story progresses, the protagonist will uncover some crucial information and reveal some of the mysteries for everyone. Finally, about the important equipment that will be revealed in the future, I will provide relevant data, but I will skip the descriptions of general equipment to avoid making the chapters too long. Mainly because there are too many pieces of equipment, and my old bones can't remember them all. After the second volume, the focus will shift more towards the plot and battles, making the content even more exciting. Thank you all for your support. You are my motivation. In the dense forest, a giant green crab was slowly crawling along the vines. Wong Mang lay on the sturdy back of Seala, holding a precious item in his hand. Upon reaching level 10, he opened two chests, one gold and one purple. The gold chest contained a full-class transfer card and some rare materials. The purple chest also held a card, which turned out to be a letter from a mysterious figure. It was said that using this card could grant access to the administrator's room. The card had a 3-star rating. Wong Mang held the card, filled with curiosity about the mastermind behind everything. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like the world was orchestrated. Without hesitation, he used the purple card and was immediately engulfed by a stream of light, his consciousness transported to a deeper level. Looking around, he still saw the starry sea. But this time there were no floating orbs, only a mysterious figure standing in the distance. Wang Mang cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The shadowy figure merely grinned without answering. Upon closer inspection, the figure wasn't a real person but a mosaic made up of countless tiny black squares, creating a dizzying effect. The shadow spoke, "You can ask me 3 questions. You only have 3 chances." Wang Mang pondered, knowing he had to choose his questions carefully to gather more information. Finally, he asked, "Why did you bring us into this world?" The shadow responded, "Because I want to save the world." This answer took Wang Mang by surprise and led to even more questions. After some thought, Wang Mang posed his second question, "Where is this place?" The shadow replied, "This is the Sea of Endings, the graveyard of all intelligent life." Wang Mang felt a bit disappointed, as this answer didn't provide much new information. With only one question left, he asked, "How can I return to Blue Planet?" This question seemed to throw the shadow into disarray. Its body began to disintegrate, as if affected by some force. It turned out that the shadow wasn't a true intelligent being, but merely a virtual existence. In the midst of fragmented dialogue, the garbled code on the dark figure began to shatter, then suddenly collapsed into a single black dot and vanished without a trace. Wang Mang abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was still perched on Seala's back. Everything that had just transpired seemed to happen in an instant, like a fleeting dream. Clutching the now vanished purple card in his hand, Wang Mang murmured to himself, "Increase the world's level? Maybe I'm starting to understand." He gathered his thoughts and calmed his mind. The sunlight seemed brighter now. Even though the 3 questions earlier made him feel a bit lonely, he had finally found the direction home. To elevate the world's level, he would first need to continuously improve himself. Around and around it goes in the end. It all comes down to leveling up. The game world is just that, a game world, and leveling up and defeating monsters is the only way. With determination in his eyes, Wang Mang gripped his spear tightly, leapt off Seala's back, and stared ahead. This desolate island was incredibly boring, so he decided to level up to the max. He let out a roar and charged into the depths of the forest. 3 days later, on Blue Star, a middle-aged teacher with glasses walked up to the podium. "Students, I'm delighted to continue teaching you all. Just now, the Huaxia government issued an announcement. In 3 days, registration for the National Martial Arts exam will begin. Anyone aged 16 and above is eligible to participate, and those who pass will have the chance to become players and travel to another world." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students erupted in cheers and screams. The news about the resurgence of spiritual energy had already caused a stir 3 days ago. After the global game beta, there was no mass teleportation or invasion of otherworldly monsters. Instead, all the black forbidden zones turned into dungeons. By simply entering a forbidden zone and killing a single monster, one could immediately gain a status panel and become a game player. It was said that the outskirts of each black forbidden zone were lined with a dozen statues, each representing a different class, just like in a game. Mage, warrior, archer, assassin, you name it.
No barriers, no restrictions.
As long as one dared to challenge the monsters, any ordinary person could gain extraordinary powers. Reports indicated that many people were already rushing towards the black forbidden zones, eager to become players. Teacher, I want to sign up. I want to take the martial arts exam. Teacher, pick me. Pick me. I want to take out Wild Bandit 6. Teacher, I'm in the gold rank. The country can't afford to lose talent like me. The teacher on the podium shook his head and rapped the table. Registration starts in 3 days. Go home and discuss it with your family first. The martial arts exam is not a joke. With that, he turned and left. Outside the classroom, the teacher took off his glasses, and the cloudiness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a sharp glint. Back in the day, I was a diamond rank. Secret base of Bureau 86. Li Yong was flipping through documents. Since the game beta launched 3 days ago, the world had undergone drastic changes. The black forbidden zones, once feared by nations, had suddenly become coveted treasures. These zones not only led to another world, but also could mass-produce superpower players. Given enough time, it was believed that humanity would soon enter the era of superpowers. The 14 black forbidden zones within Huaxia had already been sealed off by the military, barring entry to ordinary people. As they planned their strategy, they began to consider how to maximize the use of their 14 copies to mass-produce superpowered players. Meanwhile, other major nations also started to stabilize. Even the leaders of countries like the United States launched wars, aiming to seize more of the black zones. Their ambitions grew ever larger, and their thirst for power cast a shadow of unease over the entire world. In this time filled with both challenges and opportunities, everyone was striving for their own destiny and future, uncertain of who would ultimately have the last laugh and who would emerge victorious. However, he only needed to focus on domestic affairs and was not responsible for international matters. Those were for the old guys to worry about. Recently, his superiors had assigned him 2 important tasks. First, he was to oversee the preparations for the martial arts exam. The future would belong to superpowered players, and Huaxia must be at the forefront. Second, he needed to quickly establish contact with Player 0. Since the game's public beta, Player 0 had lost contact. Internal beta players could no longer cross over, and crossing over required a ticket costing 10 purple materials. Yesterday, Li Yong contacted all university presidents and gathered all current superpowered players in Huaxia, but they could only collect 2 purple materials. While it might be possible to find them abroad, purple materials were extremely rare, and other countries would be unwilling to trade. In the short term, they were unlikely to contact Player 0. He sighed. This was the world's strongest superpowered player, yet he couldn't be utilized by the nation. 3 days later, the nationwide registration for the martial arts exam officially began. The number of registrants across the country exceeded 70 million, ranging from 70-year-old seniors to 16-year-old students. Quickly, people spotted a business opportunity, and various survival training classes, wilderness training camps, and fitness breakthrough courses sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Meanwhile, ancient Chinese martial arts began to gain popularity. However, the selection of candidates for the martial arts exam was extremely strict, with all assessment standards aligned with those for special forces selection. The official explanation was straightforward. The other world was extremely dangerous, with monsters potentially appearing at any moment. If one couldn't run 10 kilometers, they might lose their life. Despite many people's objections, this reasoning made sense. Most people registered impulsively, but in the face of real monsters, 99% would likely become prey. As a result, only a few 100,000 were accepted in the first round of the martial arts exam, most of whom were active duty soldiers. These individuals would go to various superpowered colleges for unified special training to prepare for entering the black zones. At this moment, in Black Zone number 7, several helicopters were slowly approaching. Zhang Xiaolong and his team members jumped out of the helicopters, seeing a massive military base already established. In just a few days, Huaxia had set up numerous military bases in 14 black zones, all fully equipped. As Zhang Xiaolong and his team arrived, a slender female officer holding documents approached them slowly. "Hello, Captain Zhang. I am your advisor. Let's go inside," she said. Zhang Xiaolong nodded and followed the female officer into the base. "Captain Zhang, you should have received the files from above. Academician Wang will be arriving shortly." Zhang Xiaolong nodded again. Principal Chun had already informed them that their mission was to protect a geologist exploring the Black Zone. Black Zone number 7 corresponded to the island they had previously been on. Soon, a bespectacled elderly man in his 60s walked in, followed by an assistant. Academician Wang stood tall like a pine tree, walking briskly, not at all resembling a man in his 60s. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaolong and his team slowly drove a military armored vehicle towards the Black Zone. In the distance lay a desolate mountain range, shrouded in dense black fog that obscured everything within. As soon as they entered the fog, their surroundings began to blur. Navigating the rugged mountain path, they suddenly saw a burst of light 10 minutes later. A beach, rocky outcrops, the sun, and an expansive, tranquil sea came into view. The sea was eerily calm, with hardly a ripple. The armored vehicle continued to the beach and came to a stop. Looking back, they realized they had driven out from the sea. The coastline was enveloped in a mysterious black mist, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Just as they landed, a gigantic green crab, standing between 4 to 5 meters tall, detected their presence. Although the crab didn't know who they were, its small size made it think they would make a fine meal. With a loud snap, the massive creature charged at them with astonishing speed. Zhang Xiaolong and his teammates were already prepared to face the monstrous crab. This crab was extremely powerful, with a shell as hard as iron. To kill it, they had to be extremely cautious. Half an hour later, the enormous green crab finally collapsed to the ground, leaving Zhang Xiaolong and his team breathless. The creature was incredibly strong. Fortunately, they were all highly skilled fighters with 3-star talents. Had it been another team, they might have been wiped out. Next to them, Professor Wang applauded and marveled at their performance. Captain Zhang, your reputation is well-deserved. Your skills are extraordinary. Old Chen mentioned that you have the potential to become a dragon, and today I see he was right. Zhang Xiaolong felt slightly embarrassed but appreciated the praise. Professor Wang, we should move quickly. This place is crawling with dangerous beasts, and any hesitation could put us in grave danger. Professor Wang nodded and, along with his assistant, began to unpack various equipment to conduct a preliminary survey of the area. Zhang Xiaolong and his team were also busy, operating drones to monitor the surroundings. Half an hour later, another giant green crab appeared on the beach. Zhang Xiaolong and his team fought with all their might and finally killed it. They then boarded a pickup truck and swiftly retreated from the beach. Sitting in the truck, Zhang Xiaolong watched the drone footage and saw an elite green crab nearly 10 meters tall rapidly approaching. Such a terrifying creature was beyond their capability to handle. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but wonder. Since they could pass through the black fog to reach the desolate island, could these giant beasts also pass through the fog to reach Blue Star? The pickup truck moved slowly, retracing its path back to the base outside the black zone. Across the country, hundreds of similar teams, accompanied by researchers, were continuously gathering information from the otherworldly realm. At the 826 Bureau's underground secret base, all the latest intelligence concerning the Black Zone would be compiled and submitted to the highest council. In the pitch-black Zone 12, Squad 018 has lost all contact with the outside world, their fate shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, not far from Zone 9, a colossal monster, towering at 10 meters, has emerged, posing a grave threat to the entire area. Faced with such a dire situation, calling for reinforcements has become the top priority. Only external aid can offer a glimmer of hope. At this critical juncture, the Research Institute has delivered shocking news. During their exploration of an alternate dimension, they have discovered a unique energy substance that could potentially alter the entire world's order. This revelation has hit like a bombshell, leaving everyone in deep thought and concern. In this world fraught with unknowns and dangers, people are confronting unprecedented challenges and trials. Now, more than ever, they desperately need external support and assistance to navigate through the looming crisis. Recently, Huaxia has assembled thousands of top researchers to conduct in-depth studies of the parallel world within the dungeon. After a week of exploration, they discovered a unique energy substance. This substance is not only highly active, but also accelerates the evolution of various global species and has certain regional attributes. As one approaches the Black Forbidden Zone, this energy grows denser. Previously, the Huaxia government had only mentioned the revival of spiritual energy to stabilize the situation, but unexpectedly, this prophecy has come true. Now, world leaders are sending their condolences, expressing skepticism, suspecting that Huaxia might be behind this. However, these suspicions are baseless. Li Yong listened to his subordinates' reports with a grave expression. Recently, awakened individuals have started appearing across the country. 108 cases have been confirmed, and there might be more undiscovered. Many elites from Huaxia's special forces have become players, but surprisingly, only 1,000th of them can awaken their talents. Even if they do awaken, they only possess 1-star or 2-star abilities. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens are also beginning to show signs of awakening, but they are not players. Previously, people believed that awakened individuals were closely linked to players, but now it seems this is not the case. From now on, local military units and police forces will collaborate to send all awakened individuals to specialized academies for unified training. All abilities will be meticulously cataloged, and confidentiality will be strengthened. These individuals are Huaxia's assets, and they have the privilege of becoming players first. Soon, large numbers of troops were dispatched nationwide to record information about the awakened individuals into a database. Sunday. Shaching number 7 high school, on the sports field. Zhang Fan was drenched in sweat on the field. Despite the bell signaling the end of class, he continued his workout relentlessly. His classmates were also practicing hard, each trying to outdo the other. Dog bro, you're going too hard. You started training yesterday and haven't stopped. Be careful not to overdo it, some classmates said, half jokingly. But Zhang Fan ignored them. Dreaming of becoming a game player without hard work? No way. It's impossible without effort, he retorted. The new PE teacher was setting up a treadmill on the field, running on it while shouting, "Don't stop, keep pushing. The martial arts exam is in 2 months. Pass it, and you'll be the next legend." After saying this, he increased his pace, training with all his might. Zhang Fan, exhausted, continued running. He glanced back and saw a frail figure under a tree, fully covered, training diligently. In the left sleeve, there was nothing. The girl's name was Bai Yin. At the age of 16, a fierce fire left her severely injured, causing her to lose an arm. Under her hat, her hair was sparse and thin. A mask covered her face, revealing a ghostly visage. Despite the difficulty it caused her in breathing, she refused to take it off. This girl had volunteered for the Armed Forces examination. To Zhang Fan, this was sheer folly. With such a physically impaired body, how could she possibly pass the stringent test for special forces? How could she face those monsters with an incomplete body? She was just a pitiable person, in his eyes. Zhang Fan was about to look away when suddenly, a few people approached from a distance. Several uniformed soldiers walked onto the field, fully equipped, and headed straight for Bai Yin. After a brief conversation, they took Bai Yin with them, and she boarded a military vehicle, disappearing beyond the school gates. Soon, her classmates began to gossip. A day later, a helicopter slowly descended onto the grounds of Xinshan Academy for Supernaturals. Zhang Xiaolong's team escorted a disabled girl to Principal Chen's office. Principal Chen looked at the girl before him, trying to maintain a friendly smile. "Child, don't be afraid. I am Principal Chen of Xinshan Academy for Supernaturals. You can call me Principal Chen. I believe Zhang Xiaolong has briefed you on the way here. The reason we brought you here is to verify your abilities once again." Bai Yin hid her entire face under her hat, her eyes darting around, unable to make eye contact. Ever since the fire, she had never dared to look anyone in the eye, becoming extremely timid and self-conscious. "No problem," Bai Yin nodded. She never refused others' requests. Principal Chun smiled and took a small white rabbit from behind him, handing it to Bai Yin. She gently pulled out a single rabbit hair, then retreated 10 meters. Carefully scanning her surroundings, she extended her palm and closed her eyes. With a snap, the rabbit vanished from sight and reappeared at Bai Yan's feet, as if teleported. This was Bai Yan's awakened 4-star innate ability, media summoning. As long as she obtained a part of the target's body, she could summon the target through the medium. However, this ability had certain limitations. First, the summoned target was not under her control and acted independently. Second, summoning the target consumed her energy, and once her energy was depleted, the target would return to its original location. Principal Chun observed the girl's talent with admiration. Such spatial abilities were extremely rare. Though not directly offensive, if used wisely, they held significant strategic value. For instance, she could teleport an enemy leader and set an ambush, executing a decapitation strike, all with just a single strand of hair. This was merely one application of her ability, and he believed it held even greater potential. Principal Chun looked at the timid girl, his smile growing kinder. "Child, what is your dream?" Bai Yin nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, unable to meet Principal Chen's gaze. Because of her severely disfigured appearance, her body was completely consumed by the fire, leaving it covered in severe burn scars. She resembled a cursed monster. Every time she accidentally caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, an overwhelming sense of fear and despair surged within her. Bai Yin lowered her head, her eyes avoiding contact. Deep inside, she longed to become a player. Although medical technology couldn't heal her injuries, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, she clung to a sliver of hope that supernatural powers might be able to heal her pain. Her voice grew softer, like a gentle breeze, as she said, "Even if it can't heal me, it doesn't matter. Let the monsters devour me. I won't be a burden to you." Her head almost buried into her shoulders, resembling a frightened ostrich. Principal Chun looked at Bai Yin and nodded slightly. "Zhang Xiaolong, take her to rest. From now on, she will be with you." Zhang Xiaolong quickly escorted Bai Yin out of the office. Principal Chun picked up the phone and slowly dialed a number. On the other end, a voice answered, "Hello, Major General Wang? It's old Chun. Sorry to bother you. I have found a special awakened individual. Yes, I've sent you the details. Please take a look when you have time." After hanging up, Principal Chun let out a long sigh. Calling a superior in the middle of the night was truly nerve-wracking. Soon, the 826 Bureau received a secret message. All the leaders held a brief meeting in the middle of the night, and an hour later, the meeting concluded with the formal initiation of Project Zero. In the conference room, Li Yong put down the phone. Project Zero had received approval from the higher-ups. The authorities placed great importance on the Zero player, prioritizing Project Zero and hoping for its swift execution. Among all the awakened individuals, they had identified a special one named Bai Yin. She might be able to bring the Zero player back to Blue Star. However, the problem now was the lack of a medium to summon the Zero player. Li Yong immediately called Principal Chun. Old Chun, send someone to Wang Mang's house right away and collect his personal items. Clothes, underwear, even a single hair. Bring everything. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong led a team in a pickup truck to Wang Mang's house. Behind him, Li Ming sighed, Captain, it's hard to sleep when we're up like this in the middle of the night. What's it for this time? Zhang Xiaolong, looking frustrated, snapped, we're looking for hair. Li Ming, puzzled, asked, hair? What kind of hair? A teammate couldn't help but kick him, just go to sleep. The group arrived at Wang Mang's house and cleared out his room, not leaving a single hair behind. However, the results were disappointing. Bai Yin shook her head, indicating that these items had lost their vitality and couldn't serve as a summoning medium. Li Yong wasn't surprised. It had been a tentative attempt. He decided to immediately proceed with Project Zero, mobilizing resources nationwide to collect 10 units of purple materials, which should be achievable. Once they obtained these materials, they could send someone to the deserted island to establish contact with the Zero player and resolve the issue of the summoning medium. Without delay, he issued a series of orders. A large number of players surged into 14 black zones, driven by the excitement of finding purple materials. Meanwhile, Li Yong organized a top-notch diplomatic negotiation team. Their mission was to contact major nations and use special means to obtain purple-quality materials. A negotiation expert, somewhat puzzled, asked, Director, isn't this going to be difficult? These materials are scarce globally, and major nations won't be easy to deal with. Li Yong glared at him, replying with disdain, Do you think I'm an idiot? We have some exclusive information that we can share, but only in exchange for materials. As for the details, figure it out yourselves. Remember, we are the Strategic Deception Bureau. Hearing this, the other team members nodded in agreement. They knew this method was familiar territory. Li Yong sipped his goji berry tea, squinting slightly, and said, Just use your words. We might be able to trick them into giving us some materials. If we succeed, it's pure profit. The next day, Zhang Xiaolong brought Bai Yin to the underground bunker of their school. In front of a massive iron cage, a black-armored beast thrashed violently. Bai Yin held a crossbow, one of the few blue-grade weapons in the country, incredibly precious. Nervously, she asked, Xiaolong, do I really have to kill it? She stood trembling before the iron cage, faced with this enormous ant-like creature for the first time, feeling utterly terrified. Zhang Xiaolong spoke slowly, If you want to become a player, you must kill it. Only by defeating the monster can you qualify as a player. He encouraged Bai Yin to take action without hesitation. Li Ming, standing nearby, added, Bai Yin, don't be afraid, just shoot. You've already got good equipment. There's no need to engage the monster directly. Recalling the past, when defeating such creatures required close combat, the current situation seemed much improved. Despite the encouragement from those around her, Bai Yin hesitated. Zhang Xiaolong reiterated, Bai Yin, only by killing it can you become a player. Then your body will be digitized, and your wounds will heal. Facing the black-armored beast, Bai Yin remained uncertain. Unable to bear it, Li Ming pushed her closer to the monster. As the distance shortened, her survival instincts overcame her fear. She pulled the trigger. When the black-armored beast fell, Bai Yin's body began to emit a faint light, indicating she was gaining player status and gradually becoming digitized. Zhang Xiaolong approached and used a decomposition spell on the beast's corpse. Soon, the body disintegrated into starlight, leaving behind a heavy shell. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, another monster was brought before Bai Yin. Orders had been given. As the core figure of Project Zero, Bai Yin would receive substantial resource support to level up. These monsters, now locked in iron cages, had become incredibly valuable. Abroad, even the lowest-level monsters could sell for millions of dollars, sometimes even considered priceless, as they were the gateway to becoming extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, in another location, squads of superhumans rushed into the black zones, searching for traces of purple materials. In Zone 10, they would face. The 5-member Wolf Hunters team stepped into the monster game world, cautiously scouting their surroundings with the help of drones. This elite squad, composed of top-tier special forces from China, recently transitioned into becoming game players, enhancing their already formidable skills. In this world filled with unknown challenges, each member's heart brimmed with a mix of tension and excitement. Their goal was not only to survive, but also to defeat all the monsters and complete their missions. Every battle tested their resolve and skills, and they knew that only by staying united could they overcome any obstacle. In this unfamiliar and perilous game world, the wolf hunters would demonstrate their courage and wisdom. For honor and victory, they would never back down. Captain, the team members are starting to doubt the feasibility of the mission, believing that finding the rare purple material is almost an impossible task. Even facing 10-meter-tall monsters requires the combined effort of over 100 players just to have a slim chance of victory, and defeating them only yields blue materials. They are confused and unsure of how to proceed. The leader of the wolf hunt squad paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and explained, "Despite the mission's difficulties, we must give it our all. This is a crucial part of Project Zero. The commander has hinted that the mission may hold the key to humanity's survival. Besides, there's no need to worry excessively. We just need to find clues about the purple material, without risking fierce battles with monsters." As they were discussing, a team member suddenly let out a low exclamation and pointed to a huge corpse on the beach ahead, surrounded by numerous monsters vying to devour it. The captain frowned, led the team to cautiously retreat, and decided to temporarily withdraw from the area. They realized that the number of monsters here was too great, and that they needed to report this situation to their superiors promptly. Soon, the team left the black zone, abandoning the dangerous beach behind. In the backdrop of interdimensional monsters invading reality, superpowered players are forced to undertake Project Zero, risking their lives. Meanwhile, Wong Mang leisurely enjoys a barbecue, indifferent to the difficulties arising in the mission. He jokingly reassures Seala beside him, saying that defeating the mother crab is just a piece of cake and that the next target will be even stronger. Wang Mang displays an optimistic attitude, seemingly full of confidence about the future. In recent days, he has been constantly hunting in the forest, leveling up and gaining extra attribute points. Wang Mang evenly distributed these points to enhance his physique, spirit, and energy, making himself more adaptable to the harsh forest environment. By day, he slaughters monsters, and by night, he hides in a tree hollow, keeping watch with a small spider. During this time, the small spider has undergone significant changes, becoming darker and more slender, showcasing a burst of potential. However, Wang Mang is aware of the issue with the consumption of the sacred spirit attachment, as each use requires a large amount of purple material and gold coins, and he is currently penniless. Although the small spider is still in its juvenile stage, it has already demonstrated terrifying strength, comparable to elite-level giant blue crabs. Recently, Seala became single again. Reluctantly, Wang Mang bestowed a spirit upon him, unlocking his hidden potential. Now back on the beach, Seala has transformed into a prodigy among the large blue crabs, a true standout among the younger generation. After his evolution, Seala underwent significant changes. He now stands 5 meters tall, with a much harder shell, and can even shoot water projectiles from his mouth like an elite blue crab. Though during battles, Seala usually stands on the sidelines cheering 666. His role is crucial. He carries 2 spirit trees and a large wooden box on his back. He somewhat resembles a budget version of the Nine Dragons coffin, but overall, he's quite impressive. When Wong Mang gets tired and doesn't want to walk, he rests inside the box, sending out his little spider to hunt. If they can't find a tree hollow for the night, he curls up inside the box as a makeshift bed. After finishing the last bite of roasted meat, Wong Mang dusted himself off. The sky was getting dark, and it was time to find a place to rest. The group slowly descended along the tree roots. This forest's middle layer had the most dangerous beasts. As they went lower, the monsters became smaller and generally less powerful. However, the creatures at the bottom were always peculiar. Some were like stink bugs, releasing unbearable odors. Others were hideous, emitting a rotting stench that was repulsive. Some were well camouflaged, blending into the environment like chameleons, making them hard to spot. But none of these posed a problem. After being imbued with divine power, the little spider awakened its spider sense and black silk domain, greatly enhancing its perception abilities. A strand of black silk shot out, instantly slicing through a large bug hidden in the tree trunk, killing it swiftly. Wong Mang's eyes lit up when he saw the bug's corpse. He jumped out of the box, realizing the shell could be used to make camouflage gear. After dissecting the bug, Wong Mang prepared to find a tree hollow. Suddenly, the entire forest began to shake. He turned around and saw a 100-meter-tall black giant ape in the distance, running at high speed, leaping hundreds of meters with each jump. Giant trees toppled, and monsters scattered. Unlike the majestic golden pangolin, the black giant ape was fleeing in terror, its face filled with fear, as if something terrifying was chasing it. As the giant ape approached, Wong Mang's hair stood on end. Despite his strength, he was still a level 13 novice. He wasn't ready to face such a formidable boss. Wong Mang shouted loudly, instructing Seala to move to the left and stay clear of the enemy's path. Upon hearing the command, Seala immediately reacted. It swiftly maneuvered its 8 legs, skillfully weaving through the dense forest roots with astonishing speed. Under Wong Mang's direction, Seala demonstrated remarkable agility and quick thinking, successfully avoiding the potential danger. Wang Mang had been riding on Seala's back as they ran, until Seala began to slow down. Standing on Seala's back, Wang Mang peered into the distance where the massive black ape had disappeared, a serious expression on his face. What could possibly terrify such a colossal beast? As he gazed intently, a gigantic mouth suddenly burst from the ground. It was filled with sharp, densely packed teeth, resembling the dark, bottomless throat of an abyss. Rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth lined the throat, constantly opening and closing. In one bite, it swallowed a massive tree hundreds of meters tall, shattering it into countless pieces. Wang Mang was stunned, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. If just the mouth was several hundred meters long, how enormous could the entire creature be? The owner of the gigantic mouth quickly retreated underground, continuing its pursuit of the black ape. Meanwhile, a small spider quivered in Wang Mang's arms, having never seen such a scene before. It was terrified out of its wits. In contrast, Seala displayed remarkable courage. Though his 8 legs were trembling, he resolutely navigated through the tree roots, carrying Wang Mang away. After running a considerable distance, Wang Mang finally regained his composure, gasping for breath. His back was soaked with sweat. These super beasts were not only gigantic but seemed to exude a special aura, reminiscent of legendary dominion. Under its influence, weaker creatures stood no chance. Clearly, these super beasts were not just about size. Wang Mang's expression grew stern as he looked at the forest, now sliced like a cake, still shaken. Suddenly, the little spider in his arms stirred, conveying a sense of urgency. Huh, an enemy? Seala, run! Wang Mang shouted, but it was too late. Thick vines shot out from beneath the tree roots, tightly binding Seala. A gigantic man-eating flower appeared behind them, its massive shadow enveloping them. The gaping maw opened wide, and in a single gulp, the 5-meter-tall Seala was swallowed whole. Wang Mang turned, his pupils dilating in shock. Somehow, they had stumbled into the territory of a super man-eating flower. This plant-based monster was over 30 meters tall. Countless green vines swayed like snakes around it, and its terrifying mouth opened and closed, dripping green slime that corroded the surrounding ground. Being a plant-type monster, its size was even more imposing than typical beasts, with a territory spanning hundreds of meters, all covered by its vine-like tendrils. In just a few bites, it had swallowed Seala. Witnessing this, Wang Mang felt his blood boil, his eyes turning red. Despite Seala's flaws, his cowardice, his troublesome nature. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity? Super spirit attachment, super spirit attachment, super spirit attachment, super spirit attachment 10 times. All attributes increased by 300%, physical resistance increased by 300%, elemental resistance increased by 300%, toughness increased by 300%, mental resistance increased by 300%. Every second, Wang Mang felt a rapid surge of power and energy coursing through his body, filling him with exhilaration. He relentlessly repeated his intermediate muscle enhancement training, each session amplifying his muscles by 40 times, resulting in an overall increase of 1,600%. When he finally completed his transformation, he radiated a crimson glow, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wang Mang took a deep breath, releasing a burst of white mist from his mouth, instantly stirring up a whirlwind around him. His muscles swelled once more, his stature now towering at 5 meters, with massive chest muscles, broad shoulders, and terrifyingly muscular arms, resembling a monstrous version of King Kong. Despite appearing like a tiny doll compared to the 30-meter-tall super carnivorous plant, Wang Mang's presence was now monumental in its eyes, emanating the majesty of a top-tier predator. The roles had reversed. The carnivorous plant was now the one trembling in fear. Under the oppressive force of Wang Mang's muscle enhancement, the plant quivered uncontrollably, its once arrogant tendrils now lying limp on the ground like lifeless snakes. Suddenly, the super carnivorous plant opened its massive maw and retched violently, expelling Seala in an instant. Seala was now an unrecognizable mass of vomit. Terrified, the super carnivorous plant collapsed to the ground. If it had legs, it would have fled. But there are no ifs in reality. In a split second, the entire plant was obliterated by a single punch, the power of an ancient Chinese martial arts secret technique coursing through it, severing all its tendrils. The system notification rang out. Level up kill, Sun Eater plant. Earned 12310 experience points. Acquired a random purple treasure chest. Decomposed to obtain 21 units of purple sunflower essence and 106 units of blue sunflower vines. As the super carnivorous plant's body disintegrated into light particles, Wang Mang's form gradually shrank back to that of an ordinary teenager. He stored the purple treasure chest in his spatial backpack and then walked sorrowfully to the heap of vomit, collapsing to his knees. He thought with a heavy heart, "My little trees, my wooden chest, they're all gone." These two spirit trees were hard-won treasures, obtained after countless searches and nurtured through a long growth process. Even during adventures, he couldn't bear to cut them down, only to see them swallowed whole by the carnivorous plant today, causing him immense grief. The wooden chest he painstakingly crafted was a labor of love. After a bout of sorrow, Wang Mang finally found 2 seeds in the vomit. He sighed in relief, carefully storing them, and then waved his hand, causing the space to distort. Soon, Seala crawled out with a cheeky grin, looking dazed as if he had just woken from a dream. Wang Mang wasn't surprised. This was a result of his professional skill, the Space Summoning House. The Space Summoning House is a unique skill of the Spirit Summoner, allowing them to create a space for their summoned beasts. Once created, the summoned beast is bound to the space, automatically returning upon death and resetting its cooldown time. Although the skill has a long cooldown, its inherent advantage of no stacking cooldown essentially allows for infinite resurrections of the summoned beast. Whenever she called upon it, a mysterious force would envelop everything around her in a radiant glow. This extraordinary phenomenon always filled her with excitement, as if she were engaging in a silent dialogue with the powers of the universe. She was well aware that each invocation drained a part of her energy, but she never regretted it. In those moments, she felt a profound connection with the world and sensed the presence of infinite possibilities. This connection left her feeling fulfilled and content, as though she possessed the strength of the entire cosmos. Therefore, despite the cost, she was willing to summon this force time and again, to dance with it and experience the miracles of life. To resurrect Seala, Wong Mang spared no effort and consumed a significant amount of energy. Each resurrection summon required 200 energy points, which pained him, especially since Seala was still weak. As he grew stronger, the energy needed for resurrection would increase.
Wang Mang sighed deeply.
It seemed that in this world, there was no absolute power. The scarcity of energy was his greatest weakness. This was why he chose the profession of spirit attachment, fusion, and summoning. The skill, triple spirit attachment, was one of the few that could restore a percentage of his energy limit. As long as his energy reached a certain threshold and the spirit attachment stacked to a certain level, his energy recovery rate would surpass his consumption, achieving an infinite loop. At that point, he would no longer worry about energy issues. Moreover, the triple spirit attachment could be applied not only to himself but also to his summoned creatures, though the latter had a weaker effect. As night fell, Wang Mang and Seala hurried to find a safe place to spend the night. Under a sky full of twinkling stars, they found refuge in a dry tree hollow. Wang Mang lit an oil lamp inside, and leaves sealed the entrance, blocking out the light completely. Seala stood guard at the door, sleeping like a giant stone. Wang Mang took out a purple treasure chest from his spatial backpack, which he had obtained from a man-eating plant during the day. As his strength grew, acquiring purple chests had become easier. However, opening each chest still excited him immensely. When the chest opened, a brilliant light shone, revealing several items inside. A system notification sounded. Obtained a rare item, sunflower. The sunflower is a special item from the sunflower tribe of the Forest Kingdom, embodying the tribe's long-cherished wish. Its effect is that when the flower faces the sun, it can generate 1 sunseed per hour, accelerating plant growth and adding a growth ring to any plant. Wang Mang glanced at the contents: a level 3 experience book, some purple fire crystals, and dragonberry seeds. Dragonberry seeds grow into dragonberry flowers, producing 3 to 5 drops of dragon sap per cycle, which increases physique. Wang Mang's first choice was the delicate, transparent sunflower. The flower, about the size of a palm, was crystal clear, with a tiny face sleeping at its center. Its unique quality delighted him greatly. Magical items? Rules of the game? Wang Mang carefully placed the sunflower seeds into his spatial backpack, then picked up the dragonberry seeds. This purple quality seed was the only one he had obtained so far, and more importantly, once planted, it could permanently increase his base attributes. Excitedly, he held the seed and hurriedly took out an oyster shell, planting the seed inside. After using the experience book he had found, he stored all the remaining items in his spatial backpack, enjoyed a delicious meal of grilled meat, and then began his daily training in ancient Chinese martial arts. Punch, punch, punch. Wang Mang's eyes were filled with determination, his heart brimming with conviction. He was resolved to grow stronger, level up in this world, and return home as soon as possible. After all, his future girlfriend was waiting for him. Hey, defeat monsters, punch, level up, ding, level up to LV14, gain 5 free attribute points. Defeat monsters, punch, level up, ding, level up to LV15, gain another 5 free attribute points. Defeat monsters, punch, level up, ding, level up to LV16, gain 5 more free attribute points. As Wang Mang was frantically leveling up, a sudden change occurred. In a small, relatively unknown town on Blue Star, people were in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Run. The monster is coming. Do you have a death wish? Still trying to film this? Where's the military? Where are the Huaxia troops? Why hasn't the superhuman squad been deployed yet? In the distance, a 10-meter-tall elite giant crab was approaching rapidly, like an enormous juggernaut. Cars were crushed. Houses were demolished. Several unfortunate individuals were caught and devoured in an instant, leaving no trace behind. In the sky, a few helicopters arrived, their heavy machine guns firing, but to little effect. The giant crab's shell was too tough. Dozens of tanks followed closely, bombarding it continuously. Although the tanks could inflict damage, according to the game rules, these wounds would soon heal. The giant crab, attracted by the barrage, roared and charged towards the tanks. Snip, snip, snip. With just one charge, 3 tanks were mangled beyond recognition. Calling the superhuman squad, requesting support. There's a 10-meter class monster that has broken through the perimeter. Its shell defense is extremely strong, and our firepower is insufficient to stop it. Requesting support. Emergency evacuation. Missile is en route. Evacuate immediately. The soldiers quickly retreated, and soon, a long-range missile flew towards the giant crab. Boom! The explosion shattered the giant crab into pieces. However, the game rules couldn't be broken. This method could only temporarily stop the giant crab. After a few breaths, the fragmented body began to slowly regenerate. At this moment, dozens of tanks had surrounded the giant crab, firing madly. It must not be allowed to revive, because once it did, its speed would become exceptionally swift, making it difficult for the tanks to hit it again. In the distance, several brave residents were still filming from high vantage points, exclaiming in awe, "That was intense." The owner was absolutely thrilled. This giant crab displayed astonishing strength, standing its ground even against a dozen tanks, leaving everyone in awe. The owner couldn't help but fantasize about how amazing it would be to have such a pet. The excitement was even more intense than watching the most captivating movie. Across the nation, a thrilling scene is unfolding. The Black Zone acts as a gateway to another world, allowing monstrous creatures to step onto Blue Star. Recently, several gigantic monsters have emerged from the Black Zone, most of which have been successfully repelled by the Huaxia military. However, a few behemoths have managed to escape and infiltrate human cities. Among them is an elite-level giant blue crab. Standing at 10 meters tall, this terrifying creature is far more daunting than any previous monsters. Its massive size and swift movements make it nearly impossible to contain. To defeat it, the only options are to deploy Huaxia's top elite superhuman player squad, or to gather hundreds of players to launch a combined assault. As tanks continued their relentless bombardment, the soldiers were drenched in sweat, and their ammunition was running low. If the superhuman player squad didn't arrive soon, everyone might perish. Just as anxiety reached its peak, dozens of helicopters swiftly appeared in the sky. Over 100 players descended, rushing to the battlefield. Leading the charge was Zhang Xiaolong, with all players drawing their weapons in unison. They wielded swords, bows, crossbows, and even magical wands. The scene of a sci-fi war suddenly morphed into one of medieval combat. Tanks served as shields, diverting the monster's attention. Ranged attackers provided support from the rear, waiting for the perfect moment to strike to avoid friendly fire. Assassins stealthily approached the monster's weak points, aiming for a lethal blow. After half an hour of fierce battle, the team finally defeated the elite-level giant blue crab. Exhausted, they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Zhang Xiaolong looked around, his face full of satisfaction. They had grown stronger once again, managing to take down even a 10-meter-tall beast. It was truly incredible. In the secret base of Bureau 826, Li Yong frowned as he reviewed the report before him. In recent days, monsters have been breaking through the Black Zone's blockade and wreaking havoc in the cities. Human settlements seem to have an irresistible allure for these creatures. In just a few days, thousands have been injured or killed. Monsters around 3 to 4 meters tall can be handled by regular soldiers, but those over 10 meters are nearly impossible to contain, especially those massive crabs, whose bodies are covered in thick armor, making them impervious to ordinary weapons. Only heavy thermal weapons can pose a threat to them. However, these weapons are extremely costly, with a single long-range missile being prohibitively expensive and effective for only a few seconds. Therefore, higher authorities have ordered a significant investment in player training. This year, 4 martial arts entrance exams will be held, open to anyone 16 years and older, regardless of gender or occupation. Additionally, of the hundreds of thousands previously selected, over half have successfully transitioned into players. Li Yong opened a drawer and took out another report. This one pertained to Project Zero and contained the latest intelligence on Bai Yin. Bai Yin had severe psychological issues, having grown up in a sheltered environment without ever facing adversity. When she was 16, a devastating fire destroyed her life. After the blaze, her father, overwhelmed by the burden of massive debts, chose to take his own life, leaving her and her mother to face the hardships alone. Her mother, under immense psychological pressure, became depressive and irritable, venting all her frustrations on Bai Yan. This series of blows severely impacted Bai Yan's mental health. She became sensitive, insecure, and cautious, avoiding interactions with strangers for fear of being a burden or causing harm. She even feared making eye contact with strangers. Li Yong rubbed his temples, holding a report in his hand, feeling heavy-hearted. Fate seemed to play these cruel jokes. This girl had become the central figure of Project Zero. She was forced to go against her nature, constantly facing monsters. Her abilities were closely tied to her energy levels. If her energy ran low, she might not be able to summon Zero. However, the frequent killings only exacerbated Bai Yan's psychological issues. With a sigh, Li Yong was reluctant to push this girl with such a tragic background. But as a soldier, he had no choice. Billions of humans were in peril, facing the threat of extinction. Zero was their only hope, and it had to be secured. Helplessly, he had to shoulder these burdens and move forward without hesitation. He dialed Principal Chun. Principal Chun, I've dispatched the top domestic psychologist to assist Bai Yan. Once she stabilizes, we will resume the mission. We've already obtained 5 purple materials, and the next summoning of Zero is imminent. Enhancing Bai Yan's abilities is imperative. In the forest of a deserted island, a massive monster lay dead beside Wang Mang. He pocketed the blue treasure chest in front of him and disassembled the corpse for materials. Then, he took a large cucumber from his spatial backpack and began munching on it. In the past, he had to give his all and be extremely cautious when dealing with elite-level big mouth frogs. But now, he could easily defeat them and clean up the battlefield with minimal effort to avoid staining his clothes with blood. He nimbly jumped onto Sealaoda's back. Sealaoda had grown taller recently, now over 8 meters, looking even more majestic and imposing. The little spider was also growing rapidly, now 2 meters tall, too large to curl up in Wong Mang's arms anymore. Realizing it might never turn into a spider maiden, he named it Heibao. The materials should be enough now. Selling them to the shop should fetch 200,000 gold coins. He had been hunting relentlessly, selling all materials except those of purple quality or higher, and some special blue materials to the shop for coins. Today, he finally amassed 200,000, allowing him to use Divine Spirit Infusion twice more. Watching Seala blowing bubbles nearby, Wong Mang hesitated but decided to give it one infusion. Last time, during an encounter with a man-eating plant, Seala performed terribly, getting swallowed like a snack. Truly embarrassing. After the Divine Spirit Infusion, Seala felt rejuvenated and in high spirits. Surprisingly, it began to molt. An hour later, Seala successfully completed its transformation, looking entirely renewed. First, let's take a look at its pincers. They glisten and shine, producing a pleasant, crisp sound every time they snap shut, reminiscent of musical notes created by metal clashing. These pincers are like a pair of perfectly synchronized dancers, with each clamping motion showcasing their harmony and strength. Subtle changes occurred in Wang Mang's body. He became stronger and more formidable. The pairs of horns on his head grew larger and sharper, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle in his path. Mysterious black patterns emerged on his back armor, their secrets unfathomable. As Wang Mang looked at himself, a sense of pride welled up within him, and he expressed his gratitude to Seala. He gently patted Seala's massive pincers and then turned his gaze towards the little spider, preparing to use his sacred blessing once more. However, the little spider didn't seem to change much. It just grew darker overall. Disappointed, Wang Mang frowned slightly and jokingly rebuked, Hey Bao, what's wrong with you? I was hoping you'd turn into a charming spider lady, but you're just getting darker. The little spider lowered its head, its 8 shiny black eyes filled with innocence and grievance, letting out a soft whimper. Wang Mang sighed, shook his head, and then jumped onto Seala's back, curling up in a wooden crate. Inside the crate, lined with soft fur, were 3 oyster shells, 2 small trees, and a black-red nightshade flower, all vibrant with life. As Seala's body continued to grow, the crate had expanded to the size of a room, even featuring a skylight. Wang Mang often rested inside, and with his increasing strength, the dangers of the forest no longer posed a threat to him. Except for the 100-meter class super beasts, he could now hunt monsters around 30 to 40 meters in size. Recently, he discovered a nearly 50-meter class super beast in the northern forest. A fire ignited in Wang Mang's heart. He longed to challenge this colossal creature. The loneliness of the deserted island, with no other players around, was becoming unbearable, and the passage of time was taking a toll on his psyche. He often felt depressed, even screaming "Mom" in his nightmares, a feeling he found intolerable. Although he recently upgraded his mental attributes, and activities like reading on his phone and exercising could alleviate his mood, and even the sacred blessing could enhance his mental resilience. These were mere temporary fixes and couldn't solve the root problem. He desperately needed combat to vent his inner frustration. In the heat of battle, he always felt his blood boil, his body and mind purified, and all his negative emotions dissipate. Especially after defeating those giant beasts, the thrill of conquest left him elated, bringing him immense joy every time. Wang Mang stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the north, eyes gleaming with determination. He was thoroughly familiar with his surroundings and had made all necessary preparations. A 50-meter class super beast, once unimaginable to him, was now his target. Imagining the grandeur of bringing such a terrifying creature to its knees filled Wang Mang with anticipation. However, he had spent the entire day hunting and was physically and mentally exhausted. As dusk fell, he knew he needed to rest fully and adjust his state to peak condition before starting the challenge. Dinner, martial arts practice, sleep. The next morning, Wang Mang carefully hid a few spiritual plants, dressed neatly, and set off alone on his expedition to the northern forest. He left Seala and Heibao in the pet house. For battles of this level, Wang Mang's current companions were of no help. Thus, they chose to stay safely in the pet house, acting as two large magic bottles. Wang Mang moved swiftly, like a nimble owl darting through the branches. Before long, he arrived at a colossal tree, towering at 500 meters. Its enormous canopy blocked out the sun, resembling a giant umbrella. Surrounding the tree were numerous massive serpents, some stretching tens of meters, others even surpassing 100 meters. Despite their enormous size, these serpents were equivalent to beasts in the 10 to 30 meter range. The super tree, standing 500 meters tall, was covered with these serpents, intertwining like giant braids, playfully writhing around. At the base of the tree, a colossal serpent coiled, its head raised high, several times larger than the man-eating flower Wang Mang had encountered earlier. As Wang Mang's strength grew, he could sense the increasing power of the monsters. The larger the creature, the stronger its power. There were exceptions, of course, such as the rare black crystal spider, whose power far exceeded that of similar-sized beasts. The power emanating from the giant serpent before him had reached at least the 50-meter level, almost tangible. From a distance, a thin layer of black mist swirled around it, appearing and disappearing intermittently. This was a level Wang Mang had never faced before. Even from afar, the terrifying aura made one shudder. But it was precisely this feeling, this thrilling sensation, that excited Wang Mang. He took out various energy-restoring treasures from his spatial backpack and swallowed them all in one gulp, then began to mutter excitedly to himself. Super Spirit Infusion, Super Spirit Infusion, Super Spirit Infusion. With each chant, a white light flashed around him, enhancing his entire being. His strength grew more formidable, his senses sharper, his body as tough as rock, and his mind incredibly clear. Though his size remained unchanged, the power radiating from him was like a torch in the night, burning brightly. The giant serpent under the tree suddenly turned its head, its cold eyes fixed on Wang Mang. There was only a tiny creature in the distance, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the pheromones in the air. It was no illusion. It genuinely sensed the threat from that small being. Snake and human locked eyes, each carefully observing the other. Wang Mang tilted his head back and suddenly smiled. The real show was just beginning. Intermediate Muscle Enhancement, Intermediate Muscle Enhancement, Intermediate Muscle Enhancement. Among the tree trunks, Wang Mang's petite frame swelled with muscle, as if they had a life of their own. In an instant, he transformed into an 8-meter-tall muscle giant. Intermediate Muscle Enhancement, 120 times. Muscle Enhancement Amplification, 4,800%. This was Wang Mang at his strongest, his heart pounding like an engine, causing the air to vibrate. With each beat, the surrounding trees and ground within 100 meters began to tremble rhythmically. He possesses broad shoulders reminiscent of a superhero dad, with muscles that are firm, well-proportioned, and natural, devoid of any bulkiness. Although his head appears slightly small, his fists are extraordinarily large. This is one of his defining features. Whenever he swings those massive fists, it feels as though the whole world trembles. His strength comes from an inner resolve and perseverance, with each punch conveying his passion and dedication to life. In the boxing ring, he is an indomitable warrior. In everyday life, he is a warm and caring father, using his strength to protect the family he loves dearly. Wang Mang clenched his fists, feeling the surge of immense power coursing through his body. A terrifying energy burst forth as he swung his fist effortlessly, producing a deafening roar. The force of his punch swept across like a raging storm, snapping a 100-meter-tall tree as thick as a building in half, sending splinters flying in all directions. The gust from his punch carved a terrifying fissure hundreds of meters deep into the forest. Such an exaggerated display of power was beyond belief. Meanwhile, in the distance, a giant serpent prepared itself, coiling its body and twitching its tail, growing even more massive. Its cold eyes snapped open, pupils contracting. Faced with what seemed like an insignificant insect, the serpent felt an unprecedented threat, almost as if it were confronting a natural enemy. Its heartbeat quickened, forcing it to take action. Suddenly, the serpent's mouth expanded, unleashing a massive jet of flame with incredible power, reducing everything in its path to ashes. The area where Wang Mang stood was flattened, engulfed in a sea of flames. Yet, the serpent didn't celebrate. It nervously scanned its surroundings. That terrifying little insect was still standing. Sure enough, trees on the right began to topple, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The serpent opened its mouth again, but this time, Wang Mang didn't give it a chance. With a thunderous roar, a massive crater dozens of meters deep appeared in the forest. Wang Mang shot forward like a missile, so fast he left only an afterimage. He deftly adjusted his stance mid-air, facing the gaping maw of the serpent head-on. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded several times over. He unleashed a secret ancient martial technique from Xia, the Buddhist lion's roar. Roar! The terrifying sound waves rippled through the air. Under the amplification of his base attributes multiplied several times, along with a 4,800% muscle enhancement, Wang Mang's muscles received an extraordinary boost. Giant serpents within several kilometers were shattered by the sound waves, some even bursting into blood mist. The serpent, which was about to breathe fire, was severely injured, blood streaming from its eyes and mouth. However, an invisible shield around it mitigated some of the damage from the sound waves. Wang Mang stared at the serpent before him, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Incredible! You actually withstood my attack. Ha ha ha. Wang Mang laughed heartily, the thrill of the battle gleaming in his eyes. He was tired of dealing with weaklings every day. Only monsters of this caliber were worthy opponents. It was exhilarating. But before he could finish laughing, a massive tail, over 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, striking him like a baseball and sending him flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the ground and forming a 10-meter deep pit. Yet, he emerged unscathed. Wang Mang twisted his muscular neck and stood up once more. Wang Mang looked up and roared with joy. Already in a state of enhanced muscle strength, his resistance to attacks had become extraordinarily powerful. The added boost from his super spiritual infusion multiplied his defenses by dozens of times. The terrifying defensive power made the previous assaults feel like mere tickles to him. Boom! The ground split open again, creating a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, and Wang Mang vanished from his original spot. He darted around the giant serpent, almost becoming a red flash of lightning, moving so fast it was dizzying to watch. Great serpent, let me show you my ultimate move. To die by this magnificent strike is an honor. Wang Mang sneered and leaped into the air, appearing above the serpent's head in an instant. His body bent, hands clenched at his abdomen, and his blood surged violently. Utilizing an ancient Chinese martial art technique, the Buddhist sect's demon subduing infinite six-armed Buddha fist, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Due to the incredible speed, Wang Mang appeared to transform into a red six-armed golden Buddha from a distance. Each punch was blocked and weakened substantially by the aura surrounding the serpent. But it didn't matter. This infinite six-armed Buddha technique was all about speed. One punch missed, then 100 punches. 100 missed, then 1,000. Water can wear away stone. Strength can create miracles. Yes, yes, yes. Again, again, again. 1 minute later, Wang Mang sat on the ground, panting heavily. In front of him lay a 100-meter-wide crater. The serpent's head had long been obliterated, leaving only a headless corpse. Floating above the serpent's body was a purple treasure chest, gleaming with a mystical light. He stowed the treasure chest away and, with a frog-like leap, soared hundreds of meters into the sky, landing on the top of a 500-meter-tall super tree. Gazing down, the entire forest landscape unfolded before him. His exaggeratedly muscular body gradually shrank, reverting to that of a young boy. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. The view from the treetop, it seemed, was just SOSO. A giant tree, a young boy, and the headless serpent corpse below painted a beautiful picture. Time flew by. A month later, on Blue Star. Ranged attackers now. Mages, follow up, look for an opening. I've got it controlled, hurry and attack. I can't hold on. Healer, heal me. I'm done for. The intense battle raged on for half an hour. Finally, the 4-meter-tall giant blue crab slowly fell. Zhang Xiang and his teammates, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, their faces beaming with joy. Captain, take a group photo for us. All the team members gathered around, striking various poses in front of the crab's corpse, eager for a cool group shot. Zhang Xiang shook his head helplessly, but still took the photo for everyone. Since the game's public beta began over a month ago, the revival of spiritual energy had officially started. Awakened beings began to emerge worldwide, and ordinary people could become players by entering the Black Zone, embarking on a path of extraordinary power. Once timid and weak, Zhang Xiang had now grown into the captain of a superpowered team. Today, they had independently hunted down a giant blue crab for the first time, officially becoming qualified superpowered players. As he looked at the giant blue crab before him, Zhang Xiang suddenly thought of someone. After the game's open beta ended, that young player seemed to have disappeared from the game entirely. Nowadays, no one is sure if he's still around. This uncertainty has left everyone feeling a bit disheartened and worried. Zhang Xiang clutched the gleaming star-tooth ring in his hand, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Stranded alone on a monster-infested deserted island, he knew his days were numbered. Just as he was shaking his head in despair, his satellite phone suddenly rang. Calling, calling. Team 109 from the 7th Forbidden Zone, urgently requesting headquarters support. Please proceed immediately. A never-before-seen supermonster has appeared in the 7th Forbidden Zone, requesting emergency assistance. Zhang Xiang was momentarily stunned, but quickly gathered his team, disposed of the corpses, and boarded a helicopter heading for headquarters. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed gently, but Zhang Xiang and his team frowned. In the distance, continuous artillery fire filled the air, with a dozen fighter jets circling and firing relentlessly. On the ground, hundreds of tanks formed a defensive line, firing madly. At the center of the chaos, a colossal creature, around 20 meters tall, kept charging forward. Soon, someone approached and led Zhang Xiang and his team to an open area. There, over 1,000 players had gathered, and Zhang Xiang recognized many familiar faces. Zhang Xiaolong, a dazzling new star from Xinshan Superpower High School and also his senior. Despite having only a 3-star talent, his potential in actual combat was immense, especially in martial arts, making him a rare martial arts prodigy. Chang Wei, the only 5-star talent at Xuanwu High School, rumored to have reached level 7, was the highest-ranked individual at Xinshan High School. Xiao Ao, the strongest ranged attacker at Xinshan High School, known for his 4-star talent and archery skills, could seriously wound a giant blue crab with a single arrow, showcasing his extraordinary strength. Despite the impressive lineup, Zhang Xiang still felt uncertain. He turned to look at the distant giant beast, filled with doubt. Could such a monster really be defeated by humans? Even with 1,000 people working together, it seemed like a suicidal mission. Just as he was lost in worry, Principal Chen hurried over. Students, now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. As you can see, a super monster has appeared in the Black Forbidden Zone. Although we've managed to suppress it with artillery fire, we can't eliminate it. Its size also makes it impossible to contain. This time, we're counting on all of you. Principal Chun solemnly removed his glasses and gave a military salute to everyone present. However, not everyone stayed. At least 20% chose to leave. Principal Chun watched them go without saying a word. He then turned to the remaining crowd, adjusted his glasses, and smiled with satisfaction. Get ready, we're moving out. The engineering team has dug a massive trap ahead. Once the artillery fire stops, we'll lure the monster into the trap together. Soon, all the players boarded pickup trucks and headed to the battlefield. As they got closer, Zhang Xiang felt the monster growing even larger before his eyes. Looking up, he saw a towering body over 20 meters high, with powerful, thick legs and a terrifying, gaping maw. This 20-meter class elite monster, the giant-mouthed frog, was a horrifying creature Zhang Xiang had never encountered before. Can these players really defeat such a monster? Meanwhile, 20-meter class super monsters have started appearing in black zones around the globe. At the secret base of Bureau 826, Li Yong sat in his office in the command center. 8 samples of the purple material had been collected, and the report on Project Zero was in his hands. He was anxious. They were about to meet the Zero player. Glancing at Bai Yan's data report, he saw that she had been promoted to level 8, becoming one of the top players in Huaxia. Recently, players across the nation had successfully defeated several elite-level monsters, and most of the experience books from the white chests had been given to Bai Yan, allowing her to quickly level up. However, she still had the daunting task of slaying more monsters ahead of her. Just as he was lost in thought, the office door was knocked on urgently. A clerk rushed in, anxiously reporting to Li Yong, "Director, it's not good. There's an issue in Black Zone 13. A super monster has broken through the blockade and is about to enter the city." Li Yong sprang to his feet. The situation was critical. Longhai City, a second-tier coastal city in Huaxia, has a population of over 2 million. A month ago, a black zone suddenly appeared dozens of kilometers away from Longhai City. Initially, millions of residents fled, abandoning their homes. However, the next day, the global resurgence of spiritual energy occurred, and Longhai City, being close to the Black Zone, instantly became the place with the richest spiritual energy in the country. Since the game's beta launch, almost no monsters had emerged from the Black Zone, prompting people to return to their homes. In just a few days, property prices in Longhai City skyrocketed due to the high frequency of awakenings among its residents. Amid the celebrations, a crisis was quietly approaching. At this moment, a 20-meter class giant frog was hopping closer to Longhai City. With each leap, it covered hundreds of meters in an instant, moving at an astonishing speed. Numerous helicopters followed, launching fierce attacks, but they couldn't stop its advance. The giant frog seemed drawn by some force, eager to reach Longhai City. Despite exhausting their ammunition, the wounds on the frog's body healed almost instantly. Suddenly, a red light streaked across the sky. An intercontinental missile headed straight for the giant frog, blowing it to pieces. However, within seconds, the frog regenerated under the game rules and continued its march towards Longhai City. In the distant mobile command center, anxiety was palpable. We can't defeat it. Where are the players? It's about to enter the city. There's another 20-meter class supermonster in District 13, and the players can't get here in time. We must delay it. If it gets into the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone in the command center was deeply worried. Once this supermonster entered the city, heavy weaponry would become ineffective. As the enemy tank units drew closer during the pursuit, the situation became increasingly urgent. The commander immediately issued an order. The enemy tanks must not enter the city. He relayed the command for the infantry company at the front lines to take a stand and use their firepower to delay the enemy tanks. With the tank units on the verge of arrival, time was of the essence, and every second counted. Facing the severe threat, the commander's brow was furrowed with concern. He understood the critical nature of this battle. The infantry soldiers responded swiftly to the call, standing firm at their positions, ready to face the incoming enemy. The battlefield erupted with the roar of artillery and the haze of smoke, creating an intense atmosphere. The commander's emotions mirrored the intensity of the battlefield. His gaze was filled with determination and decisiveness. Each decision carried immense responsibility, and he was constantly monitoring the battlefield, leaving no room for error. In this life-and-death struggle, the commander exhibited extraordinary calmness and courage, setting an example for his troops. Under the commander's leadership, the infantry soldiers fought valiantly. With unwavering will and tenacious spirit, they engaged the enemy. Despite the formidable enemy tanks, they were determined to defend every inch of land and prevent the enemy from entering the city. As the tank units approached, the dawn of victory seemed within reach. The commander led his troops in a fierce battle, undeterred by the dangers, vowing to defend their homeland at all costs. The soldiers, forged in the fires of war, were creating an enduring legend of heroism. In this decisive battle, everyone fought bravely for a common belief, defending their home until the very last moment. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense as they faced a difficult decision. They had already launched numerous long-range missiles to try and stop the colossal creatures, but with little success. The helicopter squadron had run out of ammunition, and the tank units couldn't keep up with the monster's speed. In this desperate situation, they had no choice but to deploy the infantry stationed on the front lines. Their mission was to buy time for the evacuation of Longhai City's residents. Orders were quickly issued to thousands of infantry soldiers. Military armored vehicles advanced towards the beasts, and although these were Huaxia's most elite warriors, they were now facing a super monster that could continuously regenerate. The odds were slim, but they pressed forward with unwavering courage. Win or lose, they had no hesitation. Such is the spirit of Huaxia's soldiers, fearless and resolute. In the distance, the super beast known as Big Mouth Frog fixed its cold, mocking eyes on the humans before it, as if ridiculing their insignificance. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth interlocked in a menacing grin. Ribbit. More prey had arrived. Deep within the forest on a desolate island, Wang Mang sat atop Seala, observing the big mouth frog playing dead in front of him. He was somewhat speechless at the creature's performance. It had flipped onto its back, twitched, and even drooled. If it hadn't just shown its ferocious intent to devour him, Wang Mang might have been fooled. Hey, big guy, you can insult his body, but never his intelligence. With a single punch, a terrifying shockwave tore through the air, splitting the frog's belly wide open, killing it instantly. Wang Mang shook his head, a hint of disdain on his lips. Do you still not understand my strength? Pretending to be dead in front of me is a surefire way to meet your end. The monster's corpse gradually decomposed, dissipating into specks of white light, leaving Wang Mang with a blue treasure chest. However, he no longer felt much excitement about these chests, as they mostly contained common items, with rare equipment and blueprints being scarce. Perhaps because he had passed the novice stage, it had become increasingly difficult to find good items in treasure chests lately. After organizing his loot, Wang Mang retrieved a crimson curved blade from his spatial backpack. The blade was entirely red, adorned with snake-like patterns, warm to the touch like human skin, and emitting a faint heat. This was a rare purple quality weapon with powerful attributes, the only purple equipment he had obtained after defeating a giant serpent. Besides this weapon, the chest contained some level 3 experience books, blue seeds, and a blueprint for crafting a blue quality bow. Though the curved blade had excellent attributes, it required Wang Mang to actively use its skills. While it was quite effective against smaller monsters, it wasn't invincible. Holding the curved blade, Wang Mang strolled through the forest, his heart as calm as still water. As Wang Mang's power grew, the number of monsters in the forest that posed a threat to him dwindled. During one of his expeditions, he accidentally stumbled into the territory of a group of monsters. Seeing a dozen giant spider monsters charging at him, Wang Mang gripped his long blade tightly, showing no sign of panic. He swung his blade, sending out a 10-meter-long fiery slash with astonishing speed. Before the spiders could react, the fiery slash had already cut through the air, forming a dense web of flames that instantly annihilated the dozen spider monsters. Satisfied, Wang Mang patted his long blade. Though it wasn't an enhancing weapon, it looked incredibly cool when dealing with small monsters. Thanks to his passive skill, the blade's abilities had almost no cooldown. As long as he had enough energy, he could continuously unleash powerful attacks. After sheathing his blade, Wang Mang jumped onto his pet, Seala, and comfortably lay back in a wooden tub, reopening the group chat. However, the chat was still eerily silent. Since the game's public beta over a month ago, no other players had logged in. The forums had also become deserted. It felt as though Wang Mang was the only human left in the world. Over the past month, the loneliness of the deserted island had been gnawing at Wang Mang's spirit. Despite his immense power and the constant layers of super spiritual enhancement, the loneliness was like an abyss trying to consume him. Staring at the silent group chat, Wang Mang felt his mood plummet. Realizing his emotional turmoil, he quickly took out his phone from his spatial backpack and watched some videos of beautiful girls to relax a bit. Afterwards, he stretched out and gazed up at the sky. The longer he stayed on the deserted island, the more he felt that loneliness was his greatest enemy. Though he had only been on the island for a few months, it felt like years had passed. This illusion wasn't random. He could sense that the island was bizarrely distorting time and amplifying his inner loneliness. To survive and return home, he had to conquer this terrifying solitude. Long ago, he had a premonition, which was one of the reasons he chose to become a spirit summoner. Without Seala and Xiao Haizi by his side, he might have already gone mad. Besides his pets, the girls in his phone videos provided him with significant support. Unfortunately, Brother Xiang's collection was mostly Western style, which was a bit too extreme for his taste. He preferred plot-rich Japanese videos and anime. However, these methods were merely temporary fixes, providing only slight relief from his stress. The only true way for him to fully release his tension was through extreme combat. Unleashing his most powerful abilities and engaging in life-and-death battles with super monsters brought him immense joy and exhilaration. The thrill of such fights was his best remedy against loneliness. Therefore, he had been seeking out various super monsters lately, continuously challenging himself. Unfortunately, the drop rate for purple chests was extremely low. So far, he had only obtained one after defeating a 50-meter-long serpent. Through these intense battles, his power had steadily increased, his level had risen to 20, and his mastery of ancient Chinese martial arts had become increasingly proficient. In this mysterious forest, he no longer needed to hide like he used to. Over the past month, he had painstakingly saved up hundreds of thousands of gold coins. He had also repeatedly performed sacred rituals on Seala and Xiao Haizi, significantly enhancing their innate potential. At this moment, Seala had grown to over 10 meters tall, its massive physique leaving people in awe. Xiao Haizi had also reached a height of 5 meters, its power even more formidable. Even in its juvenile stage, it could easily defeat an elite-level big mouth frog. It was clear that in the near future, they would become his invaluable allies. Wang Mang opened his panel again, his gaze falling on the latest notification. Ding, your level has been raised to LV20. Please complete the world quest to advance your world level. When Wang Mang reached level 20, a sudden notification popped up. The world quest seemed simple enough. Defeat 3 different types of 20-meter elite monsters alone. Wang Mang scoffed at the task when he saw it. He thought it was too easy, something he could complete with a flick of his wrist. So, he spent 2 hours tracking down the 3 elite monsters, taking each one out with a single punch. The last one, a giant frog, was the final blow. Then, a message appeared on his screen. Ding, world quest completed. Do you wish to level up the world? Wang Mang was about to eagerly click yes, but at the last moment, he hesitated. A shadowy figure, pixelated in black, with a sinister smile, flashed in his mind, making him uneasy. The sudden intrusion into the game world, the preset reward chest, and the unexpected appearance of the black, pixelated figure all pointed to one thing. the emergence of players was not a simple matter. Wang Mang frowned, his gaze becoming resolute. There was no room for hesitation. Having been on this deserted island for so long, he had learned one crucial lesson. In this world, he could only trust himself and rely on his own fists. As long as he kept getting stronger, all schemes and plots would be crushed under his power. He was Wang Mang. Anyone who dared to mess with him would pay back tenfold, 100-fold. With that resolve, he pressed the button. The entire world began to ripple, with invisible waves emanating from Wang Mang, quickly spreading across the island and into the sea. Everything seemed to undergo some strange transformation, yet it also felt as if nothing had changed at all. As Wang Mang leveled up the world, 80 black zones on blue star simultaneously began to boil. Invisible black mist rolled and spread in all directions, engulfing the land and corroding the entire world. The expansion of these black zones continued for an hour, doubling the size of the 80 black zones. In the underground secret base of Bureau 826, Li Yong and hundreds of staff members watched the big screen anxiously. The sudden expansion of the 14 black zones in Huaxia had everyone on edge. They had no clue what this change signified. Li Yong stared intently at the screen. The expansion of the black zones was definitely not a good sign. He ordered a full evacuation and battle preparations. He called for the diplomatic team to prepare for a video conference with the diplomats of the 7 nations. He notified Principal Chun to be ready to initiate Plan Zero and prepare the materials. He urgently wrote a report to inform the Supreme Council and prepare for the unlocking of nuclear weapons. As a series of orders were issued, Li Yong hurried to the meeting room to coordinate with the diplomats of the 7 nations. Today, he had to obtain the purple materials from them. He had a strong premonition that the changes in the black zones were closely related to the Zero player. 3 days later, several planes landed at an airport in China. Steven stepped out of the cabin, clutching a mysterious box, his expression grave. Trailing behind him was a group of burly, intimidating men who exuded an unapproachable aura. Just a few days prior, a sudden upheaval in the black zone had left the elite in a state of panic. The unexpected contact from China had caught them off guard. After a series of cryptic exchanges, Steven arrived in China with a piece of purple material. To his knowledge, other major nations were also bringing their own purple materials. Despite his suspicions about the connection between these changes in China, the undeniable fact of the country's widespread promotion of the resurgence of spiritual energy led them to believe China possessed information unknown to them. The purple material was extremely rare and precious in their beautiful country, considered a national treasure. Steven had forcibly taken this piece from a laboratory, where at least 100 old professors had chased after him, threatening to use firearms. Recalling that scene sent a shiver down his spine. Those seemingly gentle researchers were, in fact, harboring sinister intentions, and he had undoubtedly crossed them this time. As Steven walked a few steps, a bespectacled, amiable-looking Chinese man approached and greeted him kindly. This man, named Li Yong, had been informed of Steven's arrival and harbored his own dark intentions. Li Yong stepped forward, eyeing the box in Steven's hand with a smile. "General Steven, you must have had a long journey. Let me take that for you." Steven smiled as he handed over the box. "It's no trouble at all. I'm just curious, what do you need so much purple material for?" Pushing his glasses up, Li Yong gave a forced smile and replied, "That's beyond the scope of our agreement, so I won't answer that." "Ha, no need to be so tense, I'm just curious," Steven said before leaving the airport with his entourage. Li Yong watched their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing. Spies from various nations had likely already infiltrated China, undoubtedly trying to gather information on Project Zero. He instructed his trusted aides to prepare decoys, ensuring that no one would discover his whereabouts. With his orders given, he turned and left the airport. With 10 pieces of purple material now assembled, Project Zero was about to commence. In a forest on a deserted island, a young man was bent over, carrying a massive stone on his back. His teeth were clenched, and sweat covered his forehead as he trudged forward with difficulty. This was Wang Mang's latest training task. After walking a great distance and feeling nearly at his limit, he suddenly exerted all his strength and hurled the stone tens of meters away. Recently, he had been either fighting monsters to level up or continuously training. The deserted island was monotonous and devoid of entertainment. Only by constantly leveling up and training could he expend his excess energy and avoid being plagued by distracting thoughts. On this desolate island, David roams the beach alone, his heart filled with longing for his family and fear of the unknown fate that awaits him. The barren land presses down on him with the weight of survival and a yearning for the future. Despite the myriad difficulties and challenges he faces, David remains steadfast in his belief that maintaining a calm heart will enable him to overcome any obstacle. In his struggle against nature, he learns to treasure every drop of water and every bite of food, to listen to the sounds of the waves, and to feel the embrace of the wind. Though life on the island is tough, it also provides David with a chance to reevaluate the meaning of life and to appreciate the happiness in front of him. Through his conversations with nature, he finds inner peace and strength, becoming a stronger and braver person. David no longer feels lost or confused. He has developed a way of living that is isolated yet in harmony with nature. By maintaining inner peace and resilience, he discovers the hope for survival on the island and the strength to one day return home. After his training, he eagerly jumped onto Seala's back, found a clearing, and began cooking. As he prepared the food, he fell into deep thought. Since his last world level up, he noticed that this world hadn't changed much. The monsters were still the same, with no apparent increase in strength. The forest remained lush and green, and there wasn't a single elf girl in sight. However, he was convinced that there must be some hidden changes he hadn't yet perceived. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification sound rang from his panel. Wong Mang was puzzled. He hadn't done anything special recently, so why was there a notification? Driven by curiosity, he opened it and found a private message. Could he be seeing things? He actually received a message? Wong Mang rubbed his eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion. It wasn't. Excited, he was on the verge of tears. Finally, after a month of waiting, someone was online. My dear companions, my precious friends, I'm back. Wong Mang eagerly opened the message. Is Wong Mang there? This is Li Jun. Please reply.
Yunge, Yunge.
It's me. It's me. You're finally back. I missed you so much, really missed you. Wong Mang replied with enthusiasm. Li Jun felt a bit confused. They had only talked twice before and weren't exactly close. This enthusiasm seemed a bit much. Ahem. Wong Mang, how have you been lately? Oh, very good. Eating well, drinking well, sleeping well. Li Jun frowned slightly, looking concerned. Was something wrong with this zero player? Wong Mang, let's talk business. Shall we? Sure, go ahead. I'm listening. Sigh. It's been raining nonstop on this deserted island. My pants are soaked. When I was a kid, my mom always said to bring an umbrella when it rained, but my dad never did, and they often argued about it. Wong Mang started to ramble. He hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time and was desperate for communication. Although he had only been on the deserted island for a short while, it felt like an eternity. After a long conversation, they finally got to the main topic. Wong Mang, here's the situation. We found another player with special awakening abilities. She might be able to bring you back, but she needs your body as a medium. After hearing Li Jun's words, Wong Mang stood there, tears streaming down his face. This was the best news he had heard in months, incomparable to anything else. Finally, he could end this desolate survival and return to Blue Star to show off. The sudden happiness was overwhelming. Jungo, the medium is right here. I'll offer everything I have right now. If it's not enough, I can provide more. Li Jun quickly refused. No need, no need. Just your hair will do. Hair is enough. Afterwards, they talked for a long time, and Wong Mang learned about the latest developments on Blue Star. He also found out why players hadn't appeared since the public test. It turned out they hadn't moved to a new server but were planning to traverse worlds, and now required a ticket for the journey. The ticket for each player was 10 purple materials, which was almost unaffordable for Blue Star players. Upon learning this, Wong Mang quickly opened his backpack, took out 100 purple materials, and listed them on the auction house. Li Jun took the 100 pieces of purple materials handed over by Wong Mang, feeling both shocked and incredulous. He had spent a tremendous amount of time and effort gathering these materials, with countless Chinese soldiers and players giving their all, even sacrificing their lives. And now, Wong Mang effortlessly had 100 pieces in his possession. This unbelievable fact left Li Jun deeply astonished. He began to question just how powerful the zero player really was. Could it be that the formidable monsters he faced were mere child's play for him? Upon learning that Wong Mang had reached level 21, Li Jun felt the gap between them even more acutely. As one of the first batch of initial players, he had been diligently practicing ancient Chinese martial arts and constantly challenging various monsters. Yet, he was still only at level 6, which left him feeling frustrated and helpless. Despite the country's support and resources, why was there such a significant disparity in their abilities? Despite feeling a bit heavy-hearted, Li Jun quickly adjusted his mindset. He took out his live streaming equipment, preparing to have Wong Mang document daily life to collect data from the other world. Although he usually kept his abilities under wraps, in this special circumstance, he had to showcase some of his skills in advance, readying himself for the country's call. Wong Mang eagerly took the equipment, excited to start recording. He knew today was a lucky day, with people constantly seeking to collaborate with him. Looking at his image in the camera, he realized he needed to spruce up his appearance, especially if he wanted to attract more attention from girls when he returned to the real world. Early the next morning, Wong Mang chatted with Li Jun for 3 hours before heading out with his team to hunt monsters and level up. Unlike usual, he had deliberately given himself a short haircut, cleaned up thoroughly, and wore only a pair of shorts to show off his perfect physique. His sun-kissed skin, well-proportioned muscles, and impressive chest and abs were truly eye-catching. Wang Mang was pleased with his appearance, confident that once this video was uploaded, it would mark the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one where he would no longer be alone. Upon receiving the manuscript, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. He looked at the task before him, feeling delighted as he contemplated how to make the article more vivid and engaging. He decided to enhance it by adding emotional elements, employing rhetorical devices, and varying the vocabulary. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming began optimizing the article. He infused the text with lively and enthusiastic language, bringing the words to life. By substituting synonyms and incorporating rhetorical techniques, he transformed the once mundane sentences into sparkling expressions. While reworking the sentence structures, he skillfully adjusted the word order, making the article more fluid and captivating. After his diligent efforts, Xiao Ming successfully optimized the article. He felt immensely satisfied with his accomplishment, filled with a sense of achievement. The joy of creation brought him immense pleasure and fulfillment, deepening his passion for writing. Now, the article not only preserved its original ideas but also added more emotional depth and vivid descriptions, making it easier for readers to immerse themselves and enjoy the insights and pleasures it offered. Wang Mang stared into the live stream camera, exuding a cool and handsome demeanor. With a devilish smirk, he turned sharply and dashed into the dense forest. Facing a giant frog, he casually threw his spear, taking it down effortlessly. A 30-meter-long serpent? One punch was enough to crush its head.
A 50-Meter Talmaniating Flor?
He even paused to toy with it for a few seconds. After a day of hunting, Wang Mang didn't eat. Instead, he pulled Li Jun aside for a 2-hour chat. This repeated for 3 days until Li Jun logged off with a numb expression, vowing never to engage in conversation again. In a large conference room in Huaxia, hundreds of people sat solemnly and tensely. Each attendee was an elite of the nation, participating in an extremely confidential special meeting. The screen displayed a young man wearing only a pair of shorts, baring his torso, and continuously posing in front of the camera, showing off his abs and flexing his chest for over an hour. Li Jun, sitting in the corner, covered his face in shame. The scene was unbearably embarrassing. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked, "What is Player Zero doing?" Li Jun, "Has Player Zero lost his mind?" Li Jun quickly stood up and asserted, "Rest assured, Player Zero's mental state is perfectly normal. Maybe he's just a bit bored." At that moment, the nation's top psychologist suddenly shared his perspective. This might be a sign of depression due to long-term lack of social interaction, which is understandable. Humans are inherently social creatures. Prolonged isolation can lead to a loss of language skills, turning someone into a near-feral state. Player Zero still appears relatively normal, but he might often talk to himself or entertain himself. This is much better than becoming autistic. At least we can still communicate with him. Just as the psychologist finished speaking, the screen's image finally changed. The young man gave a devilish smile to the camera and dashed into the forest at incredible speed. Several drones followed him, capturing every move from various angles. The dense forest was teeming with monsters. From 10, 20, to 30 meters, and even over 50 meters, supergiant spiders appeared on the screen. Their massive and terrifying figures made everyone in the room feel a strong sense of oppression. The entire conference room was filled with heavy, rapid breathing, and cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. Compared to these supermonsters, the baby-level monsters on Blue Planet were insignificant. If these supermonsters were to invade Blue Planet and couldn't be defeated by conventional weapons, humanity might truly face extinction. At least for now, the players absolutely couldn't withstand such dreadful creatures. Then, in the video, all these terrifying monsters were easily defeated by the young man. One hit, one hit, one hit. Not a single monster could withstand Player Zero's attacks. Finally, the young man stood on the corpse of a super spider and began posing again, continuously flaunting his 8-pack abs and showcasing his robust physique. Now, this astonishing act left no room for doubt. At that moment, everyone realized one undeniable truth. Player Zero had surpassed human limits, akin to the gods of ancient legends. As the video ended, the conference room fell into silence. The footage unveiled the mysteries of the gaming world and made it clear to everyone present how extraordinary Player Zero was. He was different, and no matter the cost, they had to bring him back. However, a few harbored fears, wondering if such a powerful being would bring peace to human society. "How's the preparation for the Zero plan?" someone asked. "All conditions are met. We can commence anytime," came the reply. "Then let's get started." "I can't wait to meet this child," the elder seated at the head of the table commanded. Soon after, various units of the 826 Bureau sprang into action. Within minutes, several bulky armored vehicles arrived at Xianshan Academy for superhumans and swiftly took Bai Yin and others away. The convoy drove through desolate mountains and arrived at a remote area where a large number of troops had gathered. Principal Chan led Bai Yin and the others to the center of the troops. A young man in military uniform approached them. He was tall, handsome, and exuded a stern, martial aura. He was none other than Wang Longhua, the youngest major general of the Huaxia nation. Seeing his superior, Principal Qian hurried forward and eagerly asked, Major General Wang, you came personally? Yes, this mission is of utmost importance. I also wanted to see this player zero for myself, Wang Longhua replied with a smile, turning his gaze to the nervous Bai Yin behind him. This young girl was the key to their mission. Moments later, Bai Yin stood in the center of the open ground, anxiously fidgeting with her skirt and looking around nervously. She was equipped with various blue gear collected from across the nation, along with numerous energy replenishment items. Nearby, a dozen talented players stood ready to assist her in recovering energy whenever needed. Standing next to Principal Chun, Zhang Xiang looked at the grand scene before him and curiously asked, Principal Chun, what is the Zero Plan? I've never heard of it. Principal Chun glanced at him and replied, the Zero Plan is a top-secret national project. Ordinary people wouldn't know about it. You aren't supposed to know either, but because of your connection to Player Zero, the higher-up specifically asked for your involvement. He warned, you're here to observe only. Remember, no leaks, or you'll be charged with treason. Zhang Xiang shrugged and grinned, falling silent as he turned his attention back to Bai Yin. His curiosity piqued. Zhang Xiang was filled with curiosity. Who was this mysterious woman, and what made her so special that she could cause such a commotion? Meanwhile, Bai Yin stood nervously in the center of the crowd. Even though her physical wounds had healed since becoming a player, the emotional scars remained. She hated being stared at, and felt even more uncomfortable in crowds. Clutching her medium tightly, she kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Just then, Zhang Xiaolong approached her and gently reassured her, Bai Yin, there's no need to be nervous. You can start now. Bai Yin looked up and saw a glimmer of reassurance in Zhang Xiaolong's eyes. She nodded slightly and began to use her ability. She raised her right hand, and the medium she held slowly dissolved into light particles. Innate talent, medium summoning, activate. As her ability was unleashed, Bai Yan's energy rapidly depleted, triggering various recovery mechanisms. As the ability took effect, the surrounding space began to warp, as if something was trying to break through and enter this world. Everyone watched the spatial distortion with tense expressions. Could Bai Yin really summon back Player Zero? And if Player Zero returned, what would happen next? Just as everyone waited anxiously, the space ahead twisted violently, and a black figure emerged. Eyes widened in terror as they stared at the figure. What on earth was this thing? Prepare to execute Plan B. Major General Wang shouted. In an instant, soldiers around them raised their guns, aiming at the shadow. From a distance, hundreds of heavy snipers took aim, and the tank cannons adjusted their positions. Report, snipers are ready. Report, long-range missiles locked on target. Report, mini-nuclear warheads ready. Under Major General Wang's orders, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang Xiang listened to the reports over the radio, feeling utterly tormented. How could they even prepare nuclear warheads? Wasn't anyone afraid of dying? He looked around, seeing the solemn expressions of the soldiers, all seemingly prepared for sacrifice. Swallowing hard, he whispered, Principal Chun, can I leave first? Principal Chun didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the shadow. On the open ground, countless black squares twisted and turned, forming a black figure. This shadow had no facial features, but the black squares arranged themselves into eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Bai Yin hadn't summoned a human. She had summoned a mass of black pixels. What was going on? Had Player Zero disappeared? Or, as he had initially suspected, was Player Zero a monster all along, and everything was a trap? Faced with the black, pixelated figure, everyone felt a chilling fear and an overwhelming sense of dread. This creature was incredibly powerful. Though it appeared small, in their eyes, it loomed like a 100-meter-tall, terrifying giant. The sinister black mosaic seemed poised to engulf everyone. Just as the group was about to take action, the mosaic suddenly lifted a foot. With this movement, the black figure lost its balance, and countless mosaic tiles scattered into the wind. Its body vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving only a head, silently screaming with its mouth wide open. As the black figure completely disappeared, the tension among the group began to ease. Looking back, they saw Bai Yin collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat and unconscious. Her strength was utterly depleted, and so, Project Zero ended in failure. The footage of the black mosaic figure was sent to the highest council chamber. In the vast meeting room, the elite of Huaxia gathered once more. They stared at the black figure in the recording, their expressions grave. The fact that Project Zero had summoned this black mosaic left them astounded. According to our survey, almost all the soldiers present believe that the black mosaic is exceptionally malevolent, possibly possessing some sort of psychological toxicity. What happened to Player Zero? Could he be dead? Our understanding of the monster world is still too limited. I don't think he would die so easily. Yesterday's footage proved Player Zero's strength. What if this black mosaic is actually Player Zero? These words plunged the room into silence. This possibility couldn't be ignored. We must send someone to the monster world to confirm Player Zero's whereabouts. I oppose this. The entity looks too evil. Maybe we were fooled from the start. It might just be a malevolent creature. I also oppose it. We've exhausted all our purple materials. To get more tickets, we would have to make enormous sacrifices. Amid the heated debate, the elder seated at the head of the table glanced at Li Yong and nodded slightly.
Li Yong suddenly understood.
In fact, Player Zero had once given them 100 pieces of purple material. Only a few people knew about this. The 100 pieces were extremely precious, probably unmatched globally. If this information were to be revealed, everyone present would undoubtedly covet them. The elder tapped the table and suddenly announced loudly, "Leave this matter to Bureau 826. Do not panic. The sky is not falling." The meeting quickly adjourned, leaving everyone with the image of that sinister black mosaic in their minds. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, Wang Mang was bewildered. Moments ago, he felt the space around him ripple, and then he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself enveloped in thick fog. The white mist churned, with shadowy figures moving around him. He tried to call out, but there was no response. This foggy space was eerily silent, sending chills down his spine. After a moment of hesitation, he recalled Li Jun's words and prepared to step into the mist. As he took a step forward, a powerful force suddenly pulled at the surrounding space. When he turned around, he found himself still in the exact same spot, as if he had never moved at all. This unexpected situation filled him with confusion. Was it an illusion? Or had the plans to summon him failed? A sense of unease and doubt churned within him. Wong Mang shook his head, filled with hesitation. Perhaps it would be better to wait until Li Jun came again and probe him further. Ever since Li Jun mentioned summoning him back, Wong Mang hadn't held much hope. As his time on the island grew longer, he realized that his situation was far more complicated than he initially imagined. Especially when he unleashed his strongest form, the superhuman resistance changed his perspective on the world entirely. He vaguely felt as if countless thin threads were entwining him, tightly binding him to this space. Yet, whenever he tried to touch these threads, they seemed to vanish into thin air. He began to wonder whether his entrapment in this world was due to his innate abilities or something deeper that he couldn't comprehend. After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, he decided to stop overthinking it. Everything was an illusion. Only his strength and fists were real. With a determined look, Wong Mang no longer felt lost. He had a premonition that the shadowy figure he encountered in the reward chest would appear again. It would definitely come looking for him. Wong Mang stood up and began leaping through the forest. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Only by continuously improving his strength could he feel safe. Only by constantly leveling up could he dismantle all the schemes and plots. A few days later, the system notification sounded. Killed Big Mouth Frog. Received 1 white chest. Level increased to 22. After evenly distributing his attributes, Wong Mang began to process the Big Mouth Frog's corpse. Ever since reaching level 20, killing Big Mouth Frogs no longer granted additional attributes, and the chance of chest drops had significantly decreased. Sometimes, he would even get white chests, like now. However, he didn't mind. Apart from some blue equipment with special skills, other low-quality gear held little value for him. Moreover, he was no longer the penniless novice he once was. His space pouch contained a large amount of high-quality blue equipment, and he even had 2 pieces of purple gear on him. Recently, he had defeated many 50-meter level monsters, but had only obtained 2 purple chests in total. One was from his first victory over a 50-meter giant serpent, which yielded a purple-quality flaming scimitar. The other came from a 50-meter giant spider. This piece of equipment, the spider's fang necklace, was of purple quality and had rare attributes: Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Energy plus 100. Its effects included increased energy recovery speed by 30% when worn, Spider Mark, which consumed a certain amount of energy to temporarily boost movement and attack speed, and Spider Shadow, which consumed energy to create a clone with 50% of his own strength. This skill lasted for 10 minutes, making it a powerful support skill, rated 3 stars. This spider's fang was obtained from a purple chest and featured 2 active skills. Additionally, the active skills on the spider's fang complemented his innate abilities, making him even stronger. This piece of equipment has become a powerful artifact for Wong Mang, significantly boosting his leveling speed. Standing on a tree trunk, he forcefully plunged the flameburst scimitar into the wood, continuously summoning the power of the super spirit infusion. His attributes doubled, resistances dramatically increased, and both his stamina and energy were restored. As the skills stacked, Wong Mang's body gradually expanded, with muscles intertwining like totemic tattoos blossoming on his skin. His heartbeat echoed like war drums heralding his return. Energy surged through his body, turning him crimson and enveloping him in a steamy haze, as if shrouded in mist. At this moment, Wang Mang had transformed into a red-skinned giant, towering over 8 meters tall, showcasing immense power. He effortlessly pulled the flame-burst scimitar from the trunk, and in an instant, it morphed into a massive blade, revealing its true might. The giant blade blazed in his hand, flames wildly spreading through the trees, forming a long fiery path. This was the skill of the flame-burst scimitar, and combined with his giant form, the power of the fire blade was exponentially increased, moving with such speed that it was almost impossible to track. Satisfied with the weapon in his hand, Wang Mang sheathed the blade back into the trunk and let out a loud cry, summoning a shadowy spider. In his red-skinned giant form, the shadow began to twist, and a massive spider creature emerged, with a muscular human upper body and 8 spider legs below. The spider shadow swiftly vanished into the forest, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Mang's shadow twisted again, and another spider shadow appeared. With his continuous upgrades and transformations, the limitations of his energy were gradually weakening, allowing him to summon powerful spider shadows with ease, no longer worrying about energy depletion. These spider shadows possessed half the strength of his red-skinned giant form, demonstrating his ever-growing combat prowess. They will take Wang Mang's place and continue hunting relentlessly. Within a 10-kilometer radius around Wang Mang, all experience points from monsters killed by his spider shadows are credited to him. Despite these spider shadows being only half as powerful as his transformed red muscle giant form, they are unbeatable in this forest unless they encounter a supermonster. Meanwhile, Seala and Heibao are also out hunting and leveling up. Wang Mang lets them roam freely, knowing they can't die and can enjoy themselves. He has also tasked them with searching for traces of supermonsters. After summoning the spider shadows, Wang Mang gradually reverts to his ordinary young man appearance. He sits and recalls what Li Jun mentioned earlier. Since the game's public beta began, more than 80 black zones have appeared worldwide, spewing various monsters. Recently, these black zones have doubled in size, and the monsters emerging from them have grown significantly stronger. This sudden shift has disrupted the previously stable situation. The expansion of the black zones coincided with him leveling up the world. As humanity's strongest superpowered player, he inadvertently influences the fate of the entire planet. He still doesn't fully understand how the world level affects him personally. However, for the planet, his level-ups accelerate the game's progression, leading to intensified monster invasions. So, what if he levels up the world again? Wang Mang gazes at the tranquil forest outside, lost in thought. He can imagine that another level up could bring about an apocalyptic scenario for the planet. Unless he can return to reality, these unbeatable super monsters would become humanity's nightmare. Perhaps his rapid leveling has left other players unprepared. But if he stops leveling, how can he escape this deserted island? The sea is far more treacherous than it seems. Without absolute power, he wouldn't dare attempt to cross it. Becoming stronger might lead to the planet's destruction, taking his family and friends with it. But staying weak would mean being trapped on this island forever, dying alone. Wang Mang looks up at the sky and sighs deeply. It's a daunting choice. He used to mock protagonists in novels with tragic orphan backstories. Now, he realizes that perhaps only orphans are suited to be main characters. Just as he's deep in thought, the spider shadows begin to return, bringing back numerous monster corpses and treasure chests. Wang Mang processes each corpse and stores the chests in his spatial backpack. Since acquiring the purple Spider Fong equipment, his leveling speed has noticeably increased. Having a group of minions hunting monsters boosts his efficiency far more than solo efforts. After dealing with these, he quickly moves on to find the next hunting target. Soon, the 8-meter-tall red muscle giant reappears, with terrifying spider monsters continuously emerging from its sinister shadow. The hunt continues. A few more days pass. Ding. Defeated Tree Pig, obtained a white chest, and leveled up to 23. Wang Mang was born with extraordinary talents and had no cooldown time for his passive abilities. Every time he used a skill, he could continuously stack status effects, making him undoubtedly a being beyond the level of a 6-star demon god. His level reached an astonishing 233, with a robust physique of 21,515,164, sharp mental acuity of 1,316,576, and abundant energy of 16,621,251,411, far exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. He possessed multiple primary professions such as spirit attachment, fusion, and summoner, with a plethora of skills. These included abilities like summoning house, sharing, and super spirit attachment, allowing him to navigate battles with ease. Additionally, he mastered general skills like intermediate muscle enhancement, which enabled him to rapidly increase muscle strength during combat, showcasing extraordinary fighting capabilities. After transitioning professions, he not only gained additional free attributes, but also received extra boosts to his physique and energy-based attributes with each level up. As a spirit attachment, fusion, and summoner, his primary attribute was energy, which received even greater boosts with each level up. When hunting high-level monsters, he had the chance to obtain treasures that permanently increased his attributes, continuously enhancing his power. Although the effects of these treasures diminished as his base attributes grew, he still persistently collected various treasures, planning to give them to his teammate Bai Yan. Wang Mang decided to attempt summoning Blue Star again to test Bai Yan's abilities. He planned to summon Boss Xia next time to see if it would be successful. Stretching lazily, he closed the attribute panel, feeling a sense of relief for finally leveling up despite the great effort it took. He realized that Li Jun was about to come online again, so he organized his gear and summoned the big green crab and black treasure back to his side. The pet house of the spirit attachment summoner was quite fascinating to him. The summoned pets had no time limits and could be called back anytime. Black treasure had grown large and strong, no longer the small spider it once was, but a mighty creature standing 7 or 8 meters tall. Looking at his two companions, Wong Mang felt elated. He invited them to join him for a barbecue, found an open space, lit a bonfire, and prepared to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Wong Mang pulled out several hefty chunks of pork and skewered them on a massive tree branch. He positioned them over a blazing fire and began to roast them. His eyes were filled with determination, as if they were telling a story of his passion and dedication to great food. The flames licked the meat, producing a crackling sound, while wisps of smoke rose, carrying an enticing aroma. A smile spread across Wong Mang's face as he watched the pork turn a tantalizing golden brown, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. In this moment, it felt as though he was in a world filled only with food and joy, free from all worries and troubles. As Wong Mang's power grew, so did his appetite. Each meal would last over an hour, during which he would indulge heartily. In contrast, Seala's approach was much simpler. Using its massive pincers, it would grab a pig leg the size of a car, mimicking Wong Mang's posture, and start roasting it. Not caring whether it was well cooked, it would eat it directly. Heibao, on the other hand, had a much more refined eating style. It would spin black silk from its rear, wrapping the giant pig leg into a black cocoon, then inject some mysterious venom. In just over 10 minutes, the huge pig leg would turn into a jelly-like delicacy, mesmerizing in its texture. By the roaring fire, this grand feast lasted for over an hour. Just as they finished eating, a notification sound came from the panel. Li Jun was online again. Opening the chat group, sure enough, there was a message from Li Jun. Wong Mang, are you still there? Li Jun cautiously sent the message, still haunted by the eerie black mosaic figure from before. Wong Mang, eager and excited, wiped his hands and quickly responded, Bro, finally, you're back online. We can chat again. Jun Ge, I'm here. Have you eaten yet? Wong Mang began talking non-stop, full of enthusiasm. Li Jun read the chat history without interrupting, quietly listening. The black mosaic figure summoned by Bai Yin earlier was so bizarre that even now, Li Jun couldn't be sure if the person on the other side was truly Wong Mang or that mysterious black mosaic creature. The thought sent shivers down his spine. After a long hesitation, he finally broke the silence. Are you really Wong Mang? Of course, Jun Ge. Why are you suddenly asking this? I'm really Wong Mang, he replied. But Bai Yin summoned a black creature earlier. You can't be Wong Mang. Li Jun's accusation made the chat fall silent. Moments later, Li Jun was already sweating. Why wasn't the other side replying? Had he just exposed the true identity? Was it time to uncover the truth? Surely, that black mosaic creature couldn't emerge from the chat group, right? As Li Jun grew increasingly anxious, a message popped up again. Jun Ge, what black creature? A creature made of countless black squares. Stop pretending, we've already seen through you. Wong Mang stared at the screen, silent. A creature made of countless black squares? Wasn't that the mosaic figure he encountered in the administrator's room? Why would Bai Yin summon a black mosaic through his body? Could it be that the black mosaic figure was actually himself? This joke had gone too far. Wong Mang didn't reply. Instead, he sat in a daze on Seala's back. No. He seemed to have been summoned away. He remembered entering a foggy world filled with countless shadowy figures. So, the black mosaic figure Bai Yin summoned was indeed himself. In Li Jun and the others' eyes, he must have appeared as a black mosaic at that time. Suddenly, it all became clear to Wong Mang, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Wong Mang felt as though his body was restricted by some unknown force, preventing him from being fully summoned back. It might be due to his inherent traits or perhaps because his level was too high. He realized that to others, he appeared as though seen through a pixelated filter, unclear and distorted. Similar to how certain content in videos needed to be pixelated to be discernible, but the current situation seemed more complex. Determined to verify this, he knew only Seala could help confirm it. Fortunately, he was relieved that Bai Yan's talent did work on him. Perhaps as Bai Yan's level increased, she might truly be able to summon him back to Blue Star. He turned to Li Jun and said, Jun Ge, I understand now. You have to believe me. I am Wang Mang. With that, he approached Seala and gently tapped its leg, causing its shell to fall off. He continued, Jun Ge, I've listed some items in the auction house again. Take them back and give it a try. Since he couldn't be fully summoned back, he decided to see if Seala could be successfully summoned. If Seala could be summoned back, it would mean Bai Yan's ability could indeed achieve long-distance teleportation. Li Jun looked at the chat panel and breathed a sigh of relief. The psychological tactics he had employed were designed by top domestic psychologists with the aim of guiding Wang Mang's responses. They had even analyzed Wang Mang's personality and speaking style from childhood to predict his subsequent dialogue. So far, things seemed to be going well. Wang Mang was likely still the same Wang Mang and not a dark creature. At least, his reactions were within the psychologist's predicted range. Wang Mang, seeing that Li Jun hadn't responded, worried that he didn't believe him. He quickly sent another message. Jun Ge, the items I listed in the auction house are my pet's medium. Try summoning it back. The little crab wasn't very strong, so it should be easy to summon. He knew his situation was unusual and required further research. After a while, Li Jun replied, all right, I'll trust you once more. Wang Mang, seeing that Li Jun finally responded, felt relieved. He took out some experience books and treasures that permanently increased base attributes from his spatial backpack, which he had prepared in advance. Jun Ge, these are the experience books and treasures I've accumulated recently. Please take them back to Bai Yan to help her improve her strength. Consider it a token of my appreciation. He then busied himself searching through his spatial backpack, which was cluttered with various items. Soon, he found several white-quality skill books. The drop rate for skill books was extremely low. He had hunted numerous monsters to get a dozen white-quality and 5 blue-quality skill books. Despite the considerable number, he hadn't rushed to use them. With only 3 slots in the general skill category, he had to carefully choose the most suitable skill books. Besides, his strength was already quite formidable, so there was no need to rush. He listed 6 skill books in the auction house again. Jun Ge, I've listed a few more skill books. Pick one for yourself, then give one each to Xiang Ge and Bai Yan. Please deliver the remaining ones to my family. Additionally, he took out some blue-quality equipment he couldn't use and 100 pieces of purple materials, listing them all in the auction house. Li Jun listed some equipment and materials on the auction marketplace again, feeling a twinge of generosity. He viewed this as his way of selflessly contributing. He knew he was not a strange person and hoped that Jun Ge would understand him. Despite Wang Mang's frequent messages, Li Jun no longer harbored doubts about him. However, he chose to remain silent and keep a certain distance from Wang Mang. As a friend, he could trust Wang Mang, but as a soldier, he had to be responsible for millions of people. Even with a minuscule chance, he had to stay vigilant. If Wang Mang really was that dark mosaic monster that couldn't be defeated, like a monster in a game, its appearance would herald the true end of the world. He couldn't take that risk. After sending his messages, Wang Mang waited quietly for Li Jun's response, but Li Jun remained silent. Watching several packages quickly disappear from the auction marketplace, Wang Mang closed the chat window in disappointment. Jun Ge rarely visited, and it seemed they couldn't continue their conversation. Sighing, he decided to go fight monsters instead. Wang Mang stood up and gazed at the vast forest before him. He let He Bao and Seala to hunt freely while he ventured alone into the forest, heading towards the island's center. He leaped and darted through the branches, and whenever an unwelcome guest appeared, he would smash it with a single punch without hesitation. After months of effort, he had become one of the forest's rulers, with few monsters posing a threat to him. Wang Mang moved quickly, running for over an hour before slowing down and moving stealthily. After a few more leaps, he reached the canopy of a towering tree, over 100 meters tall. Gazing ahead, he saw a massive depression in the distance. At the center of the depression stood an enormous withered tree. It must have once been a colossal tree, thousands of meters high, as grand as the World Tree. But now, it lay broken on the ground, reduced to a pile of dry wood, as if some creature had crashed into it and snapped it in half. Wang Mang stared in the direction of the giant tree. Beneath it, a black giant ape, over 100 meters tall, sat. This was the same Black King Kong he had encountered twice before. He vividly remembered hiding in a crevice when he first arrived here, trembling and holding his breath as he watched this towering Black King Kong. Who would have thought that a few months later, he would stand before this Black King Kong, ready to hunt this terrifying beast? Standing atop the tree, Wang Mang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Since his career change, his strength had skyrocketed. Even against 50-meter class super monsters, he had never gone all out. He had long yearned to face this Black King Kong. If this were a game, this creature would undoubtedly be a final boss-level opponent. Its enormous size and the surrounding black aura conveyed its incredible power, almost beyond belief. Yet, it was precisely this power that fueled Wang Mang's fighting spirit. He observed from the treetop for a long time, but did not make a move. The Black King Kong, on the other hand, paid no attention to the tiny figure of Wang Mang, not even glancing his way. After a while, it turned and left. He quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Although he had always believed he had the ability to successfully hunt the towering black gorilla, he restrained himself and didn't take action. Ever since he had entered the administrator's room through that mysterious purple card, a sense of caution had risen within him. Particularly after hearing about the changes in the Black Forbidden Zone, he realized that as he leveled up in the world, the Black Forbidden Zone on Blue Star had doubled in size. The game's beta testing and the expansion of the Black Forbidden Zone indicated that there was some connection between him and Blue Star. He began to worry that his actions might have a significant impact on Blue Star, which was the main reason he didn't dare to attack the black gorilla lightly. He had a premonition that if he killed the 100-meter-tall beast, Blue Star might undergo drastic changes. Therefore, he decided to wait, allowing other players to grow stronger. Wong Mang sighed and moved away from the black gorilla's territory. He then transformed once again into a red muscled giant, with countless spider creatures emerging from his shadow, spreading in all directions. Soon, the slaughter resumed. 3 days later, the players logged off one by one. This time, Wang Mang didn't say goodbye to Li Jun because he knew the other didn't believe him. He opened the chat interface and silently watched as Li Jun's avatar dimmed, feeling a hint of disappointment. Li Jun returned to Blue Star with some shell fragments from Seala. His return was quickly reported to the Supreme Council and Bureau 826. Shortly after, Project Zero was reactivated. A few hours later, in that valley, thousands of troops were still assembled, with tanks and snipers on standby. In the distance, various missiles were ready, and even nuclear weapons had been unlocked in advance, just in case. Although psychologists suggested that Wang Mang might not have turned into a monster, they still needed to be prepared. Soon, Bai Yin reappeared in the center of the crowd. As her powers were unleashed, the space around her twisted violently, revealing a massive figure. It was a colossal being, over 10 meters tall, with giant pincers that could easily snap a tank in half. Seeing this behemoth, everyone present tensed up, aiming their weapons at it. They were not unfamiliar with such a giant beast. It would take at least 100 players working together to bring it down.
Li Yun stood aside, dumbfounded.
Didn't Player Zero say this was just a small pet? How could this multi-story tall creature be considered small? Did he have a different understanding of small? Beside him, Major General Wong watched the monster intently, his expression a mix of tension and excitement. Player Zero's pet was far beyond his expectations. This crab was extraordinarily powerful, even more so than the 20-meter super crab they had encountered before. It was entirely different from the other elite-level crabs, adorned with intricate black patterns and exuding a fierce and imposing presence. Quickly, he called for Zhang Fan to come over and communicate with the giant crab. Zhang Fan, a 17-year-old high school student, had awakened his 3-star ability, Language Expert, just a week ago. He possesses a unique ability to communicate with any living creature, even engaging in telepathic conversations with these beasts. This extraordinary talent allows him to navigate his adventures with ease, interacting with various mysterious beings and gaining invaluable experiences and friendships. During these exchanges, he isn't just conveying information. He's also sensing and resonating with their emotions. This subtle emotional bond with creatures makes his adventures exceptionally rich and colorful, filled with both wonder and warmth. Before long, Zhang Fan was led to the scene. Trembling, he activated his ability, attempting to communicate with the colossal creature and ask who its master was. Major General Wong, eyes fixed on Boss Ye, excitedly urged Zhang Fan on. The enormous blue crab indeed appeared to be the pet of Player Zero, yet it had not attacked anyone during all this time. Nervously, Zhang Fan approached the massive creature, staring in terror. If not for the support of 2 soldiers behind him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He began speaking in crab language. Boss Xie curiously observed Zhang Fan, amazed that this 2-legged creature could communicate like its master. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Back and forth they exchanged words. A minute later, Zhang Fan hurried to Major General Wong, excitedly reporting, "General, I found out. This giant crab calls itself Boss Xie, and its master is a human called Two Legs, who looks just like us. It also told me that its master has ordered not to eat any 2-legged creatures from now on." Zhang Fan finished in one breath, his heart racing with excitement. Previously, he had tried communicating with other monsters, but they ignored him, repeating only, "Eat, eat, eat." Today, however, this giant crab was different, clear in its logic and capable of simple dialogue. Could this be the key to unlocking his ability? By continuing to communicate, could he possibly tame this giant crab as his own pet? He eagerly looked back at Boss Xie. Such an enormous creature must be extraordinary. No, it must be incredibly powerful. Having recently awakened his ability, Zhang Fan knew nothing about Project Zero. While he was lost in his thoughts, Major General Wang signaled to the soldiers behind him, and Zhang Fan was swiftly taken away. This Zhang Fan has impressive abilities. Let's have him join the Qianlong project and assign him to Zhang Xiaolong's team, Major General Wang ordered, then turned eagerly to observe Boss Xie. Player 0 was not dead yet. Bai Yan's ability could also summon entities. Even though they could currently only summon a small pet of Player 0, Major General Wang believed that as Bai Yan's power grew, they would eventually be able to fully summon Player 0 back. Moreover, he could feel that this crab was extremely powerful. Zhang Xiaolong, take Bai Yan and your team members, and head immediately to the vicinity of Restricted Zone 11. There's a newly emerged 20-meter class super frog that has broken through the encirclement. Let's see what this giant crab can do. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong led Bai Yan and the others onto a plane, heading to the Black Restricted Zone 11. In a mountainous region, a terrifying giant frog leaped between the mountains, each jump covering hundreds of meters, moving at an astonishing speed. The tank units were hindered by the terrain and could not effectively intercept it, relying on air units to barely slow its advance. However, within an hour, it would reach a small town in the vicinity, where some residents had yet to evacuate. As several commanders of the Huaxia military frowned in concern, an urgent message came through: all ground units retreat. All ground units retreat. The superhuman player team dispatched by higher-ups has arrived. Leave the battlefield immediately. Suddenly, everyone noticed a colossal blue crab, towering over 10 meters high, emerging in the distance. Its shell was covered in black markings, and its two massive claws looked particularly intimidating. At that moment, its 8 legs moved swiftly over the uneven terrain as if it were walking on flat ground. Opposite it, a 20-meter-tall big-mouthed frog came to an abrupt halt. It eyed the imposing Seala with a hint of unease. Despite Seala being much smaller, the frog, living in a world of monsters, was exceptionally perceptive. This giant crab was a rare mutated creature, far from an ordinary blue crab. Ribbit. The frog's abdomen swelled rapidly, emitting a tremendous croak that echoed through the surroundings. It was a warning, an attempt to intimidate Seala with its size. However, Seala was unfazed by the warning. Having followed Wang Mang since it was young, it had learned almost nothing but brute force. If challenged, it fought. If overpowered, it retreated temporarily, only to return stronger. Especially after becoming Wang Mang's summoned beast, Seala had gained immortality, amplifying its boldness. In the forest, even when facing 100-meter-tall beasts, Seala dared to provoke them. Though it was often swatted to death, it never showed weakness, as it did not fear death. Suddenly, Seala accelerated, its speed increasing by a third. The big-mouthed frog watched Seala rapidly closing the distance, a glint of coldness in its eyes. Its leg muscles swelled, and it began to adjust its direction. In an instant, the ground shattered as the frog leaped, its jaws filled with sharp teeth aimed at Seala. As a seasoned veteran of the forest, the big-mouthed frog had eaten many blue crabs and felt no fear. However, in that split second, Seala's massive claws swung forward, leaving afterimages in their wake. Once, it was just a small crab on the beach, mocked by other crabs. But after enduring the test of time, it was no longer the same Seala. Night after night, under the oil lamp, it trained its claws, one punch after another. Now, it was incredibly powerful. Seala's claws, swift as lightning, clamped down on the giant frog's gaping mouth. The frog struggled desperately to bite down but was firmly held in place, unable to move. With a mighty roar, Seala spread its 8 legs wide, lifted the 20-meter-tall frog high, as if lifting a cauldron. Then, with a powerful motion, its claws tore the frog in half, blood spraying like rain, and its viscera splattering onto Seala's shell, adding to its imposing presence. In the distance, all the observing Huaxia soldiers were stunned. This crab was unbelievably powerful. That was a 20-meter-tall big-mouthed frog, and it had been torn in half with a single move. What kind of strength was this? Zhang Xiaolong and his companions were also in shock. What level was this crab? Its power was terrifying. Since joining Project Zero, Zhang Xiaolong had learned of an extremely mysterious Zero player in Huaxia. During the game's beta phase, Zero became the first player to reach level 10. In his quest to obtain rare purple materials, he mobilized all players and military forces in Huaxia, leading to many sacrifices. Sometimes, Zero found himself questioning whether such a massive price was worth paying for just one player. However, as events unfolded, he finally understood. He had never fully grasped the true extent of Zero's power. It wasn't until he confronted the colossal crab before him that he realized just how formidable this player truly was. In the underground conference room of the 826 Bureau's secret base, people watched the live broadcast on the screen with anticipation. The overwhelming power displayed by Boss Xie deeply moved everyone present. Recently, a series of monsters had escaped from the containment area, plunging the entire nation into chaos. Society was especially terrified by the appearance of massive, swift super frogs. Faced with these gigantic beasts, the only strategy seemed to be sending waves of soldiers to confront them head-on. However, many soldiers and superhuman players had perished in these brutal battles. Today, the screen showed a giant crab effortlessly taking down one of these terrifying monsters. Was this the legendary pet raised by the Zero player? It was incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, this crab had been meticulously bred as a summoned beast. With this crab on their side, the defensive pressure on the black zone would be significantly reduced. Soon after, a series of orders were issued from the 826 secret base, and Zhang Xiaolong and Bai Yin began to get busy. Since the black zone had expanded to twice its original size, the frequency of monster invasions had increased, forcing China to implement a draft plan ahead of schedule. Now, those aspiring to become superhuman players could not only take the martial exams, but also be prioritized for enlistment. Of course, those who experience mutations and awakenings would be specially selected as talents. Despite the continuous expansion of the martial exams, many soldiers in the Chinese military were still transitioning into superhuman players. However, the invasion of super monsters continued to worsen the situation. The appearance of Boss Xie finally brought some relief to this dire scenario. In the following days, Zhang Xiaolong and Bai Yin traveled across the country like firefighters, responding to emergencies. Whenever a super beast escaped from the black zone, Bai Yin would summon Boss Xie to deal with it. Almost all the super beasts that encountered Boss Xie met their doom, swiftly defeated by its immense power. Boss Xie even helped the military capture many super beasts with its formidable strength and massive claws. At the 826 Bureau's secret base, Li Yong was intently watching a plethora of videos documenting Boss Xie's impressive feats of slaying various giant monsters. The crab was unbelievably strong. It could almost sweep across the planet with no creature able to match it. According to the latest data reports, its shell's hardness surpassed that of titanium alloy, its claw's grip strength was 1,000 times that of a crocodile, and its speed exceeded 800 kilometers per hour. Li Yong tightly gripped the report in his hand, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Boss Xie was the pet of the Zero player. If it were a monster from another world, even all the players combined might not be able to subdue it. He glanced at the videos continuously showcasing Boss Xie's majestic prowess and then ordered these clips to be edited into a recruitment advertisement. He hoped that by tomorrow morning, every mobile phone would be playing this short film. As the surrounding personnel gradually left, Li Yong picked up the Zero project document once more. Although their attempt to summon the Zero player had failed, at least they had successfully called back this powerful crab. A crab this powerful, what kind of strength must player Zero possess? Zhang Fan once again pored over player Zero's dossier, relentlessly searching for what set this player apart. The next day, Zhang Fan opened his phone, and a video immediately filled the screen. In the footage, a colossal 20-meter-tall tree boar rampaged through the city. Hundreds of Huaxia soldiers tried their best to stop it, but their efforts were in vain. Bound by the game's rules, the tree boar was invincible. Just as everyone was at a loss, the scene abruptly shifted. A young girl in a pristine white dress slowly approached. She was slender, her face obscured by a large hat, appearing fragile and helpless. Beside her stood a massive green crab, over 10 meters tall, silently guarding her. The stark contrast between the delicate girl and the armored behemoth left everyone in awe. The previously rampaging tree boar instantly calmed down. Then, the two giants clashed fiercely. Seala displayed unparalleled power, subduing the tree boar. Watching Seala's formidable presence on the screen, Zhang Fan felt a pang of heartache. He had once hoped to tame this mighty crab with his own abilities, but he eventually realized he was merely a tool being used. Due to his unique linguistic talent that allowed him to communicate with Seala, he was sent on this mission. The true master of this super crab, however, was Bai Yin, Huaxia's top-tier, extraordinarily gifted spatial summoner. As he gazed at the massive crab on the screen, Zhang Fan could only shed silent tears. Fortunately, the principal had privately informed him yesterday that the higher-ups were preparing to form Huaxia's elite special operations team, with Bai Yin at the core. Given his unique talent for speaking with Seala, Zhang Fan was fortunate enough to be considered as a backup member. Once more, Zhang Fan looked at the frail girl on his phone. It was hard to believe that the once disabled girl who had struggled under a tree was now Huaxia's strongest superpowered player, someone he now idolized. Life is unpredictable and ever-changing. Collecting his thoughts, Zhang Fan stopped overthinking. He hurried to the seafood market and bought a batch of hairy crabs and green crabs, all female. As Seala's exclusive interpreter, he had learned from their conversation yesterday that Seala felt very lonely, having once had a girlfriend named Mimi, who was now separated from him for some reason. Therefore, Zhang Fan specifically chose female crabs. Although they were nowhere near Seala's size, they would still provide some company. Recently, Zhang Fan had come to understand that his awakened 3-star talent, language specialist, was limited to just that. The chance of becoming a god was slim. Thus, he decided to foster a closer relationship with Seala. This powerful crab might one day become the king of all crabs, and he could become its chief assistant. When that day comes, Zhang Fan would also soar to great heights. Thinking about this, his mood instantly brightened, and his steps became lighter. Just as Zhang Fan entered the base carrying 2 bundles of hairy crabs, several military armored vehicles slowly drove into Xinshan Supernatural Abilities High School. At that moment, Principal Chun was seated in his office, holding a document. Just a few days ago, the document had officially approved the formation of Huagua's Elite Special Forces Unit. As more and more colossal monsters emerge from the dark zones, the role of regular players has become increasingly insignificant. China urgently needs a group of elite superpowered players to eliminate these beasts. After months of rigorous training, extensive research has been conducted on many players' data. The selected A squads are top tier in terms of talent, character, and capability, making them worthy of further investment. Ultimately, 18 A squads have been formed. 14 of these squads will guard the perimeters of the dark zones, while the remaining 4, the most powerful superpowered players in China, will serve as rescue teams, ready to provide support wherever needed. China's first A squad has already been established, led by Bai Yin. Boss Xie has been performing exceptionally well lately, and his formidable strength has garnered no objections. Principal Chun, sipping his goji berry tea, reviewed the information in his hands. Today, 2 very special 5-star talent players are set to arrive, specifically chosen to join Bai Yan's team. Rubbing his temples, Principal Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. These 2 were notorious for being a handful and would likely bring him considerable trouble. Several military pickup trucks pulled up at the entrance of Xinshan Superpower High School. 2 figures, one short and one tall, stepped out. The shorter one, about 1.6 meters tall, had wild, unruly blonde hair. Even in his military uniform, he couldn't hide his rebellious aura. The taller one, nearly 1.9 meters, appeared gentle and scholarly, wearing glasses and a mild smile. They marched straight to Principal Chin's office, exuding an air of defiance. Soon, they barged into the office, demanding answers from Principal Chun without any courtesy. Despite his short stature, the blonde youth, Zhang Tianba, was full of arrogance. With his hands in his pockets, he stared disdainfully at Principal Chun and even placed his foot on the desk, aggressively questioning Bai Yan's whereabouts. Principal Chun remained calm, continuing to sip his tea. He had heard of these 2 and their rebellious nature. If it weren't for their extraordinary 5-star talents, the country wouldn't have included them in the Qianlong project. Given the urgent situation, despite their defiance, they weren't against the nation or its people. They were just a bit wild. Taking another sip of tea, Principal Chun calmly said, "You've traveled a long way and must be tired. I've arranged accommodations for you. You'll meet your captain tomorrow." Zhang Tianba glared at Principal Chin but, seeing his unflappable demeanor, snorted and left. Outside, a female soldier arrived to guide them. With a sullen face, Zhang Tianba glanced at the smiling glasses-wearing young man beside him and grumbled, "Dante, how can you still be smiling? Don't you have any thoughts?" Dante's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, his thoughts inscrutable. He calmly replied, "What's there to think about? Just follow orders." Zhang Tianba scoffed, feeling somewhat agitated. Zhang Tianba let out a cold snort and stopped speaking. Just a few days ago, his superiors had suddenly reassigned him, tasking him with forming the first elite squad. Initially, he was excited, but upon learning that he wouldn't be the team leader, he felt a simmering discontent. As a super player with a 5-star innate talent and one of the earliest initial players, his prowess was among the best. No, he believed he was the strongest. No one could rival him. Yet, his superiors had ordered him to serve under a woman, which he found unacceptable. Zhang Tianba swore he would never be anyone's lackey. Even when cooperating with the state, it was purely for mutual benefit. Despite the impressive strength of the crab summoned by Bai Yin, she was just an ordinary summoner with limited growth potential. In contrast, as a 5-star talent holder, his future was limitless. With time, his power would only grow stronger. He couldn't fathom his superior's decision. It was utterly baffling. The next day, in the underground shelter of Xinshan Supernatural High School, Bai Yin hid behind Zhang Xiaolong, feeling somewhat scared. The 2 uniformed figures in front of her looked unfriendly, especially Zhang Tianba, whose piercing gaze seemed to want to devour her. Zhang Tianba looked at the trembling Bai Yin, and his inner fury burned even hotter. This was supposed to be the strongest super player in Huaxia? Ridiculous. This woman appeared so weak. No matter her abilities, such a personality could never become a true powerhouse. A true powerhouse should be like him, possessing extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve. Excited in the face of formidable enemies, unyielding in the face of despair. Bai Yin, you have disappointed me greatly. You are unworthy of being the strongest super player in Huaxia. Zhang Tianba stood on the platform, pointing disdainfully at Bai Yin. Come up and spar with me. Only by defeating me do you qualify to be the team leader. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tianba with some displeasure. Where did this arrogant guy come from? His overbearing attitude was infuriating. Do you even know how powerful crab boss is? Bai Yin, don't be afraid. Go up and teach this conceited guy a lesson. Following Zhang Xiaolong's words, Bai Yin timidly stepped onto the platform. She didn't like fighting. Principal Chun watched Zhang Tianba with a smile. Originally named Zheng Yuan, Zhang Tianba, at 17 years old, had renamed himself after awakening his 5-star talent, despite his family's objections. Though somewhat arrogant and rebellious, his strength was indeed unparalleled, and his values were relatively normal. His 5-star innate talent allowed him to infinitely refresh his skills, a godlike ability. Besides his formidable talent, his desire for combat and potential in ancient Huaxia martial arts were also noteworthy. As one of the top superpowered players in China, he was brimming with confidence. However, Principal Chun shook his head. In the presence of Boss Xie, he realized that his abilities were still far from sufficient. He understood that there was a vast space for growth in this field and that he needed to work even harder and strive for improvement. Standing on the high platform, the battle was about to erupt. Bai Yin clenched her fists tightly and summoned Seala. Facing the colossal enemy, Zhang Tianba felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. He glanced at Bai Yin, who was hiding behind Seala, with a hint of disdain. Overcoming the supersized crab was a daunting task, but defeating Bai Yin would be a piece of cake. Bai Yin, you may be formidable, but you don't understand my true power, Zhang Tianba sneered, as a fist-sized fireball ignited in his hand. His abilities were limitless, and the fireball spun continuously. This was a skill he had acquired from a beginner's treasure chest. Though its power was only equivalent to a grenade, it could be unleashed infinitely. He was the most powerful mage in this world. Unlimited fire mode activated. Fireballs materialized one after another, hurtling towards Seala. Explosions erupted, and the blinding flames made it hard to see. However, Seala emerged from the blasts unscathed. Since Wang Mang's transformation, it had become a rare purple creature with impenetrable defenses. The fireball attacks couldn't harm it in the slightest. Seala raised its giant claws, striking a pose, and looked at Zhang Tianba with bewilderment. Why was this human hurling insults for no reason? Disgusting. Suddenly, a massive water jet shot out with incredible speed, sending Zhang Tianba flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Kneeling and trembling, he was in utter shock and disbelief. The crab's water attack was so swift that he couldn't even put up a fight. This supersized crab was entirely different from ordinary monsters.
Impossible, impossible.
Why are you so powerful? Zhang Tianba roared, placing his hand over his heart, activating his innate ability, and healing his wounds instantly. His talent could not only refresh skills but also restore his own state. As long as his energy wasn't exhausted, he possessed boundless vitality. Unfortunately, his talent couldn't replenish energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to cooperate with the state. Bai Yin, I was careless just now, but now I'll show you my true strength. Zhang Tianba gathered another crimson fireball, shouting furiously, unwilling to accept defeat. Just as he finished speaking, Seala moved swiftly. The giant claw swung down, smashing the ground beside him, causing it to collapse instantly. Zhang Tianba suddenly fell silent, staring in stunned amazement. The speed of this crab was simply unbelievable. The owner barely had time to react before almost being smashed into a pulp. Fortunately, the crab showed mercy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, the space twisted and contracted, and Seala vanished in an instant, causing Bai Yin to leap off the high platform in fright. She nervously glanced at the distraught Zhang Tianba across from her and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhang Tianba knelt on the ground, motionless and silent. Principal Chun walked over with a smile to diffuse the tension, advising, Tianba, I've told you before, you can't defeat Bai Yin. Zhang Tianba remained on his knees, not saying a word. Principal Chen shook his head, thinking that this kid had always had it too easy and lacked the hardships of real life. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving Zhang Tianba alone, kneeling on the platform. Dante stood in the corner, tall and slender, adjusting his glasses as he watched Bai Yin leave. From what he knew, the highest awakening talent in the world was rated 5 stars. As one of the top superhuman players in Huaxia, Bai Yan's talent had always been a mystery. However, the crab she just summoned was far more powerful than what was shown in videos, clearly indicating she possessed an exceptionally rare 5-star summoning talent. Dante narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to look at Zhang Tianba on the platform, shaking his head in exasperation. Hey, Zhang Tianba, how long are you going to kneel there? Get up, he called out. Hearing the shout, Zhang Tianba straightened up, patted his legs, and stood up seriously. He thought the people earlier were too rude, not even giving him a way out, leaving him kneeling for so long that his legs were numb. The next day, the first ace team centered around Bai Yin was officially established. Principal Chun reviewed the roster, smiling with satisfaction yet sighing with regret because player 0 couldn't join the team. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the leader. He called Li Jun over and handed him some prepared items. Today was the day for crossing over, and these were videos and other necessities prepared by his family. Principal Chun instructed, "Tell him the country will never abandon him. He must hold on. Bai Yin will eventually summon him back." Li Jun nodded, took the items and purple materials, and quickly crossed over to the deserted island. At that moment, Wang Mang was in the forest, transformed into a 10-meter-tall super muscle giant, draped in a crimson hue, radiating heat waves from his body, surrounded by a mist of steam. In the sky, countless exaggerated raindrops poured down like a doomsday deluge, a terrifying sight. However, Wong Mang stood atop a huge rock, unfazed by the torrential rain. Even the heavy downpour couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart as he faced the 100-meter-tall Black King Kong, unable to endure the loneliness and oppression of the deserted island any longer. Li Jun's sudden distance left Wong Mang heartbroken, as if he'd lost his tether to the real world. His deeply buried emotions were stirred up. Recently, he had a constant feeling of foreboding beneath his feet, as if something terrifying could emerge at any moment and drag him into the abyss. He desperately needed to pull himself together and reignite his inner fire. Facing the 50-meter class giant monster that no longer satisfied him, he yearned for a life-and-death battle with a 100-meter class Black Titan. Just as he was about to take action, a notification sound came from the control panel. In the end, Wong Mang never faced the colossal Black Titan. Li Jun had logged in. Outside, it was pouring rain. Under a giant tree, a massive blue crab blocked the entrance to a tree hollow, keeping the rain out. Wong Mang hid inside the hollow, opened the chat interface, and started a conversation with Li Jun, picking up where they left off last time. After 3 hours of chatting, they finally got to the point. "Li Jun, I've delivered everything you asked for, including the latest video from your family. It's already on the auction marketplace." "A video from my family?" Wong Mang froze at these words. Family. How distant that term felt. It had only been a few months since he left home, yet it felt like decades. The longer he spent on the deserted island, the more disoriented he felt with time and space. The island's influence on him grew stronger every day. Especially after the game's public test ended and all players logged off, the sense of time disorientation became even more pronounced. Wong Mang rubbed his eyes, took out hundreds of purple materials, experience books, and extra blue equipment from his spatial backpack, and put them all up for auction. These were part of his recent monster hunting spoils. To him, no amount of valuable items could compare to that video. After receiving Li Jun's package, he exited the chat interface. He opened his phone, and familiar faces and voices of his family reappeared on the screen. Outside, the rain had stopped, and sunlight streamed through the leaves. Old Seala crawled along the huge tree roots, while Wong Mang lay comfortably in a small wooden box, playing on his phone. This was the same phone he used during school, loaded with various offline games. He never expected Li Jun to bring it along. Playing those old games, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Since arriving on the deserted island, he had been fighting non-stop, never taking a break. When tired, he cooked for himself. When bored, he talked to old Seala and Black Treasure. Logically, with pets for company, he shouldn't feel lonely, which was one reason he chose the summoner profession. However, this island magnified his loneliness infinitely. He wondered if it was the island that had a problem, or the entire world. Luckily, Li Jun arrived just in time yesterday. Otherwise, he might have already engaged in a fierce battle with the 100-meter class Black Titan. When he left, the massive black gorilla kept its eyes on him, never approaching. Perhaps it understood that he was not to be trifled with. Although he felt a tinge of regret at not being able to engage in an epic battle with such a colossal creature, he was also relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. He had a vague premonition that defeating the towering black gorilla, which stood over 100 meters tall, might provide him with a crucial clue. It was possible that he would once again face the enigmatic figure known as the Black Mosaic Man. He also sensed that conquering this giant beast would bring about earth-shattering changes on Blue Star, where his family and friends still resided. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to hunt down the enormous gorilla. Yesterday, he almost couldn't resist taking action, but fortunately, Li Jun arrived just in time, bringing with him a bounty of gifts. He received a mobile game and began chasing the latest anime series, all thanks to Li Jun. Even the tens of gigabytes of data he had collected were brought along. Finally, he no longer had to watch Seong Ji's Western movies, which greatly improved his mood. Perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, most of the gifts Li Jun brought were entertainment-related. Li Jun might have been worried that he would feel lonely in a foreign land, truly a kind-hearted person. Wang Mang sighed with appreciation, turned on his phone, and started enjoying the game. Recently, he decided to relax and adjust his state of mind. Meanwhile, Seala was carrying several trees and magical plants on its back, along with a massive wooden crate, strutting confidently across the enormous tree trunks. Its steps were majestic and self-assured, with its claws raised high like an emperor on a parade. Lately, it had been wreaking havoc on Blue Star, adored by a group of anthropomorphic bipeds, enjoying a life fit for a king. In addition to the delicious and abundant food, there was even a biped fluent in crab language, whispering sweet nothings day and night, making it feel incredibly comfortable. Unfortunately, the local crabs were too small. Otherwise, life would be perfect. As Seala reminisced about the happy times on Blue Star, it carefully navigated the tree roots. Its master was resting, and it had to be cautious not to disturb him and risk punishment. Despite often being scolded and beaten by its master, Seala still enjoyed being with him, serving as his steed. It cherished the days of adventuring together with its master.
Billy Billy.
Seala hummed cheerfully as it moved through the forest. The surrounding monsters, upon seeing it, would widen their eyes in terror and flee. Even the colossal beasts towering 20, 30, or even 50 meters high would scramble to escape at the sight of Seala, knowing that a small yet terrifying biped would always emerge from behind this peculiar crab. That biped was fearsome, not even sparing the bones of the monsters. Seala reached a tall coconut tree and used its claws to knock against the trunk. Soon, a coconut the size of a room fell down. Seala clasped the coconut with its claws and respectfully handed it to Wang Mang. Wang Mang placed his palm on the coconut and began to use his disintegration skill. Before long, the room-sized coconut dissolved into stardust and vanished. On this desolate island, he tirelessly experimented with the various skills on his panel, never showing signs of fatigue. Over time, he discovered that the disassembly skill was the most practical. Each time he successfully disassembled an item, a sense of accomplishment surged within him, as if he had found a glimmer of hope for survival. By frequently using his disassembly skill, Wong Mang discovered that he could break down not only the corpses of various monsters, but also trees, coconuts, and stones in the forest. He could easily disassemble anything on the deserted island, except for treasure chests. However, he found it odd that while disassembling monster corpses didn't cost any coins, breaking down trees and stones required additional coins. Gazing at the coconut juice he had just extracted, Wong Mang felt a mix of emotions. He had long realized that this disassembly skill consumed his energy. Although disassembling monster corpses yielded refined materials, parts of some monsters mysteriously vanished as a cost of the process. On the other hand, disassembling coconuts, trees, and other materials required additional coins because they didn't meet the consumption standard. Most of these coins were earned by auctioning off monster materials and flesh. In other words, the panel functions, and even the auction house were constantly recycling monster corpses. But where did these monster corpses go? He casually took out a freshly disassembled coconut juice from his spatial backpack, inserted a straw, and began to sip. This peculiar device surprised him, yet it also made him realize that the disassembly skill seemed tailored for human use. As he sipped the coconut juice, Wang Mang's eyes gazed into the distance, filled with curiosity about the many mysteries of this world. However, many questions remained beyond his reach. Seala carried Wang Mang swiftly through the forest at a remarkable speed. Soon, they arrived at a clearing. This open space was unique on the deserted island, distinct from the beaches and dense forests. The clearing was exceptionally vast, and the surrounding plants seemed to avoid growing there for some reason. In the center stood 9 colossal trees, each soaring over 1,000 meters high, with the central tree piercing the clouds. Beneath these giant trees grew various large mushrooms, some several meters tall, some even hundreds of meters high. They encircled the 9 trees like stars around the moon. However, both the trees and mushrooms had long withered, turning into fossilized sculptures eroded by time, their surfaces wrinkled. Even the colossal trees were reduced to bare trunks. Wang Mang stood on Seala's back, stopping at the edge of the clearing without advancing further. These 9 trees bore a striking resemblance to the one guarded by the Black Diamond, hinting at a deep connection. Yet, this clearing lacked powerful monster guardians, and even the surrounding beasts kept their distance. Seala crouched down, allowing Wang Mang to leap off his back. Wang Mang then unloaded the spiritual plants and large wooden box from Seala. He intended to send Seala to scout ahead, as these spiritual plants were his hard-earned possessions and needed careful protection. As for Seala, even if he were sacrificed, he could be revived, making him less important. In fact, the wooden box was slightly more valuable than Seala. Wang Mang had a camera installed on Seala, which he specifically asked Li Jun to help bring. Once everything was ready, Wang Mang turned to Seala and gave him a knowing look. "Boss, go ahead and scout the way for me." Later, I'll introduce you to some female crabs. Upon hearing this, Seala's eyes lit up with excitement. He raised his large pincers high and enthusiastically dashed forward. Wow! He prided himself on being Wang Mang's top and most trusted warrior, deeply favored by his master. Unlike that female spider who couldn't even compare. He quickly darted into a cluster of gigantic mushrooms and vanished from sight. Watching Seala disappear, Wong Mang lifted his large box and spirit plants, climbed a giant tree, and hid under its shade, carefully observing the area ahead. Recently, as his strength grew, he had been exploring this deserted island more and more. This clearing was a particularly unique spot in the vicinity. He had scouted the area several times before, but never dared to go deep. Although he believed that with his current strength, this mysterious place posed no significant threat, the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Especially on this strange island, danger could strike at any moment. Therefore, he decided to let Seala scout ahead. After all, even if he perished, he could always be resurrected. Soon, Seala's figure vanished into the distance. Time passed, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet with no sign of movement. It was as if Seala had been swallowed by the mushroom cluster and disappeared without a trace. Wong Mang frowned slightly. Seala was his summoned beast, and he could sense that it was still alive. What on earth was it doing? Why hadn't it returned? Growing impatient after a long wait, Wong Mang decided to use his summoning ability. In an instant, Seala appeared beside him, happily munching on two large, tender mushrooms held in its pincers. It had unwittingly returned to Wong Mang's side, still savoring its find. Wong Mang stepped forward and used his decomposition skill on the two large mushrooms. Ding! Decomposition successful, obtaining two blue-quality white jade mushrooms. These magical mushrooms from the Forest Kingdom had a certain level of sentience. Consuming them could quickly restore 300 energy points and slightly increase the maximum energy limit permanently. However, once the user's energy exceeded 500 points, the permanent increase effect would no longer apply. Wong Mang gazed at the attribute panel of the white jade mushrooms, muttering to himself, "The Forest Kingdom? This is the second time I've heard that name. Previously, when I defeated the giant man-eating flower, I acquired a mystical item from the Forest Kingdom. These two items seem to be connected in some way." He toyed with the white jade mushrooms in his hand, which had shrunk from their umbrella-like size to the size of a thumb, glistening like jade. This was indeed a rare treasure that could permanently increase one's energy limit. However, his energy had long surpassed 500 points, rendering this treasure seemingly useless to him. Bai Yin looked a bit tired, so Wong Mang decided to save the energy points for her. After making this decision, he felt Seala's resentful gaze, but still carefully placed the white jade mushroom into his space backpack. Once the mushroom was secured, he removed the camera from Seala, connected it to the monitor, and the images began to appear one by one before his eyes. A long time ago, Wong Mang began pondering a question. Why do people feel increasingly downcast the longer they stay on this desolate island? Initially, he thought it was due to the fear of loneliness. However, as he gained more experience, he realized the problem was far more complex. His mental resilience had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. If it were just an ordinary deserted island, he could survive alone for 3 to 5 years, even enhancing his attributes and mental resistance through supernatural means. Yet, despite this, his emotions remained unusually unstable on this island. Reflecting on his initial crossing, players could only survive on the island for 3 days before taking a 7-day break in the real world. This was clearly a carefully planned arrangement. The mastermind behind this knew that staying on the island for too long would lead to collective death among the players. And Wong Mang was determined to avoid such an outcome. He recalled his encounter with the shadowy, pixelated figure in the administrator's room. When he asked about their purpose, the figure replied it was to save the world. Perhaps to uncover the island's secrets, he needed to step into the administrator's room again. However, Wong Mang didn't easily trust that shadowy figure. He trusted only himself and his fists. Putting these thoughts aside, Wong Mang focused on the screen in front of him. From Seala's perspective, he saw layers of towering mushrooms of varying heights. Their unique shapes resembled human dwellings, with empty spaces in the middle and broken grids around them mimicking doors and windows. The scene rotated continuously, occasionally revealing strange symbols on the mushroom houses, which seemed to be a special kind of writing. Seala swiftly navigated through the mushroom forest and soon arrived at a giant tree, one of 9 colossal trees. Climbing along its massive roots, faint traces of various civilizations could be seen. Strange written symbols, spiraling upward passages, and even intricate carvings on the tree, resembling totems. Seala watched the flickering screen in front of Wong Mang, his crab eyes swiveling. He cautiously moved his body, hiding behind Wong Mang while curiously observing. Just as he was engrossed in the view, Wong Mang suddenly kicked him to the ground. "Next time, slow down. Don't let important information slip by," Wong Mang scolded, glaring at him before turning his attention back to the screen. Feeling aggrieved, Seala climbed back up, his eyes raised high, and quietly inched closer again. On the screen, Seala continued along the tree root and soon reached the trunk, discovering a massive tree hollow. Despite his large size, he could easily enter the hollow. Something inside seemed to draw Seala in, and with a clear objective, he pressed forward without hesitation. As he passed through the hollow, a faint blue glow suddenly illuminated the darkness, lighting up the surroundings. At the deepest part of the hollow, there was a small, dried-up pond emitting a soft blue light. On a desolate stretch of land, a few large, pristine mushrooms grew with remarkable resilience. As the scene shifted, Seala mysteriously vanished. Why did these clusters of mushrooms resemble a city? Could the symbols among them represent an ancient script? Wang Mang recalled the scenes from the video, shocked to realize that this mysterious wasteland was actually the remains of an ancient civilization. However, Seala's abrupt departure left many details in the video elusive. Just as Wang Mang prepared to send Seala back, his figure gradually faded and eventually disappeared. Wang Mang watched this unfold without panic, instead showing a hint of envy. Every time Bai Yin used her powers to summon Seala, Wang Mang could only watch in silent jealousy. Had Seala saved the world in a past life? Who was the true protagonist here? Wang Mang stared blankly at the spot where Seala had vanished, murmuring to himself, was Blue Star in trouble again? But with Seala being so fragile, could he handle this challenge? At that moment, on the outskirts of the 6th black zone of Blue Star, the air was filled with the roar of artillery and the whir of combat aircraft. Just half an hour earlier, 3 colossal monsters, each standing 20 meters tall, had appeared in the zone. This was the first time such massive creatures had emerged simultaneously in the black zone. A gigantic super blue crab, a massive super frog, and a giant black spider appeared, accompanied by hundreds of beasts ranging from 3 to 10 meters in size. Although these beasts seemed vulnerable to heavy weaponry, the situation would be entirely different if they could resurrect indefinitely. After half an hour of relentless shelling, the troops had only managed to hold the beasts in place, unable to truly defeat them. High-ranking players had gathered, ready to join forces against the monsters. Incoming! As everyone steeled themselves for the fight, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a massive blue crab fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Seala's enormous figure burst forth, his 8 giant legs moving with such speed that they left after images. In just a few breaths, Seala clashed fiercely with the 3 colossal beasts. Stones shattered, buildings crumbled, and the thunderous sounds of their battle echoed for miles. The artillery fire had ceased, and large numbers of troops began to withdraw, while the surrounding people cheered. White God! White God has finally appeared. Is this the mysterious summoned beast of the White God? It's incredibly powerful. In the center of the battlefield, the 4 beasts fought intensely, causing the ground to quake and the mountains to tremble in utter chaos. Seala, fighting 3 at once, resembled a fearless warrior, exuding dominance and invincibility. Despite being the smallest in size, he far surpassed the 3 beasts in strength, speed, and defense. Facing attacks from all sides, Seala swung his massive pincers, making it impossible for his enemies to advance. In the world of monsters, he was merely his master's mount, often bullied by those super beasts. On Blue Star, a young warrior named Shaolan possesses immense strength and unparalleled courage. Whenever faced with difficulties and challenges, Shaolan stands fearlessly on the front lines, fighting valiantly to protect their homeland. Once, a horde of alien monsters invaded Blue Star, bringing endless fear and destruction. In this life-or-death struggle, Shaolan showcased extraordinary combat skills and a calm mind, leading their companions to confront the formidable enemies without hesitation. Despite being severely injured, Shaolan remained steadfast in defending their home, not allowing any threat to come close. Throughout the battle, Shaolan earned the trust and respect of their comrades. They supported each other, working together to fend off the alien invasion. Every victory was a testament to Shaolan and their team's sweat and effort, demonstrating the power of unity and bravery through their actions. After a series of fierce battles, Shaolan finally led their companions to ultimate victory. They repelled the alien monsters, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Blue Star. Shaolan's courage and determination inspired profound admiration and respect, and their heroic deeds will be forever remembered in the annals of Blue Star's history. In this world full of challenges, Shaolan shines like a brilliant star, illuminating the hearts of everyone. Their fearless and resilient spirit motivates all, instilling the belief that with faith, one can overcome any obstacle and create their own glory. Shaolan is that undying light, brightening the future of Blue Star. In the heart of the battlefield, Seala found himself surrounded by 3 colossal beasts. Their massive pincers whirled like fiery wheels, creating gusts of wind with their incredible speed. 8 gigantic legs crisscrossed rapidly, sending dirt and rocks flying, leaving afterimages in their wake. With a wild and unyielding spirit, Seala launched his attack, quickly inflicting severe injuries on the 3 beasts. They attempted to flee back to the dark zone, but it was too late. 2 powerful pincers clashed, and the 20-meter-tall giant toad was vanquished. The 8 legs surged forward, swiftly catching up to the 20-meter spider monster and cutting it down in one fell swoop. Even the elite 20-meter green crab could not escape Seala's grasp. As a male crab, it was doomed to fall under Seala's might. Under the barrage of artillery fire, it perished on the spot. Dragging the massive corpses of the 3 beasts, Seala moved forward slowly, leaving deep tracks on the ground. He stood tall and proud, exuding an air of invincibility. From the moment of his creation, he had displayed extraordinary courage, retreating from nothing except his master's command. Throwing down the bodies of the 3 beasts at his feet, he raised his pincers high and let out a triumphant roar that echoed across the land. This roar seemed to trigger something, as the surrounding soldiers raised their guns and cheered. Thousands of onlooking players stood in solemn awe. Bai Yin, the strongest superhuman player in Huaxia. Not only is she the highest-ranked superhuman player in the nation, but she also possesses the remarkable ability to summon divine-level beasts. Recently, Bai Yan's name has become a sensation throughout the country and even the world. As more and more 20-meter class super monsters emerged from the global dark zones, monster attack incidents have surged worldwide. In just 1 month, over 100 million people have perished at the hands of these monsters. Even more alarming, scientists have confirmed that these monsters evolve and grow stronger after devouring humans. This revelation has caused widespread panic across the globe. While nations around the world grapple with monster invasions, Huaxia remains unusually calm, even gradually entering a new era of superhuman players. Citizens across the country are transitioning into superhuman players, and nearly half of Huaxia's military personnel have acquired player panels, significantly reducing the mortality rate. Behind all these changes stands one woman, Bai Yin, the strongest superhuman player in Huaxia. The super beasts she summons possess extraordinary strength. No invading super monster can withstand this crab, and with its help, Huaxia has successfully captured numerous super monsters to train various special talents. In the sky, hundreds of drones hovered, recording every moment of Seala's battle. These recordings will be widely disseminated after being edited by the propaganda department. Previously, the invasion of super monsters had caused social unrest in Huaxia. But recently, society has seen a sudden shift towards prosperity and harmony. All these transformations are thanks to the power of Bai Yin. The summoned hero, Seala, is truly formidable. Every time he appears, he swiftly vanquishes monsters with an unbeatable prowess. His overwhelming performance has filled the citizens of Hua country with confidence, especially when compared to the rampant super monsters abroad. Domestically, any monster that appears is effortlessly defeated by Seala, creating a stark contrast and further enhancing people's sense of security. Bai Yin, the mysterious and powerful girl who always appears in white, has become the ultimate aspiration for all players and the strongest guardian in the hearts of the Chinese people. Yet, at this moment, she is hiding behind Zhang Xiaolong, quietly sobbing and showing signs of fear. Bai Yan's tears infuriate Zhang Tianba, who clenches his fists, veins bulging, and eyes bloodshot. Why? Why did he lose to such a woman? The strongest superpowered player in China lost to the deified Bai Yin, who, behind the scenes, is just a crybaby. How could this happen? What angers Zhang Tianba even more is the official effort to maintain Bai Yan's mysterious image through video edits and media promotions, making her powerful and enigmatic persona deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even if the truth were revealed now, it would likely be met with public outrage. He feels that the authorities are blind. The glory should belong to him. Bai Yan's talent is only strong in the early stages, being merely a summoning talent without lasting growth potential. Can't the authorities see this? He is the true godlike presence in the mid to late game. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tianba, with his outstanding talent, laments a world filled with mediocrity that fails to recognize his brilliance. He vows that one day, he will make the world understand that he is the strongest player globally, and Bai Yin, the crybaby, will be beneath his feet. As Zhang Tianba seethes with rage, Dante furrows his brow. He notices that the crab Bai Yin summoned seems to have grown stronger. Is it just his imagination? The black patterns on the crab seem to have increased. He begins to wonder why Bai Yan's power is so formidable, despite having the same talent as them. Is there some hidden truth? Moreover, the official stance of Hua country is puzzling. Their resource investment in Bai Yin is excessively exaggerated. Even if Bai Yin doesn't personally fight monsters to level up, she easily gains a lot of experience. Recently, Dante has also noticed something peculiar about the number 1 ace team. The entire team seems to exist solely for Bai Yin. Although Bai Yin is nominally the team leader, she never participates in command, acting more like a figurehead with extraordinary power. The vice captain, Zhang Xiaolong, is upright and reliable, managing every aspect of the team and effectively serving as its leader. He possesses various abilities and virtues, is Bai Yan's most trusted person, her emotional support, and her personal guard. And then there's Zhang Tianba, the team's healer, who, despite his role, primarily exists to protect Bai Yin. His remarkable regenerative abilities make him well suited for the role of a nurse. Even if he were to be decapitated, as long as he retains consciousness for a short period, he can revive almost instantly. The enigmatic member Zhang Xiang, despite his average talents, remains a mystery, making his place in the top elite squad puzzling. Perhaps the higher-ups have a strategic plan, intentionally placing him in the team. Maybe Zhang Xiang possesses some undisclosed special skills in other areas. Dante sensed something extraordinary about Zhang Xiang. When he turned around, Zhang Xiang greeted him with a friendly smile. Dante lowered his head, feeling a sense of caution, aware of the hidden enigma within Zhang Xiang. Zhang Fan, as a reserve member, excels in languages and serves as the trusted translator for Boss Xie. Other reserve members specialize in energy restoration, specifically assisting Bai Yin. Adjusting his glasses, Zhang Fan watched Bai Yin, while Zhang Xiaolong continuously reassured him. The higher-ups arrangements must have profound intentions. Despite Bai Yan's flawed personality, she has the trust of the upper echelon, which is truly intriguing. Dante sat quietly in a corner, observing Bai Yan's tears, sensing the secrets they held. At the 826 Bureau's meeting, Li Yong received the latest statistical data. Nearly 60% of the national military members have awakened their talents, with an awakening rate of only 0.0123%. In the past week alone, 5,000 natural awakeners were discovered nationwide. After the second martial exam, over 125,000 individuals entered various military districts and superhuman colleges for specialized training. Li Yong listened intently to his subordinates' reports, contemplating the situation. Before the public beta of the monster game, there were 1.4 million initial players nationwide, some of whom chose not to join national organizations. These individuals might distrust the government, be influenced by heroism, or have ambitious goals. In Li Yong's view, they are unstable elements. Now that the overall situation has stabilized, he decided to send people to contact them. Those with talents will be offered terms to join, those willing to enlist will receive access to the black zone, and those unwilling must adhere to laws and regulations. The primary task is to persuade the leaders and dismantle the group from within. After receiving their orders, several subordinates left, and Li Yong smiled as he adjusted his glasses. Before the game's official release, the initial players had the opportunity to explore the monster world and continuously enhance their skills. However, once the game officially launched, they would need a ticket containing 10 purple materials to re-enter the monster world. This requirement nearly disqualified them from entering the game world again. They found their passes invalid because they needed to access the Black Forbidden Zone to embark on another extraordinary journey, and these areas were already under the control of the Huaxia military. It seemed they had lost the chance to become stronger. If it weren't for special circumstances and the unique talents each of these initial players possessed, they might have been in a dire situation already. People often say that it is better to use leniency than force. To appease one group of players while applying pressure on another and then offering a glimmer of hope, the problem seemed to resolve itself. By spreading the word that the Black Forbidden Zone would soon be open to the public, the rich, corporate leaders, and the powerful who all craved extraordinary abilities now had their chance. By paying a sufficient fee, they could obtain a player panel. At a time of financial constraints, this approach not only fulfilled their desires but also alleviated economic pressures. The opportunity to gain immense power without joining the military was a rare and enticing one. After finishing his speech, Li Yong looked up at the report in his hands, which detailed the situation of the top A squad. Zhang Xiaolong was undoubtedly a talent. Under his leadership, coupled with Bai Yan's summoning skills, the first team had gained widespread recognition. However, as he glanced at Zhang Xiang's name on the list, he couldn't help but mutter to himself that Zhang Xiang's inclusion in the first team was purely due to connections. With the recent emergence of Boss Xie, the domestic situation had stabilized. New voices began to emerge. The strength of Player Zero was overwhelmingly powerful, and during the previous crises, there was a consensus to recall Player Zero as soon as possible. But now, with the situation stabilized, a small faction believed that having Boss Xie was sufficient. Although these voices were quickly suppressed, it was a signal. Zhang Xiang's inclusion in the first team was also a deliberate arrangement by the higher-ups. After all, Li Jun had brought back items multiple times, and Zhang Xiang always had a share. Friends and family, they were cards to play. In fact, plans had long been in motion. Ensuring the well-being of your family and friends not only guaranteed their safety, but also allowed them to live a perfect life. When Player Zero was eventually recalled, even if he wanted to betray the country, his family and friends would be the first to stop him. This was a community of shared interests, nobody would intentionally harm their own interests. Li Yong sighed as he held the report, realizing that he had done all he could, and the future was uncertain. After organizing the report, he left his office and headed straight to a secret room where Li Jun was already waiting. Upon entering the room, his composure broke. As the commander-in-chief of Bureau 826, he never showed his emotions. Yet today, he lost his composure once again. He stared in awe at the piles of blue-quality game equipment and purple materials before him, his mind drifting. Li Jun had brought hundreds of purple-quality materials, dozens of blue-quality pieces of equipment, numerous experience books, and high-level mining materials this time. The room was filled with the dazzling glow of various purple and blue lights, making the scene incredibly radiant. In the world of Blue Star, the protagonist Xiaoming is a young warrior with a passion for adventure. Every time he sets out on a new journey, wielding his trusty sword and ready to face new challenges, his heart is always filled with anticipation and excitement. This mysterious land is teeming with monsters and brimming with dangers and treasures. Xiaoming often finds himself in fierce battles against various ferocious beasts, with sweat and blood mingling. But he never backs down. His unwavering dedication to adventure fuels his spirit. During his numerous battles, Xiaoming occasionally comes across mysterious treasure chests. Each time he opens one, he eagerly wonders what precious gear or treasures might be inside. Although the quality of the equipment varies, obtaining rare items is incredibly challenging. Xiaoming understands that the treasures within these chests are not just material rewards, but also a recognition of his relentless effort and courage. Despite the low odds of finding valuable equipment in the chests, far less than those in other online and mobile games, Xiaoming has never given up hope. He believes that with perseverance, one day he will obtain his legendary equipment and become a hero admired by all. On his adventurous journey across Blue Star, Xiaoming will continue to forge ahead, chasing his own legendary tale. According to statistical data, every player receives a beginner's chest the first time they defeat a monster, and it always contains a white-quality starter weapon. Besides this beginner's chest, the only way to obtain white-quality chests is by defeating higher-level monsters, which has a very low success rate. If players choose to team up for the kill, the drop rate for the chest significantly decreases to less than 1 in 1,000. The game rules seem to discourage player cooperation, favoring those who are strong enough to solo higher-level challenges for better rewards. It feels like a selection process where only the strong individuals get to enjoy the rewards. To get a higher-level blue-quality chest, a player must solo defeat an elite monster over 20 meters tall while their level does not exceed 10. Even then, there's only a chance of obtaining a blue chest. And even if they get a blue chest, it's very difficult to get blue-quality equipment from it. Currently, there are fewer than 11 pieces of blue-quality equipment in the entire game world, 6 of which were given away by a particular player. As for purple materials, they are rare treasures, tightly guarded by national laboratories and rarely released. The entire game world has mobilized significant resources just to gather 10 pieces of purple material for a portal ticket. However, all the effort and sacrifice are worth it. Recently, every time player Li Jun returns from the monster world, he brings back bountiful rewards, making him feel like it's a festival. As a director, he's experiencing unprecedented wealth. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoli. Increase Wang Jiming and his team's compensation," he said. Xiaoli was incredulous. The director wanted to increase the compensation for a player who mostly idles around. Their compensation is already quite good. Why increase it further? Xiaoli asked, puzzled. "I'm the director, and I make the decisions. Triple Wang Jiming and his wife's compensation, and issue a commendation notice, rewarding them with a house," the director ordered, leaving Xiaoli stunned. He couldn't understand why a player always engrossed in mobile games would receive such special treatment. Meanwhile, Li Yong sighed. The rewards from Player Zero were incredibly generous, but due to Player Zero's unique identity and the precious materials included in the rewards, only a few people were aware of it. Compared to these valuable equipment materials, giving his parents a salary raise seemed insignificant. Seeing the items Li Jun brought back, he understood Player Zero's intention. These items were like protective charms for his family. This young player had a keen insight. Li Yong sighed again, feeling a mix of awe and fear towards a player who was not only powerful but also highly intelligent. In the dense forest of the deserted island, Wong Mang sat alone on a massive tree trunk, his gaze bored as he looked at the ruins of the mushroom colony before him. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from afar, and in the blink of an eye, Heibao appeared beside him, carrying a bounty of white jade mushrooms. Compared to the unreliable Seala, Heibao seemed much more dependable and steady. Recently, Seala had been preoccupied with his busy schedule, attending to important matters back on Blue Star, leaving Heibao to survey the ruins. In just a few days, Heibao had explored most of the mushroom colony, with only the gigantic central tree remaining untouched. Strangely, they had not encountered any monster attacks during their exploration, which was quite unexpected. According to the typical setup of online games, such special locations would usually be teeming with high-level monsters, possibly even hiding a secret boss. Yet, their recent exploration revealed this place to be nothing more than a forgotten wasteland. Wang Mang stood up, staring intently at the giant tree in the distance, determined to investigate personally. Perhaps the secret of the deserted island lay hidden within this mushroom colony. Hey Bao, stay here and guard these precious plants, Wang Mang instructed, drawing out a blue-quality spear. This weapon, named the Frog Spear, was a reward from his first victory over the big mouth frog, and it came with a special active skill, Frog Breath. He had a collection of a dozen similar blue-quality weapons, each with its unique skill. At times, these weapon skills complemented his innate abilities, producing unexpected effects. Like now, Frog Breath, Frog Breath, Frog Breath. Wang Mang activated Frog Breath 30 times consecutively, increasing his muscle strength by 600% and his jumping ability by 900%. His already superhuman physique, 20 times stronger than an average human, reached astonishing levels with the dual enhancements of muscle and jump strength. The image of a sunny boy gradually faded, replaced by a muscular anomaly. His leg muscles became extraordinarily thick, occupying almost half of his body. A single thigh was now wider than his waist, with muscles knotted and powerful, resembling intertwined roots. This exaggerated bulk contrasted sharply with his slender waist, making him look like a bizarre wasp-like muscle man. With a slight crouch, his legs began to exert force, causing the ground to collapse instantly as if torn apart by immense power. Viewed from above, Wang Mang resembled a giant frog sitting on the ground. As he continued to exert force, the surrounding land shattered like a fractured grid. Wang Mang was originally an ordinary person, but one day, he suddenly displayed devilish strength and courage. His presence became as mysterious and powerful as a mythical frogman. As Wang Mang's leg muscles gathered strength, the surrounding debris vibrated like fleas. In an instant, Wang Mang vanished from his original spot. The ground caved in, and a gust of wind swept through, leaving behind a crater more than a few dozen meters in diameter. With just one powerful jump, Wang Mang soared through the sky like a superhero, moving at lightning speed. The wind brushed against his face, bringing a refreshing coolness that made him feel invigorated. In just a few minutes, he reached the center of the ruins and landed on one of the massive roots of a colossal tree. Looking up, the tree was even larger than he had imagined, making him feel as insignificant as a person standing at the base of the Himalayas. Using his legs, he began jumping and climbing up the root. But soon, he discovered a gigantic staircase carved into the root, leading all the way to the trunk. It seemed this was indeed a site of an ancient civilization. Could other humans have been here before? Or perhaps another species? As Wang Mang walked up the steps, he noticed they were very wide. Yet each step was only about 30 to 40 centimeters high, suggesting that this civilization was similar in size to humans. This meant that on this island filled with gigantic objects, there once lived a civilization comparable in size to humans. At least, such a civilization had existed. As he continued climbing, he saw that the trunk of the giant tree was covered with various carvings. However, the site seemed to be ancient, and the carvings had become so blurred that they were completely unrecognizable. Wang Mang slowly ascended the enormous staircase, with every trace around him indicating that a civilization had once thrived here. Perhaps, long ago, this staircase was bustling with members of another race, and this giant tree was their place of worship. At the top of the staircase, a massive tree cavity appeared before him, flanked by over a dozen colossal statues, each more than 20 meters tall. The passage of time had eroded these statues, rendering their original forms unidentifiable. Standing at the entrance, Wang Mang peered into the pitch-black cavity, which was devoid of any light, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast, evoking a sense of unease. He furrowed his brow and hesitated at the entrance. This dark place didn't look inviting at all. Suddenly, the space around him rippled, and a gigantic black spider appeared by his side. "Hey Bao, has Dad treated you well?" Wang Mang asked seriously, staring at Hey Bao. He wanted to pat its shoulder, but Hey Bao had grown to over 10 meters tall, so he could only reach its spider leg. Chirp, chirp. Hey Bao's 8 black eyes looked at Wang Mang, nodding seriously, then coyly asked him, "Of course. How could Seala compare to you? He's just a little trash, a nobody. Once I level up by yin a bit more, I'll have her summon you to show off to the Blue Star people." Chirp, chirp. Hey Bao chirped happily, its massive head nuzzling against Wang Mang's head affectionately. After a moment of cuddling, it turned and dashed into the dark tree cavity, disappearing in an instant. "Sigh, daughters and sons really are different. You have to coax them," Wang Mang muttered, shaking his head. Even though both Seala and Hey Bao were his pets, their personalities couldn't be more different. Is it the power of divine possession at work? Hey Bao's intelligence seemed to be growing, starkly different from Seala. Wang Mang pulled his thoughts back and stood quietly outside the hollow tree, waiting. He began layering his supernatural possession state to enhance his various resistances, preparing for the imminent battle. Just as he fully stacked his state and readied himself for the challenge, He Bao emerged swiftly from the darkness. Surprisingly, there was no danger in the vast, gloomy tree hollow. This was contrary to his expectations. Shouldn't a powerful beast appear suddenly in such a peculiar place, attempting to devour him? Wang Mang frowned slightly. He didn't dare to let his guard down. Even though He Bao had encountered no danger while scouting, he remained cautious. Wang Mang never underestimated anyone or any place. Soon, accompanied by the massive black spider, he stepped into the darkness. Along the way, the dim hollow was covered with glowing little mushrooms, emitting a faint luminescence that barely illuminated the surroundings. In stark contrast to the silence outside, he sensed the presence of life within the tree hollow. Minutes later, he reached the end of the hollow. Two enormous, indistinct statues stood on either side. White jade mushrooms spread around, emitting a soft glow, casting a silvery blue sheen over the entire hollow. The deep recesses of the hollow were adorned with various relief totems and mysterious symbols. In the center between the two statues, a 3-meter-tall crystal sapling was growing robustly. Numerous pale blue glows, like fireflies, fluttered around it. The scene was dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Mang gazed at the beautiful blue glowing crystal tree, his eyes growing more serious. This thing was evidently extraordinary. Such an extremely fantastical and beautiful scene often concealed deadly dangers. Wang Mang continued to enhance his muscle amplification rapidly escalating. At this moment, he had transformed into a crimson muscle giant, forming a stark contrast with the crystal tree. He exhaled a breath of white air, and the immense air pressure scattered the glow on the crystal tree, nearly uprooting it. Wang Mang twisted his neck, and with each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. The amplification had an unusual effect, not only strengthening his muscles but also increasing his weight to an extreme degree. His steps grew closer, his immense presence wreaking havoc throughout the hollow. As he approached, the crystal tree finally began to change. The ground started to collapse, and numerous blue glowing white jade mushrooms fell into the abyss. Two enormous tree hands suddenly burst from the ground, tearing the earth apart and pushing it aside. In the heart of a mystical forest, a magnificent crystal tree gracefully rises, radiating a captivating glow. This towering tree seems to bridge the earth and sky. At its crown, a colossal crystal head gradually emerges, standing over 10 meters tall and shimmering with a translucent brilliance, as if it were the guardian deity of the entire forest. The protagonist, Xiao Ming, arrives in this enchanting forest and is awestruck by the sight before him. He climbs up the trunk of the crystal tree, feeling the cool texture of the bark, as though scaling a giant gemstone tower. Upon reaching the tree's crown, he beholds the enormous crystal head and marvels at the wonders and beauty of nature. The light emanating from the crystal head illuminates Xiao Ming's face, filling him with an indescribable sense of awe and reverence. Gazing into the head's profound eyes, he feels as if his soul is being laid bare. In this mysterious forest, he finds inner peace and tranquility, as if becoming one with nature. As the sun begins to set and shadows lengthen, Xiao Ming quietly departs from the crystal tree. Yet, the image of the giant crystal head remains etched in his heart, becoming an everlasting memory. His eyes were as deep as black holes, and his sharp teeth were as dense and deadly as a shark's. Slowly, a terrifying treant head emerged from the ground. Soon, a massive treant, towering over 80 meters high, crawled out from beneath the earth. Entwined with the treant's colossal body was the ethereal crystal tree. Its roots coiled atop the treant's head, emitting a faint blue glow. This must be the true form of the mystical crystal tree. Of course, such an anomaly couldn't exist without a monster boss. Wang Mang looked up excitedly, gazing at the colossal creature before him. The sheer size of the treant was immensely intimidating. This treant looked incredibly fierce. The way it appeared was so familiar, just like the first single-player game I ever played, Wang Mang thought. Before he could finish, a giant hand slammed down towards him, smashing him into the ground like a nail. The impact of the treant's blow left a deep crater in the forest floor, showcasing its immense power. But soon, the treant's massive hand began to tremble and slowly lifted. Beneath the giant palm, Wang Mang's legs were deeply embedded in the ground, but his body stood tall and straight. He casually brushed the dust off himself with one hand while grappling with the treant with the other. Despite the vast difference in their sizes, Wang Mang held the upper hand in terms of strength. Hey, I was reminiscing, and you rudely interrupted me. But, hee. Wang Mang's lips curled into a grin, revealing his white teeth. His muscles trembled, but he relished the feeling. Come on, defeat me. Wang Mang roared. his face lit with a wild grin. His muscles tensed, his expression twisted and fierce. Suddenly, he grabbed the Trent's fingers with a reverse grip, his muscles bulging even more. With terrifying strength, Wong Mang lifted the entire treant and slammed it into the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. This was just the beginning. He quickly lifted the massive treant again and slammed it down once more. Smash! Smash! The speed increased with each throw. The once imposing treant was now being relentlessly slammed like a ragdoll by Wong Mang. Ah! Come on! Knock me down! Knock me down! Why aren't you knocking me down? The entire tree hollow shook violently under the relentless assault. After countless slams, Wong Mang finally stopped, panting heavily. The treant, now devoid of its former majesty, couldn't even rise. Wong Mang grabbed its fingers and dragged it to the entrance of the tree hollow, tossing it out with force. The treant landed heavily. Wong Mang stood at the entrance, then leaped like a frog, descending like a meteor, landing once again in front of the treant. Wong Mang was brimming with immense power, his muscles swelling continuously, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of subduing the entire world beneath his feet. Facing the Trent's head, he showed no fear, only a sinister smile. He unleashed the power of the six-armed Buddha, each punch carrying boundless force, relentlessly pummeling his opponent. In the 7th district of Blue Star, a mysterious black mist shrouded the surroundings, with enormous monsters occasionally emerging from the fog to enter the human world. Temporary military bases were layered around the perimeter of the Black Zone, with tanks, missile launch platforms, and heavy military trucks neatly lined up, guarding the territory. Some monsters were defeated by players, others were captured in iron cages and transported to underground bases to provide challenges for newcomers. However, just as everything seemed calm and orderly, a colossal monster quietly poked its head out, triggering alarms within the base. Red lights flashed, fighter jets soared into the air, and the alert was sounded. Report: a supermonster has appeared in the 7th district. Its size exceeds 30 meters, unprecedented. In the emergency situation, a video link was established, and the base commander appeared anxious, with the sound of gunfire constantly in the background. 3 supermonsters have emerged in the 7th district, accompanied by numerous other creatures. Even superhuman players might struggle to fend them off. Li Yong furrowed his brow. This was an ominous sign. These gigantic monsters were not merely enlarged versions of ordinary creatures. Their defense and destructive power were extraordinary. Some even possessed special abilities, like the water-spraying giant crab. Scientists had discovered that these monsters emitted a unique magnetic field, and the larger the creature, the stronger the field. Prolonged exposure to this field could cause psychological disturbances in humans, making escape impossible. Particularly for monsters over 20 meters tall, their magnetic field could extend over several hundred meters. Even the most outstanding Special Forces soldier from Huaxia would find themselves paralyzed with fear in the presence of such colossal monsters. Their bodies would feel as if they were frozen, unable to move or even draw their weapons. These giants stand at a mere 20 meters tall, yet with every additional 10 meters, their strength multiplies, and the magnetic field around them grows exponentially more powerful. This terrifying scene strikes fear into the hearts of all who witness it, testing the limits of anyone's courage. Finally, a 30-meter-tall monster appeared. Li Yong immediately alerted the first team, ordering them to dispatch jets to pick up Bai Yin and the others. He personally oversaw the operation, hoping to see them safely arrive at Sector 7 within an hour. At the same time, he sent out orders to the other 13 sectors, requesting reinforcements to gather at Sector 7. As Li Yong continued issuing commands, the scenes on the screen began to change. Explosions echoed, jets soared, and the monster roared. Despite the apparent dominance of the heavy weaponry, everyone knew it was merely a stalling tactic. Li Yong stared at the screen, his heart heavy. Sector 7 was in trouble again. Every time a new type of monster appeared, it was always in Sector 7.
Shang Xiang, Shang Xiaolong, Li Yun.
They all originally operated around Sector 7, as if fate had brought them together. Another key player, Wang Mang, also operated near Sector 7. They had long noticed the peculiarities of Sector 7. Consequently, the defenses around it were the most fortified, with the highest number of powerful superhuman players. Li Yong rubbed his temples. Ever since the monster invasions began, the pressure on him had been mounting. Lately, he had even started losing hair, with a noticeable bald spot forming on his head. Sighing, he thought, it looks like there's trouble on Wang Mang's end again. What is that guy up to now? On a desolate island, Wang Mang stood next to a withered tree thousands of meters tall, having reverted to his usual teenage appearance. His face was filled with excitement, releasing the joy within him. He had just defeated a massive tree creature. Perhaps due to long-term suppression, once he unleashed his power, he couldn't control it, pounding the ground countless times. The area was filled with deep craters, and only half of the tree creature's body remained, with the other half having merged into the ground. On the corpse, besides a purple treasure chest, there was a white light orb flickering. This was the first extra item to appear after he defeated a monster. He stored the chest in his backpack, gazing curiously at the white light orb. Just as he reached out to touch it, the orb emitted a dazzling light, and the world turned white in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing under a gigantic tree thousands of meters tall. All around, the previously dead 9 giant trees had come back to life, lush and green. Nearby, numerous mushroom people, less than a meter tall and wearing peculiar clothing, were conversing with each other. However, Wong Mang couldn't hear any sound, as if he were in a silent world. Some mushroom people walked right past him, seemingly phasing through him. These might just be illusions. He watched the mushroom people climb the giant tree along a staircase, making mysterious gestures as if performing some ritual. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Wong Mang stopped in front of the staircase at the end of the tree hollow. He stood there, gazing at the entrance, feeling a surge of accomplishment from defeating the tree beings. The once indistinct statues now appeared in sharp relief. Towering mushroom figures, clad in heavy armor and holding long spears, stood in neat rows at the entrance, radiating a jade-like sheen. They seemed like guardians, silently watching over everything. A multitude of mushroom people flooded into the hollow like a tide, and Wong Mang followed them deeper inside. At the deepest part of the hollow, a colossal crystal tree, over 20 meters tall, was growing robustly. Beneath it, a sea of white jade mushrooms of various sizes spread out, dazzling like a floral ocean. The crown of the crystal tree emitted a blue glow, sparkling like a galaxy, illuminating the entire hollow as if it were daylight. All the mushroom people who entered the hollow knelt reverently, bathed in a faint blue luminescence. Only Wong Mang stood proudly, gazing at the majestic crystal tree, feeling an unprecedented sense of sanctity and warmth, as if it could calm his inner turmoil. You have finally returned. I have waited so long, so long. Suddenly, the crystal tree spoke, its consciousness reaching into Wong Mang's mind. He opened his mouth in astonishment, trying to speak, but finding himself unable to make a sound. The crystal tree continued. The seeds of the world are almost depleted. This is all I can leave behind. Thank you for freeing me, Immu. With the final words, the crystal tree began to emit a blinding light. The surrounding mushroom people turned into starlight, drifting towards the sky, and the entire world was instantly enveloped in a white glow. When Wong Mang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the same spot, everything feeling like a surreal fragment in the river of time. Immu? He muttered, bewildered, staring at the tree being's corpse, finding it hard to believe the crystal tree had spoken. If he had known earlier, he would never have treated it this way. He sighed, why didn't you speak up sooner? Suddenly recalling something, he bent down to search the ground. Soon, he found a shattered crystal tree, the one that had been on the tree being's head, now twisted and deformed like a tangled knot. What a pity, to be damaged like this, Wong Mang murmured as he carefully collected the crystal tree. He then turned to the half-destroyed body of the tree being inside. Don't blame me. You attacked first. I just reacted. Moving to the tree being, he used his disintegration skill again, turning the enormous body into a pile of purple materials. With his level and strength increasing, the efficiency of disintegration seemed to improve, reducing the massive corpse to nothing in seconds. After cleaning up the tree being's remains, he returned to the tree hollow, only to find it had completely collapsed. However, Wong Mang was not ready to give up, believing that the world seeds mentioned by the tree being might be hidden underground. The shadow of the spider was activated, and a horde of spider monsters emerged from the darkness, beginning to dig frantically in the cave. After an arduous hour, the entire tree hollow had been dug up, leaving it in utter disarray. Apart from a few shattered white jade mushrooms, the place was completely empty. Wong Mang's brow furrowed slightly. Didn't the treeman say that the world seed was hidden here? Where on earth could this treasure be concealed? As the spider monsters continued their efforts, the cave became increasingly chaotic. Wong Mang's anxiety grew with each passing moment. He was desperate to find the legendary world seed. He searched every corner meticulously but found no clues. Was the world seed hidden so deeply, or had the treeman intentionally misled him? Doubts began to fill Wong Mang's mind, and his sense of urgency intensified. Suddenly, Wong Mang's gaze fell upon a seemingly overlooked corner of the cave. Striding over, he carefully inspected the area. At last, in one corner, he noticed a faint glow. Following the light, he discovered a small box hidden deep in the crevice. As he opened the box, a wave of mysterious energy surged forth. It was the world seed he had been relentlessly pursuing. Overwhelmed with joy, Wong Mang finally found it. The seed that had the potential to change the world was now within his grasp. His heart swelled with gratitude and excitement, filled with hope for the future. After searching for a long time in the tree hollow, Wang Mang found nothing. Puzzled, he wondered if the treasure lay within the purple chest. He picked up the chest, which contained a uniquely shaped crystal tree, twisted like a pretzel. Frowning, Wang Mang decided to open the purple chest first. As it opened, a crisp ringing sound echoed, and he acquired a peculiar item, the sunflower garden. This item, originating from the sunflower tribe of the Forest Kingdom, embodies their beliefs. In this garden, the plants receive extra sunlight, growing 100% faster and yielding 20% more produce. However, it comes with a caveat. Only higher-grade mystical items can counteract its effects. Wang Mang rated this rare purple item 3.5 stars. Next, he obtained 37 pieces of rare purple sunstone material, useful for crafting, repairing, and enhancing equipment, which he rated 3 stars. The rare purple piece of equipment, the Mushroom Man's crystal ring, caught his eye. This ring not only provided attributes of +8 constitution, +20 spirit, and +200 energy, but also had a unique effect. It increased energy recovery speed by 40%. Additionally, when worn, it allowed the wearer to cast the Mushroom Man's blessing, quickly restoring the target's damaged constitution in a short period. The ring received a rating of 3.5 stars. Besides these surprises, the chest also contained several high-level experience books, some other ores, and a few blue-quality pieces of equipment. Yet, Wang Mang was still hoping for the world seed. Scratching his head, he picked up the crystal tree. This tree was incredibly hard, and even the strongest attacks only managed to deform it. Wang Mang decided to dismantle it. Following his command, the crystal tree began to emit a faint glow, lasting for several seconds before a notification sound rang out. Dismantling successful. He obtained 11 branches of the Tree of Wisdom, 7 units of world power, and 1 world seed from the Forest Kingdom. The branches of the Tree of Wisdom possess the power of wisdom, useful for crafting staffs, potions, or enhancing the intelligence of plant-like beings, rated at 3.5 stars. The world power, a mystical force from the Forest Kingdom, could temporarily boost strength and world level or fortify the world, rated 4 stars. The world seed, with its magical properties, could be used to create or enhance mystical items, and even had a slight chance to grow into a small world when fused with specific items, also rated 4 stars. Wong Mang was utterly captivated by the crystal tree before him, silently marveling at its extraordinary nature. He couldn't help but recall the mysterious tree spirit, who must have also been awestruck by the tree's magic. Despite this, Wong Mang remained confident in his own abilities, believing himself to be slightly stronger than the tree spirit. The golden legendary material he had just acquired filled him with joy. This was his first time obtaining such a precious item. The longer he stayed on this desolate island, the more he realized the scarcity of high-quality equipment. Most valuable items seemed to be obtainable only through first kills, much like rewards for clearing a level. As he excitedly picked up the world seed, a faint glow emanated from the wonder, sunflower garden. Simultaneously, the world seed in his hand began to emit a soft light. Wong Mang fell into deep thought. He picked up the wonder, sunflower garden, a palm-sized crystal ball containing a small, vibrant garden. Upon immersing his consciousness within, he discovered he could actually enter this garden. A space artifact, indeed. The garden spanned only 3 or 4 acres, with its edges shrouded in white mist, blocking his path. Looking up, the entire space was as bright as day, with various colorful flowers blooming throughout. This wonder was as mystical as the legendary paradises of lore. The world seed had the ability to merge with wonders, and when encountering specific wonders, it could even transform into a small world. The sunflower garden seemed to be one of these special wonders. Both the sunflower garden and the world seed's descriptions mentioned the forest kingdom and indicated that they were obtained from a specific monster. With this realization, Wong Mang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately placed the sunflower garden and the world seed together. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to fuse the golden quality world seed with wonder, sunflower garden. He unhesitatingly chose yes. As he made his decision, the 2 items merged into one. A few minutes later, a brand new crystal ball appeared before Wong Mang. The system chimed again, announcing the acquisition of Wonder, Forest Kingdom's garden, which possessed effects such as Sun Garden, Garden's Blessing, and Garden's Protection. This wonder was a rule-based item, with its rules only counterable by higher-tier wonders. Its rating was 4 stars. Wong Mang picked up the wonder once more. Although its appearance hadn't changed much, the garden inside the crystal ball had expanded several times over. This was like a paradise from a cultivation novel. Did this mean he would have a mobile home in the future, never needing to sleep in a wooden crate again? This discovery filled Wong Mang with immense joy and anticipation for the future. Wong Mang excitedly caressed the crystal ball, his heart brimming with joy. With his backpack filled with various precious seeds, he couldn't wait to start planting. Life had been tough since he left the beach hut. He often had to spend nights in tree hollows or wooden boxes, and his meals consisted solely of roasted meat from various bizarre beasts, with no chance to eat any vegetables or fruits. The few spirit plants he had tried to grow in seashells were weak and barely survived, serving as his only source of fruit. Now, with this portable garden, all his seeds could flourish, and his quality of life would improve dramatically. Thinking about his spirit plants, he suddenly stopped and looked at Heibao, who was standing beside him. Heibao, what are you doing here? I told you to guard our spirit plants and precious wooden box. Heibao looked equally confused, seemingly realizing the problem. Didn't you summon me here?
Suddenly, Wang Mang understood.
He had accidentally used a summoning skill to call Heibao over while scouting. That meant his spirit plants were... Damn it! He roared, quickly storing the surrounding items into his spatial backpack. Then, transforming into his demonic frogman form, he leaped into the air and vanished. When he returned to the clearing, the spirit plants had been ravaged by unknown beasts, leaving only bare trunks. His carefully crafted wooden box had been trampled into pieces.
Ah!
Wong Mang was furious. You vile beasts, how dare you invade my home? With that, black, spider-like creatures began crawling out of his shadow, spreading out rapidly. The surrounding beasts started to panic, as these black spiders were a forbidden presence in the forest. Whenever they appeared, they would madly hunt down nearby beasts, like bandits. Most beasts would flee at the sight of them, and only a few super beasts could put up a fight, usually resulting in a stalemate. The forest echoed with the sounds of intense battles, but soon fell silent. In less than 10 minutes, Wong Mang had cleared all the beasts within a 10-mile radius. This greatly improved Wong Mang's mood. He gathered the spirit plants from the shells, reverting them to seeds. From now on, he would plant his seeds in the garden and carry it with him. He even planned to build a house in the garden to avoid sleeping outdoors. After organizing the various seeds, he took out another legendary golden item, the power of the world. This item was quite intriguing, capable of temporarily boosting strength and world level, though it was a one-time consumable. The power of the world looked peculiar, resembling a small white light orb with a texture as soft as cotton candy. After reading the attributes of the power of the world, Wang Mang's first thought wasn't about how to enhance his own strength, but rather how Bai Yin could summon him back. However, he faced three major obstacles. First, he possessed a rare talent. Second, his level was exceedingly high and his strength formidable. Third, he had once elevated the world's level, while Bai Yin's level had not increased. If he handed the power of the world to Bai Yin, would it enable her to successfully summon him back? The idea was indeed tantalizing. If even with the power of the world, Bai Yin still couldn't summon him back, the root of the problem might lie in his 6-star talent and power surpassing that of a demon god. But if Bai Yin succeeded, it would mean the power of the world could be his key to returning to the real world. With 7 portions of the power of the world in hand, he decided to have Li Jun take one back during his next login and personally test its effects. Resolute, Wang Mang turned back and gazed at the ruins of the giant tree behind him. 9 withered trees still stood tall, and the countless mushroom houses in the surrounding ruins had been ravaged by time. After defeating the tree spirits, he was drawn into visions, witnessing the former glory of the Mushroom Empire. Perhaps, long ago, this place was a paradise for mushroom people. But where had they all gone now? Were they devoured by the island's monsters, or had they set sail and left this desolate land? The voice of the crystal tree echoed in his mind. They will return to liberate. The crystal tree seemed to have been waiting on this isolated island for a long time, awaiting the return of certain individuals. Raising the garden of the Forest Kingdom's relic once again, Wang Mang gazed at the ruins before him. This might have once been the Forest Kingdom, and the world seed and power of the world seemed to be hinting at something. If the Forest Kingdom was once a planet similar to Earth, then what was the origin of this island? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and patiently awaited the answers. He recalled the black mosaic-like figure in the administrator's space, but speculating about it was futile. He resolved to continue improving his strength and level. Even knowing that his presence would change Blue Star, he never stopped striving for enhancement. Strength was fundamental. Grasping the crystal ball, he stepped into the garden of the Forest Kingdom. Before him lay a lush garden, its sunlight shining as brightly as daylight. Wang Mang rubbed his hands together. Such a beautiful garden seemed too extravagant for flowers. He decided to use the land entirely for planting vegetables and fruit trees. Saying this, he took a shovel from his space backpack. This shovel was the equipment he had obtained during his first monster hunt, full of memories. Picking up the shovel and donning a straw hat, Wang Mang rushed into the garden, digging and digging and digging. Sowing seeds, this place would become his home. A few days later, Wang Mang lay on Heibao, basking in the sunlight. From time to time, shadow spiders returned, bringing back treasure chests and monster corpses. The panel occasionally emitted a series of dinging sounds. In the game, Players control a brave and resilient character who continuously challenges various powerful monsters. Each time an elite black spider is defeated, the system emits a crisp notification sound, informing the player that they have earned 1382 experience points and a common white quality chest. The character's experience points keep accumulating, and the rewards in the chests gradually become more valuable. When facing an elite tree boar, the player remains undaunted and fights courageously. With the final strike, the system once again chimes in, rewarding the player with 1388 experience points and a white quality chest. The character's strength grows, and so does their combat experience. However, when the player takes on an elite black-winged mantis, the battle becomes exceptionally intense. The character demonstrates extraordinary courage and wisdom, ultimately defeating the formidable opponent. The system's notification sound rings out once more, this time granting the player 1854 experience points and a blue quality chest. The rewards inside the chest are even more generous, further empowering the character. Through relentless effort and bravery, the player's character continues to grow, easily overcoming various challenges. Each battle is a test of their courage and wisdom, and a testament to their growth. Defeating powerful monsters and earning abundant rewards brings a sense of accomplishment that deepens the player's love for the adventurous journey within the game world. Within a 10-kilometer radius, all the experience points from monsters defeated by shadow spiders are credited to him. Although he has been slacking off lately and rarely personally hunts monsters, his level has been rising faster with these shadow spiders around. A crisp notification sound chimed, indicating his level had increased to LV24. Well, another level up, Wong Mang sighed, lying on Hay Bao's back, gazing at the drifting white clouds and the azure sky. Although he knew that only by suppressing his level could Bai Yin summon him back, he believed it was just a possibility. He firmly believed that he shouldn't pin all his hopes on Bai Yan's summoning. Instead, he trusted in his own strength. As long as he became powerful enough, one day he would return to the real world in an invincible form. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he would never stop striving to become stronger. Leveling up continuously was his most important task at present. Standing up from Hay Bao's back, he looked out at the vast ocean. As his time on the deserted island lengthened, his sixth sense had been subtly warning him. His basic physical attributes had surpassed those of a human by 20 times, so this sixth sense couldn't be an illusion. It was his body's subconscious signaling danger, suggesting that a threat was silently approaching. This urgency to level up was driven by this sense of impending danger. If the world's power truly worked and Bai Yin could summon him back, he would unleash his potential and speed up his leveling process to hunt down that 100-meter-long Black King Kong. At this moment, his strength was formidable enough to give him the confidence to leave the island. The discovery of the Mushroom People ruins hinted that a group of mushroom people had already left the island. Perhaps, once he left this isolated island, the shadow that had long haunted his mind would gradually fade. Returning from his thoughts, Wang Mang continued to lie on Hay Bao's back, gazing at the drifting white clouds and the blue sky. Occasionally, enormous shadow spiders passed by, carrying monster corpses and treasure chests. Without hesitation, Wang Mang dealt with the corpses and stored the treasure chests in his spatial backpack. He calculated that today should be the day when Li Jun logged in again. Checking the chat group messages, he found that Li Jun hadn't logged in yet. He couldn't help but miss their conversations. Forget it, no need to wait for him. I have my own plans to execute today, he thought. Stretching lazily, he reflected on his recent time on the island, where he had started to let his imagination run wild. Pinning all his hopes on Bai Yin was clearly unrealistic. Therefore, he had been using the information on his phone to learn about navigation techniques. However, he abandoned the idea halfway. In a world with extraordinary powers, why rely on ships to cross the sea? Why not use coconuts? Coconuts are naturally suited for drifting on the ocean, and the coconuts on this island were exceptionally large. With proper utilization, their interiors could be carved out to create spacious dwellings. Once he activated his whimsical ideas, his mind opened up instantly. Now that he had the Forest Kingdom garden, he could simply hide inside it and let the crystal ball drift on the sea, without even needing coconuts. A sturdy little wooden box would suffice to carry the crystal ball across the ocean freely. In the garden of the Forest Kingdom, an independent space was quietly forming. This space, spanning over a dozen acres, was large enough for him to grow vegetables and sustain himself. Throughout his monster hunting expeditions, he had amassed over 100 different types of seeds, both white and blue in quality. Previously, he hadn't had a proper place to plant them, so they had been lying idle. Additionally, his spatial backpack was stocked with a significant amount of monster meat, enough to last him for several years if rationed carefully. The emergence of the Forest Kingdom garden completed the most crucial piece of the puzzle for his upcoming voyage. The more Wang Mang thought about it, the more his mind brimmed with ideas, and his heart pounded with excitement, eager to set sail immediately. He was growing weary of the island. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down and think cautiously, as there were still some essential preparations to be made. First, he decided to chop down a couple of coconuts and head to the seaside for an experiment. He planned to build a small three-room house using the coconuts and incorporate the garden within it, making it his daily living space. If he ever got tired of it, he could just step out of the coconut house and enjoy the beautiful sea view. Wouldn't that be wonderful? "Hey Bao, let's go. Find a few coconuts," he commanded. Hey Bao responded with a chirp, and the massive spider's body turned, vanishing into the trees like a shadow. Before long, Wong Mang arrived at the seaside, holding two gigantic coconuts. Standing on the reef, he gazed at the surging sea and hurled one of the coconuts with all his might. It flew straight for about 100 meters. However, within seconds, a huge shadow over 30 meters long swiftly swam towards the coconut. A massive, sharp-toothed mouth broke through the water and swallowed the coconut whole before disappearing beneath the waves. "This is too complicated," Wang Mang muttered with a frown. He quickly picked up the other coconut and ran to the beach, gently placing it in the water. This sea was peculiar. Despite the absence of tides, there were waves. The coconut drifted with the current, quickly floating towards the sea. But before it had drifted a few hundred meters, another gigantic shadow, this one over 40 meters long, leapt out of the water and swallowed the coconut whole. Wang Mang got a clear look. It was a giant beast resembling a grouper. Aren't groupers supposed to be carnivorous? Why would they eat coconuts? Wang Mang cursed, then hurriedly chopped down a piece of wood, fashioning it into a football-sized wooden box. With the garden, he no longer needed a three-room house on the sea. He could simply enjoy each day in the garden. He tossed the wooden box into the sea. The monsters in this world were gigantic, so a football-sized box might be insignificant to them. This time, there shouldn't be any monsters swallowing it, right? The wooden box drifted out to sea, and perhaps because it was too small, a long time passed without any monsters appearing. Just as Wang Mang was about to celebrate, a small monster about a meter long suddenly emerged and quickly swallowed the wooden box before disappearing without a trace. "Are you kidding me? These people are completely out of control. They even dare to eat wood." The protagonist couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and confusion. Their actions are simply beyond comprehension. Wang Mang massaged his temples, realizing that the situation with the ocean was far more complex than he had initially imagined. If the crystal ball were truly floating on the surface, it would likely become fish food in no time. He knew he had to rethink his strategy. Staring at the endless expanse of the sea, Wang Mang recalled the report Li Jun had shown him earlier. On Blue Star, there were 14 black zones leading to 14 desolate islands. Despite their similar appearances and the same types of monsters, each island was unique. Experts even speculated that every player who crossed over into the game world ended up on a unique island. The world was far vaster than they had imagined, and these islands were as countless as stars in the sky. Although this theory sounded outlandish, it sparked a glimmer of hope in Wang Mang's heart. He had searched this island for a long time and found no trace of other humans. From the beginning, he was the only one on this desolate island. Staring again at the boundless sea, no matter what dangers lay ahead, he knew he had to set sail. Determined, Wang Mang took out the crystal ball and re-entered the garden, which had undergone a dramatic transformation. The beautiful flowers had vanished, replaced by vegetable plots everywhere except for the area reserved for building a house. In just a few days, the vast garden was already teeming with crops, thanks to the fast-growing white-quality seeds with short growth cycles. Picking a ripe watermelon and savoring it, he walked toward another plot. Besides the fast-growing seeds, he had planted various flavors of spiritual plants. After his job change, he no longer worried about energy consumption. These spiritual plants not only tasted better, but also had surplus quantities he planned to trade for gold coins with players on Blue Star. Though Blue Star players were poor, there were many of them. For Wang Mang, gold coins were still crucial. This mutually beneficial trade not only met his needs, but also indirectly strengthened the Blue Star players. While gifting to the Daxia government was an option, he preferred mutually beneficial exchanges, as they often led to lasting relationships. Beyond the spiritual plants, there were 3 special plots on the right side of the garden, growing white jade mushrooms. These mushroom seeds were also obtained from the Trent's treasure chest. Watching the white jade mushrooms thrive, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the mushroom crystal ring on his finger. The ring's third skill was somewhat similar to the shadow spider, but had notable differences. Firstly, the mushroom man's strength was weaker as it depended on the summoner's base attributes. Secondly, transforming a mushroom man into a familiar required a mature white jade mushroom as a medium. Interestingly, the skill description did not mention the duration of the mushroom man's familiar form. Wang Mang took a translucent white jade mushroom from his spatial backpack. Although it had no practical use for him at the moment, he didn't mind consuming it. When the mushroom man's familiar skill was activated, the white jade mushroom began to grow rapidly, as if infused with life, and leaped out of Wang Mang's hand. In just a few breaths, the mushroom had grown over a meter tall, sprouting arms, legs, eyes, and a nose, transforming into a lively little mushroom person. As soon as the mushroom person appeared, it let out a clear, melodious sound, then knelt and bowed devoutly to Wang Mang. Circling the mushroom person, Wang Mang couldn't help but wonder about its usefulness, given its cute yet clumsy appearance. Compared to his shadow spider, this mushroom person seemed much weaker. Wang Mang issued a command to the mushroom person, asking about its abilities as a mirror image creature. Upon hearing the command, the mushroom person excitedly stood up and let out an adorable call. Suddenly, it began to swell rapidly, its body growing larger by the second. In a few breaths, the once cute mushroom person had transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall mushroom monster, its body rippling with muscles. The once innocent face now had sharp features and a fierce expression. The mushroom cap atop its head had morphed into something resembling a warrior's hat, exuding an aura of invincibility. Excited, Wang Mang stepped forward to closely examine the muscular mushroom creature before him. Its massive chest muscles, even larger than his own head, filled him with awe. Curious, he asked the mushroom person if it could grow any further, wanting to know its limits. The mushroom muscle man shook its head, indicating that this was its ultimate form. Wang Mang felt a slight twinge of regret, but was pleased to know that this form, derived from the white jade mushroom, could exist permanently. He turned to look at the 3 acres of land in front of him, filled with white jade mushrooms. As long as he kept up with the fertilization, he could continuously harvest them. Although the mushroom person's strength wasn't extraordinary, it could be produced on a large scale. For Wang Mang, the 24-hour cooldown time was no issue. He once again took out a dozen white jade mushrooms from his spatial backpack and activated the skill. One by one, mushroom people leaped out of his hand, growing and transforming into a group of adorable white jade mushroom beings. When the mushroom people first reached maturity, they would excitedly kneel on the ground, fervently bowing to Wang Mang. They murmured softly, as if whispering something. These adorable little creatures seemed to be filled with boundless reverence and gratitude towards Wang Mang, their eyes brimming with awe and adoration. This scene inevitably evokes a sense of wonder at the marvels of nature and the supreme status Wang Mang holds in the hearts of the mushroom people. Wang Mang gazed at the mushroom people before him with satisfaction, silently marveling at their muscular build. These mushroom folks are perfect for labor, he thought, but it's a shame their strength is wasted on trivial tasks. Encouragingly, he said, "With your strength, you should learn farming with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang's muscles swelled, and he transformed into a towering giant, 5 meters tall. The mushroom people blinked in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with admiration. With a series of loud thuds, they too transformed into 3-meter-tall muscle-bound beings. Standing tall and proud, they exuded a powerful aura, their muscles bulging as they quickly fell in line behind Wang Mang. Leading the group to the vegetable garden, Wang Mang took out 2 blueprints, a black crystal iron shovel, and a crabshell axe. These blueprints were treasures from a purple chest, and ever since he acquired purple weapons, these items had been lying idle in his inventory. The blueprints dissolved into points of light and merged into Wang Mang's body as soon as he used them. With the blueprints mastered, he could craft the corresponding equipment as long as he had the necessary materials. Thanks to his extensive hunting of monsters beyond his level, he had amassed a mountain of blue and purple chests. Most chests contained experience books and forging materials, except for the occasional equipment and blueprints from first kills and rare chests. Thus, crafting blue equipment was a breeze for him, though he had yet to obtain a single purple equipment blueprint. High-quality gear was notoriously hard to come by in the game world. Activating the forging function on his interface, a few hours later, Wang Mang had produced a dozen black crystal iron shovels and crabshell axes. He looked at the neatly lined-up mushroom people, finding them obedient and endearing. Nodding in approval, he handed each one a shovel and an axe, and then began teaching them how to farm. Valuing this free labor force, he decided to take good care of the vegetable garden, knowing that mastering farming skills would be useful. An hour later, he left half of the mushroom people to tend to the garden and took the other half to an island to chop down trees. Recently, he had learned how to build wooden houses in the garden world and decided to construct a real home for himself. Sitting on a giant tree trunk, Wang Mang gazed at the sky, lost in thought, while the mushroom people below worked hard at chopping wood. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the chat panel. Li Jun was online again.
Li Yun quickly contacted Wang Mang.
"Hey Wang Mang, are you there?"
Li Yun asked.
Surprised, Wang Mang noted that it was unusual for Li Jun to initiate a chat so quickly. They usually chatted for hours whenever they were online. However, Wang Mang listened attentively. Li Jun informed him that a few days ago, larger monsters had appeared in the 7th Black Zone. Wang Mang read the message, already prepared for the news. Each time higher-level monsters were hunted, the upper limit for invading monsters on Blue Star would refresh, and their numbers would significantly increase. The towering 30-meter behemoth was barely manageable for Seala, but he knew deep down that the future held even greater challenges. He refused to remain stagnant, unwilling to be forever trapped on this desolate island, dying alone. Meanwhile, Li Jun kept sending messages to Wang Mang, who remained unresponsive. Wang Mang, every decision you make affects the survival of humanity. Your family is still on Blue Star, and your friends? Despite the mounting messages, Wang Mang seemed unperturbed, even somewhat irritable. To avoid worrying his family, he had never disclosed the island's impact on him to Li Jun. Everyone believed that with his abilities, there was no real danger on the desolate island, only loneliness. Loneliness? In reality, he was on the brink of madness. At this moment, he only longed to destroy everything. Outwardly calm and serene, his inner desire was to transform into the most powerful being and unleash a frenzy on the island. As time passed, the island's corrosive influence on him grew worse. The outside world might think he had been there for less than a year, but he felt as though he had been isolated from reality for decades. If not for the videos on his phone, he might have forgotten his family's faces altogether. Don't tell me what to do. I know what I'm doing, Wong Mang replied coldly before going silent again. Li Jun was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Wong Mang had responded so forcefully. Wong Mang, is something wrong on your end? If you need help, Li Jun's words trailed off. They seemed helpless. Even if they could enter the monster world, with Wong Mang's level of skill, if he felt endangered, there were almost no other players who could assist him. Moreover, they couldn't enter the monster world. After a long wait, Wong Mang sent another message. I've listed an item and a strand of hair at the auction house. Take them back and have Bai Yin summon me again. Remember, cast the spell at noon on the second day after your return. It must be at noon on the second day. After giving these instructions, Wong Mang exited the chat interface. He lay on a tree trunk, overlooking a group of mushroom people busy chopping wood below. The human world was closely tied to him, and his actions would accelerate the progress of the monster game. His family was still on Blue Star, putting him in a dilemma. He could only hope that Bai Yan's world power would summon him back to the real world. If she succeeded, he could escape his confinement and hunt down the 100-meter-tall Black King Kong. He had a premonition that once he defeated the Black King Kong, the shadow in the administrator's room would reappear, providing him with a chance to leave the island. If Bai Yan's world power failed to summon him back, he would follow his original plan to hunt the 100-meter-tall Black King Kong. He had to survive. According to the game rules, if he died in the game world, a similarly powerful monster might appear on Blue Star. No matter what, he would open the gates of hell in the human world. Therefore, he had recently come to terms with his situation. Facing imminent death, he remained unafraid of the flood of challenges ahead. He is just an ordinary person. He doesn't possess any remarkable talents, nor has he achieved any great feats. His life is uneventful, following the same routine day after day. Yet, despite this, he has a kind heart and is always willing to help others without expecting anything in return. To him, the most important thing in life is to assist others and make a positive impact through his actions. Even when it comes to the smallest of tasks, he puts in his best effort because he believes that once the seeds of kindness are sown, they will take root and blossom beautifully in the hearts of others. So, even as an ordinary person, he warms the world with his acts of kindness, making life a little brighter for everyone. 3 days had passed, and Li Jun was once again facing the moment to log off. During this time, Wang Mang had not contacted him, leaving Li Jun feeling uneasy and anxious. He began to worry about the situation with Player Zero, unsure of what had transpired. In his restless state, Li Jun logged off and returned to the real world. He immediately took Wang Mang's package to a secret room in the underground base of Bureau 826. Soon, Li Yong arrived, but he knew nothing about Wang Mang's situation. Li Jun truthfully reported the events, causing Li Yong to furrow his brows. When they opened the package, a dazzling golden light burst forth, filling the room and overwhelming their senses. It was the world power from the Forest Kingdom, possessing miraculous properties. Li Yong, staring at the radiant golden world power, was wide-eyed with amazement. As the chief commander of Bureau 826, he was already a level 7 expert with a player panel, but he had never encountered such a precious material of golden quality. With the recent surge in players, high-level materials had become exceedingly rare. Blue-quality items were already considered scarce treasures, and purple materials were even rarer. Holding the world power, Li Yong couldn't contain his excitement and joy. This was the world's only golden quality material, incredibly valuable. He immediately made a phone call, instructing Zhang Xiaolong and others to return to headquarters as soon as possible. A few hours later, the first team arrived at the underground base of Bureau 826, with Zhang Xiaolong and Bai Yin among them. They quickly disappeared behind the door, leaving Dante leaning against the wall, his gaze profound. Recently, the number and level of monsters in the Black Zone had increased, especially in the 7th district, where 30-meter class supermonsters had appeared. Bai Yin had been stationed there, and it was unusual for headquarters to call her away today. Jin Tianba also sensed something was amiss and began to question why Bai Yin was always given special treatment. He jumped up in anger, expressing his dissatisfaction. On the other side, after a secret meeting with Li Yong, Zhang Xiaolong and Bai Yin boarded a plane and left Bureau 826. They flew over the valley and arrived at the spot where Seala was originally summoned. Time flew by, with day turning into night and back again. The next day, a group of soldiers gathered in the valley, but their numbers were noticeably reduced. Seala's performance had earned him respect, and almost no one considered Player Zero a monster anymore. Some experts even suggested that only a nuclear weapon could truly defeat Player Zero. This time, the summoning was much friendlier, with no one carrying weapons. A high-yield nuclear device had already been buried deep in the valley as a precaution. Although the likelihood of Player Zero being a monster was minimal, in this world full of uncertainties, one could never be too sure. Major General Wang looked at his watch, visibly excited. It was only a few minutes until noon. Player Zero had said he would be summoned at exactly 12 p.m. today, right? Yes, he had emphasized it twice. Could there be a time discrepancy? Unlikely, as the time flow between the two worlds was nearly identical. Li Jun had already given him an electronic watch from Blue Star. He just needed to synchronize the time. As they conversed, seconds ticked away. Soon, Li Yong personally approached Bai Yin and took out the golden material from his spatial backpack, the power of the world. When the power of the world appeared, it emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the surroundings and making everyone present feel a warm sunlight, as if the entire world had become peaceful and comfortable. Meanwhile, Wong Mang was fixated on the electronic watch on his wrist. The time was approaching the moment he and Li Jun had agreed upon, and Bai Yin should be summoning him. Ever since he narrowly escaped being swallowed by the dark abyss during the game's beta test, he had maintained a state of super spiritual possession, continuously enhancing his various resistances and pushing his power to the limit. Bai Yin's last summoning attempt had failed, and he suspected it was related to his super spiritual state. On one hand, this state had strengthened him. On the other, Bai Yin's power might have been interfered with by some external force, while his own strong resistance in this state could have disrupted Bai Yin's abilities. Recently, due to the mental pollution he encountered on the deserted island, he was almost always under dozens of layers of super spiritual possession. In this state, it was unlikely Bai Yin could successfully summon him back. This was why Wang Mang had arranged the timing with Li Jun in advance. He needed to deactivate his super spiritual state when Bai Yin summoned him. As the time approached noon, Wang Mang began to gradually deactivate each layer of his super spiritual state, making himself somewhat weaker. With each layer deactivated, his face grew more sullen, as if a black shadow enveloped his entire visage. The influence of the deserted island loomed over him constantly. He opened his phone, and a video of his family began to play, with the volume turned up to the maximum. Seconds ticked away. As the state of supernatural possession gradually waned, the buried pollution of the deserted island began to surface. Wang Mang's body started to manifest strange black cubes, layer upon layer, spreading through the surrounding air like waves. These cubes resembled writhing black worms, twisting and clawing as they emerged into the world. Whispering voices filled the void, crying, wailing, suffering, moaning, a cacophony of sounds intertwined, whispering temptations of despair. Living is so exhausting. Why not just die? Alone on an isolated island, what can invincibility achieve? Come, let's become one. It's so joyful here, so joyful. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Growing up to be a virgin. How shameful, how shameful. Why haven't you died yet? Come, let's turn into monsters together, then you can go home. The black worm-like mosaic continued to spread from Wang Mang's body, eerie and malevolent. Wang Mang lowered his head, shadows enveloping his face, his eye sockets like abysses. Videos of his family played incessantly on his phone. Son, don't worry about us, just stay safe. Brother, show me your superpowers when you get back, I want to brag to my classmates. Son, if you're unhappy, just fight back, don't be afraid. Wang Mang, that name isn't given for nothing. In the vast forest, a young boy stood beneath the shadows of the trees, enveloped in a black mist, eerie and sinister.
I am Wang Mang. I am Wang Mang.
I'm stronger than you. I am Wang Mang. With a thunderous roar, the boy shrouded in black mist bared his menacing white teeth. At that moment, Wang Mang's body gradually faded and then vanished into thin air. 2 minutes ago, Li Yong stood to the side, smiling as he spoke to a scholarly-looking young scientist. Dr. Chun, why don't you take your team back for now? This young scientist, a rising star in the Research Institute, was renowned for his pioneering work on monster gene plants and monster magnetic field theory. He had also awakened abilities related to scientific research, making him a highly respected figure. Despite his prominence, his curiosity about Player Zero kept him lingering there. Li Yong frowned and warned, Dr. Chun, my team has already contacted Player Zero. He's been emotionally unstable lately. Your actions might not be approved by the higher-ups. Before he could finish, Dr. Chin interrupted him decisively. Director Li, there's no need to worry so much. I'm just curious. At most, I'll give him a physical examination. Dr. Chin's amiable smile seemed harmless, but Li Yong knew better. Beneath the young scientist's gentle exterior lay greed and madness. Despite his reservations, Li Yong pulled out his walkie-talkie and personally ordered the summoning of Player Zero. As the director of Bureau 826, he had long desired to witness Player Zero in action. All departments, prepare and proceed as planned. With the order given, Major General Wang responded excitedly, yes, yes, yes. Bai Yin, standing tensely among the crowd, clutched her hair and looked at Zhang Xiaolong beside her. Zhang Xiaolong nodded gently, reassuring her, don't worry, I'll protect you. Bai Yin blushed, raising her hand imbued with the golden glow of the world's power. Everyone watched her intently, the eerie image of the black mosaic figure from earlier still haunting their minds. Would they succeed in summoning Player Zero this time? Bai Yin aimed her hands forward, ready to release her power. Medium summon. Instantly, an eerie silence fell over the area, as if even the wind had stopped blowing. An invisible force surged, distorting the space. Suddenly, a mass of black material appeared. Countless black, worm-like mosaics intertwined, forming a massive, ominous black sphere. At the center of the sphere, the black worms wove into a bizarre humanoid shape. As the terrifying and eerie monster descended, an invisible aura of fear quickly spread, rippling through the crowd. Everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of dread that instantly brought them to their knees. Even Major General Wang was no exception. His entire body trembled, filled with fear and unease. As a former elite soldier in the field, his resolve had always been unwavering, never backing down. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unprecedented weakness and cowardice. He tried to stand, but whenever he looked into the monster's black mosaic eyes, it was as if he was being pulled into an inescapable abyss of darkness. Despite his efforts to control his fear, he eventually collapsed, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Li Yong was also engulfed by terror. Watching Major General Wang faint before him only heightened his own panic. The appearance of the black mosaic monster brought him a sense of despair and helplessness he had never experienced before. He tried to suppress his fear, but the countless whispers in his ears made his head throb. Suddenly, he heard a voice shout within him, I will not succumb. No matter what, I will not be defeated. This surge of determination helped him muster the strength to resist the fear. As Wong Mang was summoned back to the real world, the black thread-like worms around him seemed to be driven by some force, retreating into his body. Moments later, Wong Mang opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He had felt as though he was sinking into a deep sea, overwhelmed by loneliness and despair, making it almost impossible to breathe. But as he regained his senses, he saw a girl in a white dress standing before him. The golden glow emanating from her radiated the wondrous power of the world, bringing Wong Mang a sense of calm. He recalled the fear he had just experienced, and a newfound determination surged within him, readying him for the challenges ahead. A crowd of tall men stood around, each respectfully kneeling, as if welcoming his return. He walked through them with a composed demeanor, his gaze profound and commanding, exuding an aura of unparalleled martial prowess that made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Dressed in a luxurious brocade robe and wearing a crown adorned with gleaming jewels, he emanated an air of authority. Following closely behind him was a group of formidable guards, who looked as though they were escorting a king back to his throne. The entire scene was solemn and majestic, as if witnessing a momentous transformation in history. Wong Mang felt a bit puzzled and scratched his head. Why was everyone so respectful, kneeling on the ground to greet him? He hesitated for a moment and then tentatively said, the ground is quite cold. How about we all stand up and talk? However, there was only silence. Everyone remained kneeling, not a single person responding to him. The eerie quiet made the atmosphere unusually strange. In a vast valley, Wong Mang stood in the center of the crowd. Beside him was a girl in white, radiating a golden light, almost like a divine attendant, ready to serve at any moment. Below him, a dense circle of people knelt, appearing as the most devout followers, showing no sign of disrespect. After a long hesitation, Wong Mang spoke again, is this Blue Star? Yet again, there was silence. The crowd knelt motionless and wordless, adding to Wong Mang's confusion. He turned to the girl in white, who must be Bai Yin. It seemed only she could help unravel this bizarre situation. Turning around, Wong Mang tried to put on what he thought was a friendly smile, and was about to ask Bai Yin. But the moment he smiled, Bai Yan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted in fear. Despite being protected by the world's power and unaffected by Wong Mang, Her timid nature caused her to be terrified by the strange scene earlier. To her, Wang Mang's smile seemed wicked and terrifying. As a psychologically fragile girl, she couldn't handle such a sinister smile, so she fainted, which was understandable.
Wang Mang's smile froze instantly.
He touched his face, then his abs and chest. Did he really look that scary? Meanwhile, Li Yong, who was kneeling on the ground, was drenched in sweat, clearly hearing Wang Mang's voice. Although Wang Mang had returned to normal and the eerie murmurs had vanished, his imposing aura still pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to even lift their heads. It wasn't the strange black lines that frightened them but the terrifying aura emanating from Wang Mang. Anxious, Li Yong screamed internally but couldn't move or lift his head due to Wang Mang's overwhelming presence. However, Wang Mang was unaware of Li Yong's inner turmoil, having spent so much time alone on a deserted island that he was oblivious to the fear his aura induced. In a distant secret command room, a group of people watched the screen intently, filled with tension. What on earth is this monster? It's even more terrifying than last time. Did Player Zero fail again? Oh no, it looks like they've been attacked unexpectedly. Major General Wang seems to be in critical condition. How could this be happening? The magnetic field emanating from this black creature is unimaginably strong. We've never encountered anything like it before. The deputy director watched the screen with a grave expression. The plan to summon Zero was meticulously prepared. They had anticipated every possibility. An hour ago, Li Yong handed him the nuclear weapon's red button, emphasizing repeatedly that if the summoned entity was still that eerie black monster, it must not be allowed to escape the valley. Even if everyone present had to sacrifice their lives, they couldn't let it get away. The deputy director silently observed the mysterious black figure on the screen, paused for a moment, and then spoke resolutely. He had seen the previous recordings of Player Zero. Such a terrifying creature couldn't be allowed to run free. Unlock the nuclear weapons immediately. We can't let it escape. Just then, a female officer nearby spoke up nervously. Wait a minute, I don't think the situation has deteriorated to the worst yet. Let's hold off a bit longer. This female officer, Zhang Aijuan, was one of Li Yong's most trusted subordinates. Unlocking the nuclear weapons required both her and the deputy director's consent. Zhang Aijuan, do you realize what you're saying? This terrifying monster could escape the valley at any moment. Do you understand how many lives are at stake? I know, but Director Li is still alive. Zhang Aijuan turned to face the deputy director. It's not the most dangerous moment yet. I won't agree to use the nuclear weapons. Ah, your softness will doom us all. Can you bear that responsibility? The deputy director roared, but Zhang Aijuan remained steadfast. She stared intently at Li Yong on the screen, her fists clenched. Let's wait a bit longer. The monster hasn't made a move yet, and it hasn't left the valley. I won't agree to use the nuclear weapons. The deputy director slammed the table in frustration. Without Zhang Aijuan's consent, we can't use the nuclear weapons. Zhang Aijuan, if the director dies or if the monster shows any sign of escaping the valley, you must agree. Li Yong's fate, and the fate of everyone, depends on it. Zhang Aijuan watched Li Yong on the screen anxiously, not arguing back. This was also what Li Yong had instructed her before. If that black monster really tried to escape the valley, the nuclear weapons must be used. In the valley, Li Yong was on his knees, drenched in sweat, unable to move. If this continued, they would trigger the backup plan. The buried nuclear weapons would be detonated, and everyone would perish. As Li Yong struggled helplessly, Wong Mang's voice echoed again. Ah, the power of the world is limited. My time is running out. I need to go back and see my parents. You can find me later. Hearing this, Li Yong's eyes widened, and sweat poured from his forehead. We can't let him escape. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, the nuclear weapons will be triggered, and everyone will be doomed. Li Yong struggled desperately to stand, but the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Mang was too strong, pinning him down, rendering him speechless. Li Yong was filled with anxiety and couldn't help but shout, "Little ancestor, why don't you use your powers? We're doomed." However, Wang Mang paid no heed to his cries. He watched the crowd kneeling before him, took a few steps forward, and noticed that the people closest to him suddenly collapsed. This made him stop in his tracks. Frowning, he looked around and realized something unusual was happening to him again. Wang Mang decided to put on his straw hat and stretch his stiff body. Faced with the chaos before him, he felt a bit lost and thought it might be better to hurry home and reunite with his family. The power of the world was unpredictable, and Wang Mang was anxious. He glanced at the unconscious girl in white and slowly walked towards her, gently picking her up. She was his summoner, and he had to escort her to safety. She was his only hope. With a soft wave of his hand, the surrounding space distorted, and the massive figure of Seala appeared behind him, respectfully lifting him up. Li Yong knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with urgency as if he had sensed something. In such a critical situation, Wang Mang couldn't afford to leave. Otherwise, they would immediately activate the backup plan and destroy the land. Li Yong's eyes caught sight of Major Wang lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Anxiety gnawed at him. How could this guy be so unreliable? Didn't he claim that his subordinates were all seasoned elites? Yet now, they were all kneeling, speechless. The situation was dire. Their deaths didn't matter, but if player 0 perished, the sky might truly collapse. However, Wong Mang couldn't hear these inner thoughts. He casually placed Bai Yin on Sealaoda's back, found a comfortable position, and lay down, pointing in a direction. Head that way, Sealaoda. We need to leave this valley. Sealaoda happily lifted his pincers, excitedly preparing to leave. Just as everyone was powerless, kneeling on the ground, and as Li Yong was filled with helpless anxiety, and just as the command room was about to press the red button, a frail figure beside Sealaoda trembled and stood up. His veins bulged, and he roared incessantly. It was Zhang Xiaolong. His eyes were bloodshot, veins snaking across his face as an invisible force erupted from him. His robe fluttered wildly, and his hair stood on end. Gripping a long blade, he stood before Sealaoda, exuding an impressive aura. Meanwhile, Wang Mang leisurely lay atop Sealaoda, looking down at the struggling figure below. He was somewhat surprised. Put down Bai Yin, Zhang Xiaolong bellowed, his eyes wild and filled with fury. He had lost his sanity, driven only by sheer will. Clutching the long blade, he charged at Wang Mang with all his might. The blade glinted, and countless slashes aimed at Wang Mang. Monster or demon, it made no difference. He was determined to carve a path for the girl he vowed to protect. D. Wang Mang yawned, calmly observing the frenzied Zhang Xiaolong below. What on earth was this guy doing? Below, Sealaoda blocked Zhang Xiaolong, who desperately hacked at Sealaoda's pincers, sparks flying everywhere. The pincers were getting scratched up. As Sealaoda held off Zhang Xiaolong, he communicated with Wang Mang. Oh, do you know him? Is he a friend of Bai Yan's? When Sealaoda and Wang Mang were talking, Sealaoda gently pulled the agitated Zhang Xiaolong aside, showing a hint of disdain. If it weren't for the master's orders to listen to Bai Yan, and the fact that Zhang Xiaolong was Bai Yan's friend, Sealaoda would have turned him into mincemeat long ago. In the forest, no monster had dared to challenge Sealaoda for a long time, especially when he was carrying his master. After shoving Zhang Xiaolong aside, Sealaoda walked away with his head held high, but Wang Mang slowly stood up from Sealaoda's back. Sealaoda, please wait a moment, Wang Mang said, looking down at Zhang Xiaolong. He had just tried to approach the kneeling man, but every time he got close, the nearest person would faint for some unknown reason. Now that there was finally someone who could move, he decided to get some answers first. Wang Mang gently helped Bai Yin off Sealaoda's back, then looked down at Zhang Xiaolong and slowly said, Hey, do you want this lady? I can give her back to you, but you have to answer a few questions first. Zhang Xiaolong was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. He used his long knife to support himself, preventing from collapsing. After venting his emotions, his mind had cleared up considerably, and he could now clearly hear Wang Mang's words. Cough, cough, you can ask, he replied. An hour later, a small drone was flying in the sky. Wang Mang sat alone with an array of delicious food in front of him. It had been a long time since he had tasted such delectable food. He had grown tired of eating monster meat every day. While devouring the feast, he watched the electronic tablet in front of him. At that moment, he was on a video call with his family. Son, is that really you? His mother's voice was filled with joy. Yes, Mom. Why would I lie to you? Wang Mang replied, turning the camera towards the back of the cabin. Look, I'm on a plane. Thank goodness, I'll tell your father right away. Can you come home tonight? I'll cook your favorite braised pork. Mom, there's no need. My situation is a bit complicated right now, and I might not be able to see you. I just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Mang ended the video call with his mother. He then chatted with his father for half an hour before sitting quietly in the cabin. As for his little sister, he thought it was better not to talk to her. Wang Mang sat by the window, gazing at the white clouds in the sky inside. His situation was rather complicated, and it seemed unlikely that he would be able to reunite with his family this time. An hour ago, he had learned the whole situation from Zhang Xiaolong. He had been mentally prepared for turning into a mysterious black mosaic figure. The pollution from the deserted island had been continuously affecting him, and he had maintained his sanity only by stacking multiple layers of super spiritual states. As he had expected, the real world could suppress the island's mental pollution. Even without using super spiritual abilities at the moment, he felt incredibly good. However, for some unknown reason, he was exuding a powerful aura. Under this terrifying aura, almost no one could stand in front of him. The body of the superpowered player was so rigid it resembled that of a zombie, rendering him unable to move. For ordinary people, just approaching him would be enough to make them faint in fear. This situation filled him with guilt, as he worried that if he ever saw his family, they would be so terrified that it might leave lasting psychological scars. This condition made him feel isolated and helpless. An hour ago, Wang Mang learned from Zhang Xiaolong that he possessed a unique power within himself, capable of commanding the awe and silence of those around him. It was only after he left the crowd that he gradually regained his composure. He then boarded a drone aircraft, accompanied only by Bai Yin and Zhang Xiaolong. The plane had no pilot. It was operated by an AI cockpit. Wang Mang sat quietly to one side, while the other two huddled in a corner, trying to distance themselves from his overwhelming presence. Bai Yin, endowed with world energy, was immune to Wang Mang's influence. Zhang Xiaolong, with his heightened sensory abilities, could temporarily shut off his other senses to enhance his sixth sense. On the plane, he had closed all his senses except hearing, yet he could still faintly perceive the immense pressure emanating from Wang Mang, akin to a high-ranking predator. This feeling made him as uneasy as if two small mice were locked in a room with a tiger. Even if the tiger was friendly, the invisible pressure was still terrifying. "Where are we headed?" Wang Mang asked softly, gazing out the window. His voice, though gentle, reverberated through the plane, making Zhang Xiaolong even more tense. Zhang Xiaolong respectfully replied, "We're heading to the 7th district. The situation there is dire. Normally, it's Bai Yan's territory, with Boss Xie stationed there. Have there been monster invasions?" Wang Mang inquired with a frown. Zhang Xiaolong hesitated before finally revealing, "According to the latest intelligence, less than half an hour after your return, the 7th district was hit by a massive monster invasion, including a new type of supermonster. The situation is critical. It seems your return might be the cause of all this." Wang Mang realized the implications, doubts surfacing in his mind. Have I surpassed the limits of this world? His emotional fluctuation immediately intensified the pressure in the cabin. Zhang Xiaolong nearly fell to his knees, and Bai Yin quickly supported him. Bai Yin, usually delicate, suddenly showed a surge of courage but was stopped by Wang Mang's gaze as she was about to speak. The quiet cabin was filled only with faint breathing sounds, and Zhang Xiaolong, tense, covered Bai Yan's mouth gently with a look full of tenderness. "Could you tone down your aura a bit? This is too overwhelming," Bai Yin stammered. Watching Wang Mang and his girlfriend cuddle together, my inner single self couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness, masked by a playful, teasing demeanor. Wang Mang felt like an outcast, almost as if he were the bad guy, and a wave of sadness washed over him. He decided he couldn't stay in this love-filled cabin any longer and resolved to head back for some speed dating, even planning to meet 100 people at once. Fueled by anger, Wang Mang turned on his tablet, ready for a video call. Soon, the call connected, and a weary-faced Li Yong appeared on the screen. Wang Mang explained that he had to leave because the air quality was terrible. Li Yong tried to persuade him to endure a bit longer, but Wang Mang had made up his mind. Without hesitation, he opened the cabin door, preparing to leave the plane. Seeing this, Li Yong had no choice but to comply, opening the drone bay door and reminding Wang Mang to pay attention to his parachute and the operating instructions. Yet, Wang Mang jumped out of the plane without a second thought, showcasing his strength and confidence. Li Yong was shocked but also understood Wang Mang's decisiveness. He then shifted his focus to another screen, where the situation in the 7th zone of the black restricted area was alarming. The number of monsters had surged, leading to continuous bombardment, and long-range missiles were raining down, making the situation far more dire than he had imagined. In Sector 7, a group of 12 squads of warriors is facing an unprecedented challenge. 12 colossal monsters, each towering at 40 meters, have emerged and are wreaking havoc across the entire area. Their immense power leaves everyone in awe, and with new monsters joining the fray every moment, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. The warriors' firepower support can only last for a mere 15 minutes, and their long-range missiles are already 60% depleted. Despite their valiant efforts, they are struggling to hold back the relentless onslaught of these beasts. Casualties are mounting, and the battle is teetering on the brink of disaster. Desperation forces them to request reinforcements and consider retreat. In this unprecedented battle, the 12 squads are experiencing unparalleled despair and helplessness. They urgently need more support to resist this overwhelming catastrophe. As a horde of monsters invaded, the surrounding area was filled with a powerful magnetic field that seemed to distort the boundaries of the black zone, causing it to expand. Li Yong clenched the emergency report in his hand, his expression becoming serious. They had long anticipated that the return of Player Zero would bring unforeseen turmoil to the 7th district and had prepared accordingly. However, reality showed that they had still underestimated the influence of Player Zero. The scale of this monster invasion was unprecedented. Could Player Zero handle such a formidable enemy? Even with the likes of Seala, a super pet of immense power, and his own exceptional abilities, the sheer number and size of the super monsters left him feeling uneasy. Yet, as the commander of Bureau 826, he had to remain calm and composed, projecting an image of control. He picked up the phone and initiated a video call with the commander of the 7th District. He ordered the evacuation of all players and troops within 10 minutes, with reinforcements on the way. Don't worry about running out of ammunition. Fight with everything you've got. Not a single monster must breach the line. On the other side, the 7th District commander wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite Li Yong's orders, he still wanted to confirm. Director, this monster invasion in the 7th District is no small matter. I have a premonition that even stronger monsters will appear. I'm afraid that even if Bai Yin joins the battle, it might not be enough. We must mobilize super players from the other 13 districts, or the 7th District's defenses will be overwhelmed, putting Huaxia in grave danger. Director, facing the anxious commander of the 7th District, who was unaware of Player Zero's existence, Li Yong reassured him. Rest assured, we have dispatched our most powerful support. Remember, evacuate all personnel and troops as quickly as possible. No one is to approach the battlefield. Thinking of the terrifying aura emanating from Player Zero, Li Yong felt his legs go weak and emphasized once more, remember, if you encounter that person, do not approach recklessly. With that, Li Yong ended the video call and once again focused on the battlefield of the Black Zone in the 7th District. The area was filled with the sounds of artillery, and gigantic super monsters roared continuously. The 7th District commander stared at the black screen in front of him. Despite Li Yong's assurances of the strongest support, this monster invasion was unlike any previous ones, and he felt uncertain. Just as he was lost in worry, the intercom crackled to life again. 50 meters. 50-meter class. Sir, the situation is dire. Another super monster has appeared in the Black Zone, and its size exceeds 50 meters. Requesting evacuation. Requesting evacuation. The 7th District commander widened his eyes and quickly turned on the screen to view the battlefield. At the edge of the Black Zone, a black spider over 50 meters tall slowly emerged from the mist. How enormous was a 50-meter super monster? In front of it, tanks were insignificant, and the aircraft circling in the sky were like tiny flies. The approximately 50-meter tall behemoth exceeded human imagination. Even through the screen, the sight of such a colossal creature sent chills down the commander's spine, and he collapsed into his chair. His prediction was spot on. A more powerful super monster emerged. This is bad. Really bad. The scene shifts to the battlefield. All the players and troops are desperately retreating. In the past, players loved to linger at the edge of the dark zone. Whenever a monster appeared, they would rush forward, eager to defeat it for experience points and level upgrades. Perhaps due to the deep-rooted belief in spiritual revival, or simply because life had become too comfortable, they had forgotten how terrifying these giant beasts could be. This monster invasion reminded them of extreme fear. Zhang Tianba sat atop a military armored vehicle, gazing at the approaching super beasts in the distance. The sight of those enormous, fearsome figures was intimidating. They were in the midst of an urgent evacuation. Convoys of armored vehicles sped away en masse. This monster invasion was truly horrifying. With so many super monsters, even the heroine Bai Yin might be powerless. If District 7 falls, the current peace in Huaxia would be shattered. But where was Bai Yin? Where had the heroine gone at such a crucial moment? Damn it! Zhang Tianba clenched his fists, his eyes wide with anger. They were fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, while she might be scheming in the shadows. Infuriating. Dante sat beside him, watching the continuous barrage of missiles in the distance. Logically, an invasion of this scale should have quickly overwhelmed District 7's defenses. Yet, despite the time that had passed, the defense line held firm. Bai Yan's sudden disappearance, the chaos in District 7, and these preemptive measures suggested that the higher-ups had anticipated this. He recalled rumors about the Huaxia government concealing certain truths, and now it seemed those whispers might not have been baseless. Seeing the 50-meter tall super monsters, even from miles away, Dante felt paralyzed with fear. District 7 was on the brink of collapse. It seemed the High Command was playing with fire. Dante shook his head, squinting his eyes as he lowered his head slowly. Ambition surged within him. Indeed, times had changed. This was a new era for superpower players. Only the strong deserved to be rulers, masters. It seemed that Xia was on the verge of turmoil. Originally, he hadn't planned on this, but given the current situation, this world was in need of a ruler like him. Dante lowered his head, a slight smile forming on his lips, his messy hair obscuring his expression. On the other side, surrounded by mountains, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, growing larger. Soon, a massive 5-meter-tall figure crashed into the ground. Rocks and dirt flew, trees toppled, and a giant crater several dozen meters in diameter formed. At its center stood a terrifying, muscular monster, emanating heat and mist from his body. The mist originated from the surging energy within him. Upon landing, an invisible ripple spread outwards, causing all creatures and insects in the forest to collapse unconscious. Wong Mang has now transformed into his regular form, becoming a demonic frogman. His leg muscles are extraordinarily developed, making his waist appear unusually slender. He barely touched the ground for a moment before a terrifying gust of wind swept through. Like a flea, he leaped into the air again and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Darkness enveloped Sector 7 as an emergency evacuation was underway. A colossal spider beast, towering at 50 meters, emerged, instantly shattering the sector's defenses. Missiles were launched continuously from the sky, and fighter jets hastily retreated, but the beast effortlessly shot down the aircraft with its special webs. As ground forces withdrew, a horde of monsters flooded into human territory. Both players and soldiers watched in terror as the defensive lines crumbled, their hearts filled with dread. They hoped for reinforcements, but despair was spreading, leaving little room for hope. In the distance, missiles ascended again, but after a few attacks, the beast grew cautious and intercepted them all. This allowed the surrounding monsters to catch their breath, quickly regaining strength and breaking through the defense perimeter, spreading everywhere. In the command center, the commander of Sector 7 hung his head in defeat, watching the breached defenses with a heart full of despair. The missiles were blocked, the beasts reveled, and it seemed as though hell on earth was imminent. Suddenly, a small black shadow appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging as it plummeted like a meteor. Dust flew up, and the monsters froze, their eyes fixed on the shadow. A terrifying aura spread, instilling fear in the beasts. The 50-meter-tall black spider stared intently at the shadow, feeling uneasy. A gigantic and formidable figure slowly emerged from the dust, exuding an aura of majesty and menace. The monsters retreated in fear. Only the ones over 30 meters tall could withstand his presence. The black spider hesitated, feeling a tinge of uncertainty in the face of this apex predator. In the world of monsters, power correlated with size, but now, a monumental showdown was about to begin. It couldn't comprehend why someone as insignificant as Wang Mang exuded the aura of a top predator. A mere insect, doomed from the start. Glancing at Wang Mang's physique, it hesitated not a moment longer, unleashing a torrent of webs that instantly cocooned him in a white shell. These webs were its innate ability, incredibly resilient. Even a supersized beast couldn't break free once ensnared. Just as it concluded its victory, the spider cocoon began to swell violently. Intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement. 60 times intermediate muscle enhancement, a 2,400% increase. The cocoon expanded, and a massive hand burst forth. With a powerful pull, Wong Mang slowly emerged from the cocoon. His muscles had grown even larger. Countless taut muscles intertwined, etching a totem-like pattern on his body. The thunderous heartbeat echoed like war drums, thumping, thumping, thumping. Wong Mang gazed at the towering super beasts before him, momentarily transported back to the desolate island.
Ah, ah.
You dare to strike me? You dare to strike me? Even your mother didn't have the courage. So, what makes you think you can? Wong Mang sneered, his facial muscles contorting wildly, his mouth splitting open to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. His aura intensified several times over, an invisible pressure emanating from his body, causing his hair to stand on end. His leg muscles tensed slightly. In a leap, Wong Mang vanished, leaving only a cracked crater on the ground. He reappeared atop the giant black spider's head. With arms extended, muscles stretching to the limit, his formidable body seemed to conjure a 100-meter-tall shadow of a black tiger, pouncing from the sky. The tiger descends the mountain. A deafening tiger's roar echoed from the heavens, a manifestation of the highest form of ancient Chinese martial arts. The giant black spider, witnessing the terrifying vision, bristled in fear. Its 8 beady eyes widened in terror. This small bipedal creature suddenly seemed like a colossal beast, its gaping maw closing in. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, the giant black spider desperately sprayed webs. But against Wong Mang, it was all in vain. With a single strike, the over 10,000-ton giant spider was smashed deep into the ground, its upper body completely obliterated. Red rain began to fall from the sky, the shattered flesh and blood of the beast. Wong Mang stood amidst the blood rain, arms raised in a cross, looking up at the sky. A cruel grin revealed his sharp white teeth. His relatively small frame stood amidst countless giant monsters. With a roar, a terrifying shockwave spread out. Awesome.
Ah.
Ha ha ha. Indeed, only such blood-pumping battles could make him feel the essence of life. Free from the mental torment of the deserted island, he felt fantastic. With a sinister smile, he gazed at the surrounding monsters, his blood boiling. At the gym, Alan dedicates himself to relentless workouts every day. He constantly pushes his limits, never content with his current achievements. Each time he lifts a dumbbell, sweat pours from his forehead like a spring, but he remains undaunted, intensely focused on building his muscles. Every training session is a test of his willpower and perseverance. Alan understands that only through unwavering commitment can he reach his goals. He repeatedly chants, intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement, as if reminding himself that he hasn't reached his peak yet and that he can still become stronger. While others succumb to exhaustion and give up, Alan presses on. He believes that it is through enduring more challenges and hardships that he can become truly powerful. His muscle enhancement has reached 100-fold, and his muscle growth has increased by an astonishing 4,000%. This sense of achievement only strengthens his resolve to keep moving forward. Alan knows that as long as he remains persistent and faces every challenge head-on, he will surpass his limits and become a stronger version of himself. His unyielding determination and steadfast will resonate throughout every corner of the gym. He has taken a solid first step and is continually advancing toward a more powerful self. Wang Mang's body began to swell again, with every muscle pulsating with life. His size increased significantly, and his shoulders now stood over 10 meters tall. The muscles were compressed and distorted, taking on an exaggerated form. Each heartbeat caused tremors in the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. Though his head appeared somewhat small, his fists were extraordinarily massive. Wang Mang showcased an immense muscular form, as if his heart was an engine and he was the father of all muscles. With the emergence of this formidable muscle form, his aura intensified several times over. The surrounding beasts looked on in terror. Even the colossal monsters, standing 30 or 40 meters tall, felt a deep-seated fear and instinctively retreated. Despite Wang Mang's height being only around 10 meters, his strength was immeasurable. Haha, what are you afraid of? Come on, let's play. I haven't even reached my limit yet. Intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement, intermediate muscle enhancement. Wang Mang let out an evil laugh as he began to stack his skills frantically. His potential was far from exhausted. The monsters watched him in horror as a dark mist enveloped the area, rising up to the sky. The intermediate muscle enhancement multiplied to 120 times, boosting his muscle strength by 4,800%. Wang Mang's shoulders now exceeded 12 meters in height, his entire body turning a black-red hue with a metallic sheen. His muscles began to grow laterally, and even sprouted muscular horns on his shoulders. Wang Mang revealed his ultimate muscle form, known as the Crimson Dragon with devil horns. The beasts within several kilometers felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In the face of this immense fear, all thoughts of invasion and consumption became insignificant. Run, run, run. All the monsters began to flee desperately, as the Crimson Dragon of this world was truly terrifying. The previously aggressive giants now scrambled in panic, retreating rapidly into the dark regions. Wang Mang watched the fleeing beasts with a sinister smile. Since I'm back home, let's have some fun together. He squatted down and leaped like a frog, covering thousands of meters in a single bound. Each landing caused a 40-meter class beast to explode. With another frog-like jump, he burst through several 30-meter class beasts, leaving behind rows of gaping holes. The remaining monsters, seeing their companions fall like wheat, were even more terrified and accelerated their escape. High above, a few drones hovered, capturing the scene in real time. The footage was broadcasted live on screens. The commander of the 7th District rubbed his eyes, as if he was seeing an illusion. Who is this terrifying muscle giant that suddenly appeared? Is it a new type of monster? The commander of District 7 didn't immediately connect this muscular behemoth with a player, considering he had thousands of players under his command. He was well aware of their capabilities. He initially assumed it was a special kind of monster, especially since it seemed to enjoy hunting other giant beasts. It was incredibly powerful. It effortlessly took down a 50-meter tall monster and could even drive away hordes of other beasts. The commander gulped nervously. Although the monster invasion crisis in District 7 had been temporarily alleviated, the prospect of this muscle giant entering the human world posed an even greater threat. Meanwhile, in the underground secret base of Bureau 826, Li Yong and a large group of staff gathered in front of a massive screen. Watching Wang Mang's display of might on the screen, Li Yong felt a moment of disbelief. He had previously harbored some doubts. After all, no matter how powerful Player Zero was, he was just one person. Could he truly handle thousands of super beasts? Now, the facts were undeniable. Player Zero's strength exceeded his wildest expectations, bordering on the divine. Such overwhelming power could only be described as godlike. It was clear that their previous submission was not in vain. This terrifying entity had surpassed ordinary humans. Li Yong murmured to himself, realizing that the Zero plan was indeed the right choice. In a military armored vehicle, Zhang Tianba stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. So powerful, so astonishing. Watching that muscle giant take down a 50-meter tall super spider monster with a single blow, Zhang Tianba felt his blood boiling with excitement. This muscle giant had to be a player. He was certain of it. Zhang Tianba, filled with fervor, lunged at the screen, his hands caressing the muscular figure displayed. He shouted maniacally, "He's a player! He's definitely a player! So strong! So cool! What is Bai Yin compared to this? This muscle giant is the strongest super player in the world." Zhang Tianba's eyes were glued to the screen, his excitement palpable. This was the kind of person he aspired to be. To move freely among millions of soldiers, to single-handedly suppress countless super beasts, to be invincible. This was the ultimate romance for a man. This was his lifelong pursuit. Cool. So cool. Ha ha ha. So cool. Zhang Tianba was so thrilled that he almost licked the screen. Behind him, Dante, who had always kept his eyes half closed, finally opened them. Who exactly was this muscle giant? His strength was beyond comprehension. Could this be the trump card of the higher-ups? But why had there been no prior indication of this terrifying monster player? To reach such a level, he must be a high-ranking player. Yet, such a high-ranking player should have a substantial record of hunting monsters, which the higher-ups couldn't possibly hide. Dante suddenly understood. The Chinese authorities had indeed concealed many facts. They had been prepared for the resurgence of spiritual energy all along. Dante stared at the invincible muscle giant on the screen, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of frustration and bitterness. This opponent was just too powerful. Dante realized that perhaps his plan wasn't thorough enough, and that he needed more effort and preparation. This defeat was just a temporary setback, and he resolved to become stronger for the challenges ahead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.